Chapter 121. Even unseen, one could sense the slenderness and perfection of the hand. Jiangqi remained silent and still. In the dark sealed crevice, besides her, there was a chance of another living person. "Don't touch this corpse." Xie Chaozi's clear voice interrupted her thoughts. Jiangqi looked up again, seeing only the dim, flickering firelight illuminating the cave. Below her was a very strange corpse. The skin was stretched taut, the chest cavity ripped open by something, revealing stones embedded within, interspersed with gemstones of considerable size and color. There was a clump of slime beside the corpse, indicating something had emerged from it. But besides her, only Xie Chaozi stood before her. The sensation from Xie Chaozi's hand was definitely not something that secreted slime. Jiangqi's expression changed slightly. "Don't tell her she crawled out of this shell." No, Jiangqi stood up. She hadn't been here before. This wasn't the space she'd been in before. The rubble she just dug was gone, replaced by a rusty miner's lamp lying on the ground. Even more bizarrely, this seemingly open space was constructed of interconnected stone walls, with gaps too narrow for a person to pass through. "How did we get here?" Jiangqi pointed to the corpse on the ground. Xie Chaozi looked at her. "I only saw you next to this corpse, cutting open its chest cavity." "What?" Jiangqi was stunned, momentarily speechless. Silence filled the mine tonight. She clearly dug rubble, but it turned into a corpse. The gem she'd seen was inside the corpse's abdominal cavity. If we're talking about absurdity, this scene is far more bizarre and unbelievable. So, is Xie Chaozi in front of me real? If it's an illusion, why is it him I'm seeing? Did I dissect the corpse with the tip of this pickaxe? Jiangqi asked him for confirmation. "Yes." Xie Chaozi nodded calmly. "Where did the thing inside go?" Jiangqi tried to find any flaws. "It wasn't ripe yet, so you pierced it with this." Xie Chaozi looked at the pickaxe Jiangqi had placed aside. "It wasn't dead and still wanted to make a sound, so I dealt with it." Jiangqi still didn't believe this was real. "Where's the corpse?" "When I use my abilities, I don't leave corpses behind." Xie Chaozi's lips curled into a smile. "That seems to make sense. But that doesn't mean that digging through the rubble wall was fake, and that this is the real thing. This place is sealed off, so how did you get in?" Jiangqi asked suspiciously. "Because this light was on, this place wasn't sealed off when I came in. The underground passage changes because of its presence," Xie Chaozi said. "Later, I heard a sound over here, and when I came over, I saw you dissecting a corpse." Anyone else would have been terrified by Jiangqi in that scene. Imagine being trapped in a completely dark, enclosed cave, devoid of any living creature, and suddenly finding someone there, dissecting a strange corpse with an abnormal expression, their movements swift and ruthless. Who wouldn't be frightened? Jiangqi scrutinized Xie Chaozi's face. She found no flaws, and his words all made sense. Even though this place was full of inconsistencies, she sensed it was indeed Xie Chaozi. Jiangqi looked at the narrow crevice in the stone wall, barely wide enough for her to pass through if she were to shrink to the size of a piece of paper. The passage was dynamic, so the crevice narrowed after she crossed, and when she was almost out, she encountered the corpse and pulled it out along with her. This was the most plausible explanation. Yes, back at the rubble wall, the space was larger, but she still felt an indescribable discomfort and oppression, like being stuck in a crevice. No wonder there was no headlamp. When she experienced double vision and her vision suddenly went dark, the path changed. She thought she was moving forward, but she was actually going to the other side. And why did she bring the corpse out with her? Jiangqi carefully examined the corpse on the ground. It was wearing miner's clothes, had no obvious external injuries, and belonged to the previously missing miner. She had realized that her perception was flawed. Unable to solve the fundamental problem, she tried to make the right choices even in her hallucinations. Initially, she hesitated about digging into the wall. She even walked back into the crevice, but then she resolutely refused to go back. The oppressive and chaotic feeling was extremely uncomfortable, but it didn't cause her to break down due to being unable to escape its influence or make a decision. She kept checking the system's timeline to maintain composure. The thing growing inside the corpse was related to the enormous creature she had seen outside. It certainly didn't want anyone to break open the corpse and pull out the immature offspring, so her subsequent actions were unrelated to that thing. The gem inside the corpse was the anchor point Jiangqi had set for herself. Whether it was rubble or a corpse, the gem remained there. And she had escaped, albeit through a narrow crevice, into another enclosed space. Perception can be flawed, memories and eyes can deceive. What truly exists doesn't disappear, at most, it changes form in her eyes, but it's generally reasonable and has commonalities. Otherwise, she would quickly discover the logical flaws. Jiangqi only realized what had happened then. When she first struck the match, she hadn't seen the rubble wall. Her attention was on her headlamp. She only noticed the rubble wall with the second match. Just then, she realized her perception was being distorted by the dual influence. And then, the rubble wall appeared. What changed the passage? Do you know what it is? Jiangqi didn't know that Xie Chaozi was referring to he, not it. Same pronunciation, completely different meaning. The system indicates that the cause of the earthquake and collapse is a subterranean worm, a nauseating and terrifying creature. Xie Chaozi's face became slightly amused at this point. And another being, the system doesn't show its name, but says it's an entity that cannot be killed by humans. Players are advised to leave immediately if they encounter it. It is an old god, the subterranean worm is its retinue, and the thing inside the corpse is its offspring, a combination of human genes and reason. It feels like I already knew its identity. There really is a living god? Jiangqi probably understood why they were being noticed. She was drawn to the silver key, and Xie Chaozi, probably because of his identity. This worm-like god with many tentacles could influence people's minds. It didn't directly attack them, which must be due to some restriction, or that doing so wouldn't achieve its purpose. That means there's still a chance to survive. The offspring of a god must have a prerequisite. That the humans, as the providers, must agree or meet certain conditions before conception can occur. Ordinary people lose their minds when they come into contact with him. Being given his consent is simply giving his consent. Chapter 122. His offspring should be able to walk among humans, so this is very likely a sacrifice in exchange for gems. Gems are valued for their rarity. The heart of the deep sea might not yield even one every few centuries. Recently, the mines haven't produced any particularly valuable gems, yet gems were found among the corpses. The miners were cheap sacrifices, like human offerings to the gods in ancient times. Of course, Jiangqi might be overthinking it. It could simply be that he was unlucky enough to have unearthed a deity while mining. One thing is certain, those who were crushed to death in the collapse had no particular reason, it was just that the collapse was caused by the passing of the god's retinue, and they happened to be there. Like a person walking on the road and accidentally stepping on a few ants, no one cares about the ants' lives, nor does anyone think there's anything wrong with such an action. To the gods, humans are just ants on the road. Jiangqi rubbed his joints, which ache easily with any exertion. She and Xie Chaozi were trapped here, unable to find their way out, and couldn't afford to waste resources by keeping their miners' lamps on all the time. The space was still dark and silent, and the two of them felt safer than when they were alone. Is the change in the passage a pattern, or is it solely due to him? To figure this out, we need to pay attention to the approximate location of the passages that existed before. You already checked them before I came in, right? Jiangqi said softly. So, I'm also wondering how you got in. If there's only a passage when you came in, then we definitely can't get out. Xie Chaozi's voice was still pleasant, without any worry. He suddenly paused, then asked in a low voice, Sister Jiangqi, are you all right? Jiangqi's eyes widened slightly. She rubbed her arm, the pain throbbing, but she remained silent. You can see? Yes, I can see, Xie Chaozi replied. To be able to see in this completely dark place, the miner's lamp was for her lighting. Jiangqi was silent for a moment, her voice barely audible. It's all right. No one had left a light for her since her grandmother passed away. It doesn't affect your mind? Jiangqi lowered her hand. In the darkness, Xie Chaozi gazed at her profile, recalling the fleeting moment of blankness on her face just now, not at the moment. It's all right. At worst we won't both go insane. Jiangqi was thinking about how to get out. This question was clearly beyond her comprehension. Even game levels leave players a way out. But this so-called old god wouldn't. She asked Xie Chaozi this question because her sanity was waning. Jiangqi and Xie Chaozi had been trapped here for a whole day. No passage appeared. The crevices beneath the stone wall were still only wide enough for air to pass through. They took turns resting. Jiangqi had already explored this limited space several times, and even found 2 sapphires. They weren't from the corpse. Xie Chaozi had already burned it, leaving not even ashes. Before that, Jiangqi had removed the corpse's clothes and used cheap liquor as a makeshift light source. The liquor wasn't strong enough, so it burned quickly. Sister Jiangqi, what are you doing picking up stones? Xie Chaozi opened his eyes and looked at her. Jiangqi, they're pretty. And she had nothing else to do. I remember another kind of stone. I think it's called a star stone. You should like it. A star stone? Hearing this familiar name, Jiangqi turned her head. I've seen them too. They are indeed more beautiful. I should say, in all the gemstones I know in the world, no other gemstone shines like the starry sky and the ocean. She was quite disappointed that she couldn't bring him out of the dungeon. Otherwise, she could have made an umbrella pendant. Why did you keep that player? Xie Chaozi tilted his head slightly, his languid and leisurely posture making his jawline particularly distinct in the dim firelight. I could have easily helped you kill them. It was because she had never considered him in her plans. He's a whetstone for our team, Jiangqi said, a slight smile playing on her lips. She wasn't one to preach martial ethics. It was just a whetstone delivered to their doorstep. Why not use it? The team needed a gel, they lacked experience fighting against teams of this caliber. Practical experience could significantly compensate for a lack of combat power, and it was also a necessary step for her to acquire Sure Wei as a team member. And why are you willing to help me? Jiangqi asked slowly. Xie Chaozi's gaze sharpened slightly, his voice extremely soft. I haven't thought about why. 2 days passed, and it was the 15th day of the game. Jiangqi's condition worsened, hallucinations and auditory hallucinations occurred alternately, and her sanity continued to drop. She couldn't control herself, repeatedly replaying the events of the past few days in her mind, unable to resist doubting Xie Chaozi's existence. She reflected on every detail, trying to find something in her head. The more she tried to find the answer, the less she could, ultimately plunging her into confusion and self-doubt. The terrifying thing was that none of her current experiences provided any evidence to support her speculations. Xie Chaozi had said many things she didn't know. If it were merely a mental issue, it was impossible for her to generate such plausible hallucinations. But there were beings higher than humans here, her mistaken perceptions were their cause, which made sense. Logically, it was bizarre that she had crawled out of the crevice, only to find a corpse and a familiar face before her, and the crevice itself had vanished. She suspected something was deceiving her, weaving a plausible illusion. She couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. A tidal wave of frenzied whispers washed over her. Jiangqi's fingers tightened around the stone wall. These inhuman voices grew clearer, their tone flat, sometimes near, sometimes far, sometimes real, sometimes feigned, drawing her in irresistibly. Jiangqi felt as if she stood before a colossal, black gate, its ancient patterns flowing, its top unseen. The gate was ajar, one step forward would reveal the whole truth. But beneath that step lay an indescribable abyss. This abyss was dark and ancient, a realm unreachable by humans. She could sense terrifying, blasphemous creatures watching her. In a darkness deeper than darkness, a calm gaze lingered. She had never felt such despair and fear, making her uncontrollably want to escape. A thought suddenly flashed through Jiangqi's mind. So this is how it works? If pushed too far, she summoned the power of the deity behind the silver key again, letting them fight head-on. The moment this thought formed, she unconsciously followed the whisper in her ear, reciting the incantation in an ancient language, when the stars. Suddenly, Jiangqi regained consciousness and stopped speaking. It was still the same enclosed space, but the stone walls had transformed into a strange texture, appearing soft and gleaming, covered with countless eyes. Xie Chaozi before her appeared in her eyes, like a cold, crumbling sculpture, cracks spreading across his face and body, pieces peeling away. Chapter 123. If Xie Chaozi truly didn't exist, then her memories from the past few days would also be gone. Everything would have to be rebuilt from scratch, wrong from the very beginning. It was a terrifying thought, one Jiangqi dared not contemplate. But in her moment of mental collapse, she immediately came to her senses, deciding to follow her initial understanding and memories, resisting the sudden surge of emotions. It's shattered, what do I do? Jiangqi murmured softly, reaching out to touch Xie Chaozi's shattered face. No, it can't be shattered. Xie Chaozi stared intently at Jiangqi, letting her touch his face. The warmth of her hand was too soft. She had never shown this in front of others, a serious yet slightly panicked expression. Was her gesture an attempt to cling to him? Why? Xie Chaozi whispered, as if talking to himself. He knew from Jiangqi's words what she had seen in her hallucination. Or rather, it wasn't a hallucination. Why would she care about him? It seemed no one had ever cared about him this much, trying to piece him back together even when he was shattered. Jiangqi searched left and right for the non-existent fragments. You can't break. Xie Chaozi responded softly. Jiangqi couldn't hear his voice, see his expression, or sense the emotions emanating from him. She was struggling with a distorted perception. The moment the whisper disappeared, her fluctuating rationality stabilized at 60 points, and Jiangqi saw a crack appear in the stone wall. The illusion vanished. Her hand covered Xie Chaozi's cheek, and their eyes met. It would have been better if there hadn't been any light, Jiangqi thought. When she saw abnormal hallucinations, she would unconsciously do strange things. Last time, she talked to the corpse and led it away. At least the corpse wouldn't say anything after recovering. Jiangqi calmly lowered her hand, glancing at the crack in the stone wall as if to conceal her thoughts. There's a path. The consciousness of the one underground had been subtly influencing her, making her increasingly confused, ultimately leading her to destruction through flawed perception. The illusory scene just now was the silver key's reaction and resistance to its influence. It wasn't protection, but simply a rejection of an external force. In her process of self-doubt and resolute will, the silver key forcibly eliminated its influence. The bad news was that Jiangqi felt the rust on the silver key had disappeared a little more. This wasn't good for her now. She couldn't control the silver key, and it could still be fatal. Sister Jiangqi, aren't you afraid? Xie Chaozi said slowly with a smile. What if what you saw was real? He didn't think she could discover it. Jiangqi remained unfazed. So what? This game contains many unknown secrets. I'm also bound to the silver key. I don't know when I go mad. She even undergone a mutated form. Xie Chaozi knew about the silver key not because he possessed another related divine artifact, but because of his own circumstances. Jiangqi had long suspected this. From the previous game, when she first encountered the power deep within the silver key, Xie Chaozi knew about it even though he was outside the instance. If it really comes to that, will you help me? He was referring to a time like the illusion. Then you have to tell me how to help you first. Jiangqi rested her chin on her hand. Should we piece it together? I'm also looking for the answer. Xie Chaozi turned to her, tilting his head. Actually, there's something else. When you summoned the power of that key, I saw the scene in the mirror in the player base. It was blurry, and the moment was very brief. Jiangqi's brow twitched slightly. He could sense the silver key, and when the power from the door behind it appeared, he could even see it from different dimensions. This clearly violated the game's rules. The main city was a space completely independent of reality and the instance, with its own laws of existence. What connection did Xie Chaozi have with the power behind the silver key? Or was the silver key so powerful that it could connect two different dimensions? Jiangqi stepped into the crevice and glanced at the game's published information. 14 players hadn't had any points deducted, and 35 players were still alive. It was day 16 of the game, early morning, less than 10 days until the game ended. I'm thinking, since his will influences this place, perhaps all the survivors will eventually head towards the same path to survival. Jiangqi touched the cold stone wall. The light had long since gone out. Is he just doing this to cultivate offspring? This didn't seem like something a god would do. Gods lack humanity and human emotions. How could a god care about offspring? He is sealed deep underground, Xie Chaozi said. His offspring are merely an attempt to leave the earth. Why they chose humans is unknown. Jiangqi, your goal is to find him. Yes, Xie Chaozi didn't deny it. I'm not sure if I can succeed. What they meant by find wasn't a literal search, but rather communicating with his consciousness. Jiangqi wondered what kind of power could seal a god deep underground, at least a power of equal or higher level. If he weren't sealed underground, all the players in this instance, except for S+, might be dead. She wasn't yet capable of directly confronting an existence of that level. But perhaps she could exploit his desire for the silver key. Lu Tian and his men had been running through the narrow passage for a day and a night, and everyone looked disheveled. The two B-rank members were particularly exhausted, their expressions sometimes strange. They were desperately searching for an exit and avoiding the humanoid monsters. In the darkness, they couldn't possibly notice their two lackeys. Brother Lu, we don't know where those guys went. What should we do now? Yu Dafei asked. It's better to split up. Xie Chaozi didn't end up with them, Lu Tian said quietly, closing his hands. If we encounter them again, just kill them. Some people on the forum said they're looking for Jiangqi. Brother Lu, could she have already joined the descendants? Yu Dafei glanced at the two pale-faced men. So what? They overestimated themselves. Are you leaving them a hidden danger? They experience what it's like to be killed by their own teammates later. Lu Tian sneered. And that's your way? I really don't know why she had to be so eager to die. No player who dared to provoke him had ever survived, but that name seemed vaguely familiar. Brother Lu, that umbrella. Tang Yuanyuan asked. Don't worry, after killing that woman, the umbrella will naturally be yours. Lu Tian smiled. That weapon's damage isn't great, but its defense is good, and it can attack from a distance, perfect for you. What's wrong with you two? You've been acting like you're half dead since the day before yesterday. Yu Dafeng looked at the two increasingly abnormal people. Chapter 124. You will all die here. One of the men stood up, laughing eerily and maniacally. Accepting his grace is the only chance for rebirth. All you need to do is find that thing. It's on her. Lu Tian's awareness and reaction were impeccable. He immediately warned, get away from them. Yu Dafeng looked and saw something with a human head and a lump of flesh emerging from two human shells, and he was stunned for 2 seconds. The two players who had been following them all this way, even Lu Tian, had only just noticed something amiss. The most terrifying thing was that they had no idea when or how this thing had done it. Do normal cave children have such a large size? Yu Dafeng's mind was buzzing. The two players looked like they were growing alongside a disgusting monster. The head on the lump of flesh let out a sharp scream and charged towards Lu Tian and the other player. Their sharp screams seemed to contain some terrifying power. As soon as they were emitted, they caused excruciating pain. Their internal organs were crushed, they couldn't breathe, and their ears rang. They must be eliminated as quickly as possible, before they unleash their full power, otherwise everyone will have to endure a devastating blow. Lu Tian plays a high-damage build, and with Yu Dafeng's combat strength, they initially struggled to figure out the tactics for the two slightly more unusual monsters, but quickly found their rhythm. It just took a little longer. A few minutes later, Lu Tian glanced with disgust at the strangely shaped corpses on the ground. These are the small ones, the big one is the real challenge. But this game doesn't require you to fight monsters. Be careful, everyone. This thing can infiltrate the human body without anyone noticing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Yu dug another path, finally emerging from the rubble. He hadn't seen such a spacious place in a long time. Before he could even utter a sound of excitement, he was nearly blinded by the sheer light. This place was full of gems, but these gems were glowing inside human corpses, and these corpses all had large ruptures in their abdominal cavities. Were these human cocoons? Wang Yu had just taken a step forward when a familiar voice called out, Wang Yu? Hang Jing stared blankly at his teammate, whose face was so dark he was almost unrecognizable. Holy crap! It's you guys! What are you doing crouching behind the corpses? Hiding from monsters, bro, Hang Jing said. You wouldn't believe it, we almost died in that crevice. We couldn't even turn around, just one path between us. Luckily we found this place. I only had 40 HP and 60 sanity left, waiting for my healing potion to cool down. What else could we do but hide here? Hang Jing noticed something in Wang Yu's confused expression. Wait, you haven't encountered that cave child, that thing that looks like a human, looks like an insect, and can pretend to be normal, for over 10 days, have you? Wang Yu, since the collapse, I haven't seen a single ghost. Can you believe it took one person 10 days to dig out? I'm completely exhausted. Hang Jing, Fang Yuan, Sure Wei, They really wanted to say, why don't you try getting stuck in a crevice and almost getting killed by a monster? You're all here, where's Jiangqi? Wang Yu noticed someone was missing. Something happened, we got separated halfway. Fang Yuan lowered his head. Jiangqi smeared blood on me before she pushed me in. I can track her, but only within range, Sure Wei said. Hopefully, she won't run into Lu Tian alone before she rejoins us, Hang Jing added. You saw Lu Tian? Wang Yu asked, surprised. Hang Jing nodded and briefly recounted what had happened. Wang Yu's experience was much simpler, in short. A true gem miner. We thought we heard a strange scream earlier. We were looking for the source, but we found you instead, Hang Jing explained. Are you planning to wait here for a cooldown before going out? Wang Yu asked. Hang Jing nodded. If my health doesn't reach 50, I won't be able to withstand Lu Tian's damage if I encounter him again. The deep cave was completely dark, and the corpses of several players lay scattered in the cramped space. Their forms suggested a brutal internal conflict. As Jiangqi examined the corpses, she suddenly heard a painful groan coming from a crack in the rocks. Jiangqi, holding a makeshift torch made of wood and cheap liquor she had found along the way, looked over. It was a player whose body was still alive, but whose consciousness was fading. He was changing in a bizarre direction, the crystals within his body glowing. Seeing someone approaching, he reached out his hand, looking at the person outside, as if pleading for help. A thought inexplicably popped into Jiangqi's mind. She had to save him. This thought vanished in an instant. She quickly realized it was something within a person's body trying to influence her. Saving him was impossible. She had to kill it. She had nearly collapsed a few days ago under unseen guidance. This level of influence posed no threat to her now. Jiangqi raised her pickaxe, and a hand reached out beside her. Let me do it. Jiangqi handed the pickaxe to Xie Chaozi. Don't use your life-draining and sanity-depleting skill here. Xie Chaozi's lips curled slightly, and he nodded. Okay. After this little interlude, the two continued forward in the passage. After passing 7 or 8 forks in the path, taking a whole day, they arrived at a relatively large cavity. The glowing crystals were remnants left behind by corpses. The light was weak, but better than complete darkness. Jiangqi couldn't see anything anyway. Xie Chaozi was to continue down the crevice, while Jiangqi needed to find her teammates. It was time for them to part ways. Perhaps I should go kill those people before we go? Xie Chaozi said seriously. If we can't find them, are you giving up on your mission? Jiangqi said with a light laugh. I handle this. Xie Chaozi lowered his eyes. Okay. After parting ways with Xie Chaozi, Jiangqi found a secluded spot to wait. She had left marks along the way, and with Sure Wei's tracking skill, her teammates would definitely come here. The paths in the crevice looked numerous, but most were dead ends. Only a few were actually passable. Day 18 of the game. Jiangqi was resting against a stone wall. It was dark and quiet around her, as if even the air had stopped circulating. She had grown accustomed to this environment. Just as she let out a long sigh, she heard a sound coming from behind a rock. Jiangqi immediately turned to look. In the faint light of the glowing crystal, a writhing mass of flesh was trying to crawl out of the dark crevice. The scene was unimaginably eerie. Without a word, Jiangqi picked up her pickaxe, crackled it with lightning, and smashed it down. The narrow crevice was perfect for the creature. It slipped out easily. The pickaxe pierced its slippery flesh, and amidst flashes of blue and white lightning, it screamed, flung away Jiangqi's pickaxe, and charged forward. Chapter 125. Jiangqi rolled on the ground, dodging the attack of the cave child. She hadn't expected to roll directly to the other side. The head on the fleshy mass stared at her, seemingly stunned for a second. It didn't speak human language, but Jiangqi understood its meaning. They wanted her to accept the will of a great being, to become a devotee and bear the offspring of a god, and then the offspring nurtured by her life would possess the silver key. I'm not out of my mind, Jiangqi said calmly, getting up and throwing a lightning bolt at it before running away. Even mental manipulation hadn't made her a devotee, and now she agreed just because she was normal? 2 cave children were following closely behind. In this dimly lit area, Jiangqi couldn't possibly outrun them without teleporting. Player attacked by a cave child, HP reduced by 10, sanity reduced by 5. Jiangqi frowned. Only 5 points? How is she going to lure out the bigger one? Should she shout, I'm willing to offer the silver key? She couldn't guarantee that words spoken within the sphere of divine consciousness wouldn't carry any binding force. She absolutely couldn't be so reckless. Jiangqi could manage to slowly whittle down one of the cave children, but these two seemed to share a common mind, making it even harder to fight them, since it was already a level above her. Player attacked by a cave child. HP reduced by 10, sanity reduced by 5. Jiangqi had reduced one of them to half health, and then, under their combined attack, she was grazed by a barbed tentacle protruding from the flesh. She hadn't used teleportation yet, but at this rate, dealing with these 2 little creatures would come at a considerable cost. Using teleportation wouldn't provide enough damage output, and even if she exhausted her mental energy, she wouldn't be able to kill both of them. Suddenly, Jiangqi heard a familiar voice behind her. Jiangqi, watch your right. A burning piece of rotten wood was thrown at her. Jiangqi instantly dodged to the side, avoiding the barbs. 2 creatures, startled by the firelight, retreated to either side. Sure Wei's shadow blade flew over, and Jiangqi caught it, severing the head of the weakened cave child with a backhand strike. Sure Wei followed closely, using her shadow blade to intercept the other creature, working with Hang Jing to kill it. You found the marker and came here? Jiangqi asked them. We've been walking and crawling in there for days. Sure Wei used tracking to confirm your direction, and that's when we found the marker, Fang Yuan said. We're now deeper than in the previous mine. Luckily, the dungeon quest wasn't about escaping the mine, otherwise we wouldn't know how to get out of here. At that moment, 3 claps sounded behind them. You dare leave a mark here? I don't even know what to say to you. Lu Tian and his 3 companions emerged from the hidden, dark cave entrance. Everyone's here, huh? Perfect. Let's take care of you all at once. Saves us the trouble of searching everywhere. Jiangqi's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. How could they find Lu Tian without leaving a mark? She didn't want to grope her way through the cracks anymore. She'd simply wait here. Lu Tian gave a look to the person next to him. This was Jean Keela, Lu Tian's strongest fighter, and A+ main attack player. Although his stats weren't as high as Lu Tian's, here, once he released his poison gas, A player like Jiang Qi with low defense wouldn't last more than a few seconds. Moreover, his poison gas could travel through narrow crevices. Even Shiwei's speed couldn't outrun the gas if she tried to run into one. If he hadn't reunited with Jean Keela, Lu Tian wouldn't have stepped forward so quickly. So what if there are 5 of them? This pathetic lineup can't possibly fight them. A full A-rank team would be a different story. Last time, Jiang Qi unexpectedly rescued someone, and even they didn't dare to confront him head-on, let alone now. Didn't expect my team to be all here, did you? I was thinking the same thing. A player like you, who likes to hide and find others' weaknesses, wouldn't leave marks for others to track. It's either because you're in a hurry, or it's a trap. Jiang Qi remained calm and expressionless in the face of Lu Tian's words. A person like Lu Tian, who values his life, certainly wouldn't rush in just because he saw a mark. He wouldn't come without certainty. Having anticipated this, Jiang Qi wasn't surprised. Give him buffs, Jiang Qi said calmly. Fang Yuan responded and activated his skill. Green mist slowly spread from Jean Keela towards them. The combined explosive output of an S rank and an A+ rank was something only an S rank main defense could withstand. If we want to win, we can't drag this out. If it drags on, both of our skills will bleed them to death. Control this fertilizer or pesticide that's spewing poison gas, Jiang Qi said, glancing at Shiwei. Their eyes briefly met in the air, reaching a kind of consensus. You're the fertilizer. Your whole family is pesticide. Jean Keela on the other side exploded upon hearing this name. I teach you a lesson. Jean Keela stretched his hand forward, the color of the poisonous mist gradually deepening. Skill Petrify used. Target, a plus level player. Skill control time halved. As Wang Yu used his skill, Shiwei's figure moved so fast it left after images. She first concealed herself in the darkness, then circled around to a place away from the poisonous mist. Although Lu Tian was facing Hang Jing, he had been watching Shiwei's movements ever since Jiang Qi instructed Wang Yu to control Jean Keela. The greatest value of this fast, high-burst assassin lay in the few seconds of close combat. When all her skills were activated, she could instantly kill Tang Yuanyuan, who was of the same level. Jiang Qi and the others must have guessed the importance of Tang Yuanyuan's skills, so they would create opportunities to eliminate the support. As Shiwei swung her shadow blade, Lu Tian activated his skill to spread plague, simultaneously shielding Tang Yuanyuan. The two coordinated. As soon as Lu Tian arrived, Tang Yuanyuan immediately dodged behind the space he had created, with Yu Dafei also stepping forward to assist. However, Shiwei didn't attack Tang Yuanyuan. Instead, she retreated, changing direction to withstand the corrosive poison mist surrounding Jean Keela and unleashing her full power. She retreated as soon as her control skills wore off, without hesitation, even though the effects hadn't worn off yet. Then, 2 shadow blades instantly pierced through the poison mist. Jean Keela curled her lip in disdain. Did they really think his poison mist was only for attack? He could use the mist to sense the movement of anyone inside its range. They thought they could hit him? Dream on! The poison mist rapidly spread outwards from Jean Keela. The shadow blades, which he thought wouldn't reach him, strangely pierced through his body. Ah! Jean Keela stared in shock at Shiwei's skin, reddened by the poison mist, and the blackened blood at her lips. This was just the beginning. The shadow blades reappeared, crisscrossing and passing through him. Jean Keela's health was reduced to only 28 points in 2 seconds. It wasn't just a matter of losing half his health. He was almost killed by someone of a higher level. Jean Keela spat out. How is this possible? How is this possible? This woman's weapon shouldn't have hit him. How could they have? He clearly dodged. So why did those 2 blades always appear from unexpected angles? Chapter 126. She was just an A-level player, and her weapon wasn't even high grade. How could she possibly harm him in his poisonous fog? Meanwhile, before the poisonous fog could spread, Jiang Qi gripped the old, blackened knife in Fang Yuan's hand with both hands. The blade cut into her palm, and bright red blood flowed from her hand, dripping onto the ground. Fang Yuan, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Shiwei's eyes widened. Hang Jing, who was under the plague buff, and Wang Yu on the other side were also filled with astonishment and shock. What a pity, still just a little short. Lu Tian looked at Fang Yuan, whose gaze had shifted from blank to struggling, with regret. This trash. What a good opportunity. He could have killed Jiang Qi with one strike, but she blocked it. If it had been any of the other 3, Jiang Qi would be dead. In team battles, the death of the commander is tantamount to the end. Eliminating the commander first is a tradition, especially since commanders with low combat strength are always the first targets. Lu Tian originally wanted to choose Shui. Hang Jing's combat strength and stats were too good for Yu Dafei to handle, and Wang Yu and the others hadn't been seen yet. Shui, with similar combat strength, was perfect. Who knew Jiang Qi and Hang Jing would arrive so timely, and they also lost their chance to control Shui. Fan Yuan it is, there's no other choice, low level and easy to control. Yu Dafei's control continued, Fan Yuan's face switching between two expressions, one moment removing the knife, the next pointing it at Jiang Qi. Sister Qi, I don't know, I'm sorry. Fan Yuan looked at Jiang Qi's bloodied hands, speaking incoherently, almost crying, I don't know how this happened, I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself. Alright, Jiang Qi calmly interrupted him. It has nothing to do with you. They secretly sabotaged things earlier. She had been distracted while coordinating with Shui to reduce the health of one of their main damage dealers. She knew Yu Dafei's abilities, especially since he was by Lu Tian's side. How could she not have been on guard? When she saw Fan Yuan's strange expression, Jiang Qi reacted immediately. She didn't have time or the energy to grab the umbrella, so she had to catch the blade barehanded. It's not that my people are useless, it's that your people didn't do a good enough job. And your plans aren't hard to guess. Jiang Qi tilted her head, looking at Lu Tian, her eyes unfathomably black. Yu Dafei was still controlling the situation. Fan Yuan's expression became extremely distorted, shifting between fierceness and regretful pain. His knife lunged at Jiang Qi again. Jiang Qi quickly analyzed the situation. Getting Fan Yuan to his senses wouldn't be easy, they would only be tied down, allowing the enemy to take advantage of their weakness. Jiang Qi stunned Fan Yuan with an electric shock. To prevent any accidents, she acted decisively, without any hesitation or attempt to wake him. She simply threw him into a corner with a heavy blow. Yu Dafei was stunned. Shouldn't they have been focused on helping their teammate recover from the control effects first, only giving up when all else failed? They were so ruthless in attacking their own teammate. Decisive enough, Lu Tian glanced at Jiang Qi with a mocking smile. Jiang Qi seemed completely unconcerned about Fan Yuan's life or death, casually saying, he's used up his skills, so he's useless now. That was true, Lu Tian couldn't deny. Your control skills are on cooldown. These kinds of strong controls have long cooldowns. Jean Kilo wiped the blood from his mouth, drank a healing potion, and glared fiercely at Shui, trying to pull my attacks down. Not so easy. I must say, your feint just now was quite clever. Knowing you couldn't kill my support, you switched to focusing on damage. But so what? Lu Tian laughed contemptuously. Your men are all out of health now. You have no chance. Fighting with all your might only held me off for a while. I really don't understand why you're willing to die. My support can reset skill cooldowns, Lu Tian said, enunciating each word clearly. Yuan, give Xiao Jin a reset time. Seal this area with poison mist. Don't let them escape. Attacked by player Jean Kila using the poison mist skill, 30 HP lost and inflicted the poison status. Contact with highly toxic gas will gradually corrode your skin and internal organs. Please leave the poison mist area as soon as possible. Jiang Qi had already retreated from the area with the darkest poison mist, but still lost 30 HP. Her HP was about to drop below 50. The pale green poisonous fog spread throughout the entire space in less than 3 seconds, leaving only the area behind Jean Keela's teammates still white, yet Jean Keela's surroundings were precisely the area with the densest poisonous fog. A sinister smile appeared on Lu Tian's face, as fine, grayish dust emanating from his palm drifted and merged into the poisonous fog. Now, let you experience the true calamity of the apocalypse, he laughed, slowly rotting away in the fear and despair brought by the plague and poisonous fog. But there's nothing you can do. This confined space was perfect for them. No one could escape. Jiang Qi had indeed chosen a good location. Attacked by player Lu Tian using the skill plague, your health has decreased by 36, and you have been inflicted with a seriously ill status. Your body is suffering horrific pain, your base attributes are decreasing over time, causing your organs to rapidly decay. If you cannot escape the source of the plague, your health will be reduced to 0, and you will die. Jiang Qi coughed up black blood, the pain in her lungs more intense than being burned by flames. Blackening was spreading beneath her skin, indicating gradual necrosis. Lu Tian wasn't bluffing, in this space created by his skills, gathering plague and poisonous mist. Even if she was far enough away, she could only last a little longer. Her body would truly necrotize, rot, and peel away, both inside and out. How much longer can you hold on? Jiang Qi asked Hang Jing. 5 minutes at most, assuming that idiot controlling my emotions doesn't interfere. 5 minutes was his limit, The others couldn't last that long. They were currently under a double debuff, their health dropping rapidly. 5 minutes wasn't enough for their skills to cool down, but it was enough for the enemy to wipe them out, especially since Jiang Qi and the still unconscious Fang Yuan couldn't even last 2 minutes. They had recovered some health with potions, but if Lu Tian unleashed a burst of damage soon, they would all be dead. Okay. Jiang Qi coughed up blood and threw a potion at Fang Yuan to help him recover quickly. This was originally my problem. It has nothing to do with you. Shi Wei shouted in a panic. The situation is bad. Let's retreat. They didn't know that Lu Tian's support skill reset cooldowns. With only Lu Tian, they still had a chance to win. But with 2 high damage dealers working in synergy, and with this special skill, they couldn't win. If this continued, they would all die. They couldn't all be wiped out. Every person who could escape was a chance. Shi Wei had decided to sacrifice her life to buy them a chance to leave. Chapter 127. As long as Jiang Qi can find Xie Chaozi, Lu Tian won't dare to make another move. You think he let us go? Jiang Qi looked at Shi Wei, her voice hoarse from the strong metallic taste and stinging in her throat, but still calm. If you act on your own, we have to save you. This place isn't small. Using their ultimate moves to block the way is precisely to cut off their escape route. Have some self-awareness. You're right, none of you are leaving today. Lu Tian's voice came from behind the poisonous fog. Next, your ears, eyeballs, and hands will necrotize and fall off first. TSK, only low-level potions? You won't last long. Jiang Qi restored her health to 40 points, looking at the densest part of the poisonous fog, a strange and cold smile suddenly appearing on her lips. The surging dark green poisonous fog and gray dust were instantly distorted. In fact, the entire space was distorted. The space that Lu Tian and his group had left for their teammates was suddenly occupied by the poisonous fog and plague. Ah! Tang Yuan and Yu Dafeng's piercing screams echoed from within. Neither Lu Tian nor Jean Keela reacted. Lu Tian's plague source was mainly on Jiang Qi and her group, while Jean Keela's dark green poisonous mist had landed squarely on his 2 teammates. He tried to control and retract the poisonous mist, but found he couldn't. The space had been sealed off. It wasn't her controlling the shadow blade just now, it was you. Jean Keela looked through the poisonous mist at Jiang Qi, who was covered in blood. A large patch of her clothes was soaked in glaring red blood. Blood was still seeping from her bloodshot eyes. Blood clots were spitting out of her mouth when she coughed, and her pale lips were stained with a vibrant color. It wasn't entirely me, Jiang Qi chuckled. It was the combined attack of her and Shi Wei. She warped space, while Shi Wei controlled the shadow blade to attack with all her might. No matter what, the opponent couldn't dodge unless their reaction speed was fast enough to dodge the moment the shadow blade emerged from the bridge space. The principle was the same as her controlling the umbrella, and the lightning beyond its original attack range, only more difficult to execute. Neither of them could afford to make a mistake. This was why Jiang Qi considered Shi Wei valuable enough. Lu Tian and the other skills merged into the air. She couldn't dodge them, but she could warp space to merge the poisonous mist into their teammates' positions, making it impossible for them to dodge either. Brother Lu. Help Tang Yuan screamed in terror within the poisonous mist. She had witnessed how painful and gruesome the death from a double attack of poisonous mist and plague could be, and she panicked instantly when it happened to her. Lu Tian ignored his teammates' cries for help, only looking at Jiang Qi with considerable surprise. Do you think you die slower than them? Once you're dead, my men will naturally be fine. Caught off guard by his teammates' poisonous fog, Yu Dafei, writhing in agony, realized Lu Tian's meaning. Deal with Jiang Qi first, invade her mind, and control her emotions. Without a leader, this group will quickly fall into chaos. Attack by player Yu Dafei's skill emotional control, sanity decreased by 5. Sanity decreased by 10. Ignoring the corrosive effects of the poisonous fog, Yu Dafei felt Jiang Qi's mental chaos and rapidly declining sanity. A bad premonition grew stronger. This woman is suspicious. A chilling, terrifying whisper suddenly pierced his ears. Yu Dafeng let out a blood-curdling scream. He felt as if an invisible hand was tearing the nerves from his brain, the pain and the terror rising from the depths of his heart surpassing anything he had ever encountered in the game. He collapsed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Through his bloodshot vision, he only saw Jiang Qi's cold eyes, a sinister smile slowly spreading across her face. Are you satisfied with what you saw in my mind? How dare you invade my spirit? What she possessed was far more terrifying than an A-level player. This method of manipulating people through mental power was far from enough for Jiang Qi. What she had endured was far more severe. Even the slightest thought of the old god sealed underground couldn't break through the silver key, let alone an A-level player. She had deliberately left an opening for her opponent to break her sanity. Jiang Qi's laughter, mixed with a maddening aura of terror, reached his ears, and Yu Dafeng collapsed into a beast-like howl. Player sanity decreased by 20. Player sanity decreased by 50. Player sanity is about to fall below the critical point. What did you do to me? Ah! Yu Dafeng uncontrollably grabbed Tang Yuanyuan's neck, his expression becoming increasingly ferocious, blood still dripping down. He was skilled in emotional control. This kind of mental manipulation, once it came into contact with the power influencing Jiang Qi's mind, would instantly affect her, and to a considerable degree. Jiang Qi had been on the verge of collapse for some time now, and Yu Dafeng was practically committing suicide. Tang Yuanyuan's face turned bright red from being choked, her fingers flailing wildly in the air. Lu Tian had no choice but to abandon his attack on Hang Jing and turn back to save her. He'd gone to so much trouble to find such a skilled and obedient support, and even brought her to A rank. He couldn't possibly let Tang Yuanyuan die here. The completely crazed Yu Dafeng was kicked away by Lu Tian, but he roared as he stood up, muttering, "No, what was that? What?" Before Lu Tian could even make a move, he tore off a piece of his face, exposing the bloody flesh to the poisonous mist, which instantly corroded a large hole, making him look like a demon. "What did you do?" Lu Tian's voice was as cold as ice. He had to take this player, whose rank wasn't even B, seriously. Not only had she assisted Shi Wei in almost killing Jean Keela, but she had also turned the tables on Yu Dafeng when he attacked, reversing the entire situation in such a short time. "You have something of very high rank," Lu Tian thought, coming up with the most plausible explanation. This wasn't just about level, it was about rank. Besides this, Lu Tian couldn't think of any other possibility. For a player with such poor stats to bring an A-rank player to this state, it would be a miracle if they didn't possess some rare and powerful item. The person who told him about Jiang Qi hadn't mentioned this. Under the corrosive effects of the poisonous fog and mental breakdown, Yu Dafeng attacked Lu Tian. He had gone mad, unable to recognize his teammates, attacking anyone nearby. Fang Yuan was awakened by the pain. Covered in plague and poisonous fog, and having lost some health when Jiang Qi knocked him unconscious, he found himself with only 16 health points. He quickly grabbed a potion and drank it down. "Sister Qi." Fang Yuan looked at Jiang Qi, his lips moving. It was all his fault. He was too weak, which allowed someone to take advantage of his vulnerability and use him to harm his teammates. Chapter 128. Even if he only had half his usual output, or Hang Jing and Wang Yu's defense, he wouldn't be exploited. Why couldn't he be as reliable as the others? A deep sense of self-loathing welled up in Fang Yuan's heart, but he knew this wasn't the time to dwell on it. The three opponents were alive, and Lu Tian's condition was far superior to everyone on their side. Jiang Qi was coughing up blood mixed with black fragments. Her health had dropped to 20. For her, it didn't matter whether her stats dropped or not. She didn't expect her attack and defense to be enough to defeat Lu Tian and the others. But for Hang Jing, Shi Wei, and Wang Yu, it was a completely different story. Their stats were now very low. Both their damage mitigation and damage output had been reduced by half. After hearing Jiang Qi's words, Shi Wei dared not act rashly, fearing she would interfere with Jiang Qi's command, but her anxiety and worry were overwhelming. Time was running out. Jiang Qi, Fang Yuan, and the weaker Shi Wei couldn't even last a minute. Let alone a minute. Even 2 or 3 times the time, they couldn't possibly kill Lu Tian and Jean Keela. "My skills," Shi Wei said to Jiang Qi. "I know there are about 15 seconds left, and I'm not at full strength." Tormented by the poisonous fog and plague, speaking was excruciating for Jiang Qi, like her throat was being burned, stuck shut, and forcibly torn open. The smell of rust and the putrid death stench of the plague filled her nostrils. Even in this condition, she remained conscious, remembering her teammates' skill cooldowns. Without Wang Yu's strong crowd control, you won't come back. The necrotic skin on Jiang Qi's hands was spreading. She knew what Shi Wei was planning, to kill the weakened Jean Keela while Lu Tian was entangled by the now powerful Berserk Yu Dafeng. "It's okay, I can do it." Shi Wei knew that even if she died, given the situation, Jiang Qi would definitely find a way to kill Lu Tian. If not in this instance, then in the next. As long as she could kill Lu Tian, she was willing to die. "I went to so much trouble, entering this game to help you kill him, not to take your life, not to let you die. Your lives are far more important than theirs, it's not worth it." Hearing this, not only Shi Wei, but the other three also showed moved expressions in their eyes. The poisonous fog was fading. Lu Tian had personally dealt with Yu Dafei, and Shi Wei had missed the best opportunity to exchange her life. You're really something. Lu Tian forced out the words through gritted teeth. Their team was configured for fast-paced damage output, aiming to end the battle with the support's refreshed skill and the control of player Yu Dafei. He guessed Jiang Qi would stall, but he hadn't expected her and Shi Wei to coordinate so well, crippling Jean Kilo with minimal losses right from the start. Such low combat power, yet you managed to drag this out, even forcing me to kill my own people. But now that it's over, even your strongest player, Hang Jing, is finished. What trump cards do you have left? Lu Tian's hands trembled with anger. Last time, he could say the timing was off, allowing the opponent to gain the upper hand. This time, it was a real head-on confrontation. You sound so angry, but do you care about the teammates you killed? Fang Yuan spoke up. All you care about is your current predicament. Having repeatedly stumbled against players weaker than himself, this was the first time Lu Tian had ever been so wary that he dared not directly attack Jiang Qi. If it comes to a life-or-death situation, you wouldn't hesitate to abandon these people. To you, your young master's life is more valuable than theirs, so I feel so sorry, Jiang Qi said. The most terrifying existence in this place can influence a person's mind, no more effective than Yu Dafeng. Because her rationality has dropped to a critical point, she might not be able to withstand the influence of the silver key anymore. Its retinue, carrying a wisp of its will, is coming soon. Tang Yuan and Jean Kila, standing behind, both showed unusual emotions. Jean Kila was alright. He knew that if Lu Tian had to choose between him and himself, Lu Tian would definitely choose him. Unless it was a desperate situation where only one could survive, Lu Tian would never abandon him, because his ability was useful. In this game, it was unlikely to find another teammate who could cooperate with Lu Tian so well and possess such formidable strength. Tang Yuan was different. Resetting skilled cooldowns was useful, but far less valuable than Jean Kila. She followed Lu Tian for money and power, and enjoyed being pampered and the feeling of being the center of attention in the organization. Everyone knew Lu Tian valued her during the apocalypse, but only she knew how fragile this affection was. She could be replaced. Stop wasting my time and trying to sow discord, Lu Tian said viciously. You're only good at playing dirty tricks from behind. Because I can't beat them head-on, Jiang Qi frankly admitted. If she were strong enough, would she need to go through all this trouble? Lu Tian looked at the few people who were about to fight to the death in front of Jiang Qi and scoffed disdainfully. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, a crack appeared in the stone wall above, and the enormous body of a subterranean worm easily crawled out, its tentacles and eyes locking onto everyone present. Its goal is indeed the silver key, but everyone else within this area is a nuisance. Those who don't offer their bodies and lives to the god's offspring will die. The silver key's power prevents it from directly attacking Jiang Qi. It can only influence her sanity. Powerful humans, like Lu Tian, are more likely to be prioritized as sacrifices. Someone who can fight you head-on is here, Jiang Qi said again. You did this again? Lu Tian couldn't help but curse. This woman is really troublesome. It was like this last time, and it's like this again. Wherever she goes, this thing follows, without even attacking her. What did I do? If I could control it, would I be in such a sorry state? Jiang Qi, of course, wouldn't admit it. Lu Tian, of course, wouldn't be so foolish as to become a glorious sacrifice for this thing. In their prime, he and Jean Kila could fight the subterranean worm head-on, but in their current state, they can only be chased and beaten. Meanwhile, on the other side, deep underground, no sound could reach this place. The silence was so profound it seemed time itself had stood still. The surrounding invisible air thickened, suffocating him. Behind countless shimmering crystals lay an illusory darkness, as if that place didn't exist at all, and one step forward would engulf him. Xie Chao's tall figure stood beneath a cluster of crystals, the faint light illuminating his dark blue eyelashes, reflecting a calm, indifferent gaze. Facing the presence in the darkness, he paid no heed to the porcelain-like cracks on his body from resisting it, simply uttering two words indifferently, no. The surging force there fell silent for a moment, then the darkness suddenly dispersed into thin lines, each as thick as a finger, spreading towards Xie Chao. He stood still. This place was too close to it. Retreat was futile. Chapter 129. The white flames dancing on his body showed no sign of weakening under the oppressive black lines, but the crack extending from his heart grew ever wider. Jiang Qi was right. His skill drained his life force and sanity, and for him, the consequences of a drop in sanity were far more severe than the loss of health. Another thought, containing an ancient language, emanated from the darkness, urging him to submit, to surrender his body and help it break free of the blockade. Xie Chaozi's answer remained unchanged. Player's sanity has dropped to 25 points, below the critical point, about to collapse. Sanity dropped to 20 points, 15 points, 10 points. At this point, a normal player would have already collapsed under the illusion. Xie Chaozi didn't see the illusion, but what he experienced was far more severe than any illusion. His consciousness was collapsing. The crack had extended to his neck and face. A black, flowing substance slowly spread beneath the cracks in his skin. His expression was indifferent, finally settling into silence. When he raised his eyes again, his left pupil had turned golden. His eyes, more silent and eerie than the darkest starry sky, merely glanced into the depths, and the thin black lines flinched, beginning to retreat. But the next second, they froze in midair, as if trapped by an invisible force, unable to escape. "Are you threatening me?" Xie Chaozi didn't speak, but his voice, more indifferent than ever before, rang out, concealing a hint of madness. "Trying to devour me while I'm still asleep?" The thing deep underground writhed wildly, its massive body twisting uneasily, the black lines writhing as if trying to escape, or perhaps explaining. In the struggle, the entire complex and intertwined underground world trembled. The fawn-like crystal above his head cracked, suspended in midair, until he turned and left, before crashing to the ground. Jiangqi watched as Lu Tian's mental state deteriorated with each attack. She wondered why the subterranean worm had suddenly become so frenzied and violent. She had already told Hang Jing to knock out anyone whose mental state couldn't handle it, just don't kill them. The poisonous mist from Jean Keela damaged the worm, making it even more enraged and its attacks more ferocious. They weren't unwilling to leave, they simply couldn't outrun the worm. From a human's perspective, this thing was a hideous monster, but in reality, the life level of its familiars was far higher than that of ordinary humans. As Lu Tian led his familiar worms toward Jiangqi, she simply smiled, silently chanting a summoning incantation while teleporting. She used the silver key to construct a wall, dividing the battlefield. Lu Tian wasn't a mentally stable person to begin with. Facing a familiar carrying the will of the subterranean being, he had reached his limit, and no longer had the energy to attack Jiangqi. "You two, whatever you do, go and kill her!" Lu Tian roared. Not only did the creature not attack the woman, it abruptly braked and retreated half a meter. Compared to before, it now seemed even more wary of her. It was truly bizarre. Jean Keela was out of skills. He had no chance against Shi Wei, who was also low on health and in dire condition, but had Jiangqi's support. Player's health is down to 12 points, about to enter a dying state. The system notification kept ringing. Jean Keela was so anxious that sweat and blood mixed together and flowed down his face. His skill was only 5 seconds away. Shi Wei's shadow blade was already pressing down. He used the nearby stone wall to dodge one shadow blade, while the second grazed past his body. Attacked by player Shi Wei using shadow blade, health reduced by 2. He had no time to feel relieved, because next time, he wouldn't be able to dodge. In the last second, his skill cooldown was over. As he released poison mist to obscure his vision, Jiangqi, dragging her heavily injured body, closed the distance. In Shi Wei's current state, simultaneously controlling 2 shadow blades, it was impossible for her to increase the damage output. They only had one chance. They had to kill him within 2 seconds of the poison mist being released, otherwise, no one could withstand this wave of poison mist. Tang Yuanyuan didn't dare to engage. This was the first time she had faced a battle that had lasted so long. She only had 40 health points left. Hang Jing was holding off Lu Tian, and Wang Yu was assisting. She feared they had a backup plan against her. Jiangqi reached out her hand towards the approaching poison mist, and the shadow blade pierced Jean Keela's body from behind amidst the dense green gas. The poison mist instantly dissipated, and Jean Keela collapsed helplessly to the ground. Player Jean Keela's health points reached 0, game lost. Lu Tian roared furiously at Tang Yuanyuan. "The second skill is on cooldown, reset it." Okay, Tang Yuanyuan took a step back. After resetting his skill's duration, Lu Tian charged towards Hang Jing. At this point, with all his resources wiped out, he had to kill one of the enemy's main forces before leaving. "Get back." Jiangqi's expression hardened. Her mental energy instantly dropped to 0. She used her oil paper umbrella and the space bridge technique simultaneously, blocking half of the attack for Hang Jing. Seeing this, Tang Yuanyuan was about to stab the defenseless Jiangqi with her knife when Fan Yuan stopped her. In terms of stats, Fan Yuan couldn't beat Tang Yuanyuan. His health dropped by half instantly, while Tang Yuanyuan only lost 4 or 5 points. "Get out of my way!" Tang Yuanyuan shouted. Fan Yuan didn't speak, but his actions showed his determination to stand his ground. Suddenly, the ground rumbled violently. The worm, its health barely below half, writhed in agony as if it had encountered something terrifying, then turned and darted into the crack to escape. Jiangqi stared gravely at the downward fissure directly ahead. The source of the worm's terror emanated from below. The downward fissure seemed to instantly become incredibly deep and dark, giving off an extremely ominous feeling. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, as the worm let out a low, but extremely powerful scream of pain from its mouth full of sharp teeth. Lu Tian, along with Wang Yu, who was closest to him, were thrown to the ground by the shockwave, blood gushing from their ears, their sanity fading. Lu Tian glanced in that direction out of the corner of his eye. The worm's massive body collapsed with a roar, then was swallowed by a cloud of black mist and vanished. It hadn't truly died, it had merely been banished and wouldn't reappear for a while. He fought for so long, his head throbbing with pain, barely managing to reduce the boss's health by half, and it was gone just like that? Seeing Xie Chaozi slowly emerge from the darkness, Lu Tian's expression instantly changed, and he activated his skills and ran. Tang Yuanyuan, who had been held back by Fan Yuan at the cost of her life, panicked. She couldn't keep up, and Lu Tian showed no intention of turning back to save her. Lu Tian was, after all, an S-rank player. With only a dozen or so points of health left, in a desperate situation, even Jiang Qi and the others wouldn't dare stop him. But after enduring so much mental strain, his rationality had been halved, and his survival instinct prevented him from risking everything. He was an extremely suicidal person. Teammates could be replaced, but if he lost his life, he lost everything. Lu Tian! Tang Yuanyuan cried out hoarsely. She regretted giving Lu Tian a time reset. If she had saved her skills, she would have had an extra advantage. Chapter 130. When Lu Tian spoke, she didn't dare refuse. She knew that Lu Tian, as a team leader, would also keep track of time. At that moment, in the gap opposite, the player who had been hiding until now, drawn by the sounds of fighting, was shouting "Holy crap!" as he hurriedly ran back. He recognized Lu Tian, but dared not utter a sound or show his face. He just wanted to hide and watch the battle between such skilled players. He hadn't expected that Lu Tian's team, known for its fierceness and arrogance in the game, would be beaten so badly. He recognized some of the opposing players, but he hadn't seen the female commander before. Once news of this battle spread, her team would definitely become famous in the game. However, they didn't have the strength to kill Lu Tian anymore. They would face Lu Tian's furious retaliation, which most players couldn't withstand. Jiang Qi didn't rush to chase after Lu Tian, but looked at Wei. Is there his blood? Yes. Wei nodded. Lu Tian would most likely go looking for players connected to the person behind him. She possessed a divine artifact. That person wouldn't tell Lu Tian, so he could very well send someone in, possibly even nearby. Lu Tian couldn't outrun the assassin's pursuit. Don't kill me. Tang Yuanyuan looked at them frantically. I have a question for you. Before entering this instance, who went to see Lu Tian? If I tell you, will you let me go? Tang Yuanyuan asked nervously. I can let you see Lu Tian. Whether you can escape afterward depends on your abilities, Jiang Qi smiled. Someone did see him, but I don't know who it is, only that they're from several large organizations, Tang Yuanyuan said, looking at Jiang Qi in terror. As Jiang Qi turned, her voice was soft and slow. Kill her. Without a word, Wei drew her shadow blade. Tang Yuanyuan, seeing this, screamed in despair, Jiang Qi. You broke your promise, you. Jiang Qi chuckled, interrupting her. I only said I'd let you see Lu Tian, not that you were alive. Haven't you and Lu Tian done this before? With such a special support skill, how could she possibly let it go? Wei's shadow blade flashed, and the shouts and screams behind her abruptly stopped. Jiang Qi looked at Xie Chaozi, who was standing there, his mental state clearly off. The rubble in the crevice was collapsing. Lend me your weapon, Jiang Qi said, extending her hand to Wei. Wei handed it over without asking why. Sister Qi, you're not going to help him, are you? Fan Yuan frowned. He looks really wrong. What if? Otherwise, why would I need the shadow blade? Jiang Qi drank a bottle of blue potion. Without some kind of guarantee, Jiang Qi wasn't entirely at ease. The secret of the silver key was connected to Xie Chaozi, and his current state was definitely related to the ancient god underground. Not only because Xie Chaozi had illuminated her path and given her information, but also for the sake of the truth, Jiang Qi had to bring him out. Jiang Qi took 2 steps into the crevice, watching the fluid flowing beneath the cracks in Xie Chaozi's skin at the edge of his collar. She reached out and tugged at his collar to cover it, then without a word, dragged him out. Xie Chao Ci followed obediently, and without any threat. Not long after they came out, the crevice was completely buried by rubble. Jiang Qi placed Xie Chao Ci in a corner, and turned to Fan Yuan and Wang Yu. You two stay away, and keep an eye on him. We're going to find Lu Tian. After speaking, Jiang Qi and Hang Jing followed Shi Wei, who was leading the way, into the passage. The three of us combined don't have 40 health points, especially you, who are the most severely affected, Hang Jing said solemnly. What do you plan to do after finding Lu Tian? He's an S-rank player, after all. He's not so easy to kill. My original plan was to eliminate his teammates first, then wait for my medicine to cool down before surrounding and killing him. But plans can't keep up with changes. Jiang Qi's poison and serious illness status had long since disappeared, but the damage she suffered didn't improve, it just stopped worsening. The pain was still there, excruciating all over. She continued, that familiar creature suddenly acted strangely, went out of control, and in the last attack, Lu Tian and you all took damage, losing health and sanity. His sanity is almost at its breaking point. A team's commander needs not only tactics and adaptability, but also to manage skills, health, and sanity. I used my spatial abilities to ignore his level. Someone like him wouldn't dare gamble with his life, which is why I let him know I could coordinate with Shi Wei to deal even greater damage. Even in his current state, killing him isn't impossible. It's a psychological battle. Once he breaks down, he make a deal with the being underground to survive. This was Jiang Qi's plan. A deal with a god isn't easy, and there's no fairness involved. Hang Jing, the being underground? What is that? It's said to be a god, Jiang Qi replied. He's about 200 meters ahead, Shi Wei said at this moment. Jiang Qi, later, set up hidden lines around him to block his path and attack from a distance. Understood. As for the other person possibly hiding in the shadows, Jiang Qi guessed there was an 80% chance they wouldn't reappear once they saw Lu Tian was finished. Fang Yuan and Wang Yu crouched behind the rocks, their eyes fixed on Xie Chao Ci, who was leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. Wang Yu was somewhat anxious. Since Jiang Qi had them watch over him, it meant she was confident she could kill Lu Tian without them. But if he went over there, things would definitely go more smoothly, so how could he not worry about his teammate? She's awake, Fang Yuan whispered. Xie Chao Ci's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He suddenly opened his eyes, glanced at them, then looked down at the bloodstains on his arm, and pushed himself up with one hand. Where is she? Xie Chao Ci looked up. The blood on his arm was the wrong color. Jiang Qi was seriously injured. They'd gone to kill Lu Tian. Fang Yuan cautiously pointed to the passage. He could tell that even this top-tier fighter wasn't in great shape, even weaker than them. He was about to suggest they all go together. He and Wang Yu were worried too, and if Jiang Qi hadn't asked them to keep watch, they would have gone long ago. Just as he opened his mouth, he saw Xie Chao Ci already walking away. Since the person Jiang Qi had asked them to watch had gone, there was no need for them to stay. Wang Yu and Fan Yuan exchanged a glance and immediately set off to follow. Over here. Lu Tian, hearing his health drop to 10 points, about to enter a dying state, completely broke down. He hadn't been in this state for a very long time since entering the game. The death of his teammates and the words dying filled him with resistance and terror. Jiang Yuan should be nearby. If he wanted to take the items from Jiang Qi, he would definitely be guarding him. Why couldn't he see him? Those three people were standing there, looking like they were going to use ranged attacks to force him into a corner and slowly whittle down his health. These three lunatics are fighting him to the death. His life is different from theirs. He was born nobler than ordinary people. Money and power, things that ordinary people can never obtain in their entire lives, are within his grasp. Chapter 131. It's the same in the game. Given time, he can reach S+, he absolutely cannot trade his life with these people. How could their lives compare to his? Why are you risking your life to kill me? Lu Tian shouted. Why? You ask me why? Shi smiled, tears streaming down her face. You only know I'm a player in the judgment of fate game, but you don't know I'm the daughter of the person you killed. To you, it was just an accident. Even the compensation was given with condescension and disdain. You lived a life of luxury and pleasure all these years, while my family and my life have been ruined. You ask me why I'm risking my life to kill you? You escaped punishment back then, never expecting this day to come, did you? She originally had parents who weren't wealthy but loved her. She was a good student. She should be in university at this age. Later, her family was destroyed, everything changed, and the murderer who caused her family's destruction remained at large. 2 lives were less valuable than his car in Lu Tian's eyes. He even felt it was bad luck. Lu Tian stared at Wei for a long time, only able to recall an accident he had in his youth. That man could have survived, but in his panic, he decided to go all in. His family hired the best lawyer to negotiate with that family. He'd forgotten the 2 men's faces and names. They seemed to have a daughter. Wei was truly determined to fight him to the death. If Wei died, his life points would drop by 10, putting him in a dying state, and then Jiang Qi would kill him. Of course, he could gamble, betting that Wei wouldn't die. But did he dare risk his life? No, I won't die. Lu Tian laughed loudly. You want to kill me? Let me tell you, it's not that easy. What you have, that worm also wants, but it can't get it. The 2 players had said that if they got that item from her, they could live. Lu Tian opened his arms and shouted at the cold stone wall, I can give you that item, as long as you let me live. The next second, he got a response. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in agony, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. No, I didn't. Lu Tian stammered. He wanted the thing to come out and help him, not to turn him into a monster. Lu Tian didn't understand. The thing hadn't appeared, nor had it attacked him, yet his body was changing in a terrifying way. Things shouldn't be like this. He's a chosen one, he won't die, he won't fail. This game was clearly made for someone like him. Unable to resist the thoughts in his mind, Lu Tian, in despair and terror, began to plead for help from Jiang Qi and the others. Save me, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong, I can make amends, I apologize. Player Lu Tian's sanity reached 0, and he was about to transform into a mutated servant creature. The mechanics of this dungeon are different from the previous one Jiang Qi encountered. The mutated form is irreversible. Lu Tian is out of the game. If he were truly sane, he would never have made this deal. When he uttered those words, he willingly accepted the will of the one beneath the earth, surrendering his soul and body. Gods don't follow, don't care about, and have no need to follow or care about human rules. What do you think of this ending? Jiang Qi asked Wei with a smile. Do you want to kill him, or leave him in this state in the dungeon? With each roar, Lu Tian lost part of his human form, and the characteristics of his familiar worms began to appear on his body. Let's go first, kill him after we recover, Wei said, looking at Jiang Qi. To keep Lu Tian here forever, never free, destined to live as a servant monster, would cause him unimaginable pain when he looked back on his past. Wei was happy to see this ending, but it meant that for the next few days, the mutated Lu Tian would relentlessly attack Jiang Qi, and Jiang Qi wouldn't be able to kill him. This was not what she wanted. Then let's go, Jiang Qi said gently. Just as she was about to leave, a familiar feeling appeared behind her. Jiang Qi turned around and saw Xie Chao Ci standing in the darkness, watching her. Can we kill him now? Xie Chao Ci looked at Lu Tian, who was about to complete his transformation. His voice was as calm as ever, but it sounded somewhat different. Jiang Qi nodded. Lu Tian, now in a different form and secreting mucus, had just stood up when Xie Chao Ci grabbed him by the neck with one hand and slammed him against the wall. Strangely enough, the mutated Lu Tian looked at Xie Chao Ci with a clear desire to stay away, as if Xie Chao Ci was the one who was terrifying. The mutated Lu Tian's neck was snapped, and the inhuman will within him vanished at that moment. What Jiang Qi found even stranger was the emotion Xie Chao Ci displayed, an emotion she had never seen before. Jiang Yuan stared at the surviving players' numbers on the system page. Just moments ago, the numbers representing Lu Tian and the others had turned gray and then been deleted. His scalp tingled. His boss had said before that they could only leave if they were sure they could pick up any scraps, otherwise, they shouldn't do anything. Don't let anyone find out. He hadn't quite understood why his boss was wary of a low-level player before, but now he seemed to understand. The opponent's methods were too bizarre. While it's true she exploited game mechanics to kill Lu Tian, the fact remains that she wiped out his team. Someone like her, once she levels up, will be a terrifying force. No wonder the leader spent so many points to kill her. He should have looked for an opportunity to finish her off. That woman's team was all low on health, so the chances of success were high. But for some reason, the boss wasn't attacking her. The leader had said this woman liked to leave herself a backup plan, and there was a possibility she was setting a trap to lure him out. He couldn't take the risk. Besides, Xie Chaozi was there. Not killing her would at most mean he wouldn't gain any merit, but if something went wrong, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Day 20 of the game. Jiang Qi rested peacefully for a day. The red potion had cooled down, and her health had recovered to 30 points. You already have 10,000 points. Why didn't you prepare some mid-level potions? Shuwei asked, puzzled. Preparing to deal with Lu Tian and that fertilizer monster, whose skills couldn't be dodged, she was only using low-level potions. With these points, why wouldn't I buy materials to level up my potion-making skills and make intermediate potions myself as soon as possible? Jiangqi said without hesitation. She preferred the feeling of being able to make intermediate potions anytime. Can I buy them for you? Shuwei said helplessly. When she saw Jiangqi pull out a low-level potion, her eyelids twitched. Wasn't she afraid she wouldn't be able to hold on and would die? Then remember to exchange it for materials. Shuwei, Jiangqi wanted to wipe the congealed blood from her neck, but found that there was even more blood on her clothes. At this moment, a clean piece of cloth was handed to her. Jiangqi met Xie Chao's dark eyes, and reached out to take it. So, we still haven't found the person behind this. Wang Yu sighed softly. Knowing that there was someone lurking in the shadows, knowing their every move, would make anyone uneasy. Jiangqi raised her eyes, a cold glint in them. When the game ended, there were player numbers for those who cleared it. That person never dared to show himself, which means he didn't want too many people to know he wanted to kill me. Chapter 132. They won't send a team to kill me this time, otherwise they would have come out long ago. By comparing the player IDs with those who cleared the dungeon, we can find members of several major organizations and investigate. As long as his people are in this dungeon, they always leave clues. They know quite a few people from the major organizations, unless his people haven't encountered any other players these past few days, and everyone in his server is dead, so nobody knows him. They fought with Lu Tian for so long, making such a big commotion. How could no players have come over? That person was nearby at the time. The probability of encountering other players was very high. Jiangqi herself didn't have much hope while searching for him with Lu Tian. How could the other side not know that Shuwei could track him? Jiangqi has information on the players with the highest combat power in the game. Xie Chao said softly, Sister Jiangqi, is the person you're looking for in the first tier? He didn't know what had happened before, but he had gleaned some information from their conversation. Yes. Jiangqi nodded. Have you looked at the information? Xie Chao paused. No, but I met a few. Some of them could be considered to have precognitive abilities, but they don't match the person you're looking for. He can only calculate the probability of known events within the rules, using that ability to avoid his opponent's attacks in battle. The person you're looking for knows in advance what you do in the future through some means. He only has fragmented information, but with such a large time span, if this ability appeared in the game, it would attract a lot of attention. He can't foresee everything, only things related to himself. He wants to kill me so badly, so I think that in his premonition, I will pose a threat to him in the future. And Shuwei too, he doesn't lack points to find high-level assassins. He wants to dismantle my team. Jiangqi took a sip of the clean water Fan Yuan had prepared. Normally, given her style, she wouldn't spare the lives of those who wanted to kill her, and the other party knew this. His precognition isn't an overt ability. This person is cautious enough that his precognition is most likely known only to himself, or at most by one or two trusted confidants. If this person were easy to find, Jiangqi wouldn't still be completely unaware of his identity. He has this ability. I don't think this is the first time he's proactively eliminated a threat. Finding the relevant people in this instance would allow them to investigate further. The top-tier players in the game are very conspicuous. She wanted to see the information the Descent organization possessed, but such things were always only accessible to core members. I give you the information you need after we leave the instance. Xie Chao leaned back. He remembered all the information he had seen, but he hadn't specifically paid attention to other players. He had, however, seen Jiangqi's completion information for the Lost Path instance. Okay. Jiangqi didn't stand on ceremony. Day 21 of the game. The worms hadn't come, nor had the cave children. They seemed to be deliberately avoiding them. But their last miner's lamp was almost out of time. So we're just going to wait here for the game to end? Shuwei asked uncertainly. She had never been so idle in the final days of a dungeon, and she felt a little out of place. You can choose to mine or play cards, Fan Yuan said, pulling out a deck of cards representing the game world. Mining? I've broken all my tools. Wang Yu tilted his head. I can't even understand this stuff. How am I supposed to play? And playing cards in a dungeon? What kind of operation is that? Isn't this a survival dungeon? Fan Yuan, I have a pen here that I can write on the playing cards I recognize. You have everything? Wait, what are you doing with those cards? Hang Jing, who had just finished reviewing the game and benefited greatly, was shocked. When the collapse happened, I was still counting supplies. I didn't pay attention to what I got and what I collected, Fang Yuan replied. Let's not fight yet. I'm still figuring out Jiang Qi and Shiwei's combo. Hang Jing pondered for a moment. I remember you two haven't practiced much before? Their 2 seconds to reduce an A+ level player to 28 health points was textbook perfect teamwork. Even players who have undergone specialized training might not be able to remain so calm and composed in a life or death situation, dealing damage without any mistakes. Jiang Qi was using a spatial combination skill and weapon for the first time in this game. Their teamwork sounds simple, but it requires a lot of skill from both of them, is prone to mistakes, and involves psychological pressure. Aren't your eyes still blurry? Hang Jing added. Jiang Qi couldn't possibly see the details in that environment. I don't need to see clearly. I only need to control the time connection to the spatial channel. The rest will be handled by Shiwei. Shiwei entering the poisonous fog is to reduce the error rate, Jiang Qi answered with her eyes closed. Not being able to see clearly might be a serious problem for you, but I'm used to it. Just needing to know what to do is very meaningful. After the dungeon, shall we go to the training ground? I want to see your move again, Hang Jing said. Jiang Qi waited for the potion to cool down, and then drank another to restore her health. No problem. Just as she finished speaking, everything went black, her miner's lamp went out. Jiang Qi instinctively straightened her back, reaching for something to hold onto, and unexpectedly grabbed Xie Xi's arm. Beneath the rough linen fabric, she felt a faint warmth emanating from his body, which reached her palm. Jiang Qi froze. Wasn't he able to see? Just then, a small light appeared across the way. Fang Yuan, carrying a worn-out kerosene lamp, said, I just found a kerosene lamp in the small warehouse. Shiwei paused, a question popping into her mind. What had they just done? Jiang Qi leaned slightly forward, one hand gripping Xie Xi's arm, the other supporting herself on his waist. Xie Xiao lowered his head, his gaze fixed on Jiang Qi's face, as if he wanted to pull her into his arms. Even though neither of them took anything further, it just didn't seem quite innocent. Jiang Qi released Xie Xiao, calmly sitting up and leaning back against the stone. What's wrong? Hang Jing asked curiously, leaning closer. No, Shiwei shook her head slightly, not daring to gossip openly. Want to play cards? How are we going to get through these 4 days? Or are we going to eliminate our competitors? Hang Jing asked. No need. The surviving players are numbered in order, we're at the front. Jiang Qi closed the system interface. There were only 8 players left who hadn't lost any points, the rest were those who couldn't resist buying lighting lamps. There were 25 surviving players, only half left. More would be eliminated in the last few days. Come on, let's play cards over here, guarding the entrance, so as not to disturb Jiang Qi's rest. Shiwei placed the kerosene lamp in the middle. Jiang Qi looked up at Xie Xi's collar. Are you alright? His condition had been quite serious before. I'm fine, I recover after the game. Xie Xiao lowered his eyelashes. At that time, his consciousness was in a state of confusion, and his body was extremely unstable, as if it might collapse at any moment. He left that place on instinct he himself didn't know about. Then he vaguely saw Jiang Qi walking towards him from the darkness. Chapter 133. The boss didn't come to Jiang Qi's group, but things were different elsewhere. The crevices at the bottom of the mountain were unpredictable. They never knew when they'd be trapped and die in one. Finally, they reached the 24th day of the game. The 2 players hadn't slept for 3 days. They'd finally shaken off the cave children behind them. They were now in a daze, constantly hearing some chilling call, only held together by sheer willpower. I think I saw someone over there just now. One player suddenly said. You saw a monster, right? Where did that person come from? The other replied. Really, there are more fluorescent stones there than elsewhere, and the light is brighter. That's not a monster? I have to go check it out. His companion couldn't stop him, and the 2 cautiously circled back. What they saw made their eyes widen in shock. Holy crap! They're playing cards! We're working ourselves to the bone outside. No water, no food, practically dead. And these people are playing cards with monster glowstones? Are they even human? The player was so envious, he was practically grinding his teeth. He changed direction, deliberately choosing a spot not far away to hide. They must be experts. Even the monsters aren't attacking them. If we hide nearby, we might be safe until the end of the dungeon. His companion nodded heavily. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to see clearly, but in this dungeon, everyone knew Lu Tian was ruthless, and encountering him would end badly. It was safer to hide nearby. Finally, it was day 25 of the game. In the last 2 hours, only 15 players remained. The 2 players hiding in the cave nervously stared at the time on the system screen, listening to the rustling sounds of footsteps behind the rocks. Their scalps tingled. They desperately wanted to fast forward the time. They dared not close their eyes. They had originally formed 2 makeshift teams, but 2 others succumbed to the mental and physical torment and became corpses with glowing crystals growing inside their abdomens. Another person was trapped and died in a crevice. They too had nearly perished there, the suffocating feeling like an unbearable torment with every breath. Only 20 minutes left. The player trembled with excitement. The voice from behind the rocks grew clearer, the time on the screen ticked away, and their hearts pounded with each second. Until the last second ticked away. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have cleared the dungeon, Paris Gem Mine. Beautiful gems will be born from blood, tears, and sin. The losers will forever slumber underground. Suddenly back in the system space, after being in the cramped underground for so long, the bright light made Jiang Qi blink uncomfortably. The dungeon has been completed. The player is currently ranked 2nd, receiving the following rewards: 3,000 completion points, 200 base attribute points, and 400 additional attribute points for ranking bonus. Jiang Qi opened the dungeon information. The rankings showed the results based on performance and point deductions. Xie Chaozi was in first place. Her team of 5 was tied for 2nd, and 2 players were tied for 3rd. Xie Chaozi's performance rating was higher because he defeated a boss. The ranking bonus of 400 attribute points aligns with the game's mechanics. This game primarily focuses on survival, not exploring the story or fighting bosses. It tests physical endurance, the player's physical attributes, or stats, deep underground, and their ability to withstand the oppressive and desperate environment. Survival means not needing to buy supplies from the shop. The rest depends on the system's performance rating. Jiang Qi looked at her stats. 400 points all allocated to attack, 150 to defense, and the remaining 50 to stamina. Player, confirm current stat allocation? Confirm. Jiang Qi clicked the prompt. She had gained a considerable number of attribute points this time. Allocating them all to defense would significantly increase her resilience, allowing her to withstand attacks from players like Lu Tian, who couldn't dodge their skills for a longer period. However, considering that while her defense wasn't high, her self-preservation abilities surpassed those of other players of the same level, it was more cost-effective to increase her damage output. Players' basic attributes, mental strength, and ability level have been updated. Overall combat power has been updated. Jiang Qi looked at the latest values on the stats panel. Player, Jiang Qi. HP, 100. Sanity, 100. Stamina, 130. Attack, 785. Defense, 220. Extraordinary ability, Elemental Control Lightning, Level 2, doubles damage in heavy rain, mental strength, 1200. Overall combat power, 6000, system rating, sea level, identity, pharmacist, beginner, points, 14200. Don't be fooled by her current high points, they be gone in a moment buying materials. The pharmacist's gold-devouring beast status is no joke. Jiang Qi sighed helplessly. Aside from beginner dungeons, she hadn't entered any low-point dungeons. Earning points wasn't slow, but it couldn't keep up with the drain on proficiency. Outside the Paris Gem Mine. The underground collapse and tremors had left the area outside the mine in a mess, with broken and rolled rocks everywhere, blocking all the exits. Outside, people dressed in tattered burlap clothes sat on piles of rubble, silently weeping as they looked at the collapsed mine shaft, before being driven away by the mine under the pretext of needing to clear the entrance. Dozens of days have passed. Those who didn't escape couldn't possibly still be alive. They were condemned to death. The bodies, buried at the bottom of the complex mine shafts, couldn't be unearthed. They'd been waiting there for days, unable to do anything but mourn the dead amidst the rubble, unable even to stay and wait. Not far away, a man alighted from a carriage, dressed in clean, respectable formal attire. The gemstones inlaid in his cane gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, a stark contrast to the group of weathered, hunched over, staggering, filthy-skinned miners who had been driven away. Miners who spent their lives searching for gems in the mines, never to possess those precious stones. I hope we can find another gem as dazzling as the star of the deep sea this time, the man with the cane said, his eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. It depends on your faith in the Great Father and the value of the offerings. A young man with pale skin, wearing a hat and shrouded in shadow, said softly. A very small number of these offerings are different. You should consider yourself lucky. These cheap offerings wouldn't have been enough for you otherwise. He will eventually awaken and leave the earth. That day won't be long. The young man walked expressionlessly towards the mine. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror as he stared at the collapsed entrance. What happened? The fathers were retreated into the deepest darkness of the cave, and was in a state of extreme chaos. The young man sensed the strange phenomena deep within the collapsed cave. Affected, his pale face contorted, and his hands beneath his wide robe trembled, barely maintaining his human form. What had been here? Something that could even force him to retreat to the earth. Chapter 134. A post appeared on the player forum, like a boulder thrown into calm water, creating ripples everywhere. Doomsday Calamity's leader, Lution, was actually wiped out in the game? The news must be true. He just came from the base. The remaining managers are fighting over the loot. Interesting. Who did that? I just want to say well done. Whoever killed Lution, I have to call them awesome. This guy and his team are all the same kind of scum, bullying small teams, not daring to utter a sound when facing strong players. People like them will get beaten to death sooner or later. I remember once, this guy wanted to pursue my sister Cien. He didn't even know if he was worthy. He deserved it. Is that so? I smell gossip. Is it Sun-E? He's really daring. The second in command of Fate's judgment, so many people admire him. A reply from a previous poster instantly went viral. Is that true? I just came out of that dungeon, it's true. And comparing the player IDs and rankings, the one who wiped out Lution's entire team should be number 250666, which is Jiangqi, ranked second. Jiangqi? The Jiangqi who got the first clear with such low combat power? No way. Winning against someone 2 levels higher is already considered skillful, and she seems to be more than 2 levels higher. I don't believe it either. Everyone says she's not even B rank. Fighting S rank players is like feeding them kills. Lution killing her is as easy as slicing vegetables. She only got 2 first clears by exploiting the game mechanics. You're telling me she can beat Lution and Jean Kalaw? That's laughable. What makes her so special? The original poster replied again, you guys really shouldn't disbelieve it. The second place is the entire team. 2 A rank combat power and 1 A+, it's definitely them. I also checked the rankings. Hang Jing and Shui's output is okay, but Lution is an S rank. There's also Jean Keela, who is an A rank control and an A rank support. Their combat power completely overwhelms each other. Lution and Jean Keela's skills are released in the air, and the smaller the space, the stronger they are. You might say that Jiangqi and the others are average A rank and have a good teamwork, so they can still fight. I rather believe Xiechao did it. He knows Jiangqi, and they were on the rankings together again this time. Can you use your brain? Would Lution, with nothing better to do, go and provoke Xiechao? Even if resources are scarce, he wouldn't steal them from Xiechao. He generally won't bother with Xiechao unless he's in his way. Are you the one who's laughing your head off? I was in that game. I saw the team fight. It was truly amazing. Jiangqi's support got outmaneuvered. She used a skill in the first half and was stunned. You can't imagine how close it was. Wang Yu controlled her, and Shui almost killed Jean Keela right away. There's a power difference between them, so this shouldn't have happened, but she did it. Therefore, I think their team had someone secretly assisting them. It was only through Hang Jing and Wang Yu that they could withstand Lution, so that person was Jiangqi. To be honest, her stats are bad, but her skill level is incredibly high. Do you know what skill Lution's support had? It reset cooldowns. She could stand there and cast skills without doing anything and still gain a huge advantage. Jean Keela used the reset skill to seal off that area with poison mist. Oh, the dungeon map was an underground cave. Now you know how terrifying Lution's team was in this game, right? I watched as Lution's control player got driven mad and attacked his teammates, and then Lution killed him himself. When the boss appeared later, Lution's attacks were scattered, and Jean Keela died. I didn't see him after that. I thought Lution could leave, but I heard that he was dead as soon as I left the dungeon. The map environment was not good, and I didn't see the details of their team battle. I still don't understand how Jiangqi made Shui deal such high damage, and how the control players on Lution's side were driven crazy. Holy crap, it's actually true. No wonder Hang Jing, with his immense strength, could be commanded by a low-level player. Anyone who's been in this dungeon knows how grueling it is. Out of 50 players, only a dozen or so survive. Besides those on the leaderboard, the rest are mostly from large guilds, or the guy who's always trying to survive. Attribute points are hard to come by. The terrain in the mine changes. Some areas are very narrow, and you can get stuck halfway through, unable to move your hands. If you're unlucky and encounter a monster, you're basically dead. If you don't encounter a monster, you get a voice in your head telling you to sacrifice yourself to feed the monsters. But, near the end of the game, I saw a few people sitting there playing cards. It's infuriating. I still don't understand why the monsters didn't attack them, why it didn't affect their sanity. Are you hallucinating? Playing cards? Who plays cards in that kind of hellhole? It's not a hallucination. After I camped nearby, the monsters stopped coming, so I suspect they must have gotten something in the dungeon that allows them to avoid the monsters. I was starving in this game, and I only spent points to buy supplies because I had no other choice. After leaving, I developed claustrophobia. I don't even want to turn off the lights tonight. And you're telling me someone's playing cards there? Are they all playing the same instance? Outside the forum, at the largest player organization's headquarters in the game's main city. Chuyu looked at the message he had just received, pondered for a moment, and then said, she must have brought something out of that instance. The Lost Path instance? I knew it wasn't so simple that the messenger of God was suddenly looking for some potential newbie. Sunny curled her lips into a smile. She even poached a player I had my eye on, taking such a huge risk to help Sherway kill Lution. She's planning to step into the limelight. Ordinary players might not notice, but the high-level members of the various organizations are all well informed. How could they not see this from her files? Especially the messenger of God. They probably realized this even earlier than they did. I sent someone to contact her. Right now, she needs a powerful organization, otherwise, it'd be difficult for her to protect what she has and her team. I want her to come to the judgment of fate. Chuyu sat in a high-back chair, legs slightly crossed, his expression extremely calm. It would be great to bring her in. She won't hand over the secrets of the Lost Path dungeon, at least they're on our side. Sunny didn't object. However, we're probably not the only ones with this plan now. The First Chamber of Commerce is wealthy and powerful, but compared to the other three, its combat strength is somewhat weaker. Jiangqi and her group have become famous overnight, and are riding high. They can only choose from 3 groups, and she can only join one of them to make the others hesitate. A knock sounded at the door, and the person Chuyu had sent to make contact entered. Boss Sisterson, we've been hijacked by the Descendant. Not only them, but the messenger of God was also looking for Jiangqi and had been hijacked as well. Who went to find her? Chuyu asked. Chapter 135. That one. The player paused, Xiaozi. He even suspected that Descent was using a honey trap to snatch him. The way they acted, as if they give you Xiaozi as soon as you came, anyone who didn't know better would think they were pimps. It was so unethical. Jiangqi received a message from Chu Shu first, saying that Descent's leader, Ming Ming, wanted to see her. Then she met Xiaozi at the market, where Chu Shu and the others were also present. When she met Ming Ming, she entered the meeting room alone. The other teammates were in the lounge. Descent's leader. There were many rumors about him in the game. Some said his strength was average, but his strategic planning and command were superb. Others countered that with so many players under him, who were usually carefree but fought recklessly, how could someone of average strength possibly control them? His true strength remained a mystery. Very few people could make him reveal his true power. Jiangqi was somewhat surprised when she saw him. He looked too peaceful, his eyes somewhat weary, not at all like the leader of Descent. He didn't exude any decisive, ruthless aura. The contrast was striking. I won't stand on ceremony, Ming Ming, wearing a shirt, said kindly, his hands clasped together, as he looked at Jiangqi across from him. I invited you here to ask if you'd be interested in joining us. I know the other 2 organizations are also looking for you. If you're willing to join us, I can give you access to the materials warehouse. In an organization, this is access reserved for highly influential pharmacists. Ming Ming wasn't just offering her enough materials to level up her skills, he was also giving her significant influence. It seemed a bit too much. Jiangqi slowly raised her eyes. Instead of answering immediately, she asked a question. Is it because you all know I have exceptionally high-level items? Another related question is whether Ming Ming allowed Xiaozi to stay in the mortal realm solely because of his strength. Jiangqi believes it's not that simple. Xiaozi's strength isn't the key point, it's his uniqueness. Ming Ming is the person Xiaozi mentioned with the ability to deduce. There is indeed some connection, but now that thing isn't something everyone can use, Ming Ming smiled. You can rest assured. It sounds like you know a lot about that thing, Jiangqi said casually. I wouldn't say I know, after all, it's a creation of the gods. Ming Ming directly stated creation of the gods, rather than any other title. Before, using it only required mental fortitude. Now Ming Ming paused, you come into contact with that being and you haven't gone mad. The only key to opening that door is the rule itself. You weren't the first player to come into contact with the creation of God in God, but you are the first player to control it. Hearing this, Jiangqi looked at him calmly, her voice devoid of emotion. I don't even know how long I can withstand its influence. Does this count as controlling it? At least your mental strength is much stronger than the average person, Meng Ming smiled. Jiangqi, you mentioned a door earlier. What's behind the door? She had indeed seen a door in her hallucination, something she hadn't mentioned to anyone. Meng Ming's abilities were probably far superior to that of the player who had foreseen it. I don't know, Meng Ming shook his head, continuing, perhaps one day you will be able to reach there, but what you will become then is unknown. That's why I wanted you to join. Like Xie Chaozi, once you join, no one will interfere with your decisions and choices. Jiangqi recalled what Hang Jing had told her about Meng Ming. Before the descent was established, there was an organization called Dark End, and Meng Ming was its leader. Later, all the core members of this organization, except for Meng Ming, died. After Dark End disappeared for a period of time, the descent appeared. At that time, the core members of those organizations were extremely powerful, and the outside world didn't know why they died. In this game, the names of losers are always quickly forgotten. Dark End and Descent are two completely different styles. Dark End helps low-powered players, while Descent can be described as carefree but reckless and aggressive. They don't need to guide newcomers in the team. Newcomers to Descent are already quite strong individually. Descent has only one rule: don't kill your own people. Other than that, as long as you have the ability, the organization doesn't care how you play the game. If you encounter people from the Judgment of Fate or the Messenger of God, you don't need to worry about their backers, just fight. Everyone outside knows what the Descent style is, and no one's going to bother with it. They target people they have a grudge against. It's better to mess with one or two lunatics than a whole bunch of them. Jiangqi snapped out of her reverie and looked up at Meng Ming. Okay, I join. She had originally wanted to choose Descent, but she needed to confirm a few things first. I'm looking for a player with precognitive abilities, Boss Meng Ming. Do you have any information? Since he's on their side, it's not unreasonable to ask a few questions, right? You're looking for the person who ordered your way to kill you, Meng Ming said, his brows relaxing as he smiled. I was originally planning to use that as a condition to recruit you. Jiangqi was surprised, though not overly astonished, that she received information she thought would require considerable effort. It made perfect sense that their leader possessed some unexpected methods, especially considering his abilities were somewhat related to precognition. Watching Jiangqi's departing figure, a calculated possibility suddenly flashed before Meng Ming's eyes. She would eventually stand atop a solemn cathedral, indifferently watching the gates of time and space close, followed by the collapse of the world. She would awaken. Jiangqi walked out of the meeting room, still thinking about that person's name. Wu De, the cardinal of the Messenger of God, a figure of immense status and power. Even knowing his name, she currently lacked the ability to kill him. She had already given her all against Lu Tian's team. Using every trump card she could muster, victory had been incredibly difficult, let alone against a player with greater strength and resources than Lu Tian, who could also foresee the future. Of course, Jiangqi didn't believe every name someone mentioned. She was checking the player IDs and information from the previous dungeon clear. There was a player named Wu De, whose real name was Jiang Yuan. Xie Chaozi showed her Wu De's information: high attack, high defense, dream domain. Anyone pulled into it suffered a drop in spirit and stats, making it difficult to escape. It was said that Wu De's attack wasn't originally high, his role was likely control. He artificially inflated his stats, and besides control skills, his damage output was equally formidable. His trusted subordinate, Jiang Yuan, should have reached S rank after the last dungeon. In exploration dungeons, he could use skills to set traps. In combat dungeons, he could both deal damage and tank, a tough opponent. You're Jiangqi? A voice suddenly sounded from behind. It was a man in a trench coat. I've been wanting to meet players who get first clears, but I didn't expect to hear you join the game with your team so soon. Su Yifan, I really like your gaming style. Jiangqi nodded in greeting. Xie Chaozi, who was leaning lazily against the back of the chair beside her, slowly opened his eyes and looked over. Chapter 136. Sister Jiangqi, didn't you have something to tell me? Yes, I finished reviewing the information. Jiangqi closed the page displaying the player IDs of those who cleared the level. We can go now. Meng Ming had set up a special meeting room for Jiangqi's team, as well as a room for everyone in the manor to rest in. This way, if Jiangqi couldn't control her hallucinations in the real world and something happened to her, she could stay at the base. Jiangqi wanted to ask Xiaozi about the things at the bottom of the cave. It concerned his secrets, so it wasn't convenient to discuss it outside. Therefore, the two got up to go to their rooms. Su Yifan was stunned when he heard the address. Watching Xiaozi and Jiangqi walk out of the lounge, he patted his face and asked the person next to him, "Did I hear that right? What did he just call me? Is this still Xiaozi? He's so proactive. Doesn't he even know how old he is before calling someone sister? And the look he gave him just now. He didn't understand. I didn't hear wrong. I can vouch for it." Chen Shi wasn't so surprised after the last time. As it turned out, he wasn't always in a nonchalant, sleepy state. It depended on the person. Chu Shu was right. When Jiangqi wanted to see him, he wasn't sleepy anymore and didn't want to sleep. "You want to ask about the situation underground back then?" Xiaozi closed the door. Jiangqi nodded, although she felt that Xiaozi himself might not have a clear memory. Xiaozi responded, "I reached the deepest part of the cave and discovered his existence. He wanted to take over my body and leave. I don't know if this method would work. Because of his mental erosion, my sanity dropped below the critical point, just like what you saw in your hallucination. After that, my memories became jumbled." Xiaozi propped his head up, his dark eyes fixed on her, a languid smile playing on his lips. "If you hadn't turned back to help me, I'd probably be buried under the rubble, not knowing when I wake up and get out." Hearing his description, Jiangqi fell into deep thought. Gods truly exist in this game, and there are life forms higher than humans. In terms of levels, the real world is lower than the game. Could it be that what players perceive as reality is only reality to them? Did the creator of this game seal off the gods within the cave? And why send players there for him to attempt to leave the cave? And Xiaozi, he's not only connected to the creations of the gods, but he can also communicate directly with them. After I came out of the last dungeon, the hallucinations seemed to lessen. I saw a door then, but I couldn't cross it, Jiangqi said. She had discovered that her hallucinations weren't entirely illusions. There was a real aspect to them. The dark abyss in the summoning incantation was the place she had seen back then. "Why did you choose to join the descent?" Jiangqi asked, voicing her long-held question. Xiaozi's lips curled slightly. "Because I think this place is good." He was referring to the location of the descent's base, which was indeed the reason he would mention. Meng Ming knew a lot of information they couldn't get it out of him if he didn't tell them. Since Meng Ming needed them to join the descent, they would find out why sooner or later. Jiangqi wasn't in a hurry to find out. What was important now was to improve her own strength. Wuda used his precognitive abilities to scheme against her. She would get her revenge. Outside the training ground. Jiangqi had been here a few times, but this was her first time entering the training battlefield. The battlefield could accommodate anywhere from 2 to 50 players, with spectator access and the number of players set by the battlefield creator. This was very similar to game instances. The creator of the instance determined the number of players and the rules. The battlefield map varied depending on the number of players. Maps for 10 or fewer players were smaller, consisting of terrain enclosed by several small yellow hills and simple wooden watchtowers. Some smaller organizations would sometimes open spectator sessions and charge admission. As long as high-powered players participated, people would come to watch and gain experience. The admission fee was only a few dozen points. Larger organizations had even held team battles. These were only open to their own members for spectating. This was a way for them to screen and evaluate players, usually rewarding the winner with items. Many players obtained their weapon upgrade materials this way. The first merchant guild, with its renowned reputation, would act as the middleman for holding the rewards in team battles between two organizations. Jiangqi was quite interested in trying this kind of gameplay in the future, mainly because she wanted the points and materials. She had access to the materials warehouse, but only used it to level up her own proficiency. Finished potions needed to be returned. Jiangqi showed Hang Jing her and Shui's combo attack again. Hang Jing, skeptical, insisted on seeing if he could dodge it. After several rounds, he only managed to dodge it once, using the terrain and his judgment of Jiangqi's movements. "Damn, you really can't dodge it." "Amazing." Hang Jing was impressed. This was before Jiangqi's level was high enough, with the main damage output coming from Shui. Crucially, Jiangqi was also a damage dealer. As their levels increased, this attack would be able to instantly kill anyone of the same level, except for those with special skills. To break through this, one would need to anticipate Jiangqi's strategy. But is Jiangqi's strategy and movement so easy to predict? If it were, she wouldn't have been attacked so many times, only managing to dodge once. The training session wasn't over yet. Jiangqi's team consisted of herself, Fang Yuan, Hang Jing, Shi Wei and Wang Yu. On the battlefield, Shi Wei and Wang Yu exchanged a glance and simultaneously attacked Jiang Qi. Their strategy was simple. If Jiang Qi's health reached 0, they would win. Wang Yu had strong crowd control. Even Hang Jing couldn't move. Without teleporting, Jiang Qi was like a sitting duck within Shi Wei's attack range. Just when they thought they had won, Jiang Qi's umbrella blocked the attack at the same time as the shadow blade pierced through. Shi Wei and Wang Yu were stunned for a moment, then realized what had just happened. She managed to use the umbrella just a second before being controlled, anticipating my prediction. What should have been a certain death turned into a near-fatal attack. Shi Wei muttered to herself. Jiang Qi's umbrella flipping move was truly impressive. Her gaze was focused and composed throughout, as if she had the entire situation under control and knew she wouldn't miss. But in real combat, in those split seconds that determine life or death, how could she possibly guarantee a flawless strike? It wasn't that I anticipated your prediction, rather, I made you believe that attacking from this direction would kill me, Jiang Qi smiled. Shi Wei suddenly understood, nodding, thinking, you're more suited to being an assassin than I am. Although there was support, the two sides were unbalanced in terms of strength. Shi Wei and her partner had the advantage in targeting Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi decisively used her mental energy to stall Shi Wei, sacrificing herself to allow the remaining two to turn the tide. Damn, you went that far? Trying to take down your teammate? Wang Yu took a few steps back. Hang Jing grinned, we're not teammates anymore. Chapter 137. Golden sunlight fell on the dark asphalt road, a slight chill in the air. The onlookers were talking about the car accident ahead. It was terrifying. That car suddenly jumped out, hit the bridge railing, spun 180 degrees in the air before plunging into the river. Luckily, no one was hurt. You agree. The driver must have been driving perfectly fine, then suddenly crashed into the railing. Has the car been pulled out? Is the person dead? Not yet. The rescue team just arrived. They put up a cordon over there, so we can't cross. The bridge is so high, and the river below is so fast, he definitely can't have survived. That's true. It's good enough that they found the body. I heard he was an only child, and very wealthy. What a pity. Shi Wei stood at a distance, watching the murky, swiftly flowing water, made muddy by the recent rains, and the rescue workers and onlookers gathered around. Nothing makes it easier to let go of the past than witnessing the death of an enemy twice. She could finally pay respects to her deceased loved ones with a light heart, facing the day that haunted her dreams in the dead of night. Shi Wei turned to Jiang Qi, whose expression was indifferent beside her, and smiled. She didn't know how long she could go on in the game, but she would always walk on with Jiang Qi and the others. Sister Qi, Shi Wei. Fang Yuan waved to them from the car. Where are we going to eat later? The car circled along the road by the riverbank, and a crane lifted the severely dented wreckage of a car, like a ball of carnage, from the murky water. These past few days, Jiang Qi had maxed out her proficiency in low-level red potions. She needed to wait for her stamina to recover before working on blue potions. The intermediate-level recipe materials were in the warehouse. It was her first attempt at making an intermediate-level red potion. Only 2 bottles were produced from 10 sets of materials. Jiang Qi was looking at houses, 2 stories with a small courtyard, nestled against the mountain and beside the water. She needed to renovate them herself. For now, she wouldn't face a points crisis due to potion materials. The next dungeon option appeared on the system page. Jiang Qi immediately saw Sweet Town under option 3. The reason was simple. The leaderboard for this dungeon was empty, and the rewards were good. The dungeon was single-player restricted. She would go alone this time. A reply quickly appeared on the system interface. Hang Jing, are you sure you want to go alone? But the name of this dungeon is really sweet. Fang Yuan, Haven't you heard that the sweeter the name, the more ruthless the killer? Shi Wei, how about I go with you? Wang Yu, yeah, although it's single-player restricted, registering together still gives you a chance to enter the same game. Jiang Qi, no need, I go in myself. This game is story-driven, so you guys should go straight to the 4-player Battle Royale game where the 2nd and 3rd spots on the leaderboard are empty. That way, we'd be more efficient. Hang Jing, okay, no problem. Jiang Qi locked the door, as usual, and entered the system space. Do players confirm entering the dungeon Sweet Town? Confirm. Jiang Qi clicked the page. A few seconds later, the dungeon interface lit up. All players have confirmed. Players have entered the game. Dungeon information loading. Game dungeon, Sweet Town. Number of players, 10. Basic information. This was once a town famous for its sugar production, but it has now declined. You are tourists who accidentally wandered into the town during your travels. Tasks: 1. Escape the town. 2. Investigate the town's past. System notification: monsters in the instance cannot be killed, and their aggro cannot be cleared. The countdown ended, the surrounding white mist dissipated, and the scene before them gradually became clear. Jiangqi was currently sitting in a minibus. Outside the window, the sky was pitch black, with only a few faint stars and drifting clouds. The bus was stationary, and apart from the driver, there were only a few people sparsely seated. The minibus looked old, the windows were half open, streaks of water on the glass, and a thick layer of grime that couldn't be wiped away from the window sills. In the headlights, the buildings of the small town ahead were faintly visible, sparsely lit, exuding a desolate silence. The system time was exactly 9 p.m. No, the bus just won't start, the driver said, opening the door and turning to them. We can only stay in the town ahead for the night, and find a place to repair it, and add gas tomorrow. NPC driver. He's the driver your guild hired. Only a simple, yet incredibly simple, message. They had no choice but to stay overnight in town, as the NPC had instructed. As Jiangqi slung her bag over her shoulder and left her seat, she saw a person sitting by the window in the last row. He faced the window, his eyes slightly closed, his refined jawline shrouded in shadow. Hearing the sound of people stepping off the rickety metal in front of him, he lazily opened his eyes, met Jiangqi's gaze, and got up from his seat. They were the last to get off. As soon as they disembarked, the headlights went out, and the driver, flashlight in hand, led the way. It was a road that looked long abandoned, with unknown weeds growing in the cracks between the stones, and the surface broken into several pieces in some places. The driver's flashlight was the only light source in the darkness. This was a single-player game, and the players didn't speak to each other. In modern time, it was only a little past 9 p.m. The night had just begun, but here all was already silent. The occasional bird call from the sky sounded even more eerie and ominous in the darkness. A cold wind brushed past them, carrying wisps of white smoke that drifted to the ground. Jiangqi pulled her coat tighter. Just then, someone spoke up. It doesn't look far. Why aren't we there yet? They'd been walking for a full half hour. It was getting colder outside, the last glimmer of starlight was obscured by thick clouds, and a light rain began to fall from the dark sky. The wind sounded like a mournful wail. We should be close, just ahead, the driver said. The group gained a new understanding of the word close. They walked along the secluded road for quite some time, the place where the minibus had stopped long since disappearing from sight. A group of people were heading to a remote, desolate town for help on such a night. It sounded like something bad was about to happen. What's wrong with this godforsaken place? Tian Shanbao, walking beside them, frowned. After all this time, they still hadn't even gotten inside. Sweet town? What's sweet about this place? Games do come up with names. The rain gradually thickened, obscuring their vision with a thin veil of mist. They hadn't even reached it yet, and Jiangqi was already starting to doubt the reliability of this NPC. Maybe it was a trap set by the game. She did have an umbrella, but with so many people, it wasn't appropriate to use it. Xiechowsi walked beside her with an indifferent expression, always keeping pace with her. The rain is getting heavier. Are you sure you're on the right track? One of the female players couldn't help but ask. Chapter 138. The driver said confidently, There's only one road. How could we get lost? We can see the houses in town. They could see them, but the problem was, after walking for so long, the distance between the houses seemed unchanged. A player walking behind whispered, This instance wouldn't start with trouble right away. Normally, at the beginning of an instance, before even entering the map, there shouldn't be any danger, but after walking for so long, everyone was a little suspicious. The driver's flashlight shone weakly on the rain-soaked ground. Just as everyone was shivering from the cold, they finally felt they were getting closer to the town. They could see the lights of the town. At this point, almost 2 hours had passed since they got out of the car. Should we keep going? Someone asked. We already gone this far. What else can we do? The short-haired man interrupted. You don't even have this much guts. How did you dare come here? Have you heard anything else? The high ponytail female player suddenly spoke up. No, just the sound of rain and wind, someone next to her said. It's normal to hear some noises at night in such a remote place. She didn't know if they genuinely didn't hear anything or were pretending, but it certainly didn't sound normal. Jiangqi looked to the open space to her left. There had been sounds, not wind or rain, but the sounds of crying and footsteps, but there was nothing there. She couldn't see clearly, she wasn't sure. They walked a little further, and it was already 11:40 p.m. They entered Sweet Town. There wasn't a soul in sight. Every house had its curtains drawn and lights off, making their footsteps exceptionally clear, as if even their breathing echoed. A fine drizzle enveloped the entire town, the dark, silent buildings instilling a deep sense of unease. The town's architecture hinted at its former prosperity and bustle. The stone-built houses and streets displayed unique Western architectural features. The houses were well preserved, unlike anything in ruins. Of course, no one dared to knock on doors and risk being caught. Should we find a house and ask them for help? The short-haired man said to the NPC. He wanted the NPC to knock on doors. There are inns in town. Let's look for one first. It's not good to disturb people so late at night, the driver suggested. They walked for another 10 minutes, or so in the cold rain, until they finally saw a house with lights on, a sign that read in. The NPC driver knocked on the door, and after a while, someone inside came to open it. The old wooden door creaked coldly. The middle-aged man behind the door cautiously opened it a crack, looking at them warily. "Who are you?" he asked. The system displayed even less information this time. "We're traveling to CC Town, but we got lost and our car broke down, so we're here to stay for the night," the driver replied. The man behind the door opened it somewhat blankly. "Come in." After the 10 players and one NPC entered the lobby, the space felt cramped. They noticed from the outside that the light coming from the window wasn't from electric lights, but from an old-fashioned kerosene lamp burning on a table. The lobby looked very old, with black mold showing through the wallpaper. "50 a room," the man said, looking at them. "People in town go to bed early, the shops are all closed, and there's no food right now." The players took out their wallets and paid. The man took out keys from a drawer and handed one to each of them. Each key had a room number tag. The hotel had 4 floors, 5 rooms on each floor, for a total of 15 rooms. There was no one else in the hotel, so they could choose whichever room they wanted without registering. The NPC driver was in a smaller single room on the first floor. The remaining players then chose adjacent rooms. There were exactly 10 rooms on the second and third floors, and no one wanted to stay in the last room. It wasn't because of any bad luck associated with the last room, but because it had a balcony overlooking a small path leading to the factory behind it, a less than ideal location. Anything could easily climb onto the balcony and into the room. Who could sleep there? Xiaozi took the key to the last room on the third floor and gave the key to room 304 next door to Jiangqi. The player in room 205 on the second floor, initially unaware of the room's condition, changed his expression upon entering. She didn't want to stay in this room, nor did she want to go up to the 4th floor alone, so she took the key and called to Xiaozi, who was about to go upstairs. "How about we all stay in the last room and move to the 4th floor?" said Qizhen, the female player with the high ponytail. The innkeeper, who was leading the way with a kerosene lamp, looked impatient, waiting for them to confirm whether they wanted to change rooms. Xiaozi looked at Jiangqi and said softly, "No need to change." "Okay, then it's settled." The innkeeper turned around, saying as he walked away, "Don't come back in the middle of the night wanting to change rooms. Actually, the last room is the most spacious, and it has a balcony. If there weren't so few guests right now, this room would be more expensive. The town is quiet, so don't worry about anyone disturbing your rest." "It's so quiet, not a soul in sight, yet the factory lights are on in the back," Jiangqi thought. The innkeeper escorted them to the door, and once they opened it, he took his kerosene lamp and went downstairs. His shadow fell on the wall in the yellowish light, slowly disappearing around the corner of the stairs, along with the light and the sound of his footsteps. As darkness fell, Jiangqi took out her flashlight. "I go in first." "Okay," Xiaozi replied. He watched Jiangqi close the door before heading to room 305 next door. The sound of the old wooden door closing was particularly clear in the quiet corridor. A few seconds later, the corridor returned to silence, broken only by the howling wind and rain pattering against the windows. Jiangqi shone her flashlight into the room. It was nicely furnished, with a retro style, but because it had been uninhabited for a long time, it felt gloomy and old, with a somber smell in the air. On the table sat a kerosene lamp and half a box of matches, both empty of kerosene. The room had a light, but it wouldn't turn on no matter how hard they tried, so it was unreliable. Jiangqi walked to the window and tried opening it. The rain outside wasn't heavy. The wide streets of the town were deserted, and the neat houses were all dark, except for one street lamp. Would anyone still live in such a town? When they arrived, they had only seen the inn lit. The fact that the inn had a kerosene lamp was also suspicious. The information from the copy said that this once glorious town had declined, but the scene they had witnessed since arriving was more than just decline. It was utter desolation. Yet the buildings and streets looked clean, not like an uninhabited place. They just hadn't seen anyone besides the innkeeper. Chapter 139. This kind of place is usually deserted, and the innkeeper said there were no other guests at the moment, yet the inn's lights were on, as if they knew they were coming. Jiangqi closed the window and placed a hammer behind the door. If someone opened the door, the hammer would slam against the wooden floor, making a sound. The bed was by the window. The blankets and pillows weren't exactly clean, but they were acceptable, much better than the previous dungeon environment, except this place was very cold. It was a bone-chilling cold, making one feel uncomfortable. Usually, the start of the game was the only chance to get a proper rest. Jiangqi held up a flashlight and opened her backpack. The game was quite considerate. Her backpack contained some food, a water bottle, and clothes. Jiangqi put the items into her inventory, checked all the doors and windows again, placed the flashlight next to her pillow within easy reach, and then pulled back the covers to lie down and rest. In these new single-player dungeons, you can't fight monsters, and combat power doesn't guarantee victory. The death rate is always quite high. Cooperative exploration is the preferred method for players. While not as reliable as having their own team, it's safer than going it alone. The 5 players on the second floor were currently in room 205, having introduced themselves and shared their combat strength. The 3 men and 2 women ranged in level from B to A, but only they knew for sure if their levels were genuine. This town is so big, and we haven't seen many people. Exploring alone is too time-consuming. Cooperating and sharing information is better for everyone, Luo Zhiqin said with a smile, looking at the other 4. As for the leaderboard, my level is too low to care. I just want to clear the dungeon and get the points. These types of dungeons have a high death rate, but there's an advantage. Even players with high combat strength can't leave without finding clues, while players with lower combat strength can complete the task ahead of time by finding clues, earning points, and improving their own strength. In the game, some players specialize in figuring out how to play these kinds of dungeons, selling walkthroughs or getting rankings. Both are profitable. Me too. If I'm lucky enough to get on the leaderboard, that's great. If not, just getting points from clearing the dungeon is good enough, said Zhongli from room 202. Tian Shanbao nodded. Everyone thinks the same way. After all, no one's a fool to say they want a ranking right away. That's just asking for trouble. Those in rooms 304 and 305 on the 3rd floor seem to know each other, Qijin said, glancing meaningfully upwards. Could they have come in together? It's also possible that player 305 noticed something strange about the last room and chose to switch with 304. A place nobody wants to choose isn't necessarily bad, added Cheng Hui, the short-haired man from room 204. What he said wasn't without merit. Several players were observing the room. Anyone who wants to stay in this room can switch with me, Qijin said with a friendly smile. None of the 4 spoke. Finally, Luo Zhiqin offered a way out, saying, We're all on the same floor, so if anything happens, we can all hear each other. It doesn't matter which room you're in. Zhongli nodded in agreement. That's true. I think it's getting late, so why don't we all go back and rest? Okay, that's settled then. The 4 players left room 205 one after another, returning to their respective rooms. As the guests fell asleep, the entire hotel building was plunged into darkness. The faint sound of the factory operating behind the town could be heard at night, but other than that, there was no other sound. Just as she was starting to feel sleepy, she was woken up by the cold. It was so cold that Jiangqi felt her body heat being instantly absorbed by the cold air. The blankets weren't warm at all, so she simply slept with her backpack. In the middle of the night, she vaguely woke up and seemed to smell a sweet, cloying scent, with a faint fishy smell and an alluring fragrance. The mixed scent was strange. She had never smelled anything like it before, and couldn't pinpoint what was emanating from it. It was sweet and alluring, yet also nauseatingly sweet, in short, very complex. Jiangqi opened her eyes in the darkness, confirming that the scent was indeed in the room and not a dream. She stared intently at the furniture shrouded in darkness. Everything in the room was so quiet, unchanged, yet the sweet scent continued to permeate the air. Jiangqi sat up in bed, flashlight in hand, carefully trying to pinpoint the direction the scent was coming from, finally fixing her gaze on the tightly closed door. She first put away the hammer behind the door, then pressed her ear to it, listening intently. She heard nothing unusual. The scent was definitely coming from behind the door. Suddenly smelling a strange, sweet fragrance in the dead of night, was not a good sign. Jiangqi slowly opened the door. The old, stale sound made her feel half frozen in the atmosphere. The corridor was pitch black, like another eerie world. Jiangqi didn't lock the door, only closing it slightly ajar. If something happened outside, and she needed to run, she probably wouldn't have time to grab her key. Perhaps due to the layout, the wall at the end of the corridor seemed exceptionally deep and dark, as if something was lurking inside, watching her with a deathly pale face. Although there were no windows in the corridor, the cold wind behind her ruffled her clothes, making the not-so-long corridor seem infinitely long. Jiangqi walked very lightly, but in this excessively quiet environment, even the lightest footsteps would make a sound. She didn't turn on her flashlight, and, supporting herself against the wall, slowly walked towards the stairs. The scent was emanating from below. Jiangqi reached the stairs and looked down, noticing a faint firelight slanting across the steps, illuminating the peeling wooden floor. The system time had jumped to 3 a.m. Jiangqi bent low, following the handrail as she descended. Passing the second floor, she glanced instinctively into the corridor. All the doors were tightly shut, silent and dark. Didn't they smell this odor? Or had she been separated from everyone else from the moment she stepped out of her room? Jiangqi continued down, but after only a few steps, before reaching the corner, she suddenly heard a clatter below, like something colliding. She immediately stopped, frozen in place. The firelight below continued to illuminate the steps, the sweet smell growing stronger, as if someone was stirring something. The atmosphere was eerie. The further she went, the faster her heart pounded. She had reached the boundary between darkness and firelight. One more step, and she would be stepping onto the illuminated steps. Jiangqi first changed her perspective to observe her surroundings before continuing down the stairs. She took those last 2 steps with extra caution. The firelight cast a shadow, meaning the person behind her would see her if they turned around. Next to the stairs was the kitchen. A black iron kerosene lamp sat on the table, and the innkeeper stood with his back to it, stirring something in a pot with a large ladle. The strange, sweet aroma emanated from this pot. The innkeeper picked up the ladle and took a bite. Even without seeing his expression, one could sense his abnormal satisfaction. Chapter 140. The contents of the pot tasted like some kind of sweet, cloying syrup, a strange mixture of ingredients cooked together. She hadn't noticed it up there, but now it smelled very much like meat, specifically the kind of white oily fat. She couldn't see what was in the pot. These were all sensations from her sense of smell. Suddenly, the innkeeper in the kitchen turned his head and looked towards the stairs. Jiangqi instantly hid in the narrow, dark space under the stairs. She didn't go up the stairs. If she had instinctively run back to the steps where the firelight couldn't reach, she would have been caught red-handed, unless the innkeeper was blind and couldn't see her running up the stairs. This instance was setting a trap for the player. When people are nervous, their minds freeze, and their bodies react instinctively. That was it just now. If the innkeeper found her, she probably wouldn't fare well, and might even die on the stairs. At this moment, in the kitchen, which Jiangqi couldn't see, the glass window directly in front reflected the innkeeper's distorted face. His shadow stretched and deformed in the firelight, as if it had melted into a puddle of liquid. When he left the kitchen, his shadow returned to normal. Jiangqi crouched at the very back of the stairs, listening to the innkeeper's approaching footsteps, watching his elongated shadow on the wall, a chill running down her spine. There were too few items here. The innkeeper would see her in the corner in just a few more steps. This innkeeper was clearly not a normal person. Jiangqi began to consider a pursuit route. Going upstairs meant nowhere to run, and going out into the town wasn't safe. She had to see which way was safer. These kinds of games are full of choices. One wrong step, and it's all over. The innkeeper took another step forward. The impatient one should have already run outside. In this situation, one more step wouldn't just be a question of whether he'd be discovered, but that the people inside would be trapped and unable to escape. Jiangqi controlled his breathing, maintaining a defensive posture, motionless, waiting for the innkeeper's next move. He stood at the boundary between light and shadow for a moment, then turned and walked upstairs. Thump, 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 footsteps sounded above Jiangqi's head. The innkeeper went upstairs. He hadn't taken the kerosene lamp. The kitchen was still shrouded in a dim, yellowish light, the pot standing there silently. Now was a good opportunity to go check, but based on Jiangqi's experience, entering the kitchen might lead to a close encounter with the innkeeper. The thought alone was thrilling. The reason these kinds of games have such a high death rate, even among high-level players, is because of plot-driven deaths. Regardless of combat strength, a single wrong step can lead to death. Higher combat strength just means a later death. The key to this part of the game should be finding clues and returning to the room without the innkeeper noticing. The information from the kitchen has already been gathered. There's no need to be curious to see what's in that pot. It's obviously not good stuff. The problem now is how to get back to the room. The innkeeper has gone upstairs. Who knows which floor he's crouching on, or even in her room, the latter being the last thing Jiangqi wants. Whether she locks the door or not, it's the same. The innkeeper has a spare key. If he weren't human, he wouldn't even need a key. Jiangqi held her breath and slowly emerged from the space beneath the stairs. Carefully avoiding any visible positions on the stairs, she leaned against the wall, cautiously peering up. She didn't see the innkeeper within her line of sight, but what lay hidden around the corner. No one knew what was going on. Jiangqi climbed a few more steps. At the corner between the second and third floors, she heard faint footsteps. She also noticed a pool of liquid on the stairs, clear and bright yellow, with that eerie fragrance that made her feel nauseous yet irresistibly drawn to taste it. Up there, it was so quiet even the wind had stopped. The innkeeper was in the corridor, seemingly doing something. Suddenly, Jiangqi's pupils dilated. She immediately turned and ran down the stairs. She didn't use teleportation because it was impossible. Player skills seemed to be disabled here, something she had only just realized. She hadn't seen it clearly before, but after a while, she realized that the innkeeper's head was turned at an angle far beyond what a normal person could do. He stood in the corridor, his back to the stairs, but his head was turned towards her, as if he knew someone was following him. Jiangqi ran all the way to the inn's lobby, but the door was locked, and she couldn't open it no matter how many times she tried. Footsteps echoed on the stairs again, and in the flickering firelight of the kitchen, a rotting hand slowly emerged from a pot emitting a sweet aroma. Hearing the footsteps getting closer behind her, Jiangqi finally unlocked the jammed door. Without turning around to look at what was behind her, she ran out of the inn as fast as she could. The plot was already clear. Players would die if they went into the kitchen, be tricked by the innkeeper, who was a cunning old fox, if they went up the stairs, and wandering around the town in the middle of the night would likely end badly. This thing clearly wasn't going to give players a way out. Not wanting her to go back to her room, she insisted on going back anyway. Jiangqi went around to the back of the hotel, glanced up at the balcony of the last room, and began to climb. The pipes and window sills on the exterior wall weren't too difficult to climb, but with her previous physical abilities, she definitely wouldn't have been able to make it. Passing the second floor, Jiangqi glanced inside. It was too dark, she couldn't see anything, only that the entire building was so quiet that only her breathing could be heard. Climbing to the third floor, and vaulting over the railing, room 305 was empty. The blankets were neatly made, and all the furniture showed no signs of being moved. It seemed she was right. The players were all in different spaces, experiencing the same storyline. This might just be a dream or an independent space with its own rules, which was why skills couldn't be used. This was the first level of the dungeon. Failing to pass it meant death. Just then, the doorknob was being frantically twisted, and a dark figure with an indistinct face peered into the room from the balcony. Click, 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 click. The clicking of the door latches grew more intense. It was coming in. Jiangqi wondered what she could use. It seemed only a hammer remained. If all else failed, she'd just grab the hammer and fight it head-on. The one on the balcony looked weaker. The door was pushed open a crack, revealing 5 fingers dripping with putrid fluid, as if just torn apart from a stuck state. They looked so tempting to chop off. The hatred cannot be cleared. The hatred cannot be cleared, Jiangqi silently reminded herself. This place only allowed her to climb to the back room. She couldn't climb to the next room. There was no foothold. The moment Jiangqi ran back to the balcony, the dark figure lying there was gone, but the crying continued, sounding very much like the voice of an NPC driver. By the light of the street lamp outside, she noticed another shadow on the ground. Bang! The door was flung open, and a face with scalded skin, leaving only deep red muscle, appeared. It charged towards the balcony with an excited smile. Chapter 141. Sweet town residents, be careful, don't let it touch you. Such a simple and perfunctory message. A sweet and tempting aroma mixed with the scent of meat masked the slight stench of decay. Jiangqi leaped onto the balcony railing, gripping the 4th floor balcony railing with both hands, and struggled to climb. Her shadow was crooked and cast on the ground, seemingly carrying something extra, but Jiangqi only glanced at it and ignored it. The innkeeper was chasing her so closely, it seemed he really didn't want her to return to her room. The biggest difference between the back room and the other rooms was the balcony. She climbed in through the balcony, unable to shake off the innkeeper, so she had to follow the game's route back to her room through the main entrance. Those staying in the back room probably wouldn't have it so easy. This drafty room couldn't keep out the monster. Jiangqi suddenly sensed something was wrong below. Looking down, her expression changed abruptly. Below her wasn't the ground, but a bubbling, yellowish liquid filled with rotting chunks of flesh, accompanied by the screams of countless people. Pairs of rotting hands reached out from below, trying to grab her feet. Her body grew increasingly heavy in the chilling atmosphere. She was just one step away from reaching the top, and then, she felt something grab her calf. The innkeeper wouldn't be long before it reached the 4th floor. If she couldn't climb up before it entered room 405, she would die here today. Jiangqi used all her strength to resist the heaviness and coldness, flipping and falling onto the balcony. Without a moment's hesitation, she scrambled to her feet and ran towards the door. She climbed up, but the moment the thing below grabbed her had made her body heavier, slowing her pace. The spot that had been grabbed felt so cold it didn't even feel like her own leg. As soon as she opened the door to room 405, just 2 steps away at the end of the corridor, the innkeeper's rotting, lipless face suddenly loomed close. Anyone who opened a door and saw this thing would be terrified. Without a word, Jiangqi took off running as fast as she could. She circled around the building, but couldn't escape the chase. This thing, for some unknown purpose, was running so fast it was right up to the back of her collar. A drop of viscous liquid dripped from the ceiling onto Jiangqi's cheek, cold, sweet, and burning. Jiangqi braced herself against the stair railing, using it to leap to the next floor, glancing at the ceiling out of the corner of her eye. As expected, she couldn't see anything. It was only natural that she couldn't see anything in this environment. If she could run over the railing, the innkeeper could also chase her faster. The time from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor was less than a minute, but it was a matter of life and death. Jiangqi glanced at room 304 ahead, her eyes darkening slightly. Her door was closed, meaning she had to waste time opening it. The innkeeper was closing in too close. She might not have the time. Agility was useless here. Not only was the place small, but the innkeeper was the kind of irrational monster who, once caught, would render players unable to use their abilities or items useless, resulting in an immediate elimination. Jiangqi had the key in hand beforehand, estimating the distance as she unlocked. People are more prone to mistakes when they're in a hurry, but in a life-or-death situation with no backup plans, no one can remain calm. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiangqi saw the innkeeper, dragging his battered body, moving with incredible speed. His outstretched hand was already beside her head. Just then, the key got stuck. Jiangqi didn't dare use too much force, afraid of breaking it inside and making things worse. The cloyingly sweet smell of meat wafted in from all directions. A rotting, finger-thick creature beside her touched her hair, a chill seeping into her body. Jiangqi's hand holding the key was about to go numb, when the key finally turned in the lock. Creak! The door opened, and Jiangqi ran inside like a mad woman. Then, a loud bang exploded in her ear, and she fell from the bed to the floor, her eyes snapping open. There was no strange smell. It was still room 304. The things she had deliberately messed up on the table were still there. It was quiet outside. Jiangqi could only hear her own breathing. The system still showed 3 o'clock. The hammer behind the door was definitely gone. This wasn't a simple dream. It was just the opening sequence of a game. Those who couldn't escape it weren't even qualified to do the quests in this instance. Jiangqi's gaze shifted to the door. Going out now would be tantamount to suicide. She could find out about the other players' situations tomorrow morning. So she pulled the covers over herself and went back to sleep. The next day, as dawn broke, Jiangqi opened her eyes and sat up in bed. The town outside the window remained quiet. There was still no movement from the player's side. After waiting for several more minutes, she heard voices outside. Only then did Jiangqi open the door and go out. The innkeeper and the driver were gone. The driver's bed was disheveled, which means he must have slept there and then disappeared in the middle of the night, analyzed Zhou Donghao, the male player from player 301. But we checked that room earlier, and we only found no signs of struggle. There wasn't a single clue. The players standing on the first floor now mostly looked exhausted. "And this inn?" Qijin said, glancing around. "I suppose you all experienced something similar last night." "Experienced what?" Tian Shanbao looked at Qijin suspiciously. "What happened to you last night? Didn't you smell a strange sweet scent?" Qijin frowned. "I smelled it, but it's so late at night, going out is too dangerous," Tian Shanbao said, looking at the players with subtle expressions. "You went out?" Missing an important plot point meant safety, but it also meant losing an advantage. Not getting a ranking was one thing, but no one would talk about the important discovery. However, Tian Shanbao saying he didn't go out didn't mean he really didn't. After all, he was a player who had safely survived last night. Jiangqi stood by the stairs, glancing up silently, the emotions flashing in her eyes completely hidden by her long eyelashes. 3 players were missing: Zhongli from 202, Kong Ling from 303, and him. It's hard to say for sure, but Xie Chaozi wouldn't stumble in a place like this. If the organization heard about it, their jaws would drop. He definitely took another route, out of the hotel. Hearing Qizhen and the others say they were chased by the hotel owner all night, Tian Shanbao, using no skills or items, suddenly said, "Hey, are there still a few people who haven't come out? Could something have happened to them?" Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively headed up the stairs. Jiang Qi took the spare keys for rooms 305 and 303 from the hotel owner's drawer, and went straight to the 3rd floor. She already guessed what had happened, but decided to go check anyway. Both rooms 303 and 305 were empty, exactly the same situation as the driver's room on the 1st floor. A cold wind poured in from the balcony of room 305. The entire room was devoid of any warmth, chilling everyone to the bone. Chapter 142. Jiang Qi stood by the bed, searching every possible spot, but found nothing. They had simply vanished without a trace, leaving no information behind. Xie Chaozi could understand. Had the other 2 risked their lives by running into town? Given the game style, dead players usually left behind corpses. "How's it going? Did you find anything here?" Several players from the 2nd floor quickly went up to the 3rd floor. "Nobody." Zhou Donghao gestured for them to look for themselves. "Nobody, neither alive nor dead, is the most troublesome situation." Zheng Hui's expression was grave. "Could they have been killed by the innkeeper?" Lu Ying, a player from room 302, asked. "It's not impossible, but the problem is, where are the corpses? Even if we can't use skills and items, they are still players. They couldn't have been killed without any resistance." Tian Shanbao raised the question. "You had no idea how terrifying the innkeeper was last night," Luo Zhiqin said. "That thing was a ghost." A glint of smugness flashed in Jiang Qi's eyes. They ostensibly discussed and consulted, but in reality, they were trying to extract clues from others. They were all skilled players. "You don't have any leads on 305's disappearance either?" Qizhen walked up to Jiang Qi. "I came up here with you to investigate. What clues could I possibly have?" Jiang Qi leaned against the wall and answered casually. "Is that so?" Qizhen smiled. "I thought you know something. Don't you know each other? Didn't he leave you any marks or anything?" Jiang Qi remained unfazed. "I only seen him in the game before. You know what that was last night, right? Could that situation possibly connect to other players?" "That's true." Qizhen smiled. Last night's chase in the last room was more difficult than the others. She had been careful and preemptively grabbed the key to another room on the 4th floor, which allowed her to escape successfully. She should have told 305 to move to the 4th floor with her, but he insisted on staying in the last room. Now that this has happened, she wonders how much he regrets it last night. Without getting the keys to the other rooms beforehand, he would have certainly died. What a pity, such a good-looking guy, he'd have to stay here as a ghost. By the way, I didn't have time to ask your names last night. Qizhen looked at the 3 remaining players on the 3rd floor. Zhou Donghao, Lu Ying, Jiang Mu. Jiang Qi used a pseudonym without hesitation. She didn't know if these people's names were real or fake, so of course she wouldn't use her real name. Using it would definitely make her a target. "So what should we do now?" Lu Ying asked. "We searched the entire inn. Should we go outside to look?" "Definitely," Luo Zhiqin replied. "Staying in this inn won't get us through the game, and nobody wants to be stuck here. We could also look for them while we're at it." The players formed teams to explore the town. The group on the 2nd floor went together, while Jiang Qi followed 2 other players from the 3rd floor out of the inn, and then chose her own path. 2 people are gone from the 3rd floor. "Who knows what will happen tonight?" Zhou Donghao said. "Those people on the 2nd floor are clearly going to cooperate," Lu Ying pondered. "That Jiang Mu seems to be a loner." "You really believe her when she says she only met 305? She's probably in a hurry to find 305 now," Zhou Donghao said dismissively. "Anyone who can enter this dungeon alone, whether for a gamble, ranking, or selling walkroughs, isn't a fool. Cooperation? What cooperation is there in a solo ranking dungeon? It's just superficial cooperation. It's a fact that outstanding players will be ganged up on. It's not that no one has done this before, using money and points to get players to team up against a target, but such people are few and far between. On the other side, now that 305 is missing and 304 is alone, this situation is perfect," Luo Zhiqin said. "Perfect?" Tian Shanbao thought to himself. No one would believe that 304 and 305 had only met once. In a dungeon restricted to solo entry, encountering a player you know is a huge advantage. Everyone will focus their attention on them, considering them their primary rivals. This is the best time to fish in troubled waters. Now that one person is missing, there's no one to restrain the other players. He truly hadn't expected 305 to be so useless. Chijin was able to return, but 305 wasn't. Could they still be alive? We've been searching for so long without finding any clues, Tian Shanmao asked. The chances are slim, Chijin replied. No one could survive a whole night in that kind of situation. Chung Hui, even in broad daylight, it's foggy like this. We haven't seen a single person, but we have a feeling that people live in these houses. Let's ignore these people for now. Chijin looked at the tallest building in town. The sugar factory. This town used to be famous for its sugar production. Besides the clues from last night's exciting opening scene, the rest will probably require a trip to the sugar factory. Sweet town. Jiangqi couldn't see anything sweet about it, but the bad weather was very obvious. There was no difference between daytime and nighttime. The town wasn't particularly large, nor was it small. Hiding a few people there was too easy. She only searched directions other players hadn't gone. At this moment, Jiangqi stood in front of the sugar factory, pondering when Xie Chaozi had disappeared. Did she run to the end during the storyline, or did she only go out to search after discovering clues following the storyline's conclusion? The sugar factory gate in front of her wasn't closed properly, and it was covered in rust. It should have been abandoned for a long time, but the weeds didn't suggest it was. In the storyline, where the player entered last night, the innkeeper was boiling syrup, and syrup was also clinging to its rotting skin and flesh. When she went up to the 4th floor, she still saw syrup. The game's indication was clearly this factory. Could the missing player be inside? Jiangqi looked up at the darkening sky, reached out, and pushed open the iron gate. A gust of cold wind immediately howled out, making it difficult for her to open her eyes. Jiangqi walked deeper into the factory, her feet sinking into the damp ground. The sugar factory was enormous, especially the largest sugar storage tank, which looked much newer than the surrounding buildings, indicating it had been constructed later. The innkeeper, representing the residents of Sweet Town, had died here, or perhaps because of this sugar factory, hence their appearance. It couldn't possibly be that the sugar town used people as raw materials for its syrup. That was impossible. At its peak, this sugar factory produced a massive amount of syrup annually. How many people would that have required? Even killing the entire town wouldn't have been enough. Jiangqi went around to the other side of the storage tank. There were stairs to climb, but she didn't plan to go herself. She'd wait for the others to arrive. The factory doors weren't locked. Upon entering, she could smell the sweetness of syrup. Jiangqi listened carefully for a while, and noticed that the sweetness still carried that eerie meaty aroma, though not as pronounced as the previous night. This place looked like it was still in operation, yet it was eerily empty. Chapter 143. The remaining syrup on the facilities had turned semi-solidified black. Although it was daytime, the sugar factory was dimly lit, with gusts of cold wind blowing, occasionally causing things to rustle. Jiangqi walked towards the front office. The items inside were somewhat messy, requiring a flashlight to search for clues in such a dark environment. Jiangqi covered her nose and waited for the dust to settle before sitting down and opening the sugar factory's work log she had just found. Strange, the sugar factory had been largely idle from February to October, but suddenly the sugar storage tanks were reopened for reheating in November, and then the records disappeared. In addition, Jiangqi found an old brochure, which roughly described the people of Sweet Town as simple and honest, with superb sugar-making techniques, a history of nearly a century, and the ability to produce the sweetest syrup in the world. The office also contained some documents about the sugar factory, including the name Howard family. This sugar factory, along with half of Sweet Town, belonged to their family. Jiangqi put the things away and left the office. It was even darker outside than when she had entered. The sugar factory was vast. Half-open windows and old sugar-making equipment groaned harshly in the wind, as if they were about to spring into action at any moment. Jiangqi didn't recognize these facilities. They looked somewhat primitive and not highly mechanized. Clang, clang. Parts somewhere made a chilling sound in the cold wind. Jiangqi turned around, flashlight in hand, and saw only the old equipment shrouded in shadow. The strongest smell was ahead. Approaching, she saw a large barrel piled in a corner, covered in blackened syrup. The lid was tightly sealed, showing no signs of having been opened. Jiangqi suspected the contents of this bucket weren't any good. Seeing the bucket gave her a bad feeling, just like when she first saw the large sugar storage jar. Jiangqi took out 2 scraps of paper she found in the office and prepared to open it. As soon as she cracked the lid open, a strange, sweet aroma wafted out, tempting her to taste it. But, the instant the lid was opened, Jiangqi heard a strange sound. It was quiet here, and she could hear it clearly. It was coming from inside the bucket. Just as she was about to act again, footsteps sounded behind her. Several players from the 2nd and 3rd floors had arrived. "When did you get here? Did you find anything?" Tian Shanbao asked with slight concern. "Just arrived." Jiangqi stepped aside to make way for their searching gazes. "What about you? Did you find them?" "No." Cheng Hui sighed. "We didn't see the innkeeper, the driver, or any of the players." "What is this thing?" "Open it, and we know," Jiangqi said calmly, her flashlight seemingly casually sweeping across their shadows on the ground. The evil spirit she saw last night, except in the kitchen, hadn't left any shadows. The 4 players looked at Jiangqi, then at each other. No one stepped forward. After a moment of silence, Cheng Hui stepped forward, and together with Jiangqi, they each lifted one side of the lid, removing the syrup-sealed container. An even stronger, cloyingly sweet smell wafted out, so alluring yet so nauseating. "What kind of syrup is this? It smells so sweet," Luo Zhiqing couldn't help but exclaim. "Yes, how can it smell so good?" Lu Ying chimed in involuntarily. The next second, Jiangqi shone her flashlight inside, and everyone's expression changed. Inside the bucket were none other than players 202 and 303. The bucket wasn't big enough to fit 2 people. Half their bodies were submerged in solidified syrup, their arms, heads, and upper body skin had peeled off, stuck together, and twisted beyond recognition by the syrup. Jiangqi identified them by their hairstyles and clothes, and for some reason, felt a strange sense of relief. There are only 2 people. Where's the other one? Qishan looked around. The other person she was referring to was 305. The NPC driver wasn't included. Cheng Hui examined the 2 unrecognizable players in the bucket. Judging by their condition, they're probably in grave danger. They're probably turned into syrup amber in some container. 2 players disappeared in the middle of the night, then suddenly appeared in a bucket at the sugar factory, in this miserable state. Anyone would assume the remaining one wasn't much better off. Jiangqi calmly met the scrutinizing and gloating gazes around her, continuing to observe the 2 corpses in the bucket. They didn't believe she and Xie Chaozi, 305, hadn't cooperated in this instance. On the contrary, they seemed to harbor some competitive intent. This was how players, who encountered each other in solo instances, always played. Their training never stopped in the training grounds. "Ha!" One of the heads crammed into the bucket slightly opened its mouth, a weak sound escaping its throat with difficulty. This scene startled Zhou Donghao, who was bending down to look into the bucket, causing him to take 2 steps back. "Holy crap! He's still alive!" Jiangqi immediately looked over. The player from 303 was indeed alive, but in his current state, he wouldn't last much longer. Living is more painful than dying. "It's a pity he can't speak like this. We can't get anything out of him," Qishan frowned. They couldn't possibly get player 303 out. Even a tier 4 healing player here couldn't save someone like him. Tian Shanbao stood behind, quietly staring at the head in the bucket whose mouth was still moving. His eyes were completely different from what he had shown before. He already knew what was going on with player 303 in the bucket. He could read parts of the memories of the dying. There were people in the game with stronger abilities than him, but exploring solo dungeons was his forte. In player 303's last memory, he was tricked into eating bright yellow syrup, and then covered and swallowed by a group of rotting, syrup-covered evil spirits. It seemed many people had died in this sugar factory, and the truth the player was looking for was why they died. "There are still a few sugar storage tanks outside, could it be?" Lu Ying said, looking in the direction of the sugar storage tanks. Qishan pondered for a moment. "Let's go take a look." The group turned and walked towards the sugar storage tank. Jiangqi stopped, a flash of lightning appearing in her palm, as she flicked it towards player 303, who was barely clinging to life inside. "Who's going up this time?" Qishan asked. The 4 of them looked towards the player on the 3rd floor. Jiangqi didn't speak. She took her flashlight, selected the largest one, the newly built sugar storage tank, and climbed up the metal ladder. The sound she made was especially clear in the dark, silent space. The lid of the sugar storage tank was open, revealing a layer of hardened, blackened syrup inside. The cloyingly sweet smell lingered, making Jiangqi feel dizzy for a moment. The tank seemed even deeper than it appeared from the outside. Jiangqi gripped the ladder tightly, turned around, her back to the open lid of the sugar storage tank, and looked up. Above was a platform directly opposite the sugar storage tank, part of the sugar factory's facilities. But when she saw this platform, a chill inexplicably rose in her heart. Chapter 144. At that moment, Jiang Qi seemed to see a figure moving on the platform, the syrup in the sugar storage jar behind it flowing, but instead of warmth, it emitted a chilling aura. She instantly snapped back to reality, and immediately went down the stairs. Something was wrong here. How is it? What's up there? Qijin asked, while the other players waited expectantly for her answer. Jiang Qi's lips curved slightly. I already seen one. There are two more. Who wants to go? How about I go? Tian Shanbao stepped forward. I just need to clear the level. I need your help with any clues you have later. Zhou Donghao followed. The two of them climbed onto the sugar storage jar, Zhou Donghao biting his flashlight as he forcefully opened the top lid. Inside, there was nothing but solidified syrup. Just as he was about to climb down, a face with peeling skin revealing bright red muscle appeared in the jar. Its scalp was hanging loosely on its head, and a tattered classic shirt fluttered in the darkness. Immediately, Zhou Donghao's hand was grabbed, and his entire body was pulled into the bucket. Thump thump, the flashlight fell into the deep sugar storage jar, rolled twice, and then went out. Ah! Zhou Donghao cried out, his eyes widening in panic, as he looked at the person pulling his hand. It grinned, teeth peeking out from its cheeks, clear, yellow syrup dripping from its hand. It's delicious, do you want some? Hee hee. No, no. Zhou Donghao struggled frantically, but could only watch helplessly as he was pulled down little by little. Those people below weren't far from him, and no one came to help him when he cried for help. Take a bite, it's very sweet. Its hand drew closer and closer to him, and he felt himself being pulled in, with only his legs hooked on the outside, barely holding on. Meanwhile, below, Tian Shanbao jumped down the vertical ladder, while Zhou Donghao remained bent over, looking down motionless in everyone's eyes. What's wrong with him? Why hasn't he come down yet? Lu Ying had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Something's happened. Get him down quickly. Qijin raised her voice. Luo Zhiqin reached out, and Zhou Donghao was immediately shoved away by a force. He didn't land directly, but was caught in midair by the same force before falling to the ground. What's wrong with you? What were you spacing out up there for? Luo Zhiqin asked. Zhou Donghao looked dazed, and it took him several seconds to come to his senses. No, nothing. Did you discover something? Qijin pressed. I don't know, my mind went blank as soon as I went up, like I couldn't move. Zhou Donghao looked frightened. What about you? Qijin then looked at Jiang Qi and Tian Shanbao. There's only a layer of solidified syrup in the sugar storage jar, Jiang Qi said calmly. Tian Shanbao nodded. Mine's the same. Is the problem in the third sugar storage jar? Lu Ying asked. Qijin looked at Jiang Qi and Tian Shanbao with a hint of suspicion. Even if they found something, they wouldn't say it openly. And Zhou Donghao, he must have bumped into something. However, the sugar storage jars were about 3 stories high, with the newer one in the middle being significantly taller than the other two. Even if they found a clue, they couldn't get their hands on it now. It would be better to let them find the clue, and then take it from them later. Time was running out. Staying at the sugar factory any longer would mean nightfall. Lu Ying, Luo Zhiqin, and Tian Shanbao all said they wanted to leave and return during the day. Jiang Qi wondered if the 3 sugar storage jars could hold the entire town's population. She thought they could. As she left, she glanced at Zhou Donghao's retreating figure. Something had been off about him when he came down. His behavior up there was so abnormal. Was it really the same person who had come down? Back at the inn, the innkeeper and driver were still nowhere to be seen. The sky outside was practically nighttime. Inside the inn, it was just dealing with the innkeeper. Outside, it was dealing with an entire town. But in this game, hiding in the inn wouldn't get you through. I'm so hungry. I go see what's in the kitchen, Zhou Donghao said, getting up and heading towards the kitchen. The others looked at him differently. Knowing last night's solo scenario, even the most foolish person wouldn't go to the kitchen to find something to eat. Who would dare eat anything from the innkeeper's kitchen? Jiang Qi had a premonition that Zhou Donghao would soon bring out a pot of food mixed with some kind of meat and syrup. She chose to go upstairs to her room first. No sooner had Jiang Qi left than Zhou Donghao brought out a pot of food, looking at them excitedly. This looks good, do you want some? It seems like people in this town use syrup in their cooking. Good? Thinking of the 2 players she's seen at the sugar factory not long ago, they gotten goosebumps from the smell. No, I'm going back to my room to rest. Qijin walked upstairs without looking back. The others, naturally, couldn't stay on the first floor either, and left as quickly as they could. The syrup, after being boiled and mixed with mincemeat, had darkened in color. Zhou Donghao, holding a soup spoon, ate like a starving ghost, stuffing the meat into his mouth and saying, "So sweet. I never eaten anything so delicious." Luo Zhiqing regretted listening to Qizhen and rescuing this thing. Not only did he not get any valuable clues, but he also brought back something else entirely. He should have just let it die. In just a few minutes, darkness enveloped the sky, leaving only some light on the first floor of the inn. The sweet aroma from the table wafted through the air. Zhou Donghao put down his spoon, his mouth stretched upwards to its widest point, his cold gaze fixed on the stairs. "Such good stuff, and you don't even eat it? Only our town can produce such sweet syrup." He stood up from his chair. Jiang Qi didn't return to her own room, but to room 305 next door. Since he wasn't there, she decided to use it for now. She didn't plan to wait in the hotel tonight for them to come knocking. Zhou Donghao had been replaced by something, and would be coming up to find the player soon. Jiang Qi climbed out onto the balcony. The clues only led towards the sugar factory, and staying in the hotel wasn't safe, so there was no need to waste time. In this kind of instance, clues are often only found at night. Jiang Qi headed towards the sugar factory. It rained every night in this town, but tonight, there was light coming from the sugar factory area. In the rainy night, that faint light flickered in the darkness, making the huge sugar factory seem to come alive in an instant. Today they only found 2 missing players. The NPC driver was still missing. If he wasn't a resident of Sweet Town, he'd be in that pot. The remaining person, Xie Chaozi, only had 2 places to look for clues: the sugar factory and the Howard family, who owned the sugar factory. Jiang Qi had noticed the latter during the day. Howard was from a prominent local family, and his house was easily recognizable, not far from the sugar factory. Jiang Qi glanced at the sugar factory in front of her, then turned and walked to the other side. Chapter 145. Inside the hotel. Luing stood by the bed, anxiously looking at the wooden door. In this instance, the only NPC hadn't brought any information. He was gone on the first day. She had to find everything herself. It was dangerous outside at night. The sugar factory area was too large. She wanted to find more clues to narrow down the search area before going there. But the current situation, those people on the second floor were out of their minds, bringing Zhou Donghao back. On the third floor, only she and Jiang Mu from room 304 remained. She was close to the stairs. If anything happened, no one would be there to protect her. Luing opened the door and walked towards room 304. She knocked several times, but no one answered. Forcing the lock open, she saw only an empty room and curtains fluttering in the cold wind. They really ran fast, Luing couldn't help but say. As soon as she turned around, the atmosphere behind her changed. A drop of sweet syrup dripped from the ceiling, and a cold wind brushed against her cheek, making the hairs on her face stand on end. A sudden rush of light went through Lu Ying's mind. A chill ran down her spine, and she slowly turned her gaze. The next second, her eyes widened in shock. A black mark had somehow spread across the ceiling, and hanging upside down directly above her was a person, or rather, a corpse. Flesh and skin were torn open, and bright red blood mixed with sweet syrup dripped from its mouth. Those unseeing eyes were staring at her. Lu Ying's breath caught in her throat, and she turned to run. The solid ground suddenly turned into sticky syrup, making each step incredibly difficult. Even her movement speed boost was reduced. Looking at the stairs within reach, every step felt like a desperate struggle. She couldn't see what was behind her, but she could feel death drawing ever closer. Faster, faster, Lu Ying urged inwardly. The moment she stepped out of the corridor, her foot slipped and she fell into darkness. Looking up, she was on the first floor. In the warm yellow light, a table was filled with people, 2 dead players, an NPC driver, the innkeeper, and several figures with distorted faces. They turned and slowly beckoned to her. Come on over. Tian Shanbao glanced back and hurriedly left the inn. To escape, he had used a prop to create a mirror image. Those people were still trapped in the inn. By the time they got out, it would be too late. With such slow reaction times, it seemed he would be the first to clear this instance. The evil spirits here died in the sugar factory. There was likely a major accident that caused their deaths at work, and the sugar factory inadvertently produced syrup containing flesh and blood. Now, many houses in the town were lit up. His current task was to search for clues left by the evil spirits before their deaths. Howard's detached villa stood in the fine drizzle, its windows revealing a gloomy, overcast view. Jiang Qi pushed open the old door and stepped into the villa. She had just taken a step forward when the door slammed shut behind her, as if shutting out all sound except for her own heartbeat and breathing. While the hotel and the sugar factory had maintained their original pristine appearance, this place was a mess, furniture scattered, and curtains torn and half fallen to the floor. Jiangqi raised her hand to illuminate the stairs ahead. As she ascended the steps, a dark shadow darted past from the unseen darkness behind her. A pale face covered in black veins slowly emerged from behind the curtains, its lifeless eyes staring unblinkingly at her retreating figure. Jiangqi entered the first room on the second floor, up the stairs. The bed frame was half collapsed, all the cabinets were open, and broken items and blood-stained clothes were scattered on the floor. The second and third rooms were in similar state of disrepair. In the third room, Jiangqi saw a well-preserved mirror. Holding a flashlight, she looked away and glanced to the side. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly noticed something move behind her in the mirror. It was a dark, human-shaped shadow. She instantly turned around, her eyes meeting her reflection. In horror stories, such a thing would be considered dangerous. Something had definitely shrunk into her back just now. Jiangqi warily turned to look behind her, but there was still nothing there. However, the chill on her back persisted, and she saw a fleeting glimpse of white through her hair, resembling an eyeball. She felt that her reflection in the mirror was strange, unlike her, even though the person in the mirror looked exactly like her. Jiangqi raised her hand, and her reflection in the mirror mimicked the movement. Something about it was odd, but the more she looked, the stranger it seemed. Jiangqi took a few steps inside, and picked up a white dress stained with large bloodstains from the floor. It was a dress with a tag, but it couldn't be added to her inventory. In the game, these kinds of items weren't important clues, just items related to the plot. At that moment, in the mirror behind her, Jiangqi's figure remained in the same forward-facing posture, her expression gradually turning cold, her eyes still glancing in the direction Jiangqi had just passed, as if secretly observing the person outside the mirror. As Jiangqi walked to the bedside, she inadvertently noticed a photograph lying on the edge of the bed. The photograph was damaged, face down, and its contents were invisible without being taken out. Jiangqi switched the flashlight to her left hand, crouched down, and reached out her right hand to feel for the photograph. Suddenly, a pale hand emerged from the darkness beneath the bed, deeper than ink, slowly reaching towards Jiangqi. Behind this hand were a pair of eerily black eyes with bloodshot whites. If Jiangqi could see what was under the bed, she would recognize that the tattered dress it wore was exactly the same as the bloodstained one on the outside. The moment Jiangqi touched the photograph, the pale hand also reached out to grab it. They narrowly missed each other, just a hair's breadth away from being caught. With the photograph in hand, Jiangqi calmly took a step back and turned it over to examine it. The upper left corner of the photograph was missing a piece, revealing 4 people inside. The girl and boy in the foreground had the same hair color and looked somewhat alike. Behind them stood a couple. The husband's head and half of his body were in the missing corner, and the crack was right on the girl's face. In this damaged photograph, she only had one eye. The colorless black and white photograph looked even more sinister and terrifying. The people in it were smiling, but there was a chilling resentment in their smiles, so vivid it didn't seem like a still photograph. The sugar factory hadn't been operating for several months. During that time, something major must have happened in the town or outside that could have affected the factory. After it reopened, at least half the town's population died. And what caused this family's death? Jiangqi walked back to the mirror. The people in the mirror stood closer than before, as if they could step out from it. The expressions on their faces were clearly the same as in the photograph. Jiangqi put away the photograph and casually covered the mirror with a white cloth. When a sharp noise rang in her ears, she picked up a hammer with both hands and smashed it against the mirror without hesitation. Crash! The shattered glass, contained by the white cloth, didn't scatter everywhere, landing crisply on the thick carpet. Chapter 146. Jiangqi clapped her hands and smiled. Don't try that on me. When she reached under the bed for the photo and sensed the chilling aura, she knew something was in the room. Instead of waiting for it to emerge from the mirror, she'd better smash it first. Leave it with the frame and see how it plays. Jiangqi ignored the red eyes that flashed in the mirror shards and smashed the door as well. Next, it will close the door, so she needed to make sure it had no door to close. The main door of this house was too sturdy to break, but the room was easy to smash. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through the tightly closed room, carrying piercing screams and cries that assaulted her eardrums. Jiangqi strode out, oil paper umbrella in one hand. It seemed she had angered the ghost. But if she didn't do that, they would still lock her in the room and deal with her. She couldn't fight the monsters in this instance anyway, so she might as well strike first. The bathroom door pounded incessantly in their fury, but the bedroom door lay completely on the floor, impossible to close. As soon as Jiangqi stepped out, she saw the stairs, the living room below, and two deathly pale evil spirits standing before the windows of the opposite hallway. It was her wife, and her two children from the photo. They were different from the evil spirits she'd seen in the hotel. Their bodies weren't scalded or boiled with syrup. This was troublesome. Their positioning suggested they didn't want her to leave. The evil spirits on the stairs flashed to her in a few blinks, and Jiangqi had no choice but to run. These things were truly formidable. She could teleport, and so could they. Blood began to seep from the ceiling above her, the red blood oozing a chillingly sweet odor. Painful, eerie roars exploded in her ears. She never knew from which unexpected corner they would emerge. In this unfamiliar setting, surrounded by monsters that could teleport, no matter how much Jiangqi ran or how quickly she reacted, she was still surrounded. Player attacked by the old house evil spirit, HP reduced by 20. Hearing the system notification, Jiangqi quickly assessed her situation. The evil spirit flanking from the left was her son from the photo, his neck bones hanging limply as if broken. To the right were her wife and daughter, their extremely contorted postures blocking all escape routes. And outside the first floor door, drawn-out howls echoed from nowhere. Jumping over the railing wouldn't get her out. She didn't know what awaited her outside. Jiangqi immediately decided to run to the attic. The attic had a skylight. She grabbed her umbrella handle, changed direction, and nimbly teleported to her chosen spot. She ran fast, but the dark figure behind her caught up just as quickly. Just as she was about to reach the wooden door of the attic, a pair of cold hands grabbed Jiangqi by the neck and dragged her backward. A deathly pale face loomed close, its venomous eyes staring at her. The hands on her neck tightened, the force so great it felt like they were about to snap her neck. The aura of death rushed towards her. In a split second, Jiangqi swung her umbrella backhand vertically, imbuing it with lightning. The hatred of the three evil spirits was already at its maximum. She didn't care about adding a little more. The figure screamed and released her. Jiangqi seized the opportunity to kick open the wooden door of the attic and rush inside. The attic mezzanine had fallen into disrepair over the years. The skylight opened with a push. As Jiangqi climbed out, she saw the pupil-less eyes and sinister smiles of the vengeful spirits behind her, and knew they had managed to chase her out of the building. There were no pipes on the wall, and the stone bricks were slippery from the rain. A slight misstep while climbing down could easily break a leg. Finally, her feet touched the ground, and Jiangqi suddenly heard a commotion. Through the window, a warm light appeared in the dark house, and the dilapidated furniture suddenly looked neat and luxurious. A group of people angrily burst through the door, pointing their guns at the three people inside. She couldn't hear what they were saying, but she could feel the oppressive aura emanating from them. Soon, the group swarmed forward, and the three people in the house screamed and retreated. The screams grew increasingly shrill and desperate amidst the commotion, until finally, there was complete silence. The house returned to darkness and ruin. Jiangqi looked up and saw a pale face reflected in the windowpane, a reflection in the glass. It wasn't inside, but beside her. Suddenly, a cold wind rushed into her, making her shiver. It tried to grab her body. Jiangqi, however, turned away without a care. If she hadn't deliberately given the other party a chance, they would never have been able to invade her mental realm. The scene she just saw was the truth. The easiest way to see it clearly was for the evil spirit to show her the memories itself. If she didn't do that, she felt she would fall behind Xiaochao's progress. By then, he would have already completed the game, and she would still be searching for clues. The scene before her changed. The firelight flickered in the fireplace, and intricate patterns were engraved on the silverware. It was drizzling outside, and many people were talking outside the door. It's them. They caused our strange illness. Do we really have to do this? Mr. Howard helped us before. Everyone is sick, except for their family. They are all heretics who worship evil gods. They brought this disaster. I seen them perform evil rituals. The people outside pounded on the door. Inside, a woman clutched her two children tightly, anxiously watching the doorway. Finally, they broke down the door. Upon seeing the expensive furnishings and the three frail figures in the center of the room, their eyes darkened. Then came a horrific act of violence, fueled by greed. It was unclear who struck first, but the young girl and wife were pinned to the ground, struggling and screaming. The boy was killed trying to save his family. The scene lingered on their unseeing, resentful eyes, their dilated pupils bloodshot. Looking into those eyes sent a chill through her, her limbs frozen stiff. A sharp pain shot through her head. Jiangqi snapped back to reality. A black shadow ripped from behind her, tossed aside like a rag doll. Before the evil spirit could react, she moved swiftly, not lingering for a second. These supposedly simple and honest townspeople are anything but. The sugar factory's months-long shutdown was due to the townspeople falling ill. A severe illness so serious that Sweet Town lost its order. Tormented by their suffering, they gradually lost their humanity, targeting the wealthy and healthy Howard family. The accusations of heretics bringing disaster were merely excuses for their atrocities. Plot completion, 50%. Several evil spirits had been following her all the way, only stopping when Jiangqi entered the sugar factory. This journey was incredibly thrilling. Her health was down to 62 points. The sounds of the machinery echoed through the dark sugar factory, and the sweet aroma mingled with the scent of meat filled the air. Jiangqi saw a person standing on a high platform atop the sugar storage tanks. Before she could see who it was, the person jumped straight into one of the tanks. Chapter 147. Immediately afterward, a churning sound came from the jar, and a thick, yellowish liquid gushed out, accumulating on the ground. A human face appeared in the syrup, its mouth open, seemingly trying desperately to escape, but no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't break free from the sweet, sticky syrup. A hand, its skin mostly peeled off, revealing bright red muscle covered in syrup, slammed onto the ground. It howled as it stood up, its rotting body turning towards Jiangqi. Thump! A bucket in the corner rolled to Jiangqi's feet, blocking her path. The two players she had seen sticking together during the day crawled outwards in a twisted manner. Their flesh was extremely fragile. With the slightest movement, pieces were scraped away, exposing bones in some places. It hurts, it's so painful. Jiangqi heard the indistinct syllables from their mouths, and quickly ran around them. Having just run from the house, and then another chase, she was completely exhausted. Jiangqi didn't have time to think about what Mr. Howard, whose photo was missing a corner, had done to make so many people willingly jump into the sugar storage tanks. Behind her, she was surrounded by an indistinguishable mass of innocent, Sweet Town residents. Anyone who was slow enough would become one of them. White mist rose from the sugar factory. Everything here was chillingly cold, but touching it felt like burning skin, and peeling off the syrup would literally tear off a layer of skin. Jiangqi had already searched the sugar factory during the day, forcibly memorizing the map. The fork in the road ahead was a trap. Turning left would lead to a dead end. Only by going straight and opening the door ahead could she find a way to escape. If you went the wrong way here, there was no turning back. Those unfamiliar with the terrain tend to instinctively choose the seemingly easier path. Self-preservation is human nature, but actually taking that path can lead to a terrible end. Old tables and chairs were scattered in the dark corridor. As Jiangqi ran past, items fell to the ground, their echoes lingering in the silent space. Jiangqi stood in a crack behind a door, hearing the wails of evil spirits stop beside her. They were right next to the doorframe, separated from her only by a door panel. This wasn't a good spot, but she had to try. The more she ran, the more evil spirits appeared behind her. One spirit would emerge from every door she opened, another would appear around every corner, and they all wanted to feed her candy. She had no strength left to run. Her mental energy was only 500. The little candy figure evil spirit behind the door panel was searching everywhere. Jiangqi straightened her back and tried her best to observe the situation in the corridor, outside through the crack in the door. Her view was limited. She could only see a very small area. The walls were stained amber, and dusty rags lay along the base of the eaves. Otherwise, all was silent. Gone? A sudden unease gripped Jiangqi. Suddenly, a pair of bloodshot eyes appeared through the crack in the door, staring intently at her. A chill seeped through the narrow gap, like the drawn-out creak of a broken twig. While she was looking outside, the thing outside was looking at her too. The door was flung open, and as they rushed in, Jiangqi calmly teleported to the hallway outside, using a salvage table leg to jam the door shut before running away. Her actions were so fluid, without a moment's hesitation or pause, unlike a hastily conceived reaction. She had temporarily escaped the pursuit, but they were still nearby. She couldn't make a sound, or they would find her soon. Jiangqi used 2 potions to restore her health and mental strength. She was still missing a crucial clue to complete the second half of the project. Jiangqi spun her flashlight, her gaze falling on the oil painting. It was just an ordinary painting, but it wasn't dusty, making it seem out of place in this dilapidated room. Sugar factory production area. Xiechowsi, holding half a photograph, expressionlessly dodged the syrup-covered evil spirit and looked ahead into the dark corridor. He was looking for someone, and also for the remaining clues. These things ignored the player's defense and couldn't be cleared, which had taken up a lot of time. She had probably arrived here by now. At this moment, Jiangqi was trying the combination lock on the old-fashioned lock on the hidden cabinet behind the painting. With this kind of setup, the combination could usually be found nearby. She had indeed found 2 numbers in the room, inside a drawer. But the combination was 3 digits. Spending time searching for the last digit was less efficient than trying them one by one. She tried every number from 0 to 9, but still couldn't open it. It seemed the first 2 numbers were in the wrong order. She needed to find the last digit. Since the game involved a puzzle, it must have provided a hint somewhere. Being chased by the evil spirit, her energy was limited, and she had overlooked some difficult details, which was why she wanted to try a shortcut. However, the game anticipated her prediction. Jiangqi began searching her memory for anything related to numbers. The date in the sugar factory's work log was wrong. The hotel room number was incorrect. What other numbers? Had she seen any numbers when she came over? It seemed there really were. There was also a painting in the room where she had locked the evil spirit, and the scenery depicted in this painting was consistent with the previous one. Realizing this, Jiangqi sighed deeply. She really didn't want to go back. That place was haunted. Jiangqi hung the painting back up, opened the door, and started walking back. She could hear the evil spirits' voices, but couldn't pinpoint their direction. They were still lingering there. Luckily, the door was already open, otherwise, going back for the clues would have been a real disaster. Jiangqi hadn't just been running. She had figured out the distance at which the evil spirits could detect players, and the error was negligible. That's why she could now quietly follow the evil spirits and sneak into the room with the clues. The evil spirits were outside, very close. Jiangqi quickly took down the painting, turned on her flashlight, and found a note with a password written on it behind the painting, 462. She wrote down the password, put the painting back, and prepared to return the way she came. She was making good progress when suddenly hurried footsteps and cries for help rang out. Judging from the voices, it was several other players. That's not the point. The point is, the moment the sound rang out, the evil spirits behind her also noticed Jiangqi. They turned around, opened their mouths and roared, their facial muscles stretched to their limit and then snapped. Jiangqi glanced at the open door beside her, opened her umbrella to shield them, and forcefully pushed them inside, closing the door with practiced ease. The player attacked the residents of Sweet Town twice, and locked them in the room. They are now furious and determined to catch you and throw you into the sugar storage jar. When the hatred level is only 1 or 2, they might hesitate, but once it's high, it doesn't matter. That's exactly what Jiangqi was thinking. Back in the room with the combination lock, she opened the cabinet, took out a few sheets of paper, immediately moved to the next location, and read the contents. This seems to be a diary. Who writes a diary, and keeps it in a combination locked cabinet? Jiangqi sat in the corner, flipping through the 2 pages of the diary in her hands. In a few months, Anna will be a big sister. Yes, my beloved wife is having our 3rd child. I will improve the sugar-making process to give my family a better life. Chapter 148. A strange, contagious disease suddenly appeared in the town. Those who fell ill would gradually die, and there was currently no cure. At first, no one knew it was a terrible infectious disease. The first person in the sugar factory to fall ill was Iman. He told me he didn't need rest, he had to work for his family. I gave him 3 days of paid leave, hoping he could rest well. 3 days later, he said he was better, but suddenly vomited blood and fainted while working. Later, more and more people in the town fell ill, and the sugar factory could no longer continue operating. I heard that the disease was also circulating outside, so I told my wife and 2 children not to go out. The first person to fall ill died. At some point, rumors began to circulate in the town. They said that my sugar factory produced cursed sugar, and that they had fallen ill after eating it. Others said that we worshipped an evil god, bringing them misfortune. However, because of the sugar factory, this town gradually prospered. I have never shortchanged them in terms of wages. We did nothing wrong. Why? Why? The diary ends here. To know what happens next, you need to continue collecting the remaining entries. She might not have collected everything. Some items might have already been taken by others. The area those players had just run through was the path she had taken before. They had encountered the same chase. Jiangqi followed the path, and saw 2 people running this way. Her first priority was to find an escape route, even though these 2 people looked like living people. It's you, Jiangmu. Luing said breathlessly, hurry up, behind us. Jiangqi glanced behind her. What's wrong? We encountered those things, Luing said, gesturing for Jiangqi to follow her. When did you leave the hotel and come here? Luo Zhiqin added, you ran way too fast. Jiang Qi didn't reply, her expression remaining calm. Where are the others? Why are there only 2 of you? They got separated. We were just about to go look for them, Luing said. Did you find anything? Jiang Qi asked again. No, Luo Zhiqin shook his head. What about you? Same as you, we've been avoiding them the whole way. Jiang Qi raised her eyes and said softly, if I'm not mistaken, those evil spirits died inside the sugar storage jars. As for the reason, they brought it upon themselves and deserved it. Hearing this, Lu Ying's expression turned cold for a moment. Jiang Qi, whose attention was entirely focused on them, naturally didn't miss this moment. She had said that on purpose. They suffer here, never to be free, and it's not their fault, they brought it on themselves. Jiang Qi continued, seemingly oblivious to everything. I wonder what methods Mr. Howard used to retaliate against the entire town back then. Could we replicate that method to suppress them? Lu Ying and Luo Zhiqin stopped, their faces stiff and cold, identical expressions. You found out. What are we going to do? Do you want to know how they died? You jump down too. And you find out. Lu Ying's voice hardened, devoid of any human warmth. Your companions have all gone down. Why don't you go die? She spoke slowly, each syllable seemingly soaked in snow water, calmly uttering words filled with resentment. Stop pretending. Jiang Qi nodded at the 2 of them. Which companions? The 2 of you? Or the other one? Luo Zhiqin stared at her, unable to utter a word. He and Lu Ying stood on either side of the aisle, their skin peeling off, as if scalded by boiling syrup. They cried out in pain as they charged towards Jiang Qi. Why are you running? Didn't we come together? Turn around and look at us. Are you scared? You're afraid to turn around? Lu Ying and Luo Zhiqin's voices rang out behind them, alternating between sinister laughter and painful cries. Don't go, wait for us. Take us with you. I don't want to stay here. It hurts, it hurts. Help me. Their voices grew increasingly distorted and closer. We're about to catch up. Hee hee. There's one more ahead, you can't escape. Jiang Qi said indifferently, you're quite kind, you even reminded me. There really was one ahead. She had already encountered it, but she could still run. But then, syrup seeped from the ceiling and walls, causing her to lose health points upon contact. Soon, a layer of sticky syrup appeared on the ground as well. Her running speed slowed, but her stamina consumption increased. Running like this, she would be caught up in no time. Players' health points decreased by 2. Players' health points decreased by 5. So far, Jiang Qi had only lost health points. Her sanity had only decreased by a little. You can't run anymore. Lu Ying and Luo Zhiqin behind her were excited. You're scared. You're about to die. 3 more steps. 1, 2, Jiang Qi coldly interrupted them, looking at you 2 now, who wouldn't be scared. Stop howling, mental pressure doesn't work on me. Before they could even count to 3, Jiang Qi threw her umbrella backward to block them, then teleported away, the umbrella disappearing into the air and returning to her hand the instant it vanished. In her current state, she could only use teleportation once more to escape them. She needed to save her remaining mental energy for unforeseen circumstances. These monsters, which could only run and not fight, weren't particularly scary, but they were definitely troublesome. Lu Ying and Luo Zhiqin, behind her, had already drawn maximum aggro. Both of them spotted a lone player, but neither chased after Jiang Qi, they were both focused on her. Don't run if you dare. Didn't you want to know what happened here? Stop and I tell you. The 2 ghosts were furious, shouting as they chased, not giving up even after a long chase. Jiang Qi looked at the exit ahead, struggling to run with her shoes stuck together by syrup. Just as she ran out of the passage, she unexpectedly crashed into a solid wall. Jiang Qi's eyes sharpened, and she immediately swung her umbrella forward. Flashing lightning appeared in her hand, spreading along the umbrella's surface, shattering the surrounding darkness instantly. The opponent grabbed the umbrella with one hand, blocked her attack with the other, and then countered, controlling both of her hands. Just as Lu Ying and Luo Zhiqin lunged at her from the corridor behind, the opponent again shielded her, changing direction. Before Lu Ying and Luo Zhiqin's sharp hands could land, they were knocked away with screams. You must die. Large patches of skin peeled off Lu Ying's body, revealing the form of the evil spirit within. It lunged again, but Xie Chaozi indifferently reached out. In the shimmering white flames, its body howled and vanished. Xie Chaozi's sanity and health plummeted at that moment. Jiang Qi, without a word, dragged him away to the other side. She wasn't surprised that he could kill the evil spirit in this instance, but the price, he would have to pay in this instance would certainly be much greater. If we kill another one, things will get really bad. Chapter 149. As time passed, the aroma of meat permeating the sugar factory grew increasingly intense. The grayish-white walls were still seeping with syrup, not a clear color, but a rotten color streaked with blood and bits of flesh. The sweeter the smell, the more nauseating it became. Jiangqi closed the door, frowning as she stared intently at Xie Xiaoci. Why did you have to kill it? What do you need it for? Xie Xiaoci asked earnestly and innocently. Jiangqi was silent for a moment. Not really. It's you. Killing an ordinary monster comes at too high a price. Xie Xiaoci, however, didn't seem to care, merely glancing casually at his hands. Don't you also want to see what happens after falling to the critical point? Jiangqi stood in the desolate, dilapidated room, her eyes calm, a flicker of emotion crossing them. But not now. Xie Xiaoci smiled. Right now, I think I'm also afraid of disappearing. Jiangqi lowered her eyes, a pang in her heart. Let's get back to the game. With your current state, you can't afford to break down halfway through. I'm still 20% of the storied progress away, Xie Xiaoci said, pausing. Item collection. I think the other half is with you. What a coincidence, I'm also missing a mystery. Jiangqi smiled. And she already knew where to find the answer. Tian Shanbao hid in the cabinet, listening to the footsteps of players running past, and the howls of evil spirits outside, slowly opening a crack to peek out. His progress had reached 40%. Following behind these people, sneaking in while they were being chased and scrambling, was definitely the right choice. He arrived here without losing a single health point, while more than half of the players in this instance were already dead. Let them clear the way for us. No, we should leave the sugar factory first, recover our strength, and then come back in. These things are too dangerous. My sanity has dropped by 10 points, and the sweetness here is deadly. The longer we stay, the worse it will be for us. Cheng Hui, still shaken, peeked at the corpses covered in syrup outside. He felt nauseous at the smell of sweetness now. Didn't you see the people leaving towards the warehouse? Qijin searched the room. The others are here too. Should we leave? Wait for others to clear the dungeon. Cheng Hui, who is this guy? He's been missing for a day and a night, and he's still alive. His progress must be the highest in the entire dungeon. He thought he was just a weakling who couldn't even clear the solo storyline, but it turns out he's a hidden master. Tian Shanbao and 304, haven't seen them in a long time either. Qijin clenched her fist. What a show-off, not caring about ranking rewards, just wanting to clear the dungeon. Someone among them must have been to that house. We can just ask them for progress. As Qijin spoke, a sudden, deafening tremor erupted outside, the metallic hum piercing the corridor and walls. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously headed out into the outer room. At the same time, Jiangqi pieced together the photographs she held and Xie Xiaoci's using readily available syrup. They stood on the makeshift staircase, holding the complete photograph. The wooden planks beneath their feet swayed precariously, the pursuing evil spirits below them, and syrup dripping from above. A chilling cold permeated the air, yet they could feel the scalding heat emanating from the boiling syrup. The man in the photograph, dressed in a well-tailored suit and wearing a silver pocket watch, stood beside his family with a gentle expression. The syrup below the stairs accumulated, turning the place into a giant sugar storage tank, all its exits covered in it. Pairs of rotting hands surfaced from the syrup, wailing and screaming as they tried to drag them inside. Jiangqi picked up a diary from the platform, and her surroundings instantly changed. Brightness filled the space, steam rose from the facility, and a man stood not far from her. He sat on the ground, the pocket watch before him, a knife in his hand drawing something on his own heart, emitting painful, suppressed sounds. He was performing some kind of ritual, using his own soul and suffering to obtain the cruelest revenge against those people. Jiangqi watched as he slowly stood up and, without hesitation, jumped into the scalding syrup. A blood-curdling scream echoed from below as his body was submerged in the clear, thick syrup. His hair, his skin, was scalded away by the intense heat, his bright red muscle, upon contact with the sticky syrup, gradually turned grayish-white and peeled away layer by layer. Until the last scream faded, a cloyingly sweet smell filled the air. Then, in the dead of night, a knock came at the door of a house in town. A well-dressed man smiled and brought them the sweetest syrup from the sugar factory, along with his curse. For 3 nights in a row, people from the town came here, lining up to jump in. Their wails echoed for a long time, until Sweet Town became a ghost town. The scene ends here. Suddenly, Jiangqi was forcefully pressed into the bubbling, scalding syrup. Her cheeks and eyes burned painfully, as if they were about to rot and fall off. The sensation was so real, it didn't seem like a hallucination at all. A pair of disgusting hands emerged from the syrup, reaching for her face. Jiang Qi's eyes widened as she watched the hand slowly approach her face, the pressure on her body remaining unwavering. She knew her situation was the same as the night before in the hotel. Her mind had been transported to another place, beyond external control, and she couldn't use her abilities. The closer the crisis, the calmer Jiang Qi became. Even if she couldn't break free within 10 seconds, she would become part of this sugar factory, like the two players from earlier that day. Jiang Qi desperately struggled to break free from the pressure, and a pieced-together photograph fell out. The hands, almost touching her eyes, stopped. The instant the pressure on her body vanished, the scalding syrup and the ghostly hands disappeared as well. She stumbled, but someone beside her steadied her. The surroundings returned to normal, but the crisis hadn't truly disappeared. The evil spirits followed, climbing onto the platform. Getting up here was easy, getting down was difficult, even with teleportation. "I know which way to go," Jiang Qi said, glancing sideways ahead. Xie Chaozi nodded and chuckled. "I think I know too." "Then it's a race to see who finds the item first." What they wanted wasn't just rankings, but also being the first to complete the level. Jiang Qi raised an eyebrow, ran to the edge of the platform in a few strides, and decisively jumped. The feeling of weightlessness made her heart skip a beat, but Jiang Qi's face remained calm and indifferent, seemingly unconcerned about choosing the wrong path and ending up in the evil spirit's lair, leaving not even a bone behind. What are they doing? A double suicide? Cheng Hui saw it as soon as he arrived. The two jumped into the sugar storage jar, and crucially, they didn't even struggle, they just jumped. What are they doing? Shouldn't they be escaping the town after collecting the plot points? They don't seem to have been forced to jump by the evil spirits. There must be something in there. Chapter 150. Qijin stared intently at the vengeful spirits around her. After the two people jumped, she and Cheng Hui became their new targets. Should she jump after them? Qijin didn't dare gamble. They all knew that everyone in Sweet Town had died in the sugar storage tanks at the sugar factory. They were bound to encounter something else inside. The evil spirits outside were only a small part of the problem. This town had at least 100 people, and many more hadn't yet emerged. Jumping down without knowing the situation was suicidal. Wait a minute, these two are so powerful. They shouldn't be unknown in the game. Their combat strength is at least in the second tier. I never heard of the name Jiang Mu before. Tian Shanbao, hiding in the shadows, quickly realized. This was likely a fake name. If he went out now and proposed a joint stakeout to Qijin and Cheng Hui, they wouldn't refuse. They had already planned to do so. But the other two seemed like tough opponents. There were many clues and items in this instance, and the game didn't have multiple copies of the key items. Collecting them wasn't the main focus. As long as they could connect the dots to reveal the Sweet Town storyline, that was enough. He went to the homes of ordinary townspeople. Player 304, being so fast, must have taken a different route. Finding his own route to complete the game was just a matter of time. Why insist on taking shortcuts and stealing someone else's achievements? Even if he succeeded, it wouldn't matter. There was no need to risk his life. Tian Shanbao shook his head. He excelled at single-player games because of his caution. He would never risk his life for something he wasn't confident about. Jiang Qi didn't fall into a sugar jar filled with scalding hot syrup, but into a dark and desolate space. Not seeing Xie Chaozi, she cleared her throat, only hearing her own echo. She turned on her flashlight, and saw a layer of black, sticky syrup on the ground. She guessed the item was here, but didn't know how to get it. The chance was less than 40%. This place looked safe now, but in reality, besides the dozen or so outside, everyone else was here. Trying to find something from them would be unimaginable. The flashlight beam only reached about 2 meters in front of Jiang Qi. Beyond that, it was swallowed by darkness. Jiang Qi crouched down to examine the semi-solidified black syrup on the ground, poking it with a piece of which she had found. There was nothing here. How was she supposed to find it? Jiang Qi decided to find an exit first. As long as it was a space, she could find a way out. If she couldn't, there was only one reason. The power or rules constituting this space were beyond her current capabilities. Jiang Qi spread her spiritual energy outwards to sense the entire space, slowly locating it and searching for a way out. Things certainly wouldn't go smoothly. She took a few steps forward and saw a row of evil spirits standing there like mummies, covered in syrup. They had no eyes, but 2 black holes on their noses seemed to be sniffing out the scent of living beings. After confirming they were unharmed, Jiangqi immediately turned around. Even the most formidable evil spirits that suddenly emerge from the darkness can be vulnerable at times. The umbrella could only protect one side. The umbrella was already torn and wouldn't hold for much longer. Their bodies gradually fused together. At first, there were only 2 or 3, but more and more gathered, until only countless rotting limbs coated in syrup were visible. A ripping sound rang in her ears as the umbrella was torn. Jiangqi quickly pulled out a potion and applied a quick heal. As the limbs of these evil spirits coalesced into a heap, Jiangqi saw something glowing behind them, but she couldn't get past it. The evil spirits in front of her had formed a small hill, hurtling towards her. Her defenses were utterly ineffective. One hit would be fatal. Jiangqi folded her umbrella and reached out towards the colossal mass of rotting corpses. Fortunately, she had made the right choice earlier. While sensing this space, she had also grasped some key points, and could use its power to try and construct her own spatial domain to trap them. If it were just a few evil spirits, it wouldn't be difficult, but this horde was far too enormous. Trapping them would require a desperate effort. Blood dripped from Jiangqi's mouth down her chin, her eyes bloodshot. Just a little more, the last section needed to be completed. The long-dormant hallucinations and splitting headache surged back, and cold sweat covered Jiangqi's forehead and back. The evil spirits inside were still struggling, their limbs twisting and writhing as they tried to tear at the invisible barrier. The mountain of evil spirit corpses, their limbs and bodies writhing and howling, was a chilling sight. It's done! Jiangqi gripped her umbrella with one hand, bracing herself on the ground. Without pausing, she immediately looked back for the glowing object she had seen earlier. She couldn't hold them for long. A few seconds was her limit. Any longer, and she would be consumed by the backlash. Jiangqi picked up the knife from the ground, the very knife Howard had used to slash his own heart during the ritual, still bearing dried blood. As the mountain of corpses broke through the barrier, Jiangqi plunged her umbrella into the middle of them, then leaped up, using the umbrella as a springboard. In a split second, she plunged the knife into the body of the evil spirit at the very top of the mountain of corpses. Immediately afterward, the mountain of corpses crumbled and collapsed amidst piercing screams. Jiangqi retrieved her weapon, threw it to the ground, and could only say how cool she looked jumping up to shatter the mountain of evil spirits coming down. She was hit several times by severed limbs. Just now, she hadn't even considered how to get down, let alone cared about looking disheveled. The mountain of corpses collapsed, but the evil spirits remained. This knife was named Mr. Howard's knife. A sharp blade imbued with resentment, capable only of temporarily repelling them, not destroying them. Jiangqi sighed softly, and left the area according to her senses. Jiangqi. Xiaochaozi's voice sounded beside her. He looked at the bloodstains on Jiangqi's face, and remained silent for a moment. You didn't have to jump down. If she had just asked, he could have brought the item up and handed it to her. He could have lost. I know. Jiangqi's lips slowly curved upward, her eyes seemingly shining, but this kind of game is a bit boring. What she wanted wasn't to win, but to prove herself. Only when she was certain everything was under her control could she feel at ease. I thought you didn't know, Xiaochaozi said calmly. How could I not? Jiangqi looked up into his dark eyes. Killing an evil spirit with a skill and enduring the backlash. This act, imbued with clear emotion, was different from what was said outside. You found that pocket watch? Yes, Xiaochaozi replied. The moment the pocket watch opened, the hands moved, and hundreds of evil spirits surged out like a tide. Their story completion was already full. To clear the game, they could simply run out of town. But to get the first clear, they had to eliminate all the evil spirits and end the curse on Sweet Town. This boss battle could only be initiated by the player who found the key item, the pocket watch. Others couldn't kill the cursed evil spirits. They were trapped here because of the curse, and because of the curse, they couldn't be killed. Chapter 151. I found a knife. You found the key to defeating the boss, you win. Jiangqi said, looking ahead. The pocket watch was the key to the curse because the entire Sweet Town was fake. Time was distorted here. Howard's mansion had been abandoned for at least 10 years, and most of the town's inn and sugar factory remained unchanged. Such contradictory and bizarre details. The players walked for so long when entering the town because they had entered a ghost realm born from the curse. Xiaochaozi reached out and handed the silver pocket watch to Jiangqi. Jiangqi smiled silently. Then how about I take the item this time, and you take the first pass? Okay. Xiaochaozi turned his head, his dark eyes reflecting the smile on Jiangqi's face. Directly ahead, the mountain of corpses continued to gather, twisted limbs constantly being glued back together by blackened syrup. The mountain of corpses, piled up by hundreds of evil spirits, was far larger than the one Jiang Qi had just dispersed, almost occupying the entire space they could perceive. With this size, it was impossible to trap them using the same method again. Jiang Qi took a step back, expressionlessly plunging the knife in her hand into the body of the evil spirit behind her. Under Xie Xi's influence, the massive mountain of corpses roared as limbs continuously fell away. This was the power of top-tier combat strength, unleashing its full potential, and he hadn't even used a weapon. Even while clearing away evil spirits on the periphery, Jiang Qi could feel the innate oppressive aura emanating from high-level players. If he hadn't forcibly defied the game rules and suffered a backlash, his output would have been even higher. This can't drag on any longer. I help you divide the battlefield, Jiang Qi said, tossing her umbrella to Xie Xiao. As long as he's fast enough to finish this boss fight, she won't die. Xie Xiao gripped the umbrella and nodded. One of them was a top-tier fighter, and the other was a commander with excellent overall control. They could coordinate perfectly without even exchanging glances. Previously, Xie Xiao didn't participate in team battles, not because no one could keep up with his pace, but because he was too lazy to cooperate and didn't want to listen. He acted entirely on his whim. Even Ning Ming, the strongest commander in the game, couldn't control him. When he was willing to cooperate, there would be absolutely no problems. Jiang Qi believed that. In Xie Xiao's hands, the umbrella was transformed into a high-attack weapon, becoming an invincible killing machine. Jiang Qi simultaneously divided the space, hindering the mountain of corpses' attacks, while watching Xie Xiao's output. Being able to maximize output is something many players in the game, who only have a combat power level, but can't actually deal damage commensurate with it, can't do. Don't be fooled by how simple it sounds. In practice, it's a stumbling block for many players. Clearing levels and increasing combat power doesn't necessarily guarantee maximum output and effectiveness. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a clear difference in strength between players of the same role and combat power level. Jiang Qi's style is different. She calculates timing and maximizing value, not direct output. This is a strategy for players with insufficient combat power to fight above their level. There's no other way. If her output is insufficient, she can only compensate in other ways first. A buzzing sound began to appear in Jiang Qi's mind, and the blood-red area before her eyes rapidly expanded. Overuse of the silver key had taken its toll again. The scenes in her hallucinations were sometimes distorted, sometimes clear. She saw Xie Xiao indifferently choking her own neck, the putrid syrup flowing from the mountain of corpses engulfing her, her skin turning black, rotting, and peeling away in excruciating pain, until only a bloodied body remained. She saw the rust on the vine-like parts of the silver key fade, each leaf and branch radiating a cold, silvery light, holy, solemn, and mysterious. Like an ant on the ground gazing at the endless starry universe, all she could feel was shock and fear. A fear born of the unknown, an unspeakable fear. Behind that towering, seemingly endless black stone gate, countless black tentacles stretched out. In the abyss beneath her feet, the green lights that shone were the eyes of those creatures. She fell, gradually assimilated by those creatures, growing a grotesque and ugly body that was not human, yet her eyes still struggled. Jiang Qi. Xie Xiao's calm voice suddenly exploded in her hallucination. Jiang Qi's pupils constricted. The blasphemous creatures in the dark abyss vanished instantly, leaving only the mangled limbs that Xie Xiao had knocked down from the mountain of corpses. Jiang Qi withdrew her gaze, turning to the mangled mountain of corpses, her trembling fingers clenching into a fist. Amidst the mountain of corpses, various wails echoed. Rotting heads turned towards Jiang Qi, their eyeless black holes conveying a palpable sense of resentment. They writhed, their collapsed bodies struggling to rejoin, or perhaps to separate. A burst of dazzling lightning erupted from Jiang Qi, instantly repelling the surrounding evil spirits, many missing limbs, and with depleted health. At the same time, Xie Xiao landed before her. Boom! The power contained in the leaping white flames and blue lightning spread outwards, causing a deafening tremor. The iron frames within the structure snapped, the makeshift staircase collapsed, and all the evil spirits within sight screamed, their pain and resentment turning to dust. The knife in Jiang Qi's hand also crumbled into a rusty piece of scrap metal amidst the swirling dust. It was all over. Jiang Qi swallowed the blood in her throat, and took the umbrella Xie Xiao offered. You know the consequences of forcibly using that thing. You almost. Xie Xiao looked down at the crimson blood on Jiang Qi's lips, his usually calm eyes now cold. Jiang Qi smiled nonchalantly. You weren't here, that's why I dared to do it. Without risking my life, the seal on that thing would be too slow to break. You were influenced by it, Xie Xiao said gravely. You should have stopped in time. If something had happened, you would have gone mad even outside the game, until death. Yes, Jiangqi replied softly. I was influenced. She didn't know when it had happened. She had wanted to control the power of the silver key, and it was precisely because of this that the influence had deepened unconsciously. The idea of breaking the seal on the silver key was now deeply ingrained in her mind. If I'm controlled and driven mad, it just means I lack the power to possess that thing, and I accept that. Jiangqi smiled slightly. But when that time comes, don't bring me back to reality. All right, Xie Chaozi smiled back, suddenly leaning closer to meet her gaze, his voice deep and resonant. I take you somewhere else. Even if she goes mad, it doesn't matter, he'd be watching. They were standing close now, just one step away from touching. And what about you? You're taking the risk of backlash to fight? Jiangqi slowly approached him, not even caring about yourself. Jiangqi hadn't calmed down yet, and her rationality was running low. She acted on her impulses. Chapter 152. Her hand landed on Xie Chaozi's face, lightly touching the corner of his eye and his long eyelashes. With Xie Chaozi's skills, dodging would have been too easy, but he stood there, seemingly letting Jiangqi do as she pleased. We haven't known each other for very long, Jiangqi said, pulling Xie Chaozi down to her cheek, but this is fine too. Even if they couldn't meet in reality, he didn't know when he would shatter like porcelain, devoid of normal human emotions. Jiangqi's cool lips touched the corner of his lips, then withdrew, as if nothing had happened. Xie Chaozi's dark eyes froze for a moment. His heart had never trembled like this before. Sweet town, all storylines completed. The past sins and curses have ended. Peace will return. Players, please leave the town and exit the game before dawn. The game is over. Qijin and Cheng Hui, who were waiting to catch up on the progress, arrived to find only ruins and a notification that the game was about to end. Someone got the first clear. Qijin gritted her teeth. While they were still waiting, hoping for a chance, someone else had already defeated the boss and gotten the first clear. Such a disparity was naturally disheartening for the other players in the same dungeon. It felt like they hadn't even started, and the other side was already finished. How could they possibly compete? Luckily you two didn't do anything, Tian Shanmao said, watching the two figures walk out of the sugar factory. A direct clear wasn't bad either. With those two around, anyone wanting to compete for a ranking would have to think twice. 304 is Jiangqi, and the other one is also a player who descended. It's very likely that one. Cheng Hui was stunned for a moment. You mean Jiangqi, the one who wiped out Lu Tian's entire team? Isn't she a control-type player? Playing such a difficult single-player game? Players like Jiangqi, with low combat power but strong command skills, usually enter dungeons with a team to maximize their advantages. Going alone is too dangerous. That's for ordinary people. Players from the Descendants don't care about that, Tian Shanmao sighed. The game was over, and there was no competition between them anymore. The three of them walked together without saying a word. I'm quite curious, which of those two got the first clear? Tian Shanmao said. Having fallen behind in the game's progress while playing with those two in the same dungeon, he didn't feel frustrated at all. There are always some people in the game who have more opportunities and potential than ordinary players. He's seen many like that in the first merchant guild, each one more powerful than the last, and not all of them could survive. Slower strength improvement is fine, being able to survive is good too. He had a clear understanding of himself, and never thought he could do it just because he's seen many powerful figures in the game. He valued his life. Stepping out of the sugar factory, the town had changed. Everywhere was rubble and ruins. The houses lining the streets were windowless, their furniture broken beyond recognition. The once formidable Howard's mansion was now silent. A gust of wind carried the town's desolation. Jiangqi walked calmly along the empty road, glancing sideways at Xie Chaozi beside her. Now that she was sober, she didn't know what to say. The road wasn't long. Just as Jiangqi was about to leave to end the game, she was pulled back, almost bumping into Xie Chaozi again. Jiangqi paused for a moment. What's wrong? It's not because of that key. Xie Chaozi's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he said earnestly, you're different too. If she had to pinpoint when it started, it was probably the last dungeon. I know. Jiangqi spoke very softly, the smile on her lips making the ruins behind her seem even brighter. Ding. Congratulations player, you have cleared the Sweet Town dungeon. Dungeon rankings have been updated, and rewards are being calculated. Clearance reward points, 3,000. Clearance reward items, silver pocket watch. A one-time use item that freezes the area around the target for 30 seconds. Any attacks are ineffective during this time. Bodhi handheld. Increases spirit power by 200 when worn. Can be crafted together with a weapon oil paper umbrella. Ranking reward, 200 base attribute points. Jiangqi glanced at the rankings. Xiechausi was the first to clear, so he was naturally in first place. She was second, but the rewards from this dungeon were quite good. Although the pocket watch is a one-time use item, preventing attacks after use, if used well, it's more than just a life-saving item. Even if the target's combat power is too high and the effect doesn't last 30 seconds, it's enough to turn the tide. 200 points of mental strength may not seem like much, but that's how combat power is built up little by little. Just like before, 200 attribute points, 100 in attack, and the rest evenly distributed between physical strength and defense. Interface information updated. Player, Jiangqi. Health, 100. Sanity, 100. Physical strength, 180. Attack, 885. Defense, 270. Extraordinary ability, Elemental Control Lightning, Level 2, doubles damage in heavy rain, mental strength, 1400. Overall combat power, 6300, system rating, C level, identity, pharmacist, intermediate, back to reality. Jiangqi carefully checked the door for any signs of tampering, and only after confirming everything was alright did she confidently lie down on the bed. Being on guard every day is exhausting. Wuda, who hasn't caused trouble in a while, will surely find out where she is in real life. It's only a matter of time. They haven't officially met yet, but it's already reached a life or death situation. Even if he can't kill her in the game, he might still try to kill her in real life. Jiangqi opened the system interface. Shui and the others hadn't appeared yet. Repairing the umbrella and crafting it had cost her a full 5,000 points. The higher the weapon's grade, the more points are needed. This is why so many players sell materials and items, relying on organizations. There shouldn't be many people who wouldn't take a shortcut. The First Merchant Guild is famously wealthy. Those who are successful can be armed to the teeth with high-grade items, basically, pay-to-win players. Ordinary people can easily deplete their stats with their items if they want to fight them. Jiangqi held her palm up, and the silver key, now only 2/3 rusted, appeared out of thin air. She could already take out the silver key, and could feel its power, and her connection growing stronger. Jiangqi leaned back against the pillow, and closed her eyes. She needed to return to the main city to see Mingming and, while she was at it, level up her apothecary proficiency. Player Market. First Merchant Guild. I heard that Mingming really values that newcomer Jiangqi in the game. She's already an intermediate apothecary. There aren't many players who level up that fast. I don't know what Mingming is thinking. Her individual combat power isn't high, it's really nothing in the game. There are people with higher apothecary levels than her, but isn't this a bit too much? Yeah, aren't Hang Jing and Shui and her team more worthy of attention? Liiji looked at the people discussing, and shook her head. No one in this game should doubt Mingming's decisions. Chapter 153. You know, players with higher pharmacist levels than her don't have her ability to lead and command independently. There aren't many pharmacists with that ability in the game. At least none can lead a team with the same stats to wipe out Lu Tian. That's true. The female player holding the abacus moved so fast her hands were almost invisible. However, a team leader should be worried about not being able to control a player like her in the future. It's not easy to cultivate a high-level pharmacist, especially one who leads a team. If she leaves, it'd be a huge loss. That's why the First Merchant Guild was puzzled by Mingming's actions after receiving the news. At this point, they weren't the only ones guessing Mingming's intentions. Isn't someone in her team registered with us? Didn't we get anything out of them? The player sitting in the armchair twirled a walnut in his hand, looking at Liiji. The two walnuts from Zhou Yongsheng, the vice president of the First Merchant Guild, looked like ordinary collectible walnuts, but they were actually high-grade items, quite famous in the game. That kid's shrewd, a real business genius, and he hasn't revealed a single secret, Liiji said honestly. Even though he was close to Fan Yuan, he still had to be clear about his stance. After all, he's just a figurehead, Zhou Yongsheng smiled. We can't let these nominal players gain access to the guild's authority and mess things up. It'd make things ugly. Understood, Liiji explained. Fan Yuan is very discreet. He never interferes with the guild's interests. Even the weakest member of the team is a clever player, Zhou Yongsheng continued, turning two walnuts. The First Merchant Guild didn't want to offend the other three guilds, and was happy to deal with smart people, everyone getting what they needed, and no one wanting to cause trouble. We already given Mingming what he wanted, the female player said with a pained expression, but he's really generous. Anyone who didn't know better would think Jiang Qi was his long-lost daughter. The age difference is too much. What Ming Ming wanted wasn't something that could be bought with points. The first merchant guild lacked everything except money, so what they wanted wasn't points either. What they wanted was an S-rank team. Ming Ming needed to help his guild leader reach S+, and then train them. The guild leader had been stuck at S-rank for a long time, just a little short, and hadn't been able to advance. The messenger of the gods' headquarters was a domed church building, very conspicuous in the main city. Evan, dressed in a classical robe, his green eyes fixed on Ming Ming. She was supposed to be a cardinal of the messenger of God. You and I both know the truth of the real world. What's the point of what you're doing? You have Wuda here. How can they possibly coexist? Ming Ming smiled. I still want to remind your cardinal to be careful of the dream world. In one of the calculated lines, Jiang Qi had indeed joined the messenger of God, but she didn't believe in God, and even considered blasphemy. She controlled the original rules of the Silver Key, and under its influence, she gradually lost her humanity, personally shattering the rules of existence in the real world, a rational madwoman. Yet she was also the only one who could truly wield power, comparable to a god. Ming Ming walked out the door, stood on the steps, and looked up at the enormous celestial body hanging in the sky. From some perspectives, being chosen by a player could be considered lucky. Jiang Qi sat in Ming Ming's conference room, propping her head up with one hand. What am I supposed to say? She thought. Even if it didn't seem strange to outsiders, she felt it was going too far. This grade was perfect for the material of her umbrella. Star silk, increasing attack by 1,000 and defense by 500. Things that could be bought with points weren't the problem was resources that money couldn't buy. You came today because you had something to ask me? Ming Ming said with a smile. As expected, nothing can be hidden from you. Jiang Qi lowered her hand and said seriously, Boss Ming Ming, you're being so generous, I'm starting to worry. You won't accept it? Ming Ming wasn't worried about Jiang Qi refusing. I will. Who can refuse something so good placed before them? You even prepared the entire crafting process for me. She wasn't stupid. How could she refuse something that could upgrade her weapon by a grade? Speak, what do you want to ask? Ming Ming asked, looking inscrutable. Xiaozi, Jiang Qi asked directly, if his sanity falls below the critical point, will he disappear? Ming Ming looked at Jiang Qi's earnest expression and paused. I can't predict his fate, but regarding your question, it depends on how you define disappearance. He only listens to you, so I hope you can keep an eye on him. Prevent his sanity from falling below the critical point, or prevent this body from disintegrating? Jiang Qi slowly raised her eyes. Then let me ask you another question. He's not human, nor does he belong to the real world. Ming Ming looked directly at Jiang Qi. No, he is human now. Understood. The body is human, he might disappear. It's not that he can't go to our real world. As for who he is, I think you should find the answer yourself. He's already awakened. How could he not go to the real world constructed by time? It's just that whether this is good or bad is still unknown. It's a fact that the beings in the game don't want him to awaken. I understand. Some things can't be said. Jiang Qi nodded. It wasn't that Ming Ming was deliberately being a riddle maker, but the matter was too great for him to speak of. Or rather, some force prevented him from speaking. After obtaining the upgraded weapon, Jiang Qi's combat power increased from 6,300 to 8,500, and her rank changed to B. Attack increased from 885 to 1885. Defense increased from 270 to 770. Jiang Qi's stats haven't reached the normal level of B-rank combat power yet. Her high combat power is only due to her high mental strength. Therefore, her output is still far from sufficient, but ordinary mental attacks and spatial abilities are ineffective against her. A damage-dealing player whose greatest advantage lies in survivability and crowd control is truly unique in the game. Jiang Qi entered the room. Xiaozi was sitting in a high-back chair, his long legs slightly crossed. His slender figure and exquisite profile came into view. The soft light from the window fell perfectly on him, bathing his thick eyelashes in a warm glow, making him resemble a meticulously sculpted marble statue in a cathedral, perfect, sacred, and utterly cold. Sensing someone approach, Xiaozi's eyelashes fluttered, and his eyes met hers. Meeting those eyes, Jiang Qi was stunned for half a second. Sister Jiang Qi, Xiaozi's voice was slightly deep, like a light feather brushing past her ear. Have you gotten used to calling me that? Jiang Qi chuckled. He lowered his head, his eyes clear and focused. I never been to your world. Can I go see you? Even if I say no, you still go, Jiang Qi said calmly. Xiaozi nodded frankly. Jiang Qi, Chapter 154. But how can you be sure you can find me? Jiang Qi looked at his face, her voice as gentle and calm as ever. When you use the ancient language, I could obtain the coordinates. Xie Chao's eyes darkened slightly. It's just that it's a game instance space, with its own rules. Jiang Qi was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Alright, I recite the summoning incantation again. Come see me. The combat power rankings are updated in real time. The first tier is still dominated by the major organizations, with the 3 organizations accounting for 80%. Excluding players who died and were removed from the rankings, the changes are minimal. Hang Jing impatiently closed the interface. Seeing that a player he didn't like was slightly stronger than him, he lost his appetite. Shi Wei, whose ranking on the assassin list had dropped, calmly picked up some food and ate rice. Aren't you worried? Hang Jing asked, puzzled. What's the rush? My goal right now isn't to climb the assassin rankings, Shi Wei sighed. After my assassin career suffered a devastating blow at Jiang Qi's hands, I decided to change careers. Improving my combat power is my top priority. Jiang Qi, who had just come from Sweet Town, calmly picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs coated in syrup. You're almost at S rank, right? Jiang Qi asked Hang Jing. Just a few hundred combat power short, Hang Jing replied. The higher the rank, the harder it is to improve. Potential and opportunity are both indispensable. Out of 10 A-rank players, not even one might reach S rank. Combat power is important in this game, but it's not the most important thing. Below S+, you can handle it, right? A few hundred combat power isn't a big difference, Jiang Qi stated her opinion. From the captain's and commander's perspective, that's correct. There's a saying in the game, teams that can only dominate team fights either have a weak main damage dealer or a weak commander. Sister Qi, have you found a house? When are you planning to move in? We come help you move your things, Fan Yuan asked. In a couple of days. Thinking about the house made Jiang Qi's heart ache. It was a 2-story old house with a yard that she had renovated at great expense, bought with Fan Yuan's help. It was located in a scenic area, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, quiet and peaceful, with the surrounding neighbors all a bit far away. Fan Yuan had money but no points, so they simply skipped the system and made a deal directly. Jiang Qi would give points, and Fan Yuan would buy the house. This way, Fan Yuan could use the points to improve his strength, which was more cost-effective than returning the points to the system. They both thought it was a good idea. Shi Wei thought so too. She was the one in the team with the most points. She also said she would give Fan Yuan points, so they could buy a house nearby. The scenery there was nice, and they could look after each other. Fan Yuan paused, then how about we choose a better place? I just build a big house, and we can all live together? Hang Jing raised his hand. I want to face the sea, with spring flowers blooming. Then I also need to have a view of the sea, a good view, Jiang Qi added. Shi Wei looked up. I'm the same as them. I have no objection, Wang Yu shrugged. The sea view will be very humid. Fan Yuan picked up his phone and turned it upside down to show them. I have a piece of land in the Rosa Islands. The house is a bit old. This kind of place is suitable for travel, not for long-term residence. The group, who had been jokingly making requests, paused when they saw the endless blue sea and the Rosa Islands with its green cliffs on Fan Yuan's phone. The place we mentioned, it really exists, Hang Jing said solemnly, uttering a single word 6. I'm serious. We can go play a couple of rounds anytime we're tired of the game. Isn't Sister Qi's birthday coming up soon? Fan Yuan said. Okay, let me take care of some things first. Jiang Qi closed the system interface. I just received news that 3 organizations are planning to open a training ground together, a multiplayer battlefield. Wow, that sounds like a lot of fun. Will we participate? Hang Jing looked at Jiang Qi eagerly. Of course. Jiang Qi picked up her cup and smiled. The other 2 organizations only set up this arrangement because they wanted to see her trump card. After dinner, Jiang Qi returned home and packed her things. Actually, she didn't have much to bring, except for her personal belongings and her grandmother's portrait. The game forums and player marketplaces were in an uproar. I heard that the Messenger of God, Judgment of Fate, and Descent are going to open a training ground together. Is that true? Insider information, yes. The winning side will receive a decent reward, at least a level boost in strength. Wow! Can you open access? I want to go in and watch the gods fight. If access is open, the training grounds will be packed. Is there anyone who can take me in for a peek? My information is that only internal players can go in, regular members can't, but I can give you a live text update on the forum. Will Xie Chao CI Sun Yi, and Chu Yu, those top-tier fighters, participate? Probably not. If they go, what will the others do? Not necessarily. It's a team battle. As long as the average strength isn't too uneven, it'd be fine. All three organizations are involved. Won't the First Chamber of Commerce join in? Sigh, the First Chamber of Commerce is still weaker than the other three in terms of combat power alone. If they're going, they'd probably just sponsor something valuable to watch. That makes sense. The First Chamber of Commerce is a real big spender. I remember last time, in the training grounds opened by Descent and Judgment of Fate, Xie Chao Ci and his group didn't participate. Descent players are too strong in individual combat. Even support players can go toe-to-toe with the enemy's damage dealers. Their team was fragmented, everyone had their own ideas, and in the end, they even fought each other to get kills, but they were truly fierce. No, I agree with everything else, but you're saying Chu Shu is a support? She's clearly an all-around player. Does Descent even have supports? Everyone knows no. Fang Yuan fell silent upon seeing this, feeling like he'd taken a huge hit. No wonder Jiang Qi was so eager to improve her strength, willing to be affected by items and risk her life. There are too many people stronger than them in this game. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi was also browsing the player forums at 2 a.m. Suddenly, she heard a noise coming from the door lock, like someone was trying to pick it. She turned off the lights and drew the curtains. No light could be seen from outside, the area was usually quiet at night. Several electric scooter batteries had been stolen recently. Jiang Qi closed the online forum. She knew her house well enough to walk to the living room door without needing artificial lighting. Looking through the peephole, she saw someone fiddling with a lock, holding a knife. She wondered if it was an unlucky thief, or what they were doing there. They probably hadn't expected her to be awake so late. Jiang Qi's lips curled into a smile. She reached forward, and the old-fashioned metal security door instantly disappeared into the darkness. At the same time, the person outside suddenly realized that the door was gone, replaced by complete darkness, impenetrable even by a flashlight. Even the stairs they had come up with were gone. Chapter 155. The young man dared not utter a sound or move, his knife trembling like a leaf. He had observed the house for a while, knowing it was a woman living alone, and that the security cameras in the area were just for show, which was why he had come. He hadn't expected to encounter a ghost. The stairs were gone, the door was gone. He couldn't find his way out no matter which way he went. He was completely distraught, not caring if anyone discovered him, and shouted loudly several times, from help. To fire, but no one came out. It was a ghost wall, it must be a ghost wall. He remembered looking through the peephole earlier, and by the light of the street lamp outside the window, he had seen a black and white photograph inside the house. While the young man was muttering and apologizing, holding the knife, Jiang Qi was boiling water, serving instant noodles, sitting at her desk, continuing her discussion on the forum. The one outside was lucky. Jiang Qi didn't want to kill someone in her grandmother's old house. That was also the reason for the temporary move. She didn't want her own affairs to ruin this place. The next day, early morning, Jiang Qi was awakened by the noise outside. She lived on the 4th floor, the top floor. The family across the hall had moved out long ago, leaving their apartment empty. That's why the young man, who had been trapped for half the night and couldn't find his way, was only discovered now. Seeing him holding a knife and looking mentally unstable, the residents were too afraid to approach and immediately retreated to their homes to call the police. A ghost! This place is haunted. Help! Help! The young man cried, tears streaming down his face, as he saw the police. The police were stunned by his outburst. It was the first time they encountered someone so frightened after a failed armed robbery attempt. Even after being pinned to the ground and having the knife taken from him, the young man continued to shout, "There really is a ghost. This door suddenly disappeared yesterday, and the stairs. I can't find my way out no matter how I look. There's a funeral portrait in this house. It's definitely haunted. Is this kid out of his mind? I lived here for over 30 years, and never seen a ghost." The onlookers laughed. Even those rushing to work came to watch the spectacle. "If you haven't done anything wrong, you have nothing to fear. He was trying to rob us, and got scared by the portrait. This kind of person should be shot. Holding a knife, wasn't he just trying to kill us? If something happens, our house will become a haunted house. Yeah, what if he comes to our house? We mustn't let this kind of menace get out. He only does this when he's desperate. He's scared like this, he doesn't deserve to die. You make it sound so easy. If he came to your house with a knife, wouldn't you be scared? How can you say that? If you ask me, it's very possible that Grandma Jiang is protecting him." Jiang Qi's nonchalant smile vanished. She opened the door and, when questioned, said she was playing games that night and hadn't heard any noise outside. The police specifically gave her some precautions, advising her to be careful living alone and to install a security camera, as last night's incident was very dangerous. Jiangqi nodded repeatedly, closed the door, and stood by the window, watching the man who attempted a burglary being handcuffed and taken to the police. It was indeed quite dangerous. He went insane after just one touch of the silver key's power. Anywhere else, he would have lost his life. Jiangqi typed rapidly on her phone with one hand, saying she would be going to the system's main city later. Fan Yuan, what? Armed robbery? Are you alright? Jiangqi, are you asking about me, or the other person? I'm fine, but the other person seems to have gone mad. Fan Yuan, Sure way, you really don't disappoint me. I thought you were going to ask us to help you dispose of the body. Do I need to go through all this trouble to dispose of a corpse before I take action? Jiangqi tagged Fan Yuan from behind. Help me confirm if this person is alright. Fan Yuan replied with a no problem emoji. The player training battlefield hadn't seen such a spectacle in a long time. Several organizations had gathered, and there were many onlookers outside. Chu Shu led Jiangqi and the others to the landing site. The boss is too busy to come, saying he's busy paying off debts, so he's having you take charge. Jiangqi hesitated slightly. Is he serious? Giving her command in this situation was too obvious. I asked him, and he said he has high hopes for you. Chu Shu waved her hand, her gaze gradually drifting into memories. Just now, Ming Ming said insincerely that the First Chamber of Commerce was pressing him hard, and he couldn't leave. I have no objection to letting her take charge, but what about the others? They might not be willing to listen. Even if you want her to take over, isn't it a bit too hasty? Yes. Ming Ming sighed deeply, saying nothing more. I thought I was just here to compete for the rewards, Jiangqi said, looking at the two groups of players opposite her. The First Merchant Guild isn't participating, they're just spectating, Chu Shu whispered in Jiangqi's ear. Of course, they're sponsoring the item rewards. The first tier and S+ players will only be on this desert wasteland map. It'd be a free-for-all between the three teams, whoever survives to the end wins. Jiangqi knew this battlefield map. Normally, only teams of a certain size would use it. The map was too large and the points were expensive to unlock, so it wasn't usually used for training. You haven't been on this map before? Chu Shu suddenly realized the crux of the matter. Ming Ming handed the command over to Jiangqi. That match was for the first tier, with 10 players on each side. The commanders on the other two sides had already been on this map. It's nothing. Just a training battlefield. Chu Shu's red lips curved slightly. Winning or losing isn't that important. We don't play games based on reputation. Jiangqi's combat strength was far behind the top tier. Losing wasn't shameful, but it would be difficult for her to command the players who had descended. It's alright. If you want to win, I can win it back. Xie Chaozi stood beside Jiangqi, speaking calmly. Chu Shu took a step back, exchanging a gossipy glance with Chen Shi. Across the way. Where's Ming Ming? Why isn't he here yet? The top-tier player from Fate's Judgment looked around for a long time, but couldn't see the commander who had once defeated him so decisively, the nightmare-level commander. Ming Ming hadn't used his true strength from beginning to end, winning the game solely through his unpredictable style. However, that game wasn't a direct combat game, which gave Ming Ming room to maneuver. Still don't understand? If he doesn't come now, he won't join the game. Sun Yi withdrew her gaze. Sister Sun, if Ming Ming doesn't come, are they planning to fight separately? Even if Xie Chaozi's damage output is high, he can't single-handedly turn the tide. He's such an obvious target, he'd be targeted as soon as he appears. We don't need to really fight, we just need to stall him. If they can't beat him, can't they at least stall him? Sun Yi glanced at the player. Didn't you see the person standing in Ming Ming's position? Isn't she the commander? Who? That Jiangqi? The player looked at the opposing lineup in shock. I don't understand. She can beat Lu Tian, so she has some command ability, but standing in Ming Ming's command position. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? In our battlefield, her combat power can't withstand it. Anyone could easily eliminate her. Chapter 156. A commander is a mobile aggro magnet. They can be without damage output, but they can't be without defense. What kind of commander can lead if they're eliminated immediately after being knocked out of the game? This battlefield has an in-team communication channel, allowing communication once every half hour. During this time, only the commander can issue commands directly, and see the positions of all teammates and enemies on the entire map, with a 30-second time limit. Without a commander, The player can fight for a while on their own, but under this mechanism, Xiao Ci can't reverse the situation. What you know Ming Ming knows. Sunny smiled. The player lowered his head, eager to see what made this person so important to Ming Ming, and why she was participating in this battle between the top tiers of the game. I heard she has some grudges with the people from the God's Messenger side. I'm starting to look forward to it, Chuyu said with interest. This battle is sure to be very interesting. I'm even more looking forward to facing Xiao Ci again. Sunny narrowed his eyes. Last time, not only did he win against her, but he also refused the invitation to join the trial of fate. Ming Ming has tried to poach people time and time again, and Jiang Qi, whom he brought, even stole an assistant from me. Ordinary players scramble to join large organizations to gain resources, while valuable players and top organizations scramble to recruit. That's how the game is. Feeling the pressure in Sun Yi's tone, the players around him fell silent. What's the map situation? Tell me about it later. Jiang Qi's gaze was calm. You're not participating in the battlefields below S rank in the second tier? Sure Wei's gaze fell on the God's Messenger team on the other side. Wuda's territory is second only to Evan's. He has his own power, which is evident in his positioning. I can't participate in the second tier battlefield, Jiang Qi replied. She needed time to familiarize herself with the battlefield map and the enemy's lineup, especially the Messenger of God. This was her first formal meeting with Wuda, and he probably wanted to put her down in the training ground first. She wouldn't back down. Then who will take the second tier? Wei asked hesitantly. None of them were good at this position, and they couldn't spare the energy to command. Fang Yuan can, Jiang Qi said without hesitation. Sister Qi. Fang Yuan stopped mid-sentence when he met Jiang Qi's gaze. Calculate skills, seize the opportunity, you have the ability. Jiang Qi's voice was devoid of emotion, simply stating the facts calmly. They didn't need emotional encouragement, just the facts, nothing more. I will do my best, Fang Yuan nodded solemnly. The second-tier battlefield also included members of the merchant guilds, all of whom were core members of their respective organizations and newly recruited potential players. The 5 teams were randomly selected to compete against each other, and the winning team would continue. The damage and recovery system in the battlefield is the same as in game instances. Upon elimination or the battle ends, a player's status is immediately restored to full, allowing them to proceed to the next battle without delay. Opening such a large-scale battlefield requires more than a few hundred or even a few thousand points, but these points are well worth it. The spectator area is quite spectacular. Many players, who obtained entry qualifications, excitedly posted on the forums. Holy crap, holy crap. The entire game world is here. The last time I saw this scene was just now. Entering from outside was so exciting. Top players, leaders from various organizations, and people from all the leaderboards were here. What the heck? What's going on? I'm shocked beyond belief. Upon arriving at the spectator stands, the person sitting in the main seat is a female player I don't recognize. You must be mistaken. Even if Ming Dashan isn't here, their core members are sitting in the main seats. What's with this stranger? I'm not mistaken, really. Xiao Ci is sleeping right next to her. Your information is too slow. A live broadcast? That's Jiang Qi. She's here in Ming Dashan's place. Wait, what are you saying? If I remember correctly, her combat power isn't even A rank, yet she's replacing Ming Ming, the leader of the descent? What is the descent doing? Just because it's a training ground and no one will die, does that mean they don't take their opponents seriously? What a disgrace it will be if they lose. Can she command respect in the main seat? I bet 100 points on the descent side in a match organized by the First Chamber of Commerce. Are you kidding me? They just put a weakling in there? The major organizations aren't so poor they resort to match fixing, are they? This Jiang Qi is indeed powerful, but that's only compared to ordinary players. She's far from being in the top tier of the game. Did the descent give up a god-level commander? She really is in the main seat. Seriously, sitting among the bunch of lunatics from the descent, she looks so innocent and weak, completely out of place. How can she keep things under control? Am I the only one who noticed this? The great Ming Ming isn't here. Who's in charge? Who's in charge? Are they all going to be kings themselves? Isn't it obvious who's in the main seat? I heard even Evan from the Messenger of God isn't here either. Huh? You're saying a player below A rank wants to participate in the top tier battlefield? Are you kidding me? Someone like Lu Tian is a nobody in this battlefield. Every S rank player who can participate is either a strong S rank or has incredibly powerful skills. What's the point of her even participating? Really? Wouldn't she be eliminated instantly? She'd be feeding the enemy a kill the moment she enters. When has descent ever been this humiliating? I don't know what Jiang Lin was thinking. I'd be better than her. Instantly, a flurry of onlookers and mockery erupted. An insider chimed in, saying, "You can't say that." According to sources within the guild, Jiang Qi's command abilities are quite good. Even more dissenting voices followed. Don't be ridiculous. Even if her command abilities are good, her combat equipment needs to be on par with the top tier. Especially with Jiang Lin's players, they already run 100 meters ahead, and she's still stuck in the mud. What good is having the strongest DPS? Even if her combat power is balanced, she can't keep up. How can she fight like that? Tell me, how can she fight? She dies the moment she enters. What's the use of commanding? Team commanders get one resurrection opportunity, that's true for others, but what's the use for her? She just die again after resurrecting. Remember Jiang Lin's evaluation? Godlike command. Only Ming Ming could carry their team in battle. Honestly, no matter how strong the commander is, they can't surpass Ming Ming. Chu Yu and Evan both acknowledge his strength. In this game, who else can surpass Ming Ming with his predictive abilities? If Ming Ming doesn't come, and the game ends in a disastrous defeat, will they still be able to hold their heads high in front of the other two sides after the game ends? While the forums were buzzing with discussion, Jiang Qi was still listening to the map analysis. This battlefield map is called Desert Wasteland, but it's not just a desert. There's an oasis in the east, the only resource point. Many teams will rush to occupy that position at the start, waiting to ambush their prey. Chu Shu pointed to the southern part of the simple map. There's a river there, with dead trees on it. The messenger of God has players who can control the water. Chapter 157. Be careful of Wuda's people. I think he eliminate you first. Jiang Qi responded, the commander is always a target. I'm the weakest. It would be strange if they didn't target me. In this type of battlefield, players like her, whose combat power is far below average, are balanced up to a higher combat power level, which is A rank. However, the balanced combat power is inflated and can't compare to true A rank combat power, especially in such a high-level battlefield. If it weren't for the large map and enough hiding places, even 3 more resurrections wouldn't have helped. Xie Chaozi rested his head on Jiang Qi's shoulder very naturally, looking at the map in her hand. Those who witnessed this scene nearby were stunned. What did I just see? Holy crap, the rumors are true. He's already in a relationship, and I'm still all alone? Why? Why? The first-tier players asked those around them, puzzled and heartbroken. You're number 1 on the assassin list. Why do you think? You just stand there like an ice pop. Everyone's worried you're going to kill someone. Who would want to be with you? And him? He sleeps all day. Last time someone disturbed his sleep, they scattered his ashes. Jiang Zichuan said softly. Qin Shi sighed deeply. I often feel out of place with you guys because I'm too normal. They're all crazy. But Jiang Qi and her teammates seem pretty normal. There are resource points for restoring status in this map. One fixed location is the oasis. They spawn randomly outside, but there are a few fixed spawn points. It's hard for you to memorize them all right now. It's alright, just tell me the spawn points for these places. Jiang Qi pointed out several fortresses. Among them was a canyon in the desert, only wide enough for 3 people to pass side by side. Okay. Chu Shu nodded. The marble tiles with carved patterns on the ground are resource points. Every 30 minutes, sandstorms and tornadoes will randomly occur on the battlefield, the kind that wipe out half your health in one hit. Only the oasis is absolutely safe. How should we fight? Those guys have very unpredictable styles, especially on a battlefield like this where it's all about winning or losing. They play pretty recklessly, sometimes venturing deep into enemy territory and impossible to pull back, even when the leader is around. Chu Shu looked at Xie Chaozi on Jiang Qi's shoulder and smiled. Especially him, you never know where he be. Xie Chaozi straightened up, his lips slightly pursed. It was just training before. Jiang Qi smiled. Once inside, the spawn points for each faction won't be too far apart. The distance between the 3 factions and the oasis, this crucial battleground, will also be roughly the same. When the commander activates their skill to check positions, the system will announce it. This isn't a siege or defense game. The goal is to eliminate the other 2 factions. How we fight depends on the specific situation. Defending or attacking can be planned in advance, but on this kind of battlefield, without knowing the enemy's location and movements, no amount of planning can keep up with the changes. She now needed to understand the strength of the opposing main force, while the second-tier battle officially began at this time. Jiang Qi listened to the increasingly powerful opponents, opened the system interface, and sent a message to Ming Ming, who wasn't playing but was in the spectator stands. What you gave me is really hard to get. Meanwhile, in a corner of the spectator stands of the God's messenger. Ming Ming, wearing a mask, smiled and closed the system interface. You seem to have a lot of confidence in her. Evan's voice was slightly cold. Guess who will be eliminated first? Ming Ming propped his head up. Chu won't participate because of his pride, so it seems Sun Yi will be leading the team. Since neither faction's leader is involved, there's no point in Chu Yu winning. I can stay out of her and Wuda's affairs, but she can't kill Wuda right now. If Wuda kills her and gets that item, he deal with Wuda and take it, if possible. A cardinal controlled by a dream? Ming Ming smiled and shook his head. Evan didn't back down. You're not controlled by divination abilities, but you're not much better off. That's why I'm optimistic about her. You know what happened to the last person who obtained the divine artifact? Ming Ming's face behind his mask showed a moment of stunned silence. Actually, I don't know what you're insisting on. Time only moves forward, and at least the players can still live in the game. Ming Ming said nothing. The spectator stands, and the forums erupted in excitement at the start of the battle. Seriously? Another low-power commander? I seriously suspect they're just here for fun. I can't even tell whether a team with no commander or a weak commander is more likely to lose. Hang Jing is strong. He can hold off two players of similar strength all by himself. What's the use of him being strong alone? If his teammates can't keep up, he won't last half a minute. No commander can participate in a battle of this level. He's a support. How can that not be considered participation? A support can be a commander. They have more energy to control the battlefield. Jiangqi isn't playing. Looks like they're really going to be fighting the top tier. It's a pity. They could have won. Hang Jing was surrounded and had no skills, and for the strong control players, their skills were on cooldown before they could even react. They were just a bit lacking. They're okay against average players, but against teams with this kind of coordination and decent lineups, they can only lose. If they had a higher level support, they might have had a chance. Chu Shu looked at the battle with only low health remaining inside the invisible wall, and turned to Jiangqi, saying, Are you planning to let Hang Jing play in the desert wasteland? His strength is indeed enough, and they lack this type of player who can both fight and tank. Didn't you just say there were two positions, Hang Jing and Shui? Jiangqi calmly looked at her teammates struggling to hold on among the jagged rocks. Fang Yuan wanted Hang Jing to carry two opponents, so he switched places with the opposing team. I thought you were going to mention Wang Yu. He has strong control skills. He can even control strong S-rank players. Chu Shu was somewhat surprised. I need Shui's tracking skills and her cooperation, Jiangqi said, her gaze meeting Wuda's in midair. Both remained expressionless, seemingly oblivious, yet a chilling undercurrent flowed in their eyes. Wuda smiled and flicked his wrist, his eyes churning with emotion. In just a few days, she had risen to the top seat in the Descent faction, provoking him. He hadn't killed her then, but now it was difficult, given Ming Ming's high regard for her. However, even high regard meant she was still alive. Dead people were useless. Now, several high-ranking members of the organization knew she possessed something, and he wasn't the only one watching her. He had to find an opportunity to act. Those people before were useless. He didn't mind doing it himself. This time, he'd see her strength first. If she killed their commander in front of the Descent team, showing them such incompetence, how could she maintain any influence afterward? She probably wouldn't even be able to lift her head, even with Ming Ming's support. Chapter 158. Furthermore, we must prevent her from having any command space, ensuring she can't contribute anything and is immediately fed kills. This is the only way to cut off her development in the game. Commanding is crucial in team battles, holding a prestigious position, but it's also easy to fall and never recover, especially on such a large battlefield with so many high-level players watching. Losing isn't terrible, but if she dies right away, she becomes the laughingstock of the entire game. Even if everyone sees her being targeted, it's the same. No commander is immune to being targeted. Weakness is the original sin. Can you beat him if you team up with Shui? Chu Shu asked softly. Obviously not. Jiangqi's frankness surprised Chu Shu. Then how about I team up with you? Chu Shu leaned closer and said, I'm the top support in the game. I don't want to team up with those guys. You said the game doesn't have a support, Xie Chaozi said calmly. I team up with Jiangqi. They will definitely be watching you closely. Do you believe that? Chu Shu said. Xie Chaozi casually replied, They never beaten me before, and they never will. Caught in the middle, Jiangqi said, With your strength, it's a waste to support me. Jiangqi first turned to Chu Shu's side, then to Xie Chaozi, You're the same. Without a main damage dealer protecting the commander, you can't effectively utilize the team's players, wasting resources. Even if you win, it's a loss. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the spectator stands. The situation had reversed. Fan Yuan and his team had won, leaving only Fan Yuan on the field. Awesome. This is the first time I know assassins can be used as support. Everyone thought they were desperately trying to protect their last damage dealer, but unexpectedly, they were protecting the weakest commander, achieving a great victory with a small force, and they even won. What was that player's name again? Fan Yuan. Turns out he was just playing dumb the whole time. His overall stats must be pretty good, otherwise he couldn't have pulled off a comeback. Damn, Desed really doesn't have any support. You can't find a commander of his caliber in most organizations. I heard he hasn't played many dungeons. He just got lucky and won a gamble. In the situation just now, both sides were gambling. Neither side had any real confidence. What's so great about relying on luck? A player from the losing organization scoffed. In the first-tier battlefield later, their organization will win. Jiangqi wasn't too surprised. When they decided to protect Fan Yuan, they had already won. In the next second-tier match, Fan Yuan and Wang Yu will join another team from Descent. Winning or losing doesn't matter, they just treat it as a rare opportunity for real combat. I'm going in? Really? Hearing Jiangqi ask if he was going to the first-tier battlefield, Hang Jing hadn't reacted yet. This is a battle between the first tiers, with S+ combat power involved. He felt the pressure for the first time. Jiangqi, just tell me if you're going or not. Yes. As long as the rest of the team doesn't object. Hang Jing nodded decisively. Find an opportunity to kill Jiang Yuan, who's next to Wu De. Jiangqi smiled. Okay. Hang Jing's strength isn't outstanding in this battlefield, but he can withstand S-rank A+, only a step away from S-rank. In this match, he doesn't need to be a damage dealer, he can fight alongside any first-tier player. Jiangqi initially decided to team up with him, and Wang Yu because their skills were useful. The main event, the first-tier battlefield, the desert wasteland, has finally begun. A player on the forum, who was enthusiastically reporting via text, was from the First Merchant Guild. Jiangqi really took Meng Ming's command position. I'm really looking forward to what's to come. I just heard a rumor that she seems to have a grudge against some people in the God's Messenger team. This is going to be interesting. Interesting? I bet she die after using her first command skill. This was the most upvoted reply. All players have entered the battlefield. It will open in 5 seconds. Jiangqi opened her eyes to a sky full of yellow sand. The difference between the training battlefield and the dungeon was quite obvious. She didn't feel any discomfort from the weather. She had already arranged with Sherwei where they would meet. The battlefield spawn point is random, but it's impossible to be unlucky enough to enter right into a pile of enemies. The difficulty of this battlefield lies in the fact that enemy markers are not displayed, which gives you a lot of room for maneuver. Chu Shu said that one of the God's Messenger's abilities is Shadow. He can hide in the shadows and attack enemies with them. His identity is also an assassin, ranked in the top 20, an S-level player. He's an enemy not to be underestimated. Wu De wants to kill her, and he'd likely send this person. Player Wu De has used the battlefield command exclusive skill. Jiangqi's eyes darkened. He used his skill right at the start, knowing she had to use it too, otherwise she'd die. Looks like the rumors were true. Wu De hasn't even regrouped with his teammates before targeting Descent. There's no way around this open scheme. If she had Meng Ming's strength, she could save her skill, but she doesn't. Saving it means death. The Messenger of God knows Descent style, forcing out a command skill. For the next half hour, Jiangqi won't be able to contact her teammates. She's in a dilemma now. If she saves her skill, Wu De will send a team to kill her. I told you, she's not good enough for this level of combat. Her weaknesses are too obvious. Jiangqi couldn't hear the spectators, but she had to keep up with Wu De's pace. Player Jiangqi has used her battlefield command skill. Jiangqi glanced at the map, the red dot representing the Messenger of God, and the blue dot representing Judgment of Fate. 2 people were heading her way. Judgment of Fate was moving towards the oasis. Jiangqi, continue along the original route. He's trying to flank me. You guys take this opportunity to gain the upper hand. Then it will be Wu De's turn to choose, continue sending people to pursue her, or try to turn the tide. If she and Sherwei can hold off the enemy for a while, Wu De's team will be under a lot of pressure. Judgment of Fate clearly just wants to watch the show. We can ignore them for now, and just keep an eye on them. Wu De stood on the wind-eroded cliff, hands behind his back. Brother Wu, they already passed by. Intercepting that woman shouldn't be a problem, Jiang Yuan reported. She tried to stall our people so others can attack us in one wave. But she doesn't know I have a support player with me, she probably can't hold off the ones who go. What if she left a strong player as a trap? Jiang Yuan asked. Meng Ming's actions are just giving her an opportunity. Do you think everyone will cooperate with her before this battle is over? This isn't the style of those crazy people from the Dissent faction. Wuda wasn't worried about that. The person she left behind is most likely Shi Wei. Needing to use high-level players to protect herself from the start, making command a burden, this kind of useless strategy is pointless for her. Chapter 159. It seems like the judgment of fate is waiting for us to make the first move before stalking us, Jiang Yuan added. That's great. They keep an eye on Xie Chaozi for us, Wuda laughed. I was a little worried that Jiang Qi would let Xie Chaozi use up one of my resurrections, since we haven't even sent out any healers yet. From what he knew, the opposing team only had Chushu as support, and not even a healing-focused one. Jiang Qi suddenly sensed something was wrong. There was no one around except herself. Judging by the distance, Shi Wei wasn't far from her, but they hadn't met yet. Jiang Qi caught a glimpse of a rapidly flashing black shadow out of the corner of her eye, and immediately opened her umbrella to shield herself. Bang! The umbrella was struck, something grazed past, and Jiang Qi was jolted back a few steps by the force of the impact. It was the S-rank assassin Ho Jing. Wuda still loved assigning assassins tasks. Not bad weapon level. A male voice rang out from ahead. Looking for your people? She won't be coming before you die. Jiang Qi looked at the two people opposite her and instantly understood. There was another person to stop Shi Wei, and Wuda really thought highly of her by sending 2 people to hunt her down. Dare to send 3 people? Do you think your people can stop the arrival? Jiang Qi's tone was calm. We can before completing the mission, Ho Jing said, transforming into a black afterimage and rushing over. The tall, thin player beside him cooperated to flank and block Jiang Qi's retreat. 2 S-rank players killing a player who only reached A rank through balanced combat power was as easy as killing a chicken. It was a situation without any suspense, and everyone in the spectators thought so. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn, his lips tightly pressed together, and he dared not blink. I told you, she'd die right there. Don't take on a job you're not qualified for. Don't you know your limits? Who gave her the courage to enter the first-tier battlefield? Let's just say the arrival was to show the commander. The team members are all godlike, but the commander is this incompetent. I never seen anything like it. Running backward. That direction is blocked. Going there will throw away her only chance to survive. What was she thinking? No! Ho Jing missed. Someone suddenly exclaimed. As Jiang Qi ran backward, everyone thought she was panicking and doomed. But in the instant Ho Jing, the S-class assassin, blocked her path, she used her umbrella as cover, teleported twice to change direction, used spatial displacement to retrieve her weapon, and incidentally warped space to trick the enemy. She was hit by Ho Jing's attack, losing 40 health points and not escaping unscathed, but Ho Jing's attack also successfully hit her teammates. Ho Jing's teammates only lost 30 health points, but the way they fought already said a lot. One was a blockade, the other an assassination. Their aim was to quickly eliminate their target. In the previous situation, Jiang Qi's best outcome would have been to be severely injured and barely survive one attack, only having her health depleted and entering the resurrection countdown when Ho Jing struck again. To survive an attack from 2 S-rank players was not shameful for Jiang Qi, given her combat strength. But not only did she calmly dodge the attack without losing half her health, she also dragged her opponents down with her. In actual combat, life and death are often decided in a second or two. Her skill combos were too fast, arriving just as Ho Jing's attack was about to be deflected. A second too slow and she'd be dead, a second too fast and Ho Jing's attack wouldn't land. Even without seeing the details of her actions, the tense atmosphere was palpable. A moment of silence fell both inside and outside the arena, followed by an excited discussion erupting from the spectators. Li Yi's voice was the loudest. I told you long ago, Meng Ming's choice wouldn't be bad, and the commander position is always trustworthy. One was a player he admired, who had saved his life. The other was a player he had watched rise from newbie to commander. The first merchant guild didn't favor either side, but personally, he still believed Jiang Qi and her team would win. What happened? I don't understand. How did Ho Jing's skill hit her teammate? Is there any commentary? Isn't her skill lightning? Does she have a second skill? Is this the strength of an A-rank player? And she was even promoted to A-rank through battlefield balancing. No wonder she's a commander from the Descendants. Her style is truly the traditional Descendant-style recklessness. Wuda's players scoffed. What's so special about that? She only hides when she can't win. Does she dare to fight head-on? Are you out of your mind? Is a commander someone who charges in for a frontal battle? This is a commander, not a soldier. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. You guys are so great, 2 S ranks fighting like this? The people around them were retorting, and the player who spoke quietly moved to the side, disappearing into the crowd. At this moment, inside the arena, Jiangqi held an umbrella in one hand, smiling as she looked at the opposite side. Want to try and see if I can take down your teammate when we fight again? Picking on the weakest link, Ho Jing was strong. She wasn't confident, but the other one was worth a gamble. You certainly deserve to be on this battlefield, Ho Jing said coldly, but you only gained the upper hand once. Wu De had already stated that Jiangqi possessed a spatial artifact, and they didn't have accurate information about her true strength. Therefore, they had given her ample time to kill Jiangqi. Let's try. Jiangqi's smile vanished, and lightning spread outwards, striking the 2 men one after another through the bridge space. For the first time, she used her mental power with such desperation, unleashing all her skills. The flashing lightning instantly filled the entire space, reflecting in her indifferent eyes. She's insane? She dares to fight 2 S-rank players, with only A-rank combat power? Such a good opportunity, why didn't she run? Going to regroup with her teammates would have saved her life. I don't understand, but I'm utterly shocked. Her mental fortitude as a commander is so poor, she gets cocky after gaining a little advantage. I'm speechless. What are you doing? So stubborn, why aren't you running? This level of attack is nothing compared to top-tier players. You can't kill anyone like this. Stop fighting. The spectators were dumbfounded, scratching their heads, wishing they could rush in. Inside the arena, Ho Jing separated several shadows, each passing through the lightning-covered space, preparing to attack Jiangqi. Although his shadows would divert some of his main body's attacks, they were enough to deal with a player like Jiangqi who could teleport. Players' health decreased by 20. As Jiangqi was slashed by one of the shadows, she landed next to Ho Jing's teammate, concentrating all her power to attack him. The closer they stood, the more effective their spatial distortion and containment techniques would be. Jiangqi had 20 health points remaining, while Ho Jing's teammates had 45. Ho Jing's lips twitched. They had already sealed off all directions. A single commander had traded half the health of a support player. It was a complete defeat. Chapter 160. All the shadows turned towards Jiangqi in the encirclement, their movements synchronized as they leaped into the air. At this moment, Ho Jing's eyes widened, his expression turning to horror. His shadows suddenly vanished in midair. Jiangqi stood rooted to the spot, looking at him, and said, word by word, the commander was at a loss trading one of your team members for this. And what about the attack from your entire God's Messenger team? As he spoke, a shadow appeared out of thin air beside the tall, thin player, and with a soft thud, several knives pierced through his body. Seeing the situation was dire, the tall, thin player was about to activate his skill to teleport to Wu De, who was acting as an anchor point, to save his life, but everything happened too fast, he couldn't teleport in time. Ho Jing could only watch helplessly, unable to stop it, because in that instant, the space between him and his shadow was in a state of separation. He couldn't retrieve his shadow, nor could he transmit commands. By the time his main body replaced the shadow, it was already too late. Players capable of assassination are inherently high attack, high burst damage dealers. With Ho Jing's immense combat power, even a single instant activation of his skill could reduce his health to below half, leaving his teammates on the verge of death. Jiangqi's mental energy was depleted, lightning from her palm striking Ho Jing's teammates, while she herself was pierced through the chest by the blade in the last shadow's hand. The excited and shocked voices from the sidelines reached unprecedented heights. The loudest voices just now, saying the Descent commander was getting cocky and couldn't distinguish between the big and small kings. Why are they silent now? This reversal is amazing. It's just as exciting as the Descent main force's performance. If Jiangqi had run away like you guys said, her chances of escaping the pursuit would have been less than 10%. Ho Jing's speed is terrifying. Even in dire straits, he managed to take one down with him, maximizing his value and creating an advantage for the team. Li Yi's voice unconsciously rose. The main team had already eliminated the Divine Messenger's healing player and a main DPS, leaving the control player with only 12 HP, essentially useless. The Descent team, however, only lost one member. This wave was a mixed bag of fighting. To achieve this is impressive. I'm not surprised at all. Fang Yuan said this, but he was the one who had stood there with Wang Yu, his brow furrowed with tension, only finally breathing a sigh of relief when the Divine Messenger's members were eliminated. What's so great about the commander changing a player? Someone in the spectator stands rolled their eyes at them. Do you know what ability the player Jiang Qiqing was eliminated has? Li Yizhi smiled. He can set an anchor within the team, teleporting to the player acting as the anchor. Most importantly, he can not only teleport himself, but also bring someone with him. Understand? Wasn't Jiang Qiqing's move just now risky? If she hadn't anticipated any of the opponent's skills, how could she have traded with him? You actually believe Ho Jing's words that they were 100% confident they could kill Jiang Qi and run back before the main force gained an advantage, and still stabilize the battle? The Divine Messenger was able to send out 3 people because they knew 2 of them could return to support at any time. Jiang Qiqing understood a little. It's that simple. Li Yizhi's quick reaction and free explanation to those around him was also simple. While his combat strength wasn't outstanding, his judgment of the situation and command ability were commendable even in the spectator stands. Ho Jing stared at the yellow sand and the slowly disappearing bloodstains, his face unusually grave. The bodies lying on the ground had vanished. One had left the battlefield, the other entered a 2-minute respawn period. He had misspoken. Jiang Qi wasn't just qualified to enter this game, but qualified to command the first echelon of arrivals. She guessed Holly was a support player, and might even have guessed his skills. Moreover, her control over space far exceeded what an A-level player could achieve. She could even block his skills across combat power levels. His main body could replace any of his shadows. In other words, each of the separated shadows could become a more powerful main body at any time. Once the skill was activated, it could perform 3 consecutive substitutions. Opponents couldn't detect his attacks and movements, and therefore had no way to defend against them. Shadows couldn't kill instantly, but the main body could. Those who could break this move were all in the first echelon. Jiang Qi's combat power couldn't defend against it, but her abilities countered this move. Space was divided. His main body and shadows were in 2 unconnected, independent spaces, making substitution impossible. This situation couldn't last long, and Jiang Qi knew this better than anyone, so she decided to take a gamble. Ho Jing now understood why several organizations valued a player with relatively low combat power so much. Such a person joining the God's Messenger would be a tremendous asset. Player Jiang Qi has killed player Holly. Player Ho Jing has killed player Jiang Qi. When Wuda saw the system announcement, his face instantly darkened. Ho Jing and the other player hadn't teleported back within the agreed time, and then came the news of Holly's elimination. The messengers of the gods were already outnumbered. They could withstand the onslaught for a short time, but their disadvantage gradually increased over time. Without support, they relied on a healer to briefly revive their team, but the healer was wiped out before their skill could even cool down. Only Jiang Zichuan remained. His assigned team members could easily protect the support, but suddenly Hang Jing appeared, maximizing his defense to create an opportunity for Jiang Zichuan to deal damage. As for the onslaught support, Chu Shu, wielding a large scythe, charged forward. Her attack was significantly higher than her defense, effectively crippling his control teammate. There wasn't another support like her in the entire game. Hearing the news of his teammate's elimination again, Wuda's temples bulged with veins. With one of his main damage dealers' health reduced by 70 to 80%, the main damage dealer was essentially useless even if they weren't eliminated. He had no choice but to sacrifice a useless main damage dealer to save his control player. Waiting for the cooldown would at least allow him to use one more control skill. Wuda's decision was correct, but the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing. Player Hang Jing killed player Jiang Yuan. Player Jiang Yuan killed player Hang Jing. We only have 6 people left on our side. Xie Chaozi, Jiang Zichuan, and Chen Shi all have over 70 HP. They're playing a speed-based strategy. Hang Jing only attacks once, taking the damage before trading blows with Jiang Yuan. Kai Hong, the main damage dealer of the Divine Messenger, frowned deeply. A defensive player with no HP is also worthless, but he stubbornly held onto his last 2 seconds of damage reduction to take down Jiang Yuan. Wuda's control skill, which he had saved, was gone. They suffered a huge loss in this wave, and as the commander, Wuda had to take the blame. Find a way to get into the oasis. Wuda decided decisively. He wasn't the type to give up at the slightest disadvantage. This game wasn't over yet. He still had cards in his hand. He hadn't lost yet. Chapter 161. Jiang Qi had gained an advantage, but her situation was also precarious. Of the 3 commanders, only she had no resurrection attempts left. Hang Jing was eliminated, and no one could protect her. If she entered team battles, she couldn't withstand 2 area of effect attacks. Right now, the only way for the God's Messenger team to turn the tide was to enter the oasis, drag the spectator judgment of fate into the fray, and have Sun Yi restrain the main damage dealer of the Descendant. Oasis. Interesting, the god's messenger actually suffered such a huge loss. Sunny glanced at the resource point they had already captured. I didn't expect the lowest combat power in the game could take down one of their members. A player nearby chimed in. She has this kind of ability even when her combat power is low. Reaching S rank is only a matter of time, Sunny said, standing with her hands behind her back. In that case, let's play with them too. The opposing team had powerful trump cards. She wanted to see them for herself. Player Sunny has used the Battlefield Command exclusive skill. Wuda is almost at the Oasis. The respawn point is random, but the battlefield mechanics dictate that the respawn location is usually not too far from the death point. Jiangqi successfully met up with Shiwei on her way to the Oasis. The enemy's objective was to stop Shiwei, while Shiwei's objective was to escape the battle and wait for Jiangqi. She focused solely on escaping, and the enemy didn't pursue her relentlessly. Preserving half her health was a normal outcome. How did you know they would arrange things this way? Shiwei was now even feeling a little sorry for Wuda. If he couldn't turn the tide later, his status as a messenger of the gods would likely be diminished. An S-rank commander, defeated by someone of a higher rank. At first, I didn't know. I delayed the first wave of attacks, and they weren't in a hurry to rush back. It's unrealistic to fight a superior enemy force with fewer troops, so Holly's abilities must be related to support, Jiangqi said. Wuda knew I would definitely choose you and Hang Jing, one of them, to come with me. Your chances are higher than Hang Jing's, so this arrangement is reasonable. If she hadn't unlocked the silver key to this extent, even knowing the opponent's plan would have left her helpless. Her combat strength wasn't enough to enter this battlefield, but her mental strength was sufficient. Therefore, Jiangqi knew the silver key was a double-edged sword. If she overplayed her hand, she wouldn't fare well, and she couldn't stop pushing the seal. If she was afraid to die and didn't dare to play, she wouldn't have joined the game in the first place. After respawning on this battlefield, the assassin's tracking skills are still usable. We already suffered the loss. There's no point in Ho Jing rushing back. If I'm not mistaken, he used his tracking skills to continue killing me, Jiangqi said calmly. Shiwei nervously looked around. Then what do we do? The two of us combined can't kill him, and by stopping you here, their team isn't at a disadvantage. From beginning to end, they didn't enter the main battlefield, being chased everywhere. Wuda lost, and both commanders lost face. Tracking skills have a range. We don't know his location. We can only predict his movements, Jiangqi replied. We might not be able to evade him. They were in the same area and heading towards the same location, so the chances of being found were high. Jiangqi couldn't possibly waste time running halfway around the map to the riverbank. Jiangqi didn't know where Ho Jing was, but the people in the spectator stands were sweating for her. Ho Jing has figured out her patterns this time, and won't make any more mistakes. Plus, he doesn't have any teammates holding him back. If he kills her again, Descent will be without a commander. A 1-for-1 trade is worthwhile, and I think he can even get 2 for 1. The tables have turned. Now it's Jiangqi who's afraid of being taken down. Then both teams will have commanders to initiate team fights. It'd be interesting to see if Descent is still a disorganized team. Even the best player can't beat a team. Ho Jing, hurry up. Just a little further, and you'd be in tracking range. Compared to the audience seating, the situation inside the arena was much calmer. Why do I feel like you're absolutely certain he won't go this way? Shiwei was taken aback by Jiangqi's nonchalant expression. Jiangqi simply chuckled. What's the use of worrying and being anxious? This isn't something I should be considering. Her command skill was on cooldown, but Jiangqi didn't plan to use it. Using it now, when it wouldn't create any value for the team, was pointless. We're still 10 minutes away from the Oasis. I guess they'd be waiting for us there. Knowing she could manipulate space, they certainly wouldn't be openly searching for people. Shiwei, should we take a detour? Or do you have other plans? I take the detour alone, and you don't need to. Jiangqi stood on the sand dune, looking at the striking green ahead. A strong wind picked up behind them, yellow sand filled the sky, and a tornado shooting towards the horizon grew larger and larger, the wind howling like wolves. The wind's picking up outside. Jiangqi, umbrella in hand, calmly descended the sand dune. They should be engaging in combat soon. Your stealth skill will be suppressed by him. You have to use it in reverse. Less than 50 meters from the edge of the Oasis, Ho Jing, his mouth and nose wrapped in a scarf, appeared amidst the swirling yellow sand. In the blink of an eye, a dark afterimage flashed, nimbly weaving between two shadow blades. Ho Jing and Shiwei were both assassins, but their combat strength and rankings differed significantly. Even a single shadow strike was incredibly difficult for Shui to withstand. Ho Jing's powerful skills could hold off several people single-handedly. If they dragged it out, they would be the ones who suffered. Jiangqi stood at the back, using spatial maneuvering, while also coordinating with Shui's shadow blade attacks. The shadow blades required 2 rounds to destroy one of Ho Jing's shadows, with no room for error. Despite all this effort, Ho Jing's main body only lost 5 health points. They could only attack shadows with lower combat power than the main body. Against a top-tier assassin like Ho Jing, getting close meant certain death. If Jiangqi and Shui's coordination were slightly off, they wouldn't have lasted this long. Shui only had 16 health points left, and Jiangqi's umbrella needed 2 more hits before its defense broke. A resource point spawned nearby. The circular marble tile shone brightly in the dry sandstorm, almost glowing. None of the 3 moved. Ho Jing's main body and Jiangqi's health were still above half. If Shui, who desperately needed the resource point, moved, Ho Jing could either deplete Jiangqi's health or use her shadow to catch up. If they didn't move, Ho Jing's next attack would eliminate Shui as well. A tornado swept towards their location, the winds growing stronger, making it increasingly difficult to stand. They had to reach the oasis before the tornado arrived. I have to admit, their teamwork is impressive, but unfortunately they ran into Ho Jing. Taking down one shadow is like scratching the main body. Even if she's eliminated, with her combat strength, the fact that she's lasted this long shows no one can call her weak. I don't know why she hasn't used her command skill to summon reinforcements at this point. It was useless at first, and it's useless now. It's too late, unless reinforcements arrive right here nearby. Li Yi's voice caught in her throat. Reinforcements actually arrived. Xiaozi, having shaken off the players from Fate's judgment, was coming. Chapter 162. I know, it was the lightning from earlier. Attacking the shadow was a ruse. Sending a signal was the real purpose. Holy crap. No wonder she unleashed such a wide-ranging lightning attack on the shadow. She planned it all out. The shadow wielding the knife suddenly switched into Ho Jing's true form. His switching speed was too fast to see, giving his opponent no chance to react. Shadows weren't just for attacking, they could also be used as tools for strategy. With one shadow and the real body attacking simultaneously, Jiangqi could protect herself, while Ho Jing would immediately switch to the other shadow to eliminate Shui. After 2 exchanges, Ho Jing had also gauged Jiangqi's strength. She couldn't protect both of them, and had to abandon Shui. When Ho Jing was still a step away from Jiangqi, he prepared to switch. But at that moment, a slender, tall figure suddenly blocked Ho Jing's path, blocking his attack and preventing him from advancing any further. Immediately afterwards, Jiangqi reached out and sealed off the space behind Ho Jing. Shui reacted quickly, running towards the resource point. You can wait for me here, and I can get support. Jiangqi watched Shui stand on the resource point, her health restored to 50%. The descending team wouldn't reach the oasis center so quickly, and she wasn't unlucky enough to summon so many lightning bolts that none of her teammates could see them. Now it was 3 against 1, plus Xiaozi, an S+ player. Ho Jing used all his skills to escape at the last second, and was shot down by an arrow from a player using the judgment of fate as he ran into the oasis. Player Chi-Wan killed player Ho Jing. Chi-Wan, holding a bow, smiled at them from behind a tree, then turned and left quickly, without a second's hesitation. Just getting a kill is enough. She's a squishy ranged single-target attacker. She can't beat Xiaozi. Why not run and wait to be killed? Seeing Ho Jing leave the battlefield, a player in the spectator stands couldn't help but exclaim, they're not even playing fair. They surrounded Ho Jing from both sides. Was Wu De, who sent 3 people to kill Jiangqi, playing fair? Why didn't you say anything then? Hang Jing's sudden voice startled the player. This is a team battle, not a one-on-one duel. What's with all this talk of sportsmanship? Someone echoed, after playing this game for so long, don't you find it ridiculous to say those words? Does this game even have such a thing as sportsmanship? Winning is what matters. Right now, the one in the best form is Fate's judgment. You haven't even won yet. What's there to be so smug about? All sorts of voices were heard in the spectator stands, but in the corner of God's messenger's booth, it was as if an invisible membrane separated all those voices. She can actually use that divine artifact to such an extent. No wonder you wanted to help her. Evan's expression changed. But you know, the breaking of the seal isn't good for anyone. The entity behind the game has already noticed. Do you still want to fight against God? Ming Ming smiled helplessly. Didn't you ask me before what the point of doing this was? My answer was I didn't know, but I just wanted to try and see if there was another ending. Having known you for so long, it seems you still don't know that before entering the game, I was an astronomy student researching the stars. Meng Ming sighed. Back then, I was full of enthusiasm, but after encountering the truth, I never looked at any documents again, because it all became meaningless. Sometimes, the more you know, the more painful it is. He wished he hadn't found the answer in the first place, but if that were the case, given his past personality, he wouldn't have stopped until he found the truth. You can deduce the answer, and you can stay out of it, yet you still insist on going your own way. I won't let her control the silver key. Hearing Evan say this, Meng Ming replied nonchalantly, I can't predict how things related to God will unfold, but they can't take away the key. Only 5 players remained on the field as the messenger of God. Wuda activated his command skill. Although the descendants were scattered, as a whole, they formed an encirclement of them with the judgment of fate. The descendants, when divided, were each like kings. When united, they were a bunch of madmen. The judgment of fate stood guard at the resource points, neither attacking proactively nor letting them leave. When they were down, they were faster than anyone else, attacking both sides, because they knew that the descendants couldn't cooperate. Sunyi certainly knows how to pick up the pieces, Wuda said coldly. She's muddied the waters, and those lunatics from the descent are still relentlessly attacking us. A 3-way battle isn't the problem, but they made a wrong move, and their disadvantage is too obvious. If they don't quickly come up with a countermeasure, they'd be defeated sooner or later, caught between the other 2 teams. Player Jiangqi has activated her command skill. Jiangqi faced Wuda's direction, a slow smile playing on her lips. Close the circle inwards. Attack anyone you see who's a messenger of the gods. I take care of the player creating the illusion. The team members who received the order didn't doubt Jiangqi's words. The first half of the battle proved her strength. Her daring command was exactly what they wanted. They were already looking forward to the second half. When the first wave of the descent team got serious, their execution was undeniable. You and Chen Shi go and hold off fate's judgment. Jiangqi's gaze finally settled on Shui. Try to destroy the supply points. They couldn't steal the supply points occupied by fate's judgment, but destroying them was much easier. Otherwise, facing a full-strength fate's judgment with supply points, they had no chance of winning. With all 3 sides using their command skills in succession, Wuda wasn't unaware of Jiangqi's intentions. His only escape route was to retreat towards fate's judgment, drawing their main force into the team fight, instead of having them hide in the back while Descent attacked, only to clear them out later. This way, only Descent and fate's judgment would remain on the field, making his defeat inevitable. Wuda quickened his pace, reaching the target location, and activated his skill domain. With his combat power, a fully activated domain could cover a terrifying area. Although the effect would be somewhat reduced, he had achieved his goal of drawing fate's judgment into the fray. The dream realm expanded, casting a shadow of gray over the bright vision. Blue-purple light flowed through all the plants, appearing eerily strange in the dim space. Everything within the realm was drawn into the dream. This was Wuda's skill. This is what the world looks like after eating poisonous mushrooms, Hang Jing said, stroking his chin from the spectator's stands. His skill is exactly the same as poisonous mushrooms. Upon hearing this, Wuda's confidant from the messenger of God's side stepped forward. This is called Dream Domain, a very powerful skill. If you haven't seen it, don't embarrass yourself. Powerful, indeed powerful, Hang Jing nodded. You can see such a dreamlike scene for free without eating poisonous mushrooms. You? The young man gritted his teeth. We wait and see, you know how powerful this skill is in a moment. Brother Wu is only just using his ultimate move. What are you, an eliminated player, talking about? I was talking about Wuda. So you mean Wuda is? Hang Jing hissed, ignoring the young man's distorted expression, and continued, speaking of being eliminated, he sent out an important support player, who ended up being killed by his own people. Excellent command, continue next time. Chapter 163. I have a question. How do you know the world you see after eating poisonous mushrooms is like this? Fang Yuan asked curiously. Hang Jing, don't ask. The answer is I was hospitalized after eating wild mushrooms. My stats have dropped. Chu Shu looked at Jiangqi. This domain is still affecting my mind. Xie Chaozi and Chen Shi aren't here. We still have 5 people left, and the health of both sides isn't much different. Jiangqi calmly looked towards the core area of the dream domain. He expanded the range so much that he had to sacrifice output and the domain's influence, otherwise it wouldn't last long. The flowing blue-purple light on the ground finally converged in the same direction, and the glowing leaves moved without wind. Several people walked out from the left, led by Sunyi. You're right, so I don't plan to surround and kill you. Sunny sized up the people opposite him. You sent out two main forces. Were they going to flank us, or surround them? Maybe both? Jiangqi smiled. This is a battlefield for 3 teams. Watching you guys play is boring, Sunny said, turning and walking in the opposite direction. To win this battle of judgment of fate convincingly, they couldn't wait for both sides to finish fighting before clearing the field. They had to join the battle. All 3 commanders knew this, so Wuda wasn't worried. Even without Sun Yi joining the fray, Jiangqi still needed to control the team's positions. Stealing their base and supply points was one thing, but being able to turn around and surround Judgment of Fate at any time was also a key consideration. Wuda stood calmly in the center of the Dream Realm, waiting patiently. He had already arranged the team's positions, just in case Jiangqi didn't come. Of all the people they could send out to contain Judgment of Fate, there were only 2. The remaining players were facing him in a 5v5 head-on battle. Either side could win. If he won, he could turn the tide. Fate's judgment was still at full strength. Xie Chao's departure to restrain the main force would likely result in a stalemate. Everyone's condition wouldn't be good then. He had all his cards to play. Even if he couldn't win, he had to fight this battle well, minimizing the impact on his personal standing. I thought you would wait until the waiting time was over before coming over, Wuda said, his smile not reaching his eyes, as he looked at Jiangqi opposite him. That's not our style, Jiangqi said slowly, narrowing her eyes. We only need to think of countermeasures when we can't win. Wuda's expression changed slightly. The perfectly timed smile froze on his face, as he struggled to suppress something. It was this feeling of fear, just like in his dream. Even knowing she didn't have the strength to crush him, he still couldn't control the fear. This feeling was driving him crazy. No one knew that in the still of the night, in his dreams, this woman's image gradually became clearer in his eyes, each time killing him helplessly. And the way she looked at him was cold, playful, as if she were looking at an ant she could crush with a flick of her wrist. Within the time it takes to exchange 2 sentences, the main damage dealer had already made his move, selecting his target. Jiang Zichuan made his move, and few in the game could detect his movements. Wuda was one of the few. Everyone was within his domain. This was his space. Even without command skills, he could control everyone's movements. As a commander, he was very strong. He was the only player in the game who could raise the attack and defense to such a high level, capable of both controlling and dealing damage. It can be called a polygonal warrior, and with such a wide-range skill set, its speed disadvantage is negligible. Even Jiang Zichuan, ranked number 1 on the assassin list, would be affected by it within the Dream Realm. The Messenger of God is still amazing. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful domain skill, trapping several top players inside. The pinnacle of control skills. Control skills? The young man from the Messenger of God raised his chin, his expression arrogant. If it weren't for the expanded range, this place would be a nightmare. In terms of command, the squishy opponents can't compete. The tug-of-war between Xie Chao Ci and the Judgment of Fate is much more interesting. Tug-of-war? Both sides are fighting so aggressively, and you call this a tug-of-war? Wasn't the plan to feint and distract, then attack the supply points? Why are they fighting so fiercely? Li Yiji frowned. Do you think the Judgment of Fate is useless? Outnumbered and still attacking supply points, you can't hold them off without going all out. Besides Jiangqi, Xie Chao Ci was also unaffected by the Dream Realm. In that sense, Wuda's skill actually helped them. At the edge of the Dream Realm, where glowing plants were scarce, 2 players suddenly tumbled several meters away, their blood splattering on the black tree trunks of the Dream Realm before disappearing. Players with high defense can still stand up, while the other is eliminated immediately. In the blurry light and shadow, Xie Chaozi stood tall and elegant, his expression indifferent, catching an arrow hurtling through the air with one hand. Ah! Ah! There are so many high combat power players in the game, but none of them are stronger or cooler than Xie Chaozi. The crazy madman squad has arrived. Crazy, strong, and cool, it's no joke. When Chushu pulled out the scythe, I was completely dumbfounded. The one with the bow and arrow is a girl. And she's showing no mercy? Don't attack my sister Qi. Shiwei had only one skill left. She knew that once she used her skill, she would be eliminated, so she had to destroy the resource point to maximize her gains. Now was the time. Shiwei seized the opportunity when Sun Yi was distracted, withdrew her shadow blade, activated her skill, and leaped straight towards the resource point. Everyone thought she was going to hit the resource point, but she landed right next to it, avoiding it. Just a little bit more. What happened? We finally got this situation going, and it all ended because of one mistake. No, you're wrong. She didn't make a mistake. Li Yizhi watched as Chen Qi smoothly stepped onto the resource point, her health returning to 100, and then Shi Wei used all her strength to destroy the resource point together with Chen Qi. She saw Chen Qi's positioning and health. This extreme maneuver was designed to create an opportunity for Chen Qi. The potions used at resource points in the battlefield are different from those in dungeons. Players with less than 50 HP are restored to 50. Those with 50 or higher HP are restored to 100. Chen Qi's HP was exactly 51 just now. In this map, only the 2 supply points in the center of the oasis can be used once every 10 minutes, the rest are one-time use supply points. Therefore, they not only captured one of the most important supply points held by Judgment of Fate, but also fully restored the HP of a high defense player, paying only the price of being eliminated with low HP. So Jiang Qi said 2 players, who weren't even S-rank in to die? Neither side was confident in that last wave. If they had failed, they would have had no chance to attack the supply points again. All that maneuvering was for nothing, a player said indignantly. It doesn't matter. Team battles are about maximizing the value of each team member. Shi Wei glanced at him as she left the battlefield. Are you afraid of failure and hesitant to go in? Is this what you call descendant? Chapter 164. Players who knew Shi Wei from the Fate Judgment side were all watching this side. Their expressions varied. Originally, they were all second-tier players, their strength at the same level. But now, in just a few days, Shi Wei had infiltrated this battlefield, standing alongside top-tier players. Her previous performance wasn't outstanding, but in that critical moment just now, she managed to exceed expectations in completing the mission. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Shi Wei had firmly established herself in the core team. Everyone has the same combat strength, so why did you get that opportunity? This feeling of imbalance always needed to be vented. It's mainly Xie Chaozi and Chen Qi who reacted quickly. She was only there to assist. That's right. The second half is almost over, and compared to the rest of the Descent team, she's still not up to par. She was just lucky to get into the battlefield with Jiang Qi. Actually, in that situation, with Xie Chaozi and Chen Qi there, it wouldn't have mattered who assisted. They're the highest DPS player in the game, and the highest defense player in the Descent team. I could have done it too. Someone next to him shook his head. Let's watch the battlefield first, the outcome will be decided soon. He probably wouldn't be able to handle it. He couldn't keep up with Xie Chaozi and Chen Qi's speed. The Descent team battles don't wait for anyone. If you can't keep up, you're on your own. 90% of the attack power from the Dream Domain was gone, and 90% of the attack power wasn't mine. Wuda looked at the retreating Jiang Qi and sneered, your umbrella's defense is already broken. Besides commanding the team, he could also deal damage. While Jiang Qi couldn't participate in this level of direct combat at all, she could only serve as support. But this is the Dream Realm, so it's easy for him to keep an eye on Jiang Qi. He can simply wear her down by countering her moves. Jiang Qi remained silent, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the player behind him, who could create illusions. His skill, combined with Wuda's Dream Domain, was a formidable weapon. Those caught in it would either accidentally injure teammates or themselves within the illusion. Unlike Lu Tian's henchmen he had encountered before, their illusions were sophisticated, not just simple control, but misleading the target's perception. This tactic was ineffective against Jiang Qi, who had long been tormented by illusions and confused perceptions, but it was a major problem for the others. Jiang Qi gave Chu Shu a look, and Chu Shu immediately changed her attack, swinging aside taller than herself at the blonde, blue-eyed player opposite her. Lu Hua merely raised her hand, and a blue-purple branch blocked the attack. Chu Shu's scythe couldn't penetrate even an inch. When she came to her senses, she realized that there had never been a branch blocking her attack. The opponent had made her believe there was one. Sorry. Martin distanced himself, chuckling and shrugging. That kind of attack won't hit me. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Qi teleported behind him, followed by a bolt of lightning. That's not necessarily true. Jiang Qi's voice and the lightning struck simultaneously. Martin, having taken a hit, didn't lose much health and said nonchalantly, but your attack isn't strong, and it's dangerous for a commander to be so far forward, especially one like you with insufficient defense. Martin smirked. The dream realm surrounding Jiang Qi suddenly shifted, blocking any possibility of her teleporting away. Martin acted, blocking Chu Shu's attempt to come to her aid. In that brief moment, Martin depleted Jiang Qi's health. The instant the powerful attack struck Jiang Qi, she vanished. The invisible wall in the air shattered. If not for the light within the dream realm, no one would have seen the fleeting diamond-shaped fragments. Jiang Qi reappeared beside Martin. Chu Shu's scythe, Su Yifan, and Jiang Zichuan arrived, and the three unleashed their full power, severing the link between Martin and Wu De immediately. Just because you see me in front of you doesn't mean I'm really there, Jiangqi added, finishing off Martin's health. Ho Jing's true form and shadow could switch, and she had been thinking about whether she could use spatial manipulation to give the opponent false information. Practice proved it was possible. Martin saw her standing in front of him, but she was actually standing in another location not far away. She had simply temporarily switched between the two locations. It looked like teleportation, but the operation was completely different. Teleportation involved her moving, while the space remained still. Switching involved the space moving while she remained still, requiring the division of space as a prerequisite. Martin was bait, and so was Jiangqi. Wu De knew she was unaffected by illusions, so she would definitely come to deal with Martin. They wanted to take the opportunity to kill her, and she wanted to eliminate trouble. Everyone gave each other a chance to act. I also want to thank Ho Jing from your team for the inspiration, and thank you too, Jiangqi said, smiling at Wu De. Wu De's composure and poise, befitting a person in a high position, almost crumbled. Nothing was more painful for him than watching Jiangqi grow stronger, especially since he was the one who sent her out. You're welcome. The training battlefield is meant to improve practical combat experience. Wu De forced out these words. She wanted to provoke him with words, but how could he fall for this woman's trick in front of everyone? Wu De didn't have many cards to play to begin with. His team's defeat was already inevitable. Continuing to play would only result in a more crushing loss and a less respectable appearance. Before seeing Sun Yi, Wu De still harbored hopes of turning the tide. After seeing Sun Yi, Wu De was already prepared to concede defeat and withdraw from the battlefield. He wouldn't give Jiangqi the chance to kill him. Absolutely not. You already pulled the tide of battle back. Dragging it out around the supply point is pointless. Why not just fight? Sun Yi looked at Jiangqi. Fate's judgment still held the advantage, but Xie Chao Ci had already pushed it back by more than half. Why drag the pace out any longer? Okay, Jiangqi nodded. Her main objective was Wu De, and the combat experience of these high-level players. I lost. We're withdrawing. Descent's output was indeed very strong, even without Ming Ming. Wu De didn't mention Jiangqi at all, deliberately obscuring her role, only willing to admit that he had lost to Descent's high-level players. But before he could finish speaking, an antique wallpaper umbrella flew straight at his face, catching him off guard. It was Xie Chao Ci who had attacked. What are you doing? Wu De's words were interrupted by Xie Chao Ci's umbrella. His defense was high, but against the player widely recognized as having the highest damage output, it wasn't enough. Plus, he already fought a round and was out of form, not even having a chance to speak. He was kicked to the ground, his spine broken, utterly pathetic. Quitting? Fine. Killing Wu De once isn't too much to ask, is it? Jiangqi's voice was gentle, a smile on her face. Why did Wu De suddenly admit defeat? It was because once he did, they couldn't attack. Firstly, with so many people watching, it wouldn't be dignified, damaging the reputation of the Descent. Secondly, this behavior was also a provocation to the entire God's messenger. Even if they wanted to kill him, they would have to restrain themselves. However, Xie Chao Ci never cared about these things. What do you mean by Descent? You admit defeat and quit, and you still want to kill our commander? And you say it's not too much? The players from the God's messenger team stepped forward, their anger growing increasingly intense. Chapter 165. Regardless of how the two teams fought before, or what orders our commander gave, those were matters within the battlefield. Now, your killing of our people is an off-field matter. Jiangqi glanced at him, teleported to Wu De's side, her smile widening and lightning crackling in her hand. Is this what you saw in your dream? Wu De's eyes widened instantly, his mental defenses crumbling. Player Jiangqi kills player Wu De. You, the God's messenger player, gripped his weapon tightly, the atmosphere tense to the extreme, ready to erupt at any moment. My killing him has nothing to do with the battlefield, it's an off-field matter. Jiangqi turned around. It's a personal grudge. If you're not satisfied, go find Boss Ming Ming for an explanation. All the player's words were stuck in his throat. Find Ming Ming for an explanation? Ming Ming would obviously help her. They had no objection to a personal grudge, but to attack so suddenly in this situation was far too arrogant, completely disregarding them. To put it bluntly, this was trying to sow discord between the two sides. We never hold back when we're going to fight, Chu Shu said lazily. You insist on bringing up personal grudges between our two teams. Even if it's about to end, let's fight. He respawns soon, we can wait for him. But have you thought this through? The player was silent for a few seconds, then, with a dark face, said stiffly to the teammate beside him, "Leave the battlefield." Their status in the Divine Messenger was no lower than Wu De's. They weren't Wu De's trusted subordinates, but Xie Chaoxi's actions were embarrassing for their team. They were all top-tier, high combat power players, and none of them could tolerate being trampled on. They had to accept this concession. A complete breakdown in relations with the Descent wouldn't benefit either side, and it would be difficult to explain back home. Spectator seats. What grudge could cause someone to kill the opposing commander even after admitting defeat? I don't know, I never heard of this before. To correct you, it wasn't the opposing commander, it was Wu De. Looks like it's a pretty serious grudge. Xie Chaozi is as strong as ever. He just fought against fate's judgment for so long, and he can still beat Wu De. Descent has this trump card. It's truly enviable. That's because the dream domain is gone, otherwise Wu De could have held out until his teammates came to support him. Not necessarily. Wu De has teammates, but Descent doesn't? The direct confrontation between Descent and fate's judgment is more interesting, no tricks, just pure brute force. It was too fast. A bunch of skills were thrown down, the damage dealer was dead after one combo. I only saw the kill notification, I didn't see any other details. Sitting in the back, Evan watched Wu De die. The first thing he did after respawning was to open the system panel and exit the battlefield. He showed no emotion throughout. Your people have really given me a tough time. He was the leader of the Messenger of Gods. His team had surrendered on the battlefield, and the enemy had even attacked. He needed to show his men an attitude, otherwise, how could he maintain their respect? Is it difficult? I didn't help her deal with Wu De either, Ming Ming said gently. His words were subtle, but his meaning was clear. No one should interfere, or they would all be in the same boat. Evan sneered, you guys always like to beat around the bush. Everyone outside says Descent is a disorganized team. Do they know that? Are you really that protective? Descent dared to act so arrogantly in the game, not only because of their strength, but also because of Meng Ming's backing. They're truly a disorganized mess. If you just pick off a lone survivor and gang them up on, how many of them could withstand it? However, only Meng Ming could command them. After today, it wouldn't just be Meng Ming, but also Jiang Qi. She emerged from the brink of defeat on this battlefield, gaining the recognition of the main force. Wu De, on the other hand, was unaware that he had been used by Meng Ming on the battlefield. A direct, head-on melee was beyond Jiang Qi's capabilities. The combined skills of over a dozen top-tier warriors couldn't withstand the immense energy emanating from her spatial distortion. So, she played her maximum role, sacrificing herself to provide a burst of damage before her health was depleted and she left the battlefield. In the end, only 5 people remained on the field. Sunny and 2 teammates. Xie Chaozi and Chen Shi. Both sides knew the outcome of this battle, there was no need to continue. Chen Shi and Xie Chaozi were both high attack, high defense damage dealers. Their 20 health points were vastly different from the opponent's 40. Either of them could withstand another wave, or Chen Shi could charge in and trade blows with the opponent. Once the opponent was out of skills, they would still have room to deal damage. A dark cloud hung over Wu De's face as he withdrew from the battlefield, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Just as he was about to leave, he felt a gaze directed at him from the opposite side. Looking up, he saw Jiang Qi's nonchalant yet cold smile. Behind her stood several people, their images gradually merging with those in his dream. Wu De's facial muscles tensed, his entire being radiating a violent aura, as if he were about to collapse and go mad at any moment. His last shred of reason made him turn and leave. His trusted followers, seeing his terrifying expression, paused, lowered their heads, and dared not utter a sound. The battle was over, but the players in the spectator stands were still passionately discussing the events. The battles between high-level players are terrifying. The oasis has been turned into a wasteland. Only the most ruthless of the ruthless survive. I was just thinking about it. If I were in there, I wouldn't be able to dodge all those skills. Dodge? In the end, you'd just be tanking attacks. Jiang Qi's movement is so strong, and she even has teleportation. Her health would be depleted in seconds. You can't say that. It's not impossible for her to survive in the chaos, but it's pointless. In the end, she still has to fight head-on. It's better to make her elimination worthwhile during the most chaotic time. The forum posts about the training grounds are also incredibly popular, reaching a new high. I understand. Before the arrival, there was only one commander. This time, we're going to cultivate a second commander so that Jiang Qi and the team can practice in real combat. Calling all those who asked why Jiang Qi deserved to be in the top tier. Why are you all silent now? Are you just naturally quiet? The Descent team is truly amazing. Whether it's the commander or the members, they're all crazy and cool. What's the only way to join Descent? Can't you be crazy enough? There's nothing to brag about. Look at the Descent team's roster. The important thing isn't her as the commander, it's the Descent's God tier team. If it weren't for the judgment of fate wanting to decide the outcome directly through a team battle, the winner might not be so clear. What are you talking about? 1 versus 2, taking down a support player? You think that's easy? Her combat power at that time was only A level. And that was after the battlefield was balanced. Her skills in 2 domains are said to be enhanced by something incredibly powerful, relying on external forces. Give me that, and I can do it too. Give it to you? Are you okay? If someone really had something that powerful, everyone would want it, but who would dare snatch it from the Descent commander? Don't rush, you over there. If you really had the ability, you could snatch it. However, something powerful enough to suppress S-level players across levels, even if it exists, isn't something just anyone can control. Chapter 166. On the other side, Sunny returned to the Fate Judgment team, and Chiyu calmly asked, "How was it?" "You weren't watching the whole thing," Sunny said, her gaze falling on Jiang Qi in the distance. Ignoring the opponent's combat power, even Wuda didn't notice what she did in the dream realm. Her weight was unexpectedly high. She swapped spaces. Martin's attack hit the boundary of the swapped space, essentially breaking the swapped state between the 2 spatial orientations. Naturally, she returned to her original point, Chiyu said. At the time, it was a team battle. Every step she took seemed like a reasonable operation, yet she quietly completed the most important strategic move. It's also because Wuda expanded his domain too much. How can he compete with her, who possesses a divine creation? Wuda is too concerned about his status. He wants to turn the tables. If he didn't expand his domain so much, he would still have a chance to kill her. Making such a decision after such a huge mistake, even with cards to play for, is not easy, especially since Jiang Qi's goal this time is to drive Wuda mad. Cindy said softly, "I have to admit, she's more suited to descending. I hope she won't be an enemy in the future." The training ground run by the 4 families came to an end. Except for Wuda, everyone else actually got what they wanted. The first Chamber of Commerce gained practical experience, and also opened a betting game. Most bets were only 10 or 20 points, but little by little, they still made a profit. Sunyi, Chuyu, and Evan, who was watching the excitement, learned what they wanted to know. Jiang Qi got the command position, and several teammates also obtained enough items or materials to raise their strength by 1 level during this training. The first Chamber of Commerce is really rich. Something worth tens of thousands of points. I go forge a weapon later, and my combat power will reach S rank. Hang Jing was so excited, he couldn't stop grinning. Players find it very difficult to advance beyond A rank. He'd been at a plus for a very long time. Jiang Qi told me to first improve the resilience of the hidden lines. Sherwei nodded. Previously, their understanding of the top tier and top combat power only existed in data and forums. Having personally experienced the strength of top tier players up close, they were not only shocked, but also gained valuable insights from actual combat. Having witnessed battles between top tier players, they realized where they fell short. Jiang Qi and her group walked towards the church exit when a voice suddenly sounded behind them. "Wait, don't go yet." Martin raised his hand to signal, and he and Ho Jing quickly caught up with Jiang Qi. "Although it's a bit abrupt, I still want to ask, what exactly happened on the battlefield just now?" Martin looked at Jiang Qi expectantly. "You disrupted my setup, so I naturally returned to my original position." As for how she completed the setup, using the principles of spatial rules, she naturally wouldn't reveal it. "You're very impressive," Ho Jing said sincerely. "If your combat power on the battlefield were S rank, I wouldn't be your match." Whether her defense would be high after leveling up was unknown, but her survivability and crowd control would definitely be strong, and she also had offensive skills. She could even command. A player like this would inevitably appear on the combat power ranking sooner or later. No, to be precise, after this battle, she was already in the first tier. "Miss, if you have time, let's all come to the training ground together," Martin said with a smile, sending a friend request. "We won't get involved in your personal feud with Wuda." Jiang Qi had just agreed to the application when Xie Chaozi stepped forward, his voice indifferent. "No one's training over there?" Martin, Was he going to say he could come? Martin was about to speak when Shenxi smiled and said, "You can come to us." "Can I join?" Hang Jing's mind was full of improving his strength. Martin paused. Next time for sure. Watching the arriving team leave the church, Martin sighed. Wouldn't it be better to spar with them? Ho Jing didn't understand his sigh. Do you know how much she looked like a goddess looking down on humanity when she killed me? And she was completely unaffected by illusions. Martin clasped his hands together, his expression devout. Don't you feel that way? Ho Jing looked bewildered, managing to stammer a few words. Are you alright? Wuda sat in his private room at the base, looking at the news about him on the forum, the veins on his palms on the table particularly prominent. Wuda was a cardinal of the messenger of God, his strength was undeniable. I still couldn't believe he lost so badly. Actually, it wasn't so bad, it was Xie Chaozi's last move that made it seem so bad. Losing to Sun Yi isn't shameful, losing to a new commander is devastating. When a team fight is lost, the commander is always blamed, and he truly deserved it. What's there to be upset about? The others didn't make any major mistakes in their gameplay, it was his command that gave the wrong instructions. A player who's just a mobile teleportation point. Dying at the start, it's no wonder they lost. If you ask me, I shouldn't have sent out a main force and a support player. Teleportation skills, if used well, offer such a huge advantage in team fights. Jiangqi later also sent 3 teammates out to hold the line. Who did she send? Her strongest card, Xie Chaozi, plus Chen Shi, who sacrificed damage output to focus entirely on support, and Shi Wei, who was fast but lacked damage. If she succeeded, she would have gained. If she was eliminated, it wouldn't have had a significant impact on the team. And look at his command. What a mess. He made me lose 20 points. Give me my money back. Don't even mention 20 points. He didn't know Jiangqi could take down one of the 2 opponents in a 1v2 situation. Could a player of that strength normally do that? Sending 3 players out to kill a low-level commander. Did he not know Jiangqi was difficult to kill? At the time, the spectators and the forums were saying Jiangqi was a joke, about to be eliminated. Honestly, his arrangement wasn't wrong. Jiangqi was too ruthless, figuring out Holly's importance through analysis. He deserved to take the blame. Sending 3 people out to kill Jiangqi at the start, was it to win the game, or was it a personal grudge? That's worth considering. For those watching from the front row, does anyone know what personal grudge he has against Jiangqi that would make Xie Chaozi personally intervene? He's not the type to stand up for his teammates. Wuda's fingers tightened, his eyes bloodshot, his power surging wildly, the table collapsing and then automatically returning to its original state. He knew that outside the forums, many more people were saying that he had a great hand, yet he was suppressed by the player with the lowest strength in the entire game. There were also many voices discussing this under the God's messenger, but those of lower status didn't dare to speak to his face. Losing to the main force wasn't shameful, but he was utterly defeated in the battle of wits. And he left the battlefield in such a disheveled state. The woman's last look instilled fear in him, the image of himself lying motionless on the ground, his health points depleted, uncontrollably flashed through his mind. Since I was given this ability, wasn't it to clear obstacles and reach the top? Why couldn't I kill her? She was in my way. Chapter 167. The 2 men outside the door watched in silence, the room so quiet it seemed even the air had stopped moving, both afraid of making a mistake and incurring the wrath of the authorities. After leaving the battlefield, Wuda remained in the room, issuing no orders and ignoring the command failure, acting as if nothing had happened. But everyone knew how terrible Wuda's mood was. Even from outside, one could feel the terrifying, dreamlike atmosphere emanating from within. In the past, Wuda would have calmly come out and dealt with this matter long ago, minimizing the losses, instead of remaining silent for so long. Brother Yuan, don't you think Brother Wu has been acting a bit different lately? The young man carefully chose his words. Different. That Jiangqi, before this battle, wasn't even in the 2nd tier, her combat strength wasn't even as high as mine. I still don't understand. How did she offend Brother Wu? It used to be easy to crush her, but now everyone knows she's the 2nd commander of the descent. In other organizations, a commander with average combat strength might not matter, but in the descent, she was able to take Ming Ming's position. Anyone with eyes could see that, in terms of status, Jiangqi was no less than Wuda. Wuda in the Divine Messenger could only use players belonging to his team, not the true core strength of the Divine Messenger. But Jiangqi could truly command the strongest team in the descent, at least Xie Chaozi and Chu Shu were on her side. Is that why Brother Wu? Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Yuan glanced at him. Brother Wu's affairs are none of your business. The young man said, oh. The door opened at this moment, and the young man immediately fell silent. Wuda maintained a facade of composure, but his eyes betrayed his true emotions. I have something for you to do. The young man nodded vigorously. The options for the next instance were already available. Before entering the game, Jiangqi went to see Ming Ming. I have a question, and I've been thinking about it for a long time, but haven't been able to figure it out. Jiangqi sat down opposite him. Ming Ming nodded. About Wuda's dream. That's right. It's not surprising that any ability appears in this game, but what I'm thinking is that he foresaw in his dream that I would kill him in the future. Jiangqi paused. If he hadn't plotted against me first and sent your way to kill me, I wouldn't have bothered to kill him for no reason, unless something happened in the instance that required one of us to die. What are your thoughts? Ming Ming asked. I think he can only foresee his own death over an unknown time frame. He must have used this ability to eliminate more than one obstacle. It sounds reasonable, but I always feel that dreams are too easily manipulated. Jiangqi's suspicion stemmed from the fact that this was a game, and behind the game existed a god. She didn't know the reason for the game's existence, nor how many forces were behind it. So far, God hasn't truly appeared, but is there really no problem with predicting dreams? Is it? In the game. Jiangqi hadn't finished speaking when Ming Ming shook his head to stop her. It's unspeakable. Jiangqi paused, then changed the subject. Back when we were mining in the dungeon, those guys down there weren't part of the same group, were they? That's right. Ming Ming stood up, smiling, and said, It's almost time. I have to go to the first merchant guild to pay off my debts. Jiangqi didn't say anything more. She had already confirmed her guess. The deities sealed deep underground, and the god who created the game belonged to two opposing camps. There was also the summoning incantation she had recited. The first instance, deep underwater, sealed the silver key. Was the god who created the game of a higher rank? The summoning incantation of the sleeping deity revealed a great deal of information. Was this divine creation a toy thrown to the mortal realm on a whim, or the very rule and power that the game's creator also desired? The most important answer might only be found when the seal on the silver key was completely broken and she stepped through that door, if she hadn't collapsed by then. Jiangqi returned to their team's private meeting room, opened the system interface, looked at the empty rankings of the instance, and said, Linging Private School. That's a powerful name, Hang Jing commented. He then looked at Jiangqi, Fan Yuan, and Wang Yu. The three of you going in this time? Aren't you bringing a damage dealer? We're now openly mortal enemies with Wuda's side, and there are those who want to steal your items. He won't go into this type of game, Jiangqi said meaningfully. His biggest advantage over me is his combat strength. If he dares to go into this kind of exploration and puzzle game, I can kill him. Wuda is having a hard time right now. The death in his dreams has become reality. The more afraid he is of death, the more he feels the pain. How could he dare to go into this game with her? That's true. He wait until you enter a suitable dungeon before going in with you, preferably a dungeon with many people, so he can hide in the shadows. He's never even played a battlefield game. If he's going to make a move, he can only use the simplest method. At any cost, without giving her a chance to find help, just surround and kill her. While waiting, Wuda probably wouldn't be able to sleep, worrying every time he closed his eyes about when her combat power would increase. After all, once her combat power increased, he would have no more chances. Player, please confirm, enter the instance Linging Private School? Confirm. Jiangqi and the others clicked confirm one after another in the white system space. Instance opening capacity. 15, currently 14 confirmed players. Instance is about to open. Many people entered the instance at the same time, and the number jumped to 15 in no time. All players have confirmed. Instance is about to begin. Players enter the game. Instance information loading. Game instance. Linging Private School. Number of players, 15. Basic information. This is a survival, exploration-oriented instance. Whether you can survive here for 10 days depends on how many rules you can discover. Mission. Survive until the end of the game. Hint. Sanity points decrease rapidly in the instance. You need to save yourself, otherwise you will be assimilated by the instance. Jiangqi pondered for a moment. It seemed that this instance added an inescapable debuff to increase the difficulty. The system's description of relatively fast is, for the player, far from relatively fast, it's practically faster. A countdown timer on the screen. The white space gradually dissipated. When Jiangqi looked up again, she found herself sitting at a desk. The blackboard in front of her was spotless, and the entire space was so quiet that only the sounds of writing and breathing could be heard. The 20-odd people sitting there, including herself, were all wearing the same uniform, navy blue tops, blue bow ties, and navy blue pleated skirts that reached past the knees. The clothes and the environment were reminiscent of things from a place where life was good. It was daytime outside, but the sky was unusually overcast. The lights were off inside, and there was no one on the stage. Everyone below sat very upright, looking extremely focused. This instance, because of the map, is easy for everyone to understand. Hence the different title and instance name, and the map's clothing isn't in our style either. Chapter 168. Her face was reflected in the glass window, looking different from how she looked now, more like her 7 or 8 years ago, with slight changes to her features. The dungeon had adjusted the players' appearances accordingly, making it difficult to distinguish who was who. Jiangqi didn't openly observe the people and environment around her. She sat upright like everyone else in the classroom, only glancing out of the corner of her eye. She couldn't understand what was written in the books on the desk. The person next to her stood in the dimly lit classroom like a statue. The sign on the door read Class F. Based on the number of people, there must be at least 200 NPCs in this map. A notice board hung next to the blackboard. Jiangqi squinted to barely make it out. 1. Linging Private School has strict rules and adopts a closed management system. Each class has only 24 students. Teachers patrol during breaks, but there are no teachers wearing red high heels, white leather shoes, and gray ties. 2nd, you can interact with classmates during breaks. During class, please maintain discipline, remain quiet, listen to the teacher, and do not write anything unrelated to the lesson in your books. Do not leave the classroom regardless of what is happening outside. 3rd, please maintain a friendly and helpful relationship with your classmates. 4th, there are no classrooms on the first floor of the teaching building. Please do not enter during the day. 5th, there is a mirror at the corner of the stairs on the first floor of the teaching building. Please check your attire before entering the classroom. Students are required to wear blue bow ties. If you see students wearing black bow ties or neckties, please remember they are not your classmates. 6th, there will be 2 bells, 3 minutes apart, to signal the start of class. Please be back in your seat before the second bell rings. That's all. The print on the course schedule next to her was too small for Jiangqi to see. In this instance, the system doesn't record found rules, nor can they be copied from books or notebooks. Players have to memorize them themselves. There should be many such rules in the map. Currently, it seems that players must abide by these rules to survive here. The more rules you know, the more likely you are to find a survival route. Footsteps suddenly echoed in the empty corridor, growing clearer as they approached, each step feeling like it was right next to her ear, making her involuntarily tense. The sound wasn't high heels. Jiangqi glanced out of the corner of her eye and saw a dark figure slowly approaching from the ground outside. The pattering footsteps stopped at the classroom door. Jiangqi was sitting in the second row near the window, her eyes blocked by the desk from seeing the other person's shoes. The man took 2 steps into the classroom. She was even less likely to leave her seat to look. Your class is cleaning the restrooms today. The girls' section failed the inspection. Go clean it again. A stern male voice rang out in the quiet classroom. This NPC wasn't wearing a tie, but his shoes were nowhere to be seen. Jiangqi, like everyone else, sat still and didn't speak. As long as her name wasn't called, it was none of her business. But just then, the girl with long, straight black hair sitting next to Jiangqi stood up. She immediately had a bad feeling. The girl bent down and looked at her. Jiangqi, come with me. Her voice was very gentle and pleasant, but Jiangqi didn't want to go with her. The rule said to maintain friendly relationships with classmates and to listen to the teacher. But the rules also said that during class time, no one could go out, no matter what happened outside. No matter what she chooses, she'd break the rules, and there's no way to be sure if this NPC in the suit is actually a teacher. It's troublesome. The classmate standing next to her repeated herself. Ignoring her and remaining silent would ruin the classmate relationship, and there's also the matter of obeying the teacher. The classroom rules seem simple, but are difficult to follow. Neither the system nor the information currently available states the consequences of making the wrong choice. Let's assume that different rules have different degrees of severity. These rules are clearly conflicting. The conflict between not going out and obeying the teacher doesn't exist if this NPC isn't a teacher. However, not cleaning with classmates is detrimental to maintaining a friendly and cooperative relationship. What if the NPC is a teacher? The NPC who seemed to be a teacher was urging, "What are you all doing? Hurry up, send someone else." The girl next to her looked at Jiangqi expectantly, as if they were very close friends. "Please, come with me." Should she go with her? No, Jiangqi thought it was impossible. She wouldn't gamble on this. The urging from the 2 NPCs would subtly interrupt her train of thought, and coupled with the conflicting rules, it created a great sense of urgency, making it easy to make the wrong decision. She needed to calmly sort things out. She considered the rule of not going out extremely important. Rule number 6 stated that she had to enter the classroom before the second bell rang. That meant the classroom was safe, at least during class time, so the outside was relatively dangerous. Even if she ignored her classmates in the classroom, they couldn't do anything to her. The rule wasn't just for her, it applied to everyone present, including this classmate. Therefore, she couldn't leave. The girl reached out to grab Jiangqi's arm. Her sweet appearance and voice made it hard to refuse, but Jiangqi remained unmoved. The girl pouted, somewhat displeased, and called another classmate out. As she passed Jiangqi, a fleeting, sinister expression crossed her face. You refused Jing Tian's request. Her friendliness towards you has dropped to 0, and your sanity has decreased by 10. Good grief, less than half a class has passed, and I already have a classmate with 0 friendliness, and my sanity has decreased by 10 points. The system wasn't lying, my sanity is dropping really fast. If this happens every class, the player will go crazy by the end of the day. The footsteps outside faded into the distance, finally disappearing, and the surroundings returned to a deathly silence. The 2 NPCs who left never returned. There was no clock on the wall, so it was unclear how much time had passed. Jiangqi had already read the rules several times, silently memorizing them. Sitting like this felt like an eternity. She couldn't even find a comfortable position to lean back. Analyzing the dungeon could distract her. Currently, she only knew a few rules. Even if she collected more and memorized them all, she might still miss some in an emergency, and a single mistake could cost her her life. It was best to find Fan Yuan and the others first. Fan Yuan's memory was far superior to hers. The somber tolling of the bell echoed through the teaching building, instantly transforming the serious atmosphere into a relaxed one. Voices of conversation filled the classroom, and people were leaving. Jiangqi's gaze swept across the classroom. Everyone seemed normal, but the environment was too dark. She couldn't see the faces of those sitting in the back of the first row, and even the gentle, harmonious voices had a somewhat eerie feel to them. Chapter 169. Jiangqi walked to the door to look at the class schedule and timetable posted on the wall. 6 classes a day, from 8:35 a.m. to 12:25 p.m., 1 hour at noon, ending at 3:40 p.m. But next to it was a line of text. Each student must attend 2 elective classes per week. Electives begin after 3:50 p.m. and must be taken to their designated classroom. Afternoon cleaning ends at 4:30 p.m. after electives. This was the 7th rule in the classroom. Jiangqi looked out into the corridor. Only a dim light shone at the corner. Dark uniforms, a gloomy environment, everything was so discordant, like the gray, blurry texture of an old film. These students, perfectly blending into the strange environment, didn't seem to pose a threat to her at the moment, as long as they didn't wear black bow ties or neckties. The break was 10 minutes. The first bell would ring at 7 minutes. Jiangqi felt the time was a bit short. She didn't rush out, but just stood in the corridor, outside the door, and looked around. Several classmates were chatting at their seats. When she returned, their voices paused for a moment, then resumed louder conversation. They were talking about how she hadn't gone with Jing Tian to clean earlier. Are we roommates? None of them wanted to go with Jing Tian. Some people are just like that, always alone, so weird. I heard she's adopted. Jiangqi flipped through her books, listening to the group's comments about her, wondering, who's weirder here? Even though it's a side story, the feeling is strange. 7 or 8 years ago, she would have been somewhat moved by this kind of thing. Back then, she lived with her grandmother, knew about her background, and didn't want to cause trouble or make her grandmother worry about her at her age. Now, only a calm, unwavering heart could gravitate towards the scene. When the first bell rang, the entire area from the classroom to the corridor fell silent instantly. The classmates, who had seemed so vibrant and real just moments before, appeared as if they had become completely different people. Jiangqi found a slip of paper in her notebook, her class schedule. The content was the same as the one on the wall next to the podium, the difference being the electives. Wednesday and Thursday were listed, the corner for Friday was torn off, so she wasn't sure if there were any classes there. Another problem was that she didn't even know what day of the week it was, or which period it was. There was no teacher in the last class, and following the game's logic, it might not have been a study session. She couldn't see what books were on everyone's desks in such dim lighting. Time was also crucial in this instance. Jiangqi had already guessed something when she noticed the system wasn't displaying it. There probably wasn't a clock on the entire map. Insufficient information made it easy to make mistakes, and she might not even know how she died. Jiangqi took out her student ID card from her black handbag. There was writing on the back, but the print was so small that it was practically torture to put her in without the lights on. 1. Your campus card is very important. If you lose it, please go to the first floor of the office building to apply for a replacement as soon as possible. 2. Campus cards are green. Our school has never issued red campus cards. If you see a student with a red campus card, please do not enter the dormitory building with them. The campus card cannot be stored in your inventory. This item represents the player's identity at this school, and replacing it if lost is likely to be very difficult. The office building also has its own rules. The second bell rang, and the sound of someone running frantically in the corridor echoed. What's going on? What happened? Thump. The panting stopped abruptly, and the corridor returned to silence. None of the NPCs sitting in the classrooms looked out with curiosity, as if they were already used to such things. Jiangqi couldn't see outside from her position, but she knew this was a player. The other person couldn't be unaware that being back in the classroom before the second bell wasn't a mistake a player should make. No one would be so careless as to leave this floor in 10 minutes. Starting to walk back after the first bell would definitely allow them to get back, unless something unexpected happened that couldn't be resolved quickly, in which case they wouldn't make it in time. Right now, they didn't know if this player was alive or dead, or where they were, making it difficult to judge what had happened to them. Meanwhile, 4th floor, Class 2A. A person wearing a dark school uniform slowly walked into the classroom, and sat in the only empty seat. Upon seeing this, Fan Yuan's pupils dilated. The seat had changed. This person was now wearing a red bow tie, yet the others showed no reaction to the addition of an unfamiliar classmate, as if she had always been sitting there. Where did the original person go? That person had checked the schedule. There was a chance they were a player. Wang Yu entered the game in an office. The blinds were all drawn, and the overhead light was on, making it impossible to tell if it was day or night. He was alone in his cubicle. The surrounding desks had books, teacups, and work notes. Clearly, every seat was occupied. Wang Yu looked down at the A4 sheet of printed paper on his desk. Welcome to Lingying Private School as a student teacher. Our school provides a good living environment and benefits for every staff member. We hope you will abide by the following work rules and take your work seriously. 1. Complete your lessons according to the schedule. Please be in the classroom before the second bell. Do not be late or absent. Student teachers are also responsible for the students' self-study sessions and patrolling between classes, at least once each in the morning and afternoon. 2. Each class has 24 students. If you find extra desks and chairs in the classroom, do not panic. Immediately check if you have entered the wrong classroom. If you have accidentally entered the wrong classroom and the extra desks and chairs are not occupied, you can go to the correct classroom. 3rd, when a student asks for your help, you may offer assistance as long as it does not violate school rules. If you encounter students wearing black bow ties or ties, please do not trust them. They are not your students. 4th, if more students in the classroom are wearing black bow ties, do not be alarmed. Continue teaching, and do not discuss any aspects of school history. 5th, no students will come to your office during class, nor will any students clean the toilets. 6th, you can trust your colleagues. This office has 10 seats, but you only have 6 colleagues. The person wearing red high heels is not your colleague. 7th, at 9 p.m., you need to check the boys' dormitory. Afterwards, you can return to room 102 on the first floor of the dormitory to rest. That is the staff dormitory provided by the school. As long as the door is not open between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. the next morning, and the bathroom mirror is not broken, the dormitory is safe. During the dormitory check, you may encounter a colleague who wants to accompany you. Do not agree to go with them. They are not your colleagues. This is very important. Finally, please remember not to take your class schedule and rules out of the office. Have a pleasant time working at our school. It would be a miracle if anyone could have a pleasant time in a place like this. Wang Yu held up the second A4 sheet of paper. It was a timetable. He was in charge of 2 classes, grade 1, C and D, and the timetable for the second period on Wednesday mornings was marked with an asterisk. Chapter 170. It's Wednesday. It's quiet outside. It should be the time for the first class. Are all the colleagues in the office in class? And where are the 3 NPCs who aren't colleagues? Wang Yu tried to put the 2 A4 sheets of paper into his inventory, but failed. He stood up and walked to the window, peeking out through the blinds. Below was the entrance to the teaching building. He didn't see a single person. The roads and buildings were empty. The buildings outside the school grounds looked old and blurry, as if shrouded in a gray fog, not like anyone lived there. The rules only said that those wearing red high heels weren't his colleagues, but there were 3 non-colleague characters in this office, It was impossible for them all to be wearing red high heels. The rules were incomplete. He had to figure out for himself whether someone was a colleague. Trustworthy colleagues are crucial in critical moments. Trusting the wrong person can lead to terrible consequences. Wang Yu looked up at the sign on the wall. 1. The office is closed before 6:30 a.m. and after 4:30 p.m. Only the employee with the key can open the office. 2nd, do not enter the office if the lights are off. 3rd, if you receive a phone call and hear laughter on the other end, please leave the office immediately and go to the administration office in the office building to find a peace charm, or to the classroom of a student not wearing a black bow tie. Wang Yu simply unplugged the phone line. His second class was in Class C of Grade 1. He went out during the break to find out where the class was. He was in his office on the 3rd floor, but there was no Class C on the 3rd floor. Wang Yu carried his history book to the 2nd floor. The last classroom on the left-hand side of the stairs was Class C. The building's layout had a corridor in the middle, with classrooms on both sides. The classroom opposite Class C had no class numbers displayed, the door was tightly closed, and the windows were covered by curtains. He couldn't see anything inside, yet he felt someone was watching him. The first bell had already rung, but when Wang Yu looked around, he realized something was wrong. There were 25 people there, and the last girl in the last group, the one with the last number, was wearing a black bow tie. He composed himself and walked naturally to the timetable area. The numbers on the door might be wrong, but the timetable in the classroom matched his, so he hadn't gone to the wrong place. Just then, Wang Yu's expression faltered slightly. Someone had torn a section off the timetable, specifically the sections for this morning and tomorrow afternoon, which were missing. He didn't have time to find another classroom. It was just one more person. Wouldn't it work if there were several students? Good morning, teacher. As the students stood up and bowed, their smiles were, for a fleeting moment, identical to the one of the extra girls. Wang Yu forced himself to follow the procedure. He felt uncomfortable even before the class started. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside. A boy in uniform stood in the doorway, frantically looking at the sign on the door. It's not that there are no seats. How can there be no seats? Excuse me, what's wrong? Wang Yu asked. The boy looked towards the classroom, his face instantly changing. It's too late. It's too late. Wang Yu glanced, slightly puzzled, at the extra girl's seat. He only saw the girl tilting her head, looking towards the door, seemingly no different from the others. But this boy was clearly terrified. Don't panic, it hasn't reached the second bell yet. You can come with me. Before Wang Yu could finish speaking, the boy suddenly turned around, his expression turning utterly terrified. No, no. He shook his head frantically and ran towards the stairs. Classmate. Wang Yu took a step towards the door, using the opportunity to observe the situation in the corridor. The boy had been looking towards the wall, or perhaps the door to the classroom opposite. He was likely a player. What could he have seen to scare him like that? The second bell rang, and Wang Yu returned to the podium, looking at the NPCs below, a bad feeling creeping into his heart. He thought it was an office werewolf game, but it turned out to be a werewolf game for the entire building. Jiang Qi's classmate Jing Tian and the girl who went with her hadn't returned. 2 people were missing from the classroom, but the teacher on the podium hadn't asked them anything. Jiang Qi opened her book and took out a small note. If the teacher calls on you in class, you must respond. It's okay if you can't answer the question. If the person asking isn't your teacher, and no classmate is willing to answer for you, immediately find an excuse to leave the classroom. Jiang Qi fell silent, being called out even in the game. As for help from her classmates, none of them would help her, given their current level of friendliness towards her. The NPC on the platform still hadn't come down. She still couldn't see the color of the NPC's shoes, and she couldn't understand what they were saying. The game's rules only offered one solution: get help from the NPC classmate. Jiang Qi felt that fighting the NPC on the platform wouldn't solve the problem. Dealing with the person who raised the problem would be easier than getting help from her classmates. The classroom was a relatively safe place, but once a certain condition was met, it was no longer safe. It's clearly less safe outside. That player from before is the best example. The scary thing about this game isn't the obvious things, but the overwhelming sense of urgency and the unknown. If I don't call her name today, I will someday. I need to figure out the pattern of non-teacher NPCs appearing. The one from last class is basically confirmed to be fake. The teaching building office, the bulletin board, these are places where I could find teacher information. Staying in the classroom without looking for clues won't help. Class B on the same floor. Duan Zixuan was completely numb. He and his teammate were in the same classroom. Nothing happened last class, But this class, everyone around him and his teammate was wearing black bow ties. They were all vaguely familiar faces, vaguely familiar, but not the same people as before. They were surrounded, cold sweat streaming down their backs, afraid to move a finger. These people were all watching them. How could a normal person not even blink for so long? These NPCs could even move and change locations. The first morning was already this tough. Who knew how the rest of the day would go? Finally, at 12:35 p.m., as the bell rang, all the players secretly breathed a sigh of relief, only to find their sanity had dropped by 20 points. Jiangqi was no exception. Some kind of power existed in this place, and the rules were created to counter it. Staying within the map would slowly drain one's sanity until assimilated. Her sanity was dropping quickly too, but even if it reached the critical point, she wouldn't necessarily collapse, so she could hold on a little longer. She needed to find a way to save herself as soon as possible. Even if she held on a little longer, she couldn't hold on until the game ended. The students in the classroom went to the cafeteria in groups. Jiangqi walked behind, and someone bumped into her shoulder as she left. Sorry, the apology was delivered in an impatient tone. Jiangqi ignored this group that also existed in the instance, walked straight down the stairs, and looked in her mirror at the corner on the first floor. Chapter 171. Fang Yuan stood at the entrance of the teaching building, watching the passing students, searching for Jiangqi. The three students who had just left had also gathered at the only exit before leaving together. Fang Yuan's gaze fell on the person in the navy blue school uniform, who had just come down the stairs. He recognized her immediately. It was Sister Shi. They waited downstairs for 10 minutes, almost everyone had left, but they still hadn't seen Wang Yu. Jiangqi was looking at the notice board, which displayed photos of several outstanding teachers, one of whom was wearing a gray tie. His photo wasn't unusual among the others, except for the gray tie. It seems not all the photos on the notice board are of teachers, Jiangqi said, resting her chin on her hand. Something else has infiltrated this place. The rules aren't necessarily all correct. Most of the students in the building have left, and I still haven't seen Wang Yu. Is he not in this building? Fang Yuan speculated. More or less. There's more than one identity in this instance. Jiangqi gestured for him to look at the floor plan and the landmarks on the map. The explanation beside them was still the rules. 1. The teaching building has 6 floors. There are no classrooms on the basement level. The school has only one teaching building. 2. This teaching building is open Monday to Friday, from 7 a.m. to 5:20 p.m. The building will be locked at other times. If you accidentally miss the opening hours, you can go to the basement level and look for the white door. There is a spare key in that room. Please keep quiet while looking for the key. 3. There is no computer lab in this teaching building. If you see a computer lab, please do not go in and firmly believe it is a regular classroom. 4. There are umbrellas in the umbrella stand. You can take one if it rains, but remember to return it. If you find that an umbrella has turned red, please do not use it, and take it to the security room on the first floor as soon as possible. 5th, there's no gymnasium in the school, only a library. Let's go to the cafeteria. Jiangqi turned around. I think this gymnasium and library are a bit strange, Fang Yuan said thoughtfully. Is there anything in this place that isn't strange? Jiangqi said calmly. The person wearing the black bow tie isn't a student here, but they exist in the school. The same applies to the gymnasium that the rules say doesn't exist. Right now, there are 2 completely opposite forces in this place. They don't think the person wearing the black bow tie is a good person. Maybe on the other side, they're the bad guys. Don't trust the rules too much. They're players, not any faction in this instance. They can only trust themselves. Jiangqi's words were a reminder to Fang Yuan not to be led by the nose by the rules. Someone in my classroom left after the first period and didn't come back. In the second period, someone else was sitting in a seat, someone I never seen before. Everyone else seemed to have missed this person. Hearing Fang Yuan say this, Jiangqi suddenly remembered the person running frantically down the corridor. That was a player. He couldn't find his original classroom. Do you remember roughly when the other person sat in his seat? Fang Yuan nodded. A little over a minute after the first bell, no more than 2 minutes. Jiangqi frowned. By that calculation, the player had plenty of time to return to the classroom. He wouldn't have gone too far while searching for clues. There might be a problem with the timeline here, or maybe there's another teaching building. The system hadn't sent any information about player deaths or exiting the game. What happened to that player was probably only known to him. Jiangqi suddenly stopped and instinctively looked up at the classroom window. Just now, a person in a school uniform had peeked out from behind the curtain. But there were no curtains in the classrooms of this building. What's wrong? Fang Yuan followed Jiang Qi's gaze and looked up. It was dark and gloomy there, completely empty. Nothing, let's go first. Jiang Qi turned her head away calmly. On the other side, in the dark corridor, a dark figure almost blended into the surrounding environment. Player sanity, 32. Player sanity, 25. Where is it? Where is it? No, I'm real. The one with the blue bow tie isn't a student, the one in black is. No, the one in black isn't, the one in blue is. The player stood by the window, sometimes screaming, sometimes laughing. There's no class here. No fourth floor, who are they? Let me out, let me out. Help. The player shouted frantically, but only his own echo and the system's cold announcement answered him. Player sanity has been reduced to 0, game lost. The cafeteria is located between the teaching building and the dormitory building, closer to the dormitory side. Jiang Qi and her group had just reached the cafeteria entrance when they received the system message that a player had logged out. From the outside, it looked normal, and even had more lights on than the teaching building. There was a vending machine inside. Below the instructions, it said, "Pomegranate juice is not sold here. Please ignore this if you see it." To avoid trouble, not using anything that could potentially cause problems was the safest choice. But since there was a vending machine here, it couldn't just be for show. The vending machine had several kinds of drinks, all with unfamiliar characters on the packaging. On the far side was a bottle of dark red juice, an unnaturally dark red. Jiang Qi took out her student card and swiped it to buy the food. Thump, the dark red juice spilled out, and Jiang Qi caught it and put it in her pocket. The two students behind her who saw this were stunned. We told them not to buy it. Why did they insist? I think they're rebellious, looking for trouble. Maybe they're NPCs. The short-haired boy continued eating, head down. His plate was filled entirely with vegetables, except for rice. The cafeteria was a self-service system with card payments. The aroma of food filled the air as soon as you approached the food area. While queuing, Jiang Qi glanced at the dining rules on the wall. 1. Please do not waste food. After finishing your meal, please place your utensils in the designated area. 2. Be mindful of whether the person sitting next to you is your classmate. 3. The student cafeteria is open from 6:40 a.m. to 8:35 a.m., 12:20 p.m. to 1:30 p.m., and 4:50 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Food is not served outside of these hours. If you see food being served in the cafeteria after 9 p.m., please do not eat there. 4th, if you find a foreign object in your food, please inform the cafeteria staff at the window. They will replace it for you. Do not accept food from non-staff members. Jiang Qi picked up her plate and walked forward in order. The dishes were all illuminated, steam and aromas rising from them. The caramelized meat and fried pork chunks coated in flour looked incredibly appetizing. No matter how delicious they looked, she didn't choose any. She opted for all vegetarian dishes, and even chose seaweed and egg soup instead of seaweed and pork rib soup. It's better to be cautious when eating in a dungeon. Back kitchen. A man carrying freshly cooked meat dishes looked at the tender and delicious food on his plate, his face expressionless, but a chill ran down his spine. He didn't know where the food came from, nor could he tell what it was. The first note Kai Hong found upon entering the dungeon stated that there were currently no vegetables available at the market. Chapter 172. All morning, he hadn't seen anyone deliver meat, yet the cold storage was overflowing with chopped ingredients and sausages. And these vegetables looked very fresh, not frozen at all. The cafeteria staff rules also stated, only chefs can open the cold storage, helpers are not allowed. Don't touch the chef's knife. If you see someone wearing a green chef's hat picking up a knife, leave the kitchen immediately. After 9 p.m., no matter who knocks, don't leave the staff dormitory. There are no long-haired employees in the kitchen. If you find long hair, fingernails, or teeth while washing ingredients, don't be too surprised. Just act like nothing happened and pick them out and throw them away. If you encounter students wearing black bow ties, don't talk to them. Remember to give them a medium-rare steak. He didn't see the person wearing the green chef's hat, but the sight of a medium-rare steak with blood still bothered him. When he ate early in the kitchen, he only dared to eat a couple of bites of cabbage with white rice. Who has fingernails and teeth in a proper kitchen? The vegetables are so fresh today. Can I have this? A sweet voice interrupted Kai Hong's thoughts. Kai Hong was about to reply when he looked up and saw several young faces standing outside, all wearing black bow ties. The girl in the front smiled cutely, but there was an inexplicable eeriness about her, as if she was really waiting for him to answer. Kai Hong immediately swallowed the words he was about to say and silently served them the food, his hands not trembling at all. These guys were all troublemakers. He wouldn't dare to shake his spoon. Luckily, he reacted quickly, or he would have made a mistake. Kai Hong watched as the students in black bow ties carried their trays to the left. His teammates were sitting there. They hadn't had a chance to talk or exchange rules. Sister Chi, didn't that guy enter this dungeon? Fang Yuan's gaze had already swept halfway around as he spoke. He didn't get this dungeon, Jiang Qi said thoughtfully. I told him to choose another dungeon. She brought Fang Yuan and Wang Yuan because she thought they were suitable for this dungeon. Xie Chaozi wasn't incapable of solving the puzzle, but he was generally too lazy to follow the dungeon strategy. There was no need for 2 teams. For people in total, such a large lineup wasn't cost-effective. At this moment, Fang Yuan's chopsticks paused. He saw several classmates wearing black bow ties sit down in the empty seats next to them. Classmates, you're eating so lightly? A boy with wispy bangs said. Want to try this dish? I like light dishes, Jiang Qi said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. The cabbage is delicious today. According to the rules, they shouldn't be considered to be directly talking to these people, but they declined their offer. What kind of beings are the students wearing black bow ties in this map, and those NPCs, who aren't teachers, but can freely enter the classroom? The rules keep emphasizing that they're neither classmates nor teachers. Jiang Qi has a bold idea. What would happen if she stole their black bow ties? At the table behind, Duan Xiao looked at Yin Xiaolin across from her, who was clearing his throat after taking a couple of sips of soup. What's wrong? I think I'm choking. Yin Xiaolin also sensed something was wrong. His throat clearing suddenly turned into gagging, and he spat out a whole piece of fingernail. Holy crap! The crew-cut boy at the table quickly rummaged through his food. They had only ordered vegetarian dishes, but they hadn't expected to find anything in them. What did I do to be so unlucky? I found a piece of my fingernail in my soup. Yin Xiaolin felt nauseous just thinking about it. Jiang Qi silently put down her soup bowl. The few people at the table wearing black bow ties didn't look in their direction. They were whispering something, but even though they were so close, it was still hard to hear clearly. She only heard a few words. They are what they are not what. Even the brightest-looking cafeteria felt eerie. When she finished eating and left the cafeteria, Jiang Qi specifically glanced at the vending machine. There were 3 bottles of red drinks inside. Her initial guess about this thing was a bit off. If it were edible and related to self-rescue, it wouldn't have swiped up in the same place so quickly. This kind of drink could be added to the inventory, but the system showed that only 1 bottle could be collected at a time. So this thing should be useful, but how to use it was still unknown. Fang Yuan asked as they walked, is there still time to go outside the library? Should we go? Sure, Jiang Qi nodded. The library building was easy to find, just follow the signs. It was a 2-story, retro-style building. The library was closed. The windows were pitch black. A sign inside read, Library opening hours, Tuesday 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m., Friday 2 p.m. to 8 p.m., Saturday and Sunday 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Open 4 days a week 3 different times. 4 days a week, and 1 day only 4.5 hours. What an amazing job. With a job like this, she could ignore all the weirdos and monsters. Working here must be so wonderful, Jiang Qi exclaimed sincerely. Fang Yuan, It says weekend student part-time job registration there, he said, pointing to the sign inside. There are no classes on weekends, but sometimes there are extracurricular activities. I saw this in my notebook. My role seems to be someone who organizes these activities. It's strange, there's a record of a sports activity, but I don't know what it was. That section was torn out, and there are traces of black pen used to cover it up. Sports activities, then the gymnasium should exist. On the way back to the teaching building, Jiang Qi and Fang Yuan reviewed and organized all the known rules. I don't think the time here is just to increase the difficulty for players, Fang Yuan said. Indeed, Jiang Qi nodded, there must be other reasons. Every location in this school should have a set of rules. If we haven't found a way to save ourselves in 2 days, our sanity will be in danger. This time, Jiang Qi didn't find any relevant clues either. When they returned to the teaching building, the first bell hadn't rung yet. Scattered students were observing the bulletin board and the 3rd and 4th floor corridors. Judging from the floor and class distribution, the players who have obtained student status should be on the 3rd and 4th floors. The rest could be other identities, cafeteria staff, teachers, dormitory supervisors, etc. As a warning, one player who didn't even make it through the first morning went back to their classroom early, so everyone was very cautious. Jiangqi wouldn't go to the restroom alone. The 2 afternoon classes were tough but peaceful. The sky outside grew darker and darker. It felt like nightfall even before 4 p.m. Jiangqi, Jing Tian hasn't returned. You're responsible for cleaning the restrooms this week, a girl with shoulder-length hair said meaningfully, looking at her. You can't leave until you finish cleaning. Chapter 173. For a fleeting moment, the people in front of Jiangqi's eyes transformed into the faces she recognized from years ago. She silently glanced at the blackboard, holding her things. Behind the word cleaning was her name, and a reminder about where to put the cleaning tools. The tools were in the small stall to the left of the restroom. The left, not the right. They had to be returned to their original place after use. Another new rule. The handwriting on the reminder was quite cute. Linging Private School. Class 2C's cleaning assignment has been updated. Jiangqi turned around and quickly walked out of the classroom. Today was Wednesday. She had to hurry to the elective classroom on the 2nd floor. She had barely stepped out of the classroom when she heard a hollow, eerie laugh coming from the classroom behind her. This voice was different from the ones in the classroom. Jiangqi was the only one in the entire corridor. According to the plot, she would go back to check the situation in the classroom, see something particularly terrifying, and if she was lucky, she would flee in panic. If she was unlucky, she would disappear on the spot. Jiangqi paused for 2 seconds, then continued walking forward with unwavering determination. She didn't even glance back, let alone turn her head. There was nothing wrong, those people were just always smiling. The most urgent thing was to find a classroom and a seat quickly. She went up to the 2nd floor, but both classrooms were empty, just bare desks and chairs. It was dark outside, and even darker inside. The windows were tightly closed, yet a cold draft whirred through the classrooms. Jiangqi turned her head and looked at the last classroom at the end of the opposite corridor. The light was on there, and sounds could be heard coming from it. When she first came down, that elective classroom, as indicated on the floor plan, looked no different from the others. It was only after she turned around and came back that the light came on. Just like on the 4th floor, it would be safer to go over there, but she had to go to attend this elective class today. Jiangqi walked to the classroom, and the first bell rang. This wasn't an ordinary classroom, it was a computer lab that didn't exist. Jiangqi, what are you still standing outside for? Come in, class is about to start, the computers are all on. A girl in the last row greeted Jiangqi familiarly. There were quite a few students in black bow ties in the computer lab. Jiangqi's mind raced. She now had 2 choices. 1. Leave the school building immediately. The rule that she had to enter the classroom before the 2nd bell rang had a prerequisite. The school building. Going downstairs now, she could rush out in less than a minute. But the players from this morning obviously hadn't been able to leave. The second choice, to go into the computer lab to study her elective, had a problem with one of the school building's rules. Don't go into the computer lab and firmly believe it's just a regular classroom. If it's a regular classroom, why can't you go in? Running down or going in both carry risks, but running down carries an extra risk. Skipping class, and the cleaning staff on the blackboard. The name written on it was Jing Tian's. She checked Jing Tian's desk when she had the chance. The handwriting was similar. Jiangqi slowly lifted her foot and stepped into the brightly lit computer lab. Skipping class and the cleaning staff were rules that would definitely break the rules. Just a few minutes ago, the classroom had said that you couldn't leave without cleaning. They might not be threatening or warning, but simply stating the facts. There was a 50% chance of success in the computer lab. Considering the pros and cons, Jiangqi decided to go in. She found an empty seat, ignoring the old-fashioned computer screen in front of her, took out her elective books and paper, and acted more seriously than anyone else. This was the math elective classroom, and all she could think about was studying. Why are you carrying other books? The person in the next seat suddenly leaned closer. Jiangqi felt a cold breeze brush past her ear, raising goosebumps on her arm. This is the computer lab. The teacher will be angry if she sees us. The speaker was close, their eyes so clear they were almost eerie, yet Jiangqi could see them clearly. What computer lab? Isn't it natural to study math here? Jiangqi looked at the helpful NPC with utmost sincerity. It's no use. Jiangqi suddenly heard a light, airy remark. The NPC in front of her didn't speak, but the atmosphere in the entire space abruptly changed. With a second, dull chime, Jiangqi could feel everyone around her staring at her with the same eyes, the overhead lights flickering slightly. The NPC's blue bow tie gradually darkened in her vision. Acting was useless, that was the key. Who says elective classrooms can't have computers? Jiangqi looked at the other person calmly and confidently. Don't disturb me while I'm studying. The NPC student was taken aback, his expression strange, and he didn't say anything more. Does having computers automatically make it a computer lab? Why can't it be a math elective classroom with computers? The layout of this place resembles a computer lab. The firmness in the rules doesn't refer to stubbornness, but to a firm understanding. Acting is easy, but firmly believing this is an ordinary classroom is not. Seeing a real scene and insisting it's an illusion, that there are no computers, that this is just like any other classroom, that won't fool you. Therefore, Jiangqi admitted there were computers here, and gave the other person an irrefutable reason. There's no rule saying a math elective classroom can't have computers. Unable to refute it, this was just a regular elective classroom, not a computer lab. Jiangqi glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the blue computer screen. It was garbled. The computer was empty except for classic Minesweeper and Solitaire. Weren't you reading a math book? Why are you playing on the computer? Computer class is the only one. The classmate next to her started setting a trap again, but Jiangqi interrupted her without hesitation. Just wanted to sneak in a game if I got tired of reading? Is that okay? Her tone made it seem like this classroom was her territory. Black tie student, 4:30 p.m., elective class ends. Jiangqi still had to go back to the 4th floor to clean. This experience truly brought back a long-lost and fulfilling feeling of campus life. Stepping out of the elective classroom, she saw a dark, empty corridor. All the walls, floors, desks, and chairs seemed shrouded in shadow. Jiangqi returned to the 4th floor alone, passing through classrooms without seeing a single person. In a place like the restrooms, a high-risk location for horror stories, there was probably a classmate with zero friendliness waiting for her there. The toilet light was on, but dim. She could hear the echo of her own breathing, and the dripping sound of water coming from somewhere that wasn't closed properly. Drip, drip. Jiangqi sighed, first looking at the stall on the left, then at the one on the right. This place is full of traps. The writing on the blackboard was done by Jing Tian. Could it contain some false information? Opening the wrong stall door would be disastrous. Not opening them would prevent her from completing the cleaning schedule, and the school building would close at 5:20. Left or right? Jiangqi stood there for a few minutes, recalling the details of the classroom twice. Besides the reminder on the blackboard, there was no other relevant information. Chapter 174. The probability of Ida giving her incorrect information is high, but it's also possible that Ida anticipated her prediction. Jiangqi pondered for a moment, then walked to the left-hand cubicle and grabbed the handle. At that moment, in the darkness, in the enclosed space, she couldn't see, amidst the distorted figures squeezed together, a pair of completely black eyes suddenly opened, eagerly staring at the tightly closed metal door. The arms and back, bent beyond recognition, moved. Jiangqi pulled open the narrow cubicle door with one hand, only putting away her cleaning tools when she saw them. To ensure she didn't miss closing time, Jiangqi decided to finish quickly and go through the motions. The school wasn't dirty. New rules were posted on the wall outside the cubicles. Please keep it clean, and absolutely do not forget to flush. Wipe the water stains from the sink clean, do not wipe the mirror, and put the tools back in their place after cleaning. If you find the faucet turning on by itself and flowing red liquid, don't be afraid, firmly believe it's water, and use it normally. Jiangqi hesitated for a moment. Fine, who says water can't be red? Splash. The sound of flushing water came from the last cubicle. Jiangqi clicked her tongue. She already checked, there was no one here except herself. Jiangqi walked over and pushed open the door. Just as she expected, it was empty. She put her cleaning tools back, finished in the first cubicle, and left. It should still be early. There was still plenty of time before the building closed. Bang! Just as Jiangqi entered the cubicle, the door, which she had deliberately left ajar, was suddenly slammed shut from the outside. The piercing laughter she heard in the classroom earlier echoed from outside the door. What she couldn't see was that, separated from her by the door, there was no one there at all. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet brightened, not with lamplight, but with sunlight. Jiangqi peeked at the sunlight through the crack under the stall door. The laughter ceased, replaced by the sound of conversation. You see, her parents have never shown their faces. My house is just one street away from hers. I heard her adoptive parents didn't want her. Her grandmother only kept her because she was pitiful. So that's how it is. Those people still try to talk to her every day. Her personality is strange. She's a loner, pretending to be aloof. Last time Wang Dawei spread rumors that Jiangqi had a crush on him, Jiangqi only dared to kick over his table, not making a big deal out of it. If it were my family, we'd be rushing over and making him apologize publicly. Jiang Qi's eyes darkened slightly, her smile gradually widening, a coldness in her eyes. Impressive, to be able to put me in such a magical state, even allowing me to hear voices from across time and space. She wanted to see what was going on outside, to see through the crack in the stall door where several people were standing, and how the layout of the bathroom had changed. Jiang Qi scrambled up into the stall in a few swift movements. All sound ceased abruptly. No sunlight, the bathroom layout remained unchanged. A creak. The sound of something being turned on, followed by the gurgling of running water. Jiang Qi nimbly jumped down and walked to the sink. The water had turned red, not only red but also with dark, congealed clumps. She stared blankly at the stall on her right, its opening slightly ajar, then her gaze returned to the blurry mirror. She didn't know how to describe what had just happened. It wasn't a hallucination, it was like two different timelines had been strangely pieced together, yet never fully intersected, always separated by a seemingly non-existent, but ultimately untouchable distance. It wasn't the players, it was her. Jiang Qi, could you come over for a moment? Jiang Qi? Jing Tian's voice came from inside, polite and gentle. No. Jiang Qi replied indifferently, wanting to see what was in the restroom. Jiang Qi, why won't you come and see me? See what? How bizarre is the design? Suddenly, 5 pale fingers emerged from the last stall door. Jiang Qi looked up and saw a head drooping above the partition. A pale-faced girl, strangely posed, was smiling at Jiang Qi. It wasn't Jing Tian, but another NPC classmate. And Jing Tian was right there. Jiang Qi lowered her eyes, instantly opened her umbrella, and pushed Jing Tian, who was about to pounce on her, backwards, forcing her into the stall. Then she quickly turned and left, from the 4th floor to the 1st floor, without stopping for a moment. Luckily, she had enough time and wasn't locked in the teaching building. Jing Tian chased after her, only to find her missing on the 1st floor. If he hadn't made it, who knows what he might have encountered while searching for the spare key in the basement. Jiang Qi turned the corner and met Fang Yuan at the agreed-upon bench. Wang Yu was also there. I got a task, planning a badminton activity this weekend, and they even asked me to find NPCs in the office. Fang Yuan's legs were still shaking. There's not a single normal person in that office. Looking at these students, they don't want to play badminton, they want me. You gone into the wrong office. Offices without lights aren't offices, and they close after 4:30, Wang Yu said. Of course, even in offices with lights on, there are NPC characters who aren't teachers. I haven't seen them. A trusted colleague said not to greet them or go with them. Our rules here don't specify whether the office lights are on or off, Fang Yuan shrugged. I really didn't expect that on the same floor, besides the strange classrooms, there would be several offices that look the same but are actually different. They all only had 70 sanity points left, Jiang Qi had 60. After hearing Jiang Qi's experience, Fang Yuan immediately found the problem. The rule about lights being on is wrong. Offices with lights on are safe to enter, even considered relatively safe places, but classrooms and restrooms don't apply. The classrooms hadn't been lit all day, and the restrooms should have been lit before the teaching building closed. Whether they exist or not, it's all part of the instance rules, meaning some kind of power here is transmitting them to us. Jiang Qi felt a chill down her spine, looked back but saw nothing. For players, it's not necessarily correct. Trusting the instance rules too much, I guess, makes it easier to be assimilated. Those rules should be believed, but not entirely. Don't trust the NPC with the black bow tie, and the one with the blue bow tie isn't necessarily a good person. Jiang Qi, the rules we receive say that the black bow tie, computer room, and gymnasium don't exist, but what we see, along with some other details, indicate that these things do exist. It can be explained by viewing them as two separate factions. The lack of time might simply be due to their different schedules. Players are independent factions. You absolutely cannot assume you're on either side, Fang Yuan added. That's right, Jiang Qi nodded. The teacher's cafeteria is on the 2nd floor, but Wang Yu could also choose to come to the 1st floor. He arrived late at lunchtime, avoiding Jiang Qi and the others. As she entered, Jiang Qi glanced at the vending machine. There were more red drinks now. The cafeteria was nearly empty at this time, quiet and a bit chilly. Before Jiang Qi even sat down with her plate, the people at the table she had just passed widened their eyes. Chapter 175. They buried their heads in their food, glancing furtively at Jiang Qi's left. Jiang Qi glanced to the left as well. There was nothing there, but something inexplicably strange. Tai Hong made an excuse to run out of the kitchen. The kitchen light was on red, and the sound of chopping bones had been going on for a while. He didn't see any outsiders bringing in ingredients, only a vending machine restocking staff member wearing a black hat. The faint smell of blood and spices wafting from the kitchen sent chills down his spine. There was still a plate of steak for dinner. This dish seemed to be specially prepared for the students in black bow ties. At this time, more and more students in black bow ties were filling the cafeteria. It's almost done outside. Go in and help clean up. You can go home and rest soon, said the ant wearing a chef's hat and mask. Kai Hong nodded reluctantly. He had run out because he didn't want to go back. The kitchen rules were posted on the wall. 1. Helpers finish work at 7 p.m. Please remember this time. 2. No matter what noises you hear from the refrigerator, pretend you didn't hear them. 3. After 6 p.m., please ensure you spend no more than half an hour in the kitchen. Kai Hong put down his serving spoon and glanced casually at the dining table. What he saw startled him so much that he dropped the spoon. Those students, whether players or NPCs, were eating, and they were even wearing accessories. Fang Yuan watched the group finish their meal and leave with their plates. For some reason, he felt a chill run down his spine. Those people had glanced at them several times. Their look suggested they had noticed something, but he couldn't see anything amiss. The more unseen something is, the scarier it is. Outside the cafeteria, the player breathed a sigh of relief as soon as he emerged. Holy crap, did you see those 2 female ghosts at the next table? His companion's expression twisted. Of course I saw them. The one on the left had a face whiter than flour, and she suddenly stuck half her face out at me, scaring me half to death. The one on the right looked like a normal person. Normal? What do you mean normal? Those 2 female ghosts were holding hands. The more human they looked, the scarier they were. And the 2 guys at the table were acting like nothing happened. Could they not see them, or? The player rubbed his arms. They were all wearing blue bow ties, and there was also a man in a suit, probably a teacher. Maybe only we can see them, his companion analyzed. Just now in the cafeteria, from the cafeteria lady to the 2 NPCs with blue bow ties, no one reacted when they saw them. I was thinking, is it possible that the one with the blue bow ties is the ghost, and we're hiding among the NPCs with blue bow ties, following these rules, so they won't notice we're different? You have a point, the player thought for a moment. The idea that only we can see them doesn't feel right. Those 2 female ghosts were terrifying. I've been playing games for so long, and I rarely encountered anything this weird. We're in the same dorm, so it's okay. The rules restrict them, and as long as we're careful, we can survive. Those guys from the next class brought in 2 teams, but I don't think they're really on the same page. It's best if they're not on the same page. Let them go test the waters first. There are too many traps in this instance's rules. That big smart guy this morning was really unlucky. He didn't even leave the floor. He was fine when he went out to look for clues, but when he went back, he couldn't get back. The other players are probably just watching. He dared to be the first one out of the classroom. They thought he was a tough guy. It was past 6 o'clock. The auntie at the window was clearing away the trays, and the remaining people were sitting scattered. Before leaving, Fang Yuan and Wang Yu each bought a bottle of red drink from the vending machine. Jiang Qi lived in Building 1, Fang Yuan in Building 4, Room 612, and Wang Yu in Building 4 as well. The 2 buildings were very close, directly opposite each other, about 200 or 300 meters apart. There was a large locust tree in between, reaching the 6th floor, perfectly blocking the view between the 2 dormitories. They walked from the cafeteria, deliberately circling around, but didn't see buildings 2 and 3 in the middle. I'm afraid that when I do my room checks, buildings 2 and 3 will suddenly appear, Wang Yu sighed. Don't worry, they definitely will, Fang Yuan replied. Wang Yu paused. You know games. Fang Yuan, be confident. It would be strange if the 2 middle buildings weren't there. I think it's between 1 and 4. I think so too. Jiang Qi looked at the prominent numbers on the dormitory building. I'm leaving now. There must be rules in the dormitory. As long as I don't get fooled by the rules, there won't be any big problems. Okay. Fang Yuan waved. After parting ways with Fang Yuan and the others, Jiang Qi took out her campus card from her pocket. The electronic door lock beeped twice. Just as she lifted her foot to leave, she stepped back. Jiang Qi looked at the card reader by the door, which was glowing green. It didn't display the number of people. Outside the dimly lit dormitory building, the locust tree leaves rustled in the wind. The streetlight at the entrance only illuminated her shadow. Jiang Qi swiped her card again. It beeped twice again. In the blink of an eye, a white hand holding a red card flashed past in the glass door. She tried to see clearly, But when she looked again, there was nothing on the glass except her own somewhat unfamiliar face. Fine, really. She can't get in. She have to sleep on the streets, right? The rule on the back of her campus card said that if she saw someone with a red campus card, she shouldn't go into the dormitory with them. She was alone here. She hadn't seen any student with a red card, but the person was definitely here. They had followed her out of the teaching building. No one opened the door, or perhaps no one else would come to open it. She really couldn't get in today. The red card didn't open dormitory building number 1. There was a notice posted inside the dormitory building's glass door. 1. To ensure the safety of students, the dormitory doors are unlocked at 6:30 a.m. and closed at 9 p.m. Monday through Friday, and at 9:30 p.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. If you miss the closing time, you will not be able to enter the dormitory. 2nd, no unauthorized personnel are allowed in. Any unauthorized entry will be severely punished. 3rd, please do not repeatedly swipe the door lock. This will cause the door lock system to malfunction. If discovered, the dormitory manager has the right to revoke your campus card's access. Repeatedly refers to several times, not explicitly stated. This unseen student insisted on going against her, resulting in both of them having their access locked, ultimately preventing anyone from entering. If anyone is still outside after 9 p.m., who knows what will happen to the student with the red card? She'd definitely suffer. It can enter directly on the 3rd swipe, but Jiangqi cannot. If there are only 3 chances, instead of 2 people being locked out, she will be locked out alone. This won't do. Jiangqi won't accept such a disadvantageous situation. If it's going to be locked out, then everyone should be locked out together. If it's going to be risky, then everyone should share the risk. Chapter 176. Jiangqi held the corner of her campus card, glanced up at the sparse stars twinkling in the night sky, and a smile that could be described as gentle appeared on her lips. But anyone, human or non-human, who had seen this smile before would definitely want to stay away from her. Beep beep. The student with the red card went all in with her. Jiangqi didn't go in. It was a little unsteady on its feet, the glass reflection once again showing its pale features. Just as it was about to go in, Jiangqi raised her hand and used spatial sealing, forcibly dragging it back. The unlocked door closed again. Weren't you going to come with me? How could you abandon me halfway? We promised to hold hands and be each other's angels. Jiangqi said expressionlessly, her voice indifferent. You can't leave. What will I do alone if you leave? The girl in the red card couldn't help but speak up. What are you doing? You're such a jerk. If you're not human, then I won't be either. We'd both be locked out together. I don't want to go in now, so you can't go in either, understand? The girl in the red card's pale face turned bloodshot with anger. If she didn't go into the dormitory building, she would completely disappear. What was wrong with her? Jiangqi appeared calm, but she wasn't feeling well either. The spatial problems in this map were too great. The backlash from using her spatial abilities here was severe. Her sanity dropped by another 10 points. She only had 50 points of sanity left. She had to find a way to save herself by tomorrow. But before that, she had to wait for someone to open the dormitory door. Jiangqi sat on the steps, propping her head up with one hand. The reflection of the girl in the red card in the glass door was still circling around the entrance. It's quite easy to fool. Even the dormitory door's limit on the number of swipes was enough to trick them into revealing it. Stop turning around. I won't let you in before me, Jiangqi said calmly. Even if someone opens the door for you, it'd be the same. Are you crazy? The person on the glass door glared at Jiangqi, bristling with rage. Our cards won't be usable until tomorrow. Jiangqi smiled silently. So anxious, it seemed the consequences of not being able to get into the dorm were more serious than she thought. If they didn't want her to have an easy time, then nobody would. Time ticked by. Jiangqi estimated it would be over an hour, meaning it was past 8 o'clock. The person on the glass door was practically going crazy. There hadn't been a soul inside lately. The lights in the dorm building dimmed, and the empty, chilly campus seemed to be empty except for Jiangqi. The lights from the direction of the cafeteria, however, seemed even brighter, with faint steam rising from the food. Click, the door opened from the inside. What's wrong with you? Which dorm are you from? What are you doing sitting outside in the middle of the night? Jiangqi slightly raised her eyes, looking at the dorm supervisor pressing a switch inside. She got up and walked in, waving a friendly wave to the student with the red card outside. Before she could even bang on the door and call out to the supervisor noticed her. Because of the rules, Jiangqi could sense that the dorm building and the outside world were two different spaces. She couldn't ignore the rules and teleport in. But the rules stated that this dorm had a supervisor, and the supervisor's work code stipulated that there was an 80% chance they wouldn't ignore a student seeking help. Don't go. Stop. Stop right there. You bang. The glass door trembled. A pale but devastated face appeared on the glass door. Jiangqi ignored it, sincerely thanked the dorm supervisor, and turned to walk upstairs. For 07 was Jiangqi's dormitory, located on the left-hand side of the stairs, close to the water room. The stairwell had prominent floor numbers posted, with only a single line in red below. Don't go to the wrong room. Don't go to the wrong bed. Jiangqi had checked all the room numbers on the floor before entering to make sure there were no mistakes. As soon as she entered, the talking inside stopped. Her 3 roommates glanced at her and returned to their beds. The dormitory was a standard 4-person room, with bunk beds, desks below, and the wardrobes labeled with the occupant's name. It was clean, but old and gloomy, reflecting the overall atmosphere of the school. Jiangqi searched the desk under the lamp and found a dormitory rule sheet in the drawer. 1. Keep it clean. Please do not talk or make noise after 9 p.m. 2. The dormitory manager can provide assistance, provided it is before 8:40 p.m. It's best not to wait too long for any problems. 3. Check the balcony windowsill before going to sleep to make sure it's locked. After 9 p.m., do not open the door or go outside, no matter what noise you hear. No. Don't trust them. There doesn't seem to be a dorm supervisor in this building. They're not your roommates. The rules are wrong. The last 2 lines were added by hand, the handwriting extremely messy. Did she still make the wrong choice? If there's no dorm supervisor in this building, then her current situation is terrible. Jiangqi looked around, went to the balcony area, locked the window, tidied up, and went to bed. The dorm lights go out at 9 o'clock. They weren't bright to begin with, so turning them off wouldn't have much of an impact. But these roommates who were just whispering suddenly became completely silent. If you couldn't see the movement of their bodies on the bed, you wouldn't even realize there were 3 people there. Wang Yu emerged from his dormitory into a quiet, dark corridor. Only the green emergency exit signs were lit, adding to the eerie atmosphere. The dormitory check didn't even include a flashlight. Unbelievable. He was simply told, there's no dormitory supervisor in this building. When you see the emergency exit turn red, run immediately and don't look back. Wang Yu climbed the stairs. The emergency exit signs flickered, and a faint electrical hum could be heard. The first few floors were fine, but when he reached the 6th floor, Wang Yu noticed something was wrong. Every dormitory door was closed, but sounds were coming from the washroom, voices, and the sound of running water. However, these sounds were muffled and noisy, like a distant hum, even though they were in the washroom. He turned his head and saw the crooked, upside-down room numbers. He hadn't noticed anything different from the beginning. The dormitory building, which had seemed normal just moments before, had silently changed. That was the most bizarre thing. He played countless dungeons, but this was the first time he encountered something so bizarre. Wang Yu steeled himself and walked into the washroom. The warm lighting seemed chillingly cold now. He could see shadowy figures inside from the outside, but as soon as he entered, they vanished, leaving only the slightly damp floor and the sound of dripping water. Wang Yu frowned, took a few more steps, and stood where the shadows he seen earlier had been. There was only one yellowed, peeling wall, not even a window. Looking towards the corridor, he could see a small patch of ground. Suddenly, the corridor began to flicker. The green light of the emergency exit jumped to red. In the night, it looked like blood, extremely glaring. Damn it! I knew something bad would happen. Wang Yu turned and ran out. As he passed the dormitories, he heard voices inside. There was a non-existent dormitory in the same area as the classroom. 2 different cards were used to open 2 separate doors. The NPC outside the door had to swipe the red card to enter Building 2. Chapter 177. We don't have anyone checking dorm rooms here, nor are there any dorm supervisors. Don't let him get away. It's rare for someone to come. Wang Yu quickened his pace, facing forward, not turning around even though he felt a cold hand on his shoulder. The numbers in the hallway had turned red at some point, and there were traces of blood flowing down. He ran down 2 floors, and on the 5th floor, he was suddenly grabbed. It was an ordinary face, with glasses perched on his nose. Wang Yu recognized the person. He'd seen him on the bulletin board in the teaching building, the director who shared an office with him. You're the new intern teacher, right? I came to see you. Something's wrong here, quick. Let's go down together. The director's urgency was genuine, not feigned. Wang Yu's alarm bells rang. He tried to pull his hand away, but the other person held on tightly. Hey! What are you standing there for? Come on! We never checked dorm rooms here. Who sent you here? The director said anxiously. The emergency exit sign above was getting increasingly red, while the one below was still flashing red. His dormitory was on the first floor, and the director had also told him to go downstairs. He was quite certain he'd seen the man's photo on the bulletin board. Going downstairs shouldn't be a problem, but Wang Yu felt a nagging unease, a tightness in his chest. Time didn't allow him to think too much. His declining rationality was already affecting his thoughts. Wang Yu followed him down one flight of stairs, then abruptly stopped in the fourth-floor stairwell. No. Something's definitely wrong. This person's appearance was too coincidental. It was as if he'd been waiting for him there. When he came up, he didn't see this person at all, unless the director was hiding in the washroom. It made sense that he had just arrived at the dormitory and happened to be on the 5th floor, but something just felt off. He couldn't follow him down. He could trust a colleague, but only if they were a colleague. He couldn't be sure this person was a colleague. Maybe they just looked like the director. The map was completely wrong. It was a chaotic mess with no pattern. Even Jiangqi couldn't find it. How could he be sure his dormitory was still on the 1st floor? What's wrong with you now? Hurry up, if they catch up, we're doomed. The director saw Wang Yu stop and was sweating profusely. Who's chasing us? Don't say. If we say, we won't get out. Wang Yu nodded and ran downstairs with him. When the director wasn't looking, he immediately turned around and rushed up 2 steps at a time. For a moment, he caught a glimpse of the director's eyes. They seemed like a different person, cold and silent. Wang Yu ran while fumbling for his keys, peering through the gap in the railing. The director was gone. Where could he have gone in such a short time? Wang Yu cautiously looked around, desperately trying to recall the features of his dormitory. Now all the room numbers were distorted. How could he find room 106? Wang Yu went back to the 5th floor and tried number 6. The key wouldn't turn. It wasn't this door. It was stuck again. It wasn't this door either. Why are you running? I really want to help you. The man's voice came from the stairs again. Wang Yu tried several times without success, anxiously walking to the stairs and looking up. His colleague was just 2 floors above, peering at him through the gap. Wang Yu would never forget that look in his eyes. That guy, he's really fast. Not exactly running, he didn't even see anyone pass by the 5th floor. Why are you running back? It's really not safe up there. Wang Yu's fingers paused as he held the keys. The other person's voice came from behind him again. It's hard not to go crazy in a situation like this. He had to be back in his dorm before 10 p.m., or he wouldn't make it through the night. Wang Yu didn't know what time it was, but he knew he didn't have much time left. He ran frantically up and down the stairs several times, his colleague, determined to help him, hot on his heels. He was forced to use all his skills, and finally, he opened his dorm door. The other person didn't let him go, they just stood outside. He saw shoes under the door, the standard student leather shoes. The bathroom mirror was cracked. He wondered if they'd last through the night. Dormitory Building 1, room 416, the last room on the 4th floor. Taomin woke up in the middle of the night, feeling heavy and unable to move when she turned over. She groggily opened her eyes a crack, instantly frozen in terror, cold sweat pouring down her back, swallowing the scream that was about to escape her throat. She saw a woman sitting on her blanket, her hair half fallen, her face obscured. Suddenly, the woman looked over, her eyes meeting hers. That chilling gaze was unlike anything she'd seen in previous instances. Her body gave way, and Taomin stared in horror at the face drawing ever closer, nearly screaming. Her fingers gripped the blanket tightly, her back soaked with cold sweat, the face almost pressed against hers, an oppressive, deathly chill washing over her. There were no distorted expressions, no rotting bodies, but a suffocating, bone-chilling calm eeriness. Taomin's chest heaved violently, her arms trembled, and her legs were so cold they seemed to have lost their sight. The next moment, she sat up abruptly, gasping for breath. The person who had been pressing down on her was gone, and the heaviness vanished instantly, as if it had all been a nightmare. Everyone else in the dormitory was sleeping soundly. Taomin was about to lie back down when she suddenly stopped. She heard footsteps outside. Thump, thump, thump. Each step was rhythmic, walking down the empty, dark corridor, slowly approaching, finally stopping at the end of the corridor, outside their dormitory door. The dormitory returned to silence, but in that silence, Taomin's heart pounded faster. She sensed someone outside, but she dared not get out of bed. She hoped the person outside was heading to the dormitory across the hall. There was another player there. Taomin clutched the blanket and lay on her side, her eyes scanning the door. No lights were on in or around the dormitory. Although her bed was closest to the door, she couldn't see the black and white, blinking eyes peeking through the crack in the wooden door, as if they were growing out of the door itself. They were peering at the person inside through the gap in the wood. Talman heard no more noise, and was about to relax and fall asleep when she suddenly felt something was wrong. Why was it so crowded? Although it was a single bed, she didn't remember it being this crowded. It should have been spacious enough for one person. Talman's heart leaped into her throat. She slowly turned over, and as she did, she was met with an eyeless face, the very thing that had caused her sleep paralysis. A sudden rush of fear filled her mind, and she tensed up, trembling even more violently. I see you. You're not asleep. This is my bed, my. Talman's eyes widened in terror, and she forcefully covered her mouth. Chapter 178. Her mind kept repeating, no, I didn't go to the wrong dorm. I didn't sleep in the wrong bed. Her heart clenched violently, her breathing quickened, and then she saw an even more terrifying scene. All her roommates sat up, turning to look at her, their eyes mirroring those of the thing that had been sitting on her earlier. Talman felt a chill run through her body, a chilling coldness that seeped from within. She didn't know how to handle the situation, and couldn't help but wonder if she had done something wrong. She desperately tried to remember, but couldn't recall anything. Talman leaned against the wall, frantically looking at her roommates. Just then, the door opened, the light came on, and the dorm supervisor entered. She had specifically checked the supervisor's appearance, but why would the supervisor be here at this hour? What's going on? Why aren't you sleeping at this hour? Talman's voice trailed off. Click, click, a crisp sound came from the wall behind her. Talman turned her head and saw an entire wall of eyes. She recognized these eyes, the same ones as her roommates, the dorm supervisor, and even the sleep paralysis she just experienced. The dorm supervisor wouldn't come out after 8:40, and the lights wouldn't come on again after 9 o'clock. Could it be? Could she really have gone to the wrong place? This is going to kill her. She had to find a way back to Building 1. Talman grabbed the railing and jumped off the bed, pulling open the slightly ajar door and running out. The corridor was pitch black, save for a sliver of light spilling from the opposite washroom and the emergency exit sign. She suddenly realized something was wrong. The corridor was strange. Only then did Talman turn back to look at the dorm she fled from. It wasn't her dorm, but an impenetrable darkness. 5 people stood there, including the dorm supervisor who had just come in. They stood there, their eyes sinister, reaching out their hands to her. Talman tried to run, but the hands behind her grabbed her. Help! Help! Let me go! Let me go! Ah! Her terrified screams faded down the corridor, as Talman was dragged into the darkness of the dormitory. The door slammed shut. The numbers on the door returned to normal. Everything seemed back to normal, as if nothing had happened. It wasn't just the dormitory building that was in trouble, the cafeteria was also in turmoil. The staff dormitory was in a small building next to the cafeteria, connected to the back door of the kitchen. Kai-hong could see the lights on in the cafeteria, and felt that people were still eating inside. The rules stated not to go out at night. But if he followed the rules of the game completely, he would definitely die. He decided to go out and see what was going on, to look for clues to save himself. His identity should make things easier than those students. Leaving his room led directly to the kitchen. He had already figured out the route during the day. He initially thought the student wearing the black bow tie was suspicious, but now it seemed more complicated. Several students in black bow ties had eaten in the cafeteria during the day, so who was the cafeteria serving at night? Kai-hong held his breath, tiptoed into the kitchen, and sensed something was amiss. The steam from the food wafted through the air, and he could vaguely see busy figures outside. To get a clearer view of the food and the cafeteria, he needed to go a little further. Seeing no one watching him, Kai-hong quickly moved forward. Passing the refrigerator, he noticed it wasn't fully closed, ajar, as if waiting for him to explore. He reached out almost unconsciously to pry open the refrigerator door, but just as his hand was about to touch it, Kai-hong froze, quickly withdrew his hand, and moved away from the refrigerator. He knew his behavior had been off. He almost fallen into a trap. This place was definitely suspicious. Kai-hong cautiously hid behind the wall. From this angle, he could only see dark figures sitting at tables outside, and the bottled drinks on their tables. The busy figures at the window looked unfamiliar to Kai-hong. He finally realized what was wrong. These weren't the people he'd seen during the day, even though they were dressed the same. Suddenly, the sound of chopping bones came from behind him. Chopping bones morning and night, still chopping bones in the middle of the night, and there was no one there when he came from the kitchen. He only had 2 ways to get back. Either go out the front door in front of so many people, or go back the way he came, trying to avoid the chef chopping bones. There were just too many people outside. Being discovered was unavoidable. Going through the kitchen offered a chance of escape unscathed. He didn't need to think about the choice. However, he didn't yet know that this decision would cost him the game. Tai Hong used the sound to pinpoint the location, waiting for the perfect moment to back away. As he passed the food preparation station, he couldn't help but glance inside. What he saw was horrifying. A person lay on the table, neck bones exposed, limp and arched backward. It was his colleague from earlier that day. Tai Hong's face paled, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Just as he was about to leave, he saw his colleague on the table smile at him, a smile both satisfied and eerie. "You're here too? You're next. Once you're here, you can't go back." The deathly corpse spoke, bright red blood flowing down the edge of the table. Sensing something was wrong, Tai Hong prepared to run, but then saw a stranger wielding a cleaver and wearing a dark green chef's hat approaching him. The cleaver was still stained with fresh blood. The unfamiliar colleagues behind the window turned around, and Tai Hong took off running. They were chasing him too closely. He had no choice but to run out the window. The people sitting outside were watching him and whispering, but they didn't grab him. The key was the colleague chasing him from the kitchen. He increased his speed faster. Tai Hong glanced at the drinks in the display case, all turned red, when suddenly a voice rang in his ears. "Don't you know you can't pass through here when all the drinks turn red?" "What?" Tai Hong froze, and that moment of hesitation cost him his chance to escape. He was dragged back to the kitchen by these unfamiliar colleagues. On the way, he heard someone cheerfully say, he actually believed it, Tai Hong felt cold all over. He struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. His gaze fell on the red drinks on the table. He seemed to understand something, but it was too late. Jiang Qi was a light sleeper. Even the slightest sound would wake her. She heard the footsteps outside. Besides footsteps, there was also the sound of knocking on the window. This was the 4th floor. Was the person knocking on the window floating in midair? Click! The sound of the window latch being released was exceptionally clear in the quiet night, followed by a gust of cold wind. Jiang Qi looked down and indeed saw a dark figure crouching by the window. In no more than 2 seconds, the figure was under her bed. Jiang Qi ignored it. The rules they saw were indeed flawed, and she genuinely couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. In this instance, the most serious problem was being influenced by the game's mindset. Even if she entered the wrong dormitory, she wouldn't run away. Once she was inside, it was her dormitory, and no one could change that. Chapter 179. Jiang Qi rolled over to face the wall, closed her eyes, and ignored whatever ghostly wail she heard. The next morning, the system notified 2 players that they had lost the game. Jiang Qi also received an additional message. Player used the rules to eliminate 1 NPC, sanity increased by 10, obtain the item worn black bow tie, a symbol of some kind of rule. Please wear with caution. One way to save oneself is to use the rules here to eliminate dissidents and clear out NPCs of different factions. Judging from Sister Chi's description, the red card student is clearly different from the black bow tie student who appears in the classroom and cafeteria, actively striking up conversations and digging pits. Fang Yuan sat in the cafeteria, having only ordered a bowl of white porridge and 2 white steamed buns. In other words, there are actually 4 factions in this instance. 4? Wang Yu asked, slightly surprised. Whether it's you or the cafeteria staff, in terms of the rules, you're the same as the blue tie students we're playing. Within the rules we see, we're all characters who must hide, avoid other beings, and not be tricked and killed by them, Jiang Qi continued. Black bow ties, the strange shapes in the teaching building, the red card student who followed me out, and the rules of the instance, 4 factions. It's certain that the 3 factions outside the instance rules can be switched, but the cost is unclear. Wang Yu frowned. In such a strange school, are the characters we're playing really normal people? You might be, but we definitely aren't, Jiang Qi said slowly, eating her breakfast. There are hardly any normal people here. The 3 factions are just different forms manifested within different rules. To survive here, you must abide by their respective rules, and their power forms a strange balance, affecting the players within the map. Therefore, for players, following the rules is simple. Analyzing the problems within the rules is difficult given the rapid decline in sanity. The NPCs that are cleared and disappear, I don't think they really disappear. It's more likely they're absorbed by the rules, lose their self-awareness, and become part of the rules, Jiang Qi added. She didn't fully believe the self-rescue methods the game was telling her. What was certain was that the red drink wasn't for their faction. The non-existent drink corresponded to a non-existent classmate, and the game just happened to give her a black bow tie. Players all arrived at the teaching building early, afraid of missing class. Wang Yu saw yesterday's director greeting him with a smile as soon as he entered the office. If it weren't for another colleague in a gray tie standing next to the director, he would have believed it. Even factions that don't exist here have infiltrated the notice board. Little Wang, what happened to you yesterday? You ran so fast, I couldn't stop you. The director, his back to the blinds, blocked the sliver of dim light filtering through the gaps, making his sincere smile seem particularly eerie. Wang Yu's heart skipped a beat. This old man wasn't letting him off the hook. When did this happen? I don't think I remember. Wang Yu feigned ignorance, sitting down in his seat, opening his book and pretending to prepare for class. No matter how strange and stiff the other person seemed, he didn't offer any extra expression. This office had already had this one exciting moment early in the morning. This was a job that didn't pay wages and was practically killing him. At this moment, the most dangerous thing wasn't the office, but the classroom. Even arriving early couldn't stop the players from not being able to find their classrooms, and discovering that almost every classroom was filled with students wearing black bow ties. They sat upright, their expressions identical, as time dwindled. The first person, mustering their courage, entered the classroom to try and sit in an empty seat. The moment their foot touched the chair, those outside heard a blood-curdling scream and saw a dark mass of NPCs with eerily smiling faces surround them. The smell of blood seeped out, but there wasn't a drop of blood, no corpse, only a small piece of torn dark cloth. Several players rushed upstairs, then rushed back down a few minutes later. One boy said anxiously, "What do we do? Less than 3 days have passed, and 4 players have died. Going in is no good, staying outside is no good either. We need to think of something. The first bell will ring soon." "Meng Xian, have you found anything?" the lead player asked anxiously, looking at the girl beside him. Meng Xian's ability was danger perception. She was the most likely to find a solution. "No. Every classroom here is dangerous." Meng Xian was also anxious. "The player who just went in is dead. We can't go into the classroom." "Should we run?" someone suggested. "No. The timetable is a rule. We can't run away." Meng Xian rejected his suggestion. Over here, Jiangqi stood outside a 4th-floor classroom, observing the NPCs inside. She saw Jing Tian, his face pale, his school uniform worn, standing out from everything around him, yet strangely not out of place. "We checked all the classrooms. The first one on the 4th floor has an empty seat, but going in is a death sentence," Fang Yuan said breathlessly. "I've been to the office, but no one answered the door. It might be related to the number of students with black bow ties, but we don't know the safety threshold." Just as Jiangqi finished speaking, a long, drawn-out bell rang. Hearing this sound, which was practically a death knell, the players broke out in a cold sweat. What's the meaning of this idiotic game? No rules given, and then this sudden tactic. The last person who entered the classroom died instantly. How could they dare to just walk in? Suddenly, a pair of bright red high heels appeared at the end of the corridor, the expression stern, walking towards the player's location. "Quick, quick, go down 1 floor!" the players shouted. Not only could they not get into the classroom, but there was also a patrolling NPC. If they hadn't entered by the second bell, everyone would be dead. Jiangqi and Fang Yuan went up the stairs to the 3rd floor. Fang Yuan was timing them. 1 minute left, 59 seconds, 58 seconds. Jiangqi stopped outside the second-to-last classroom on the right-hand side of the 3rd floor, looking at the NPC inside, holding a vintage silver pocket watch in her hand. "I go in first. If there are no problems, you can go in. If there are, I use an item to get them out." She then walked into the classroom first. Everyone inside stared at her, but didn't move. Fang Yuan wasn't the only one watching the classroom, other players were too. Seeing the NPC didn't react much, they all tried to rush in and grab seats. As time was running out, only 2 seats remained. Fang Yuan had anticipated this situation. Just before everyone else moved, he used all his speed to secure a seat. The remaining seat was clearly not enough for so many players. Those who reacted quickly noticed the problem. The faces of several people outside were contorted, their eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. "It's the quantity, 24, Fang Yuan said. "Empty seats are secondary." Chapter 180. Upon hearing this, the players outside quickly turned to find the correct classroom. Meanwhile, the crisp sound of high heels on the stairs grew closer, with only a few seconds left. With her keen sense of danger, Meng Xian sprinted forward, pointing, "The last room on the left." As soon as she finished speaking, Her teammates rushed towards the classroom door, along with 2 or 3 other players who hadn't found the classroom yet. There wasn't enough time left. No one wanted to die, not even teammates. Even after Meng Xian ran into the classroom, she was caught up by a speed-type player and pulled her back. This classroom only had 4 seats. Those at the back meant certain death. What are you doing? Aren't we teammates? Oh Wang, you don't want to die, and neither do I. Get out of the way. Meng Xian watched the players turning against each other and fighting over seats, a strange smile appearing on her lips. In the last few seconds, she gave a wink to one of her teammates, then turned and entered the opposite classroom. The second bell rang. A bunch of idiots. Meng Xian curled her lips as she listened to the screams outside. But they also. The player beside her was referring to her 2 teammates. Have you forgotten how they divided up the loot we got together in the dungeon? The bell stopped ringing, and the familiar sounds outside gradually faded. The player beside her lowered his head and fell silent. The screams revealed just how horrific the situation outside was. A large spray of bright red blood suddenly gushed from the opposite window, then was gradually absorbed and disappeared. Meng Xian nonchalantly turned her gaze back. How could she get those people to make way for her without putting on an act? She possessed a danger perception ability, useful in any team. These people were unevenly distributed, and she didn't need to treat them as teammates. When there were no spots available, why would they leave a way out for their teammates? Jiangqi sat in the last row, closing the system interface. 5 players had just died. It was only the second day of the game, and she never seen such a high mortality rate before. Before the first bell rang, players couldn't find the correct classroom. At that time, the NPCs in the classroom could change at any time. Only after the first bell would the number of people in the classroom be fixed. The game was designed this way to prevent players from preparing in advance. Those who had survived until now were all skilled, especially those who had survived the tragic and chaotic screams on the other side of the corridor. After learning the classroom rules, the players hadn't received any more elimination messages for the morning, but the issue of their sanity gradually decreasing still had no definite solution. At noon, Jiangqi was stopped as she left the classroom by one of the surviving players from the other side of the corridor. Are you Jiangqi from the Descendants? Meng Xian asked confidently. I saw you on the battlefield last time. Jiangqi turned to face her, but didn't reply. My ability is danger perception, which is useful in this instance, Meng Xian added. Are you asking for cooperation or surrender? Jiangqi's face remained expressionless. With my abilities, I should team up with strong players, don't you think? Meng Xian didn't directly answer Jiangqi's question, but rather emphasized teaming up, not a short-term collaboration, nor subservience. What she wanted was a position within the main Descendants team. Given the uniqueness of her abilities, she felt she should be valued wherever she went. What happened to your teammates? Jiangqi deliberately glanced down the corridor. Meng Xian remained expressionless. You know, safe classrooms are hard to find, and there aren't many seats. There was nothing we could do if we couldn't get in under those circumstances. She hadn't killed anyone. If there really weren't enough seats, what could she do? Your abilities don't seem to carry much weight in this game. Jiangqi raised an eyebrow and walked past her. Meng Xian's face immediately darkened. Watching Jiangqi's departing figure, her fingers slowly clenched behind her back. Was she underestimating her abilities, or was she wary of her? Danger perception, no wonder. Fang Yuan glanced up the stairs. It's a very powerful ability. However, Jiangqi would never team up with someone so easily out of control and prone to turning on her. With that kind of ability, 2 teammates have already died. Either she's incompetent, or she did it on purpose. Jiangqi's lips twitched slightly. Whether it's the case, there's no need to cooperate with her. Having the ability to offer high terms is fine, but having the ability to betray is problematic, especially with this kind of dirty-handed killing ability. Fang Yuan said in a deep voice, she might not let it go easily later. Jiangqi gave a soft players with this kind of ability are hard to kill, don't waste your energy. They met up with Wang Yu on the first floor, and learned that Wang Yu had been cornered in his office by several good colleagues. If he hadn't gone through so much trouble to find the peace amulet, he would be out of the game by now. Arriving at the cafeteria, Fang Yuan sat down with his tray. Let's analyze this instant situation again. The rules we can see are called Rule A. There's another hidden rule in this school, Rule B. We can deduce them one by one, completing the rules, which will increase the probability of finding the problem. There's a problem. Wang Yu put down his chopsticks. The rules themselves are flawed. It's hard to guarantee accuracy with this kind of deduction. Fang Yuan, but this is the only way. We can switch sides with the black bow tie who maintains a normal appearance and those teachers who seem to be from nowhere, but that option is riskier. It's too late, Jiangqi said. You can deduce Rule B in an afternoon? Your sanity won't last that long. Later, they take the opportunity to give you incorrect information. It's not just the rules that have pitfalls. This instance is full of them too. Didn't you guys notice? Following the instance's preset route, we can't clear it no matter what. The factions and rules, aren't they just like the game itself? Jiangqi put a red drink on the table, took out the black bow tie, and hesitated whether to try it on. This action gave the players at the next table, those who had been in the same classroom with them that morning, a real fright. His teammates were in the cafeteria, but something happened last night, and they were all eliminated. He was the only one left. He barely made it through the morning, and he thought he'd get closer to the first player who found the safe room to see how they were going to play, and if he could find a way to save himself. But then she pulled out a black bow tie. Wait, you're with him? The player asked in a trembling voice, terrified. What's the point of playing then? If she's on the opposing side, the others are doomed. It depends. I can team up with them too, Jiangqi said with a smile. Chapter 181. Player, do you even need to listen to what you're saying? Hey, I heard you're Jiangqi who defeated the God's Messenger team. I was on your side on the forums back then. Could you? We haven't found a way to clear the game either, Jiangqi said calmly. With that bow tie on you, if you side with them, you better be lenient, the player said hesitantly. Not finding it now doesn't mean they won't find it later. In this kind of game, how many people dare to play with her? Meng Xian also wanted to join the team. He didn't even hope to join the team, he just hoped this girl wouldn't cause trouble and would lead him a way out. The black tie student's goal was to kill the players. Those rules were meant to protect the players. I thought if I did that, we wouldn't have had to wait until now. In those few minutes in the teaching building this morning, she could have killed all the players except Meng Xian, who had danger perception. This seemed to be what the game wanted her to do. The red drinks were for the black tie students. They should temporarily restore their sanity, but according to the game settings, everything comes at a price. The students from the other faction definitely need to do something to maintain their existence, otherwise they become inhuman, existing only in a fixed location as a third faction. Jing Tian, who didn't follow the rules, is in this state. These NPCs are closest to disappearing, on the verge of being swallowed up by the school and its rules, unless they can find a scapegoat. Jiangqi is the scapegoat found by the student with the red card. When the player becomes part of the third faction, the game ends. Using the red drink leads step by step into the abyss, constantly using the rules to kill and buy time. How long can that last? Moreover, the black bow tie faction, existing in another dimension, is also bound by rules and cannot appear and kill at will. Jiangqi's intention to go there to check things out doesn't mean she has to play by their rules. She has the silver key. She should control the rules of that space, not be controlled by the rules here. Noon. On the bench below the teaching building, only Jiangqi and her two companions were present. We don't know anything about that faction. If something happens, we won't be able to find you, Wang Yu said, still somewhat worried. It's Thursday today, the library isn't even open. Are you really going? There's no time to wait another day, Jiangqi said decisively. If there's still no result by tonight, you guys need to find a way to stall for time, maintain your sanity, and continue the game. Fan Yuan nodded solemnly. Okay, I continue pushing through Rule B. After parting ways with Jiangqi, Fan Yuan and Wang Yu didn't rush back to the teaching building. There's a problem with the mechanics of this instance, it's unsolvable. Next year during Qiming Festival, Hang Jing and Sherwei will have to burn paper money for us. I don't know if this place will even be able to receive it, Wang Yu pondered. Fan Yuan thought for a moment, then told him seriously, no, they don't use paper money here, they only accept card payments. Do you think Jiangqi is confident? Wang Yu looked at the increasingly gloomy sky, his tone slightly somber. She's not aiming to clear the instance this time. Yes, no more than 50%, but in this situation, even with just a 10% chance, Sister Qi is willing to gamble. Fan Yuan recalled when he first met Jiangqi, what kind of game is it if you're afraid of dying? That's what she said. Those words had deeply impacted him back then. He couldn't interfere with Jiangqi's tasks, but he could still contribute by continuing their search for information they hadn't yet found. Organizing activities was a good starting point. Jiangqi changed into a black bow tie and arrived at the library. She found the door open, but this wasn't the library she'd seen yesterday. From the outside, it looked the same, but with the door open, all the posted rules inside were distorted and illegible. The library was eerily bright, and a new sign on the street read Gymnasium in red lettering. The blank system page updated at that moment. You put on their black bow tie. Please remember the following rules. 1. Each class has more than 24 students. You can only exist if you enter the class of a student with a blue bow tie. 2. The school has a library and gymnasium open all day. 3. The school provides students with abundant food and specially prepared drinks. When your campus card turns completely red, you cannot move freely within the school, nor can you enter dormitory building 1 or the library. Only 3 points. You need to fill in the rest of the rules yourself. Jiangqi took out a red drink from the inventory. Using it increased her sanity by 20 points, but it also turned an ominous red. Her guess was correct. The restoration of sanity was temporary. The inescapable effect, the deep-seated corruption, was the real problem this faction faced. To maintain sanity, they had to constantly use the food provided by the cafeteria, but using it would cause their sanity to drop even faster after restoration, gradually leading to assimilation. The safest way to save themselves in the game was to use the rules to eliminate NPCs from different factions. But this had a problem. Those eliminated NPCs were actually being devoured by the power here. The more NPCs eliminated, the stronger this place becomes. Will the tool players still be able to clear the game then? At this point, the library is deserted, with only rows of neat bookshelves and no librarian in sight. Jiangqi looked at the neatly arranged books, walked around twice, and realized the library's interior was roughly the same size as the one before it opened, just in a different space. Jiangqi found a document about the school's founding and sat down in the study area by the window to examine it. The document listed the school's location, founder, development history, and a fire, but all the dates were blurred. The handwritten words at the end were her own handwriting. She couldn't be mistaken. Only by following the rules can one exist. There are no doors here. Don't trust anyone. Why is it her handwriting? She couldn't have been here before. If these words really were hers, then her time or memory must be faulty. These things are reminders she left behind, or perhaps she really was here at another time. The last possibility is that everything she's seeing now is fake. Jiangqi looked out the window at the stadium building. 2 separate buildings, so far apart, and completely enclosed by glass, yet she could faintly hear the splashing of swimming pool water, clearly illogical. The familiar handwriting at the back of the document glared at her. She felt she couldn't have written these words. Time and space here were completely chaotic, like a jumble of unrelated cubes forcibly mixed together. Only by following the rules could it exist, not referring to her, but to this place. Jiangqi's pupils dilated sharply. It really did seem like she had written those words herself. Her time was malfunctioning. The disappearance of time was different from the disappearance of memories. Chapter 182. The disappearance of memories leaves traces, but the disappearance of time means that everything within that time period ceases to exist, leaving no trace. What kind of power can make time disappear? The events here, due to the unique nature of the game's instance map, don't truly mean non-existence. They might just be folded, or like video editing, with some force cutting off the middle of the content. She left herself a reminder, which made sense, but Jiangqi still habitually doubted the reality of the matter. Fang Yuan could help her organize her thoughts. Now, alone, many things were unclear and easily manipulated. Jiangqi closed her eyes. First, she came to the library to find information related to this school, to see if it was possible to bypass the game rules and solve the problem at its root. Then, she found a document. The earlier content wasn't very meaningful. The important thing was that she couldn't see the time. She thought the process of finding the document didn't take long, but in reality, from the moment she entered the library, time changed. She had no anchor point to determine what time point the library was in. What she was certain of was that she couldn't leave within this time. Only by obeying the rules can one exist. Only by finding the rules governing this point in time can this place be destroyed. The entity behind the game has indeed made its move. Jiangqi abruptly stood up, looking at the tightly closed wooden door deep in the shadows behind the layers of bookshelves. She had left herself the warning that there was no door, that she shouldn't go in, but at this moment, could she truly trust herself? Jiangqi slowly walked towards the door. The sky outside the window instantly darkened, the stars shifted, and eerie starlight fell in, illuminating the floating dust through the gaps between the bookshelves. Beyond the light, however, lay a chilling darkness. The surrounding air was utterly silent, as if even time itself had ceased to flow, everything frozen in endless darkness and desolation. What lay behind that door filled her with an unprecedented fear, an involuntary repulsion rising within her. Jiangqi stood expressionless outside the door, her hand slowly reaching for the handle. Perhaps once inside, time would once again become chaotic, trapping her in an endless loop. Perhaps she would lose herself in this space, never to escape. An ancient silver key materialized in her palm. Jiangqi channeled her spiritual power into the key, reciting the incantation she knew by heart in an ancient language. The primordial rules, the ruler of the dark abyss, the lord of the starry sky's end, the gates of time and space exist above the past and the future. When the stars return to their places, the slumbering deity will awaken. Passing through the dark abyss, I will open the gates of space for him, awaiting his descent. The last sentence, uttered in human language, a calm and indifferent voice, instantly distorted the space behind her. At this moment, outside the library, Fang Yuan forced himself to calm down. He had been pushing the rules all day, but hadn't expected Jiangqi's disappearance. It was Friday afternoon, library opening time. He and Wang Yu had practically dug up the library floor, but they hadn't found Jiangqi, nor any information she had left behind. The library sister she entered is different from the one we entered. Should I try to find the entrance to another library? Using the rules to eliminate NPCs, his barely unassimilated sanity wasn't allowing his mind to react as quickly as usual. But we can't be sure if there are only 2 spaces and times here, or perhaps countless different spaces and times, Fang Yuan muttered to himself. We can't go there, and we can't let the players continue clearing NPCs. If the balance between the factions shifts, Jiangqi will be in trouble, Wang Yu said, his brow furrowed. Wait a little longer. The spaces she can enter are definitely places we can't. That's right, Fang Yuan said, raising his chin, his gaze resolute. No matter what method we use, I won't let anyone clear the NPCs again. Someone wanted to use the chaotic time and space of this instance to trap Jiangqi. The instance's mechanics and routes were a pre-dug trap. Jiangqi opened her pocket watch. Time outside the door stopped. The item's 30 seconds counted differently inside and outside this space. Jiangqi pushed open the door forcefully and stepped into the darkness behind it. The moment the door closed, the light vanished and the clock stopped. Everything that humanity pursued and cared about seemed to lose its meaning here. This was a rift in space and time, filled only with darkness and silence. Outside the window, a sky full of stars and magnified celestial bodies stretched out, countless points of light floating amidst magnificent nebulae, mysterious, dreamlike, and terrifying all at once. Under normal circumstances, the human eye cannot perceive the colors of the starry sky. Darkness pierced through the light, and Jiangqi walked to the end of the path. Familiar furnishings awaited her. On the table lay a yellowed note, still in her own handwriting. You still came. Time can never be reversed. Is a changed past truly the past? Jiangqi didn't know how to answer this question. There were more words on the back of the note. In this house, Grandma can be trusted. But she's not your family. Jiangqi gripped the note tightly, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably. She was absolutely certain this wasn't a dream, and it was precisely because it wasn't a dream that she couldn't remain calm. Xiaoqi's back. Have you been very busy lately? Haven't you been resting properly? A small figure emerged from the room, her gray hair neatly combed, wearing a short jacket from several years ago. Her posture was slightly hunched, and she walked with a bit of difficulty, yet her smile remained warm and loving. Not busy. Jiangqi lowered her head to hide her slightly reddened eyes. At the time, she hadn't noticed. No, she hadn't paid attention, these details. That's good. Last time you said you'd be done with that busy period. Are you done now? The old woman asked with concern. Yes. Jiangqi smiled, but her fingers, hanging at her sides, dug deeply into her palms. In this abnormal space, she saw her relatives from years ago, and the home she could never return to. She wanted to use her time here to change the past and accompany her grandmother on her final journey, so she herself couldn't leave, hence the reminder she left behind. But knowing her personality, she would still come in after seeing the reminder, so her real purpose wasn't to stop herself from entering. Of course, it's also possible the reminder had been tampered with. The old woman habitually sat on the sofa by the window, knitting a scarf, her movements much slower than before. Didn't I tell you not to do these things anymore? It's too much work. You should spend your time playing cards and chatting with your old friends. Don't worry about me, Jiangqi said, sitting in her seat opposite at the square table, her voice trembling slightly. It doesn't take much effort. I stopped knitting after this scarf, the old woman said with a smile. I know Xiaoqi will be leaving soon. Although I have regrets, I know my health, and this is good enough. Do you remember what Grandma told you before? Chapter 183. Everything is predestined, You can't force it. Jiangqi closed her eyes. Once she leaves, this place will cease to exist, and she will never see her only remaining family member again. This family's timeline ended a few years ago. She saw the possibility of change, but how could she accept it? At the same time, Jiangqi was telling herself that past regrets could never be undone. Even if she used the rules to return to a timeline a few years ago, the experienced timeline would forever remain in her memory. She didn't know if the people in the second timeline derived from this point were the same people, nor did she know what consequences her obsession would cause. She couldn't let her only remaining family member experience death again. This timeline was related to the entire real world and the people around her. Rationally, she should end this timeline, in the instance. A rough but warm hand landed on the back of Jiangqi's hand. She looked at the wrinkles on the old man's face, her eyes welling up with a misty light. It's good that you remember. Take good care of yourself from now on. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry or affect you. The old woman's hands trembled as she placed the hastily tied scarf into Jiangqi's hands. You have things to do, so go ahead. Come see Grandma again next time. Jiangqi didn't speak, her composed demeanor on the verge of collapse. If she left, there would be no next time. This was the second time she had lost her home and family. The light in the room gradually dimmed, the warmth on the old woman's face slowly disappeared, and her eyes gradually became dull and unfamiliar. No! Jiangqi grabbed the old woman's hand. Wait a little longer. You won't regret not having enough time to see me find someone I can walk with. I don't care who you are, today I disagree. Nothing in this space can be changed. This was said to it within the instance. Warning! Warning! Player's sanity has dropped to 20 points. Imminent assimilation. Jiangqi's sanity had dropped this low before, but this time was different. She had switched to an easier to assimilate faction. If Fang Yuan and Wang Yu couldn't maintain the balance between the factions, she would lose this game. The entity behind the game wanted this outcome, to trap her in this space, to force her to sacrifice herself to break the seal on the silver key, until she suffered a mental breakdown, and then to seize the silver key from her. Jiangqi's own spiritual power had already merged deeply with the silver key. Only in this way could the silver key be separated from her. From beginning to end, she was merely a tool used by the entity behind the game to break the seal on the silver key. The surrounding space distorted in the pulling, the hands of the pocket watch started moving again, Jiangqi's eyes reddened, and her expression grew increasingly crazed. 15 seconds, 20 seconds. She could only control space, not time. Once the remaining seconds were up, she couldn't maintain the timeline within this space. Continuing would mean being trapped here forever. Her sanity remained at 10 points. The rust on the silver key was slowly fading. 26, 27. The ticking of the clock pierced the pocket watch, reaching her ears. Jiangqi stubbornly remained seated, clutching the old man's thin, wrinkled hand. In the darkness, the heavy wooden door opened, letting in dazzling starlight. The pocket watch stopped at 29 seconds. Jiangqi saw an ancient clock made of starlight outside the door, and a person approaching against the light. He's here. The old woman gently grasped Jiangqi's other hand, a kind smile spreading across her weathered face. Grandma should go now. Jiangqi's voice was muffled, her hand remaining motionless. Xie Chaozi walked to Jiangqi's side, his voice extremely soft. If you can't do it, I can. No, I absolutely won't let Grandma be affected by the power in this space, and turn into something else. I will let go. Jiangqi gazed deeply at the face before her, the face she had only seen in photographs for the past few years. A relieved smile slowly spread across her face, her fingers gently releasing. The space and the time node extracted from her shattered instantly, leaving only boundless darkness and the distant starry sky above. The home she had just been in was like a beautiful dream that would never repeat itself. But at least, she had a formal farewell to her loved ones here. The person projected from the time node extracted from me, is it the original person? Jiangqi asked softly. No one knew the answer to this question better than him. It depends on how you define it. She truly existed at that point in time, so before being influenced by other forces, she was the original person. Projections can only replicate, they lack independent consciousness, while the person you saw did. Xie Chaozi spoke calmly, raising his eyes to meet Jiangqi's gaze with a pair of heterochromatic pupils. His left eye was golden, while his right eye was a deep, ocean blue. Upon closer inspection, countless tiny points of light could be seen swirling around the outermost rim of his pupil. These eyes, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, evoked an overwhelming sense of awe and reverence. Like insignificant humans gazing up at a magnificent starry sky forever unattainable in the depths of darkness. If Jiangqi hadn't possessed a mental fortitude far exceeding that of a normal person, she would have already broken down after just one glance. So who are you now? Jiangqi stared into those beautiful eyes. His appearance was unchanged, yet he felt completely different. You opened the spatial gate for me, with the silver key. Don't you know who I am? He looked at Jiangqi, his eyes calm and indifferent, an innate sense of oppression flowing through the air. The ruler of the dark abyss, the lord at the end of the starry sky? Jiangqi's voice was cold. But what she truly wanted to ask was Xiechao Ci. Jiangqi took a deep breath. Thank you for using this form, not your true form. Otherwise, how could she tell her grandmother that the person she had found wasn't human? They needed to find an opportunity to talk, but not now. Jiangqi turned around, her hands outstretched, and the silver key appeared between them, floating in midair. The intricate, ancient patterns on the silver key became increasingly clear, and the shimmering light emanating from the rust-free part slowly spread. I waited until the very last moment to lower my sanity, to control the spatial rules of this place, and to break the seal, Xiechao said lazily, resting his chin on his hand. The spatial authority left by the Lord of all things has already broken half the seal so quickly. It wasn't because I summoned your unconscious gaze that the seal-breaking process was accelerated. Jiangqi, enduring the raging, insane power behind the door, struggled to speak. I waited until the very last moment, taking the opportunity to control the rules was only one reason. If I could even let go of so many years of kindness, I wouldn't be far from truly going insane and losing my humanity. A dazzling radiance spread across the starry sky above, similar to the dream realm where she had previously encountered Wuda. This instance had been sealed off. Those forces that wanted to stop her couldn't enter. Chapter 184. Above the star-studded sky, the ancient clock struck 0, and the silver key before Jiangqi gleamed even brighter. She remembered the lost time in the library. This wasn't her first time entering this door. Before this, Jiangqi had made many attempts, trying to use the special rules of this place to peel away time nodes from herself and project a real home and family. Everything inside the door was born from her. It was her own creation. During this process, other forces secretly interfered, scheming against her. The game between the two sides progressed amidst the chaos of time, space, and rules. Jiangqi went with the flow to achieve her goal, but the other side also tampered with the reminders she had left herself, causing her time and memories to become disordered, making her forget many things and plunging her into a breakdown of self-doubt. The first few times, Jiangqi didn't use the pocket watch prop because she wanted to follow the other side's arrangement, leaving herself one last card when she entered the door for the final time. Without repeatedly entering the door, repeatedly breaking through the seal in madness, and then using time nodes to regain her sanity, she wouldn't have been able to open the spatial gate. The lost memories, and the reversal of time were the final trap set by the other party. She maintained her sanity by resetting the timeline, essentially creating a save point for herself. Failure meant returning to the save point and starting over. The silver key's weight was too great. The rules of this place couldn't affect it. Therefore, Jiangqi herself could return to the save point, but the silver key's state could never be reversed. Of course, there was another reason she succeeded. The other party wanted her to break the seal, but couldn't let her escape unscathed. Now, the pain of multiple rollbacks weighed heavily on her. Player sanity was reduced to 0. Assimilation failed. The red sanity value suddenly returned to normal. Jiangqi's state could only be described as insane yet not completely insane. Time stood still for her. This was a barrier erected for her by the primordial rules of time. Even though her true form remained asleep, the gods outside the game could not interfere. Jiangqi smiled softly. Of course I would fail. From the moment I entered this door, I was prepared to abandon my human side. Otherwise, why would she insist on seeing her only remaining family member again? She feared that she would descend into madness, losing all humanity even if she remembered everything. With each rollback, Jiangqi completely integrated her spiritual power into the silver key. Win or die. Blood flowed from Jiangqi's eyes, dripping into the darkness. She saw the end of time and space, the stars flowing behind that door, the gazes of those stars, and the gods sleeping in the black mist of the abyss. Beep beep. The system warning rang urgently. Player combat power system error, values being recalculated. Xiechao walked step by step to Jiangqi, bent down, his heterochromatic eyes fixed on hers, his cool fingers wiping the blood from her face. The brilliance of the silver key and the twinkling starlight of the clock intersected, an invisible force spreading outward from the library to the entire game map, the overlapping spaces beginning to collapse. A thought from outside the game entered her mind, Jiangqi slightly raised her head to look at the sky, her gaze unreadable. Outside the teaching building, the gray sky turned pitch black in an instant. Ming Xian had never felt such fear before. Her teammates were already in a semi-assimilated state, and the two players who had descended were still holding on to them. Are you guys crazy? What good does it do to stop us from regaining our sanity and saving ourselves? A player yelled, his mentality completely shattered. He truly didn't understand why. Were Wang Yu and Fan Yuan spies set by the game? What were they after? That lunatic Fan Yuan, even Ming Xian, with her danger perception, couldn't outmaneuver him here. They found a way to save themselves, only to lose to two reckless madmen. I told you, you won't have another chance to clear the NPCs, Fan Yuan said, ignoring his dwindling health. Why don't you wait patiently? Maybe you'll be able to leave the game soon. Are you out of your mind? Wait. What's the point of leaving the game after failing? Where did the game gather so many uniquely eccentric lunatics? I'm not negotiating with you, Fan Yuan said calmly. If you insist on blocking our way, then you just have to die. Ming Xian's face darkened. In any dungeon where combat strength was the deciding factor, these two wouldn't be threatening her. Are you deliberately trying to drag everyone down with you? The player glared at Fan Yuan. I must have been looking at the almanac before entering the game. How did I end up in the same instance as you guys? The notification sound of decreasing sanity rang in everyone's ears. In their despair, they saw the skies seem to crack open, and the entire instance was collapsing. The instance, Linging Private School, has ended prematurely, and all players are about to leave the game map. Meanwhile, on the other side, player data updated. Player, Jiangqi. Stamina, 1,180. Attack, 4,885. Defense, 3,270. Extraordinary ability, Elemental Control Lightning, Level 5, doubles damage in heavy rain, spatial rules, system cannot classify, mental strength, 6,400. Overall combat power, 16,300, system rating, S+. Jiangqi's body ached terribly, and another voice echoed in her mind. She was devoid of humanity, emotion, and reason. All that remained was chaos and madness. She was the self that controlled the silver key. Didn't you already prepare to abandon humanity and reason? That's just the worst-case scenario, the rational side replied. The silver key is the rule itself, and also our current form. The greater the power you wield, the more you will gradually transcend the realm of humanity. Do those things still matter? You already said goodbye to Grandma. What else is there to care about? Isn't wiping out your reason exactly what you wanted? If you can't control it, you be devoured by it. Let me have it. The other her let out a maniacal laugh. You know, this is the best way. They were vying for control of their bodies, arguing fiercely. Didn't you leave yourself an anchor point, Sister Jiangqi? Xie Chaozi heard another voice within Jiangqi's body, and a trace of emotion that shouldn't belong to him flickered deep within his calm eyes. Yes. Jiangqi's manic smile faded. Her feelings for her family, her regrets, and her teammates, including Xie Chaozi, were the anchors that kept her rationality and humanity. She just hadn't expected her other self to be so terrifying, almost gaining control of her body. This split personality would likely last for some time. Jiangqi moved closer to Xie Chaozi. In my first instance in this game, I recited the ancient incantation to summon you. Chapter 185. Fan Yuan and Wang Yu contacted Jiangqi as soon as they left the game, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that she was alright. What were you doing in the dungeon? Shuwei rushed into the meeting room, looking at Fan Yuan and Wang Yu seriously. Nothing. Wang Yu looked bewildered. Do you know there's been an explosion outside? Shuwei calmed her breathing and continued. Check the power rankings yourself. Fan Yuan and Wang Yu opened the system page in confusion, and were stunned for several seconds upon seeing the power rankings. Jiangqi's name appeared on the first page, the words S+ prominently displayed. We were just playing the game normally. As for Sister Qi, I really don't know what happened. Fan Yuan shook his head. Playing the game normally? Shuwei sneered. Go check the forums. Fan Yuan switched to the forums, and the first post he saw was, if the game gave me another chance, I never go into that dungeon again, even if you killed me. Although the dungeon ended prematurely for some reason, giving me a free round of points, I encountered some lunatics. As an A+ player, I almost died there. Someone replied, what? Ended early? I never heard of such a thing before. What's with the lunatics? Looks like there's some drama going on. Those two lunatics, they didn't want to play themselves, and they wouldn't let us play either. I'm speechless. Please don't run into them next time, and preferably don't run into me alone. The original poster complained indignantly. Wait a minute, from the original poster's description, it sounds like someone found a faster route to clear the dungeon, and did that to prevent anyone from sabotaging it. In other words, you guys were carried halfway through the dungeon. Let me guess, could it be a supernatural event? Damn! How come I never had such a good opportunity? Can I go next time? Isn't it great to win without lifting a finger? If it were me, I go and suck up to a powerful player. You go? Do you know that if the dungeon ends any later, everyone inside will die? You dare to gamble your life? Fang Yuan was silent for a moment, then said seriously, in that situation, if it were you and Hang Jing, with your hot tempers, I think this guy would be even more devastated. Shi Wei sat opposite him, listened to Fang Yuan's explanation, thought for a moment, and then spoke again. So Jiangqi entered the library first, then destroyed the game map and forcibly ended the game. Even you don't know exactly what happened. Let Jiangqi tell us herself. I wonder what Wuda thinks of this ranking. Hang Jing's tone was somewhat gloating. Jiangqi didn't come? Fang Yuan. He just said he was in the real world. I was just about to go. How did you know I have a key to Jiangqi's house? Shi Wei cleared her throat. I'm going too. Fang Yuan, He didn't know. The moment Wuda received the news, he immediately ordered an investigation into the dungeon. The player who cleared it was found, but nothing seemed amiss. That's what they said, Jiang Yuan repeated verbatim. Jiangqi has been missing for almost 3 days. Nobody knows what she did. Fang Yuan and Wang Yu haven't been able to find her. A C-rank player reaching S+ rank so quickly, even Xie Chaoxi didn't make that leap. Wuda appeared calm, but his mind was in turmoil. Every night before, the image of himself being killed by Jiangqi haunted him, driving him nearly insane. He thought that no matter what, he still had time. In just one instance, Jiangqi's combat power had reached S+. Brother Wu, in this situation, we'd probably suffer if we encountered her. Should we avoid her for now? Jiang Yuan suggested. Wuda sneered. I have no way out. He still had a god controlling dreams above him. Becoming a follower of that god was still a chance. From today onwards, don't get involved in this mess. At this point, it was no longer something players like Jiang Yuan could get involved in. As Jiangqi casually threw on a long black trench coat and went out to pick up a package, she received a call from Shi Wei. Something terrible has happened. Come back quickly. Shi Wei's voice was low. Jiangqi paused. What's wrong? Don't tell me there's a problem with the house I just bought for a fortune. Not really. You know Xie Chaoxi is here? We just entered the yard with our things, and then... Well, we turned around and found we couldn't get out. Shi Wei paused for a few seconds. I don't know if the person in the house is Xie Chaoxi. Boss Mingming warned us before that if we saw him in reality, it might not be him. He really can predict everything, Jiangqi muttered. Hang Jing's voice came through the earpiece again. Oh no, the sky in your yard suddenly darkened. Wait, who is he? Do you even know? I know, I'll be back soon. Jiangqi sighed, and seeing no one around, teleported away. At this moment, in the yard, the 4 people looked at each other. Hang Jing couldn't help but ask, when did their relationship become so good? Does he have a key too? Wang Yu, Shi Wei glanced at him. Did you just connect to the internet? Fang Yuan's lips pursed slightly. Is that the main point? The feeling right now is very similar to the end of the last instance. Fortunately, this eerie scene didn't last long. Jiangqi passed through the invisible blockade without any obstacles, and put down what she was holding. Fang Yuan seemed to have seen a savior and excitedly called out, Sister Qi. My home time is currently on an independent branch line, so I can't leave. It's okay, Jiangqi said to the group. Fang Yuan nodded, then let's go back first today. Okay. Jiangqi glanced at the figure sitting in her still unfinished pavilion. Xie Chaoxi smiled casually. Fang Yuan and his group walked out the gate and returned to the normal timeline. After leaving the instance, you can also locate my world? Jiangqi's tone was emotionless. You probably still have questions for me. When she looked up again, her dark eyes transformed into heterochromatic eyes. Jiangqi sat down across the tea table, remaining silent for a moment. Is Xie Chaoxi an avatar? Is this question important? What if he is? Jiangqi's face remained expressionless, but her eyes darkened slightly. It is very important. An avatar can also escape the control of the god, and the ancient gods who created the game hope I will assist them in strengthening your seal. Become their servant. Xie Chaoxi's smile deepened. Would you be willing? That depends on the specific circumstances. Jiangqi added a few pieces of charcoal to the clay stove, lit them, and placed the teapot on it. At this moment, the deity above the stars hesitated, experiencing this emotion for the first time in countless ages, because of her words. She seemed particularly concerned about Xie Chao Ci, willing to consider siding with the ancient gods for his sake, yet from beginning to end, Xie Chao Ci was also her. Not an avatar. Her voice was as distant and clear as ever. This body is merely a vessel. The soul is the original body, asleep and without memories. My original purpose was to find the silver key. Chapter 186. A gentle breeze swept through the quiet pavilion, and a thin mist rose from the teapot. Jiangqi's eyelashes lowered slightly, a glimmer of light appearing in her eyes. In truth, she already knew the answer in her heart, but until she heard his reply, her heart remained unsettled. There were few things left that could make her feel uneasy and worried. If it weren't for Xie Chao Ci, he probably wouldn't have created a branch in the timeline upon his descent, isolating him from the outside world. God didn't care about the so-called real world or humanity, only she did. I'm going somewhere today. Will you come with me? Jiangqi raised her hand and poured 2 cups of tea. He nodded. In the form of an ordinary human. Okay. Jiangqi took off her scarf, carefully folded it, and put it in the wardrobe. She changed into a retro long dress and coat. Items from dungeons are normally not allowed to be taken out, but in the previous dungeon, she used the chaotic spatial laws to fundamentally destroy the dungeon map, forcibly exiting the game. With Xie Chao Ci's assistance using the time law, she was able to bring the scarf out. The maple leaves outside were already a sea of red, and the water stains on the asphalt hadn't dried yet. Even though it wasn't the weekend, there were still quite a few people walking around the mountains. Jiangqi shoved a cup of milk tea into Xie Chao Ci's hand, pulling him by the sleeve to join the queue for the electric sightseeing cart. I didn't know what flavor you liked, so I bought the same as mine. A cool autumn breeze blew past Jiangqi, and strands of her hair brushed against her slender fingers, so soft that even a god would lower his gaze. Xie Chao Ci softly responded, standing behind her with the milk tea. I can't taste the difference, your preference is fine with me. Just like we can't see the color of the starry sky, Jiangqi said softly. That might not be the most accurate description. Life dimensions are different. Gods don't have human feelings or preferences, and human eyes can never see the world of gods. Even the slightest contact would cause them to collapse and go mad. She didn't know if she could still be considered human. The tour bus is here. Jiangqi took out her phone to scan the code and pay, then sat down with Xie Chao Ci in the last row. What good luck. Coming out with such a beautiful girlfriend, and she's paying. People in the rows ahead whispered. They're both so good looking. They have such a great atmosphere together. How can that guy look like that? Is he even human? The tour bus sped along, the leaves of the trees and dark green grass rustling in the breeze. Red maple leaves drifted past Jiangqi, landing on the slightly damp ground. This stretch of road only took half an hour to walk. Jiangqi had walked it alone before. After getting off the tour bus, she was greeted by dark blue-green tiles and yellow walls. Pedestrians came and went at the entrance. Wisps of smoke rose from within, and sandalwood incense wafted in the air. Jiangqi crouched down and petted the orange cat under the tree. She used to accompany her grandmother here several times a year. Her grandmother's memorial tablet was placed here. Jiangqi only took 3 sticks of incense, lit them outside the main hall, and placed them in the cauldron, then went to the room where the memorial tablet was kept. She then left through the exit, taking a side mountain path to the tea house at the foot of the mountain. This place was usually deserted. This season was the best time for scenery, the air filled with a moist, tranquil scent of grass and trees. They come here to pray. And what about you? Xie Chao Ci turned his head, his gaze silent. I'm used to it. Jiangqi paused. There was a time when I couldn't get used to the fact that my only relative was gone, so I would act like I was with her before. If it weren't for her, I don't know what I would be like now. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the natural order of things. I always regretted not being with her on her final journey, not saying goodbye properly. I never met my maternal grandfather. My maternal grandmother always said that when she was young, she met someone so stunning that she could never let go of him. She said my grandfather was a rich young master, with a bright future and handsome looks. She wasn't particularly pretty, nor did she have any outstanding qualities. They fell in love after only 2 meetings, but my grandfather passed away in less than 10 years. After that, no one else entered her heart. She said I was the one who accompanied her for over 10 years. Actually, it was her maternal grandmother who saved her. Xie Chao Ci looked at the bamboo shadow beside Jiangqi. I've seen you in another timeline, but that timeline no longer exists. Is there anything different? Jiangqi asked, somewhat curious. Xie Chaozi paused for 2 seconds. In human terms, you're much more mentally stable now. Jiangqi's mouth gaped slightly. You understand human descriptions. For a god descended from the chaotic dark starry sky to say she was mentally unstable, then she was truly unstable beyond ordinary. Light and shadow fell on Xie Chaozi's profile, outlining his refined jawline and prominent Adam's apple. He lowered his eyes, looking at Jiangqi. In the original timeline, she also controlled the silver key in the messenger of the gods. In the so-called real world, the timeline has returned to the correct position. The player is a remnant, a pawn controlled by the ancient gods. She stood in the solemn and magnificent church, atop the steps, indifferently surveying the entire church. After the game system shut down, the former training ground chapel was controlled by the messenger of God. To be precise, it was controlled by her. Golden light shone through the stained glass onto the marble pillars, the white statues remaining cold and silent. Many of the messengers of God no longer worship God, but you, Evan, dressed in an elaborate robe, said calmly. Jiangqi sat in a high-backed chair, chin resting on her hand, her light purple veil fluttering slightly. She smiled casually, but her eyes were cold. Those who join the messenger of God have no attachment to the past world. Do they worship God, or God's power and authority? I merely showed them the truth of the real world. God doesn't care about ants. This game was just an experiment by God. If it continues, everyone will eventually be corrupted, alienated in madness. The price of stopping the game is the entire real world, Evan said. A false real world. Everything we saw no longer exists. Jiangqi finished speaking, stood up, and slowly walked forward, looking up at the huge clock statue under the dome. She wore the pristine gown prepared for her by the messenger of God, yet her eyes gleamed with extreme madness and ambition. I haven't yet seen him slumbering in the abyss of darkness. I heard this is his church. Is that why you're so determined to get this place? Evan asked. Of course. As Jiangqi turned, the hands of the white marble clock behind her shifted slightly. When she re-entered the church, it was unusually desolate. The slanting rays of light cascaded across the floor, dividing the space between light and darkness. At the highest point of the steps, beneath a massive clock statue, a dim starlight shone from the dome. A man sat in an ornate chair, his long legs slightly crossed, his fingers lazily resting on his head. Chapter 187. Beneath long black hair, a pair of heterochromatic eyes slowly rose. As you wish. His voice was as light and distant as the ticking of a clock, the god looking down upon all living beings. Jiangqi paused for a few seconds, then lifted her leg and walked step by step towards the high platform. The god actually responded. The god on the platform remained calm and undisturbed, the dim light of the sky pouring down and falling into his eyes. He only responded to her. Why do you care about this real world now? Xie Chaozi turned his head, his tone flat. You have no more attachments here. Jiangqi thought for a moment. Shouldn't I care? What did I discover in the vanished timeline that changed my perception? Xie Chaozi slightly raised his head, and stars appeared in the deep sky, twinkling faintly. The starlight you see here is the past. From the perspective of the real timeline, your real world, like the starlight you see now, is also the past. Hearing this answer, Jiangqi's heart sank, feeling a little suffocated. The outcome was one they had long anticipated, but when they actually encountered the truth, it was still somewhat difficult to accept. No wonder Ming Ming, with his deductive abilities, his study of the stars, and his proximity to the truth of the world, was in such agony. The player's real world never truly existed. On the correct timeline, their real world had long since perished. The players were merely survivors from a past point in time, chosen by the gods to participate in this game, much like those dungeons. This planet has undergone billions of years of change. Oceans have turned into mulberry fields, mountains and rivers have undergone earth-shattering transformations. Whether other civilizations existed before their known ones remains uncertain. They were beings destroyed in the river of time. The ancient god who created the game seized a point in time as an experimental ground. Once the game stops, the laws that support the real world cease to exist. Where can players go if they continue in the game? Knowing this truth, who wouldn't go mad? Jiangqi's eyes darkened. She and Xie Chaozi had always been in the same world, only at different points in time. You told me long ago what Meng Ming's abilities were. If I didn't cooperate, he couldn't change my timeline. Whether she ultimately found a solution in the original timeline is unknown, but the real world certainly didn't exist, and she was the one who caused it. Jiangqi left herself some leeway, she hadn't completely controlled the silver key yet. She wasn't sure if she would still have any humanity left. Fortunately, her new home was obtained through the middleman Fang Yuan, and the points she spent were in the hands of her own people. Otherwise, she didn't know if she could even survive in the real world, and having spent so much money on a house, she felt even more heartbroken. It was almost time. Night fell quickly in the mountains. Jiang Qi and Xie Chaozi stepped out of the tea house. The surrounding forests blocked out the light from the sky, shrouding the quiet mountain path in darkness. A damp, cold wind blew through the leaves, seeping into their skin. Why did God create this game? In the underground mine, you said that the one underground was an old god, and that the god who created the game sealed him? The thoughts she received from outside the instance seemed to belong to opposing factions. A god's status lies in the rules they control. Xie Chaozi suddenly reached out and pulled Jiang Qi, who was walking forward, his voice somewhat deep. There are steps. Jiang Qi paused, then responded softly. Xie Chaozi looked at her intently for a moment, then continued, the outer gods are the original rules themselves, while the old gods only control a few rules. Gods wage war to seize power, thus creating different factions. When this place was still a dead zone, it was one of the battlefields of the gods. The Lord of all things sealed off the entire galaxy. He fell here, bringing life to this place. You encountered the truth behind the door, knowing that humanity is related to that god of gods. The human race carries his genes, though only a small portion. This is why they used humans for some experiments. The sealed gods wanted to break free of their shackles. The victorious ancient gods rested and recuperated here, guarding the seal. One day, the seal on this galaxy will disappear, the war between the gods will continue, and life will return to the Lord of all things. And you? Why are you slumbering in the dark abyss? Jiang Qi asked. He controls the fundamental rules of time, his status higher than the gods of both factions. Back then, I was just born. The fundamental rules came from the Lord of all things. From a human perspective, he is my father, but we don't have the concept of blood relation. The silver key was brought here by me. In other words, when the ancient god who created the game seized the opportunity to seal him away, he was still an undeveloped baby. But for humans, it seems even worse. Billions of years are but a blink of an eye for gods possessing primordial rules. Even if they perish, their slumber will eventually end. Humans are merely insignificant pawns in the god's game. Before knowing your identity, I truly didn't expect you to be older than the entire human race, Jiang Qi said, using a more palatable term. That sister Jiang Qi, what right did she have? Suddenly, a cool object landed in Jiang Qi's palm, emitting faint light in the dim sky, a starstone. This thing comes from the dark abyss. It's a summoning item, Jiang Qi said, picking up the starstone, a slight smile playing on her lips. The first time I used it, it only summoned a summoned creature. Its task is to guard the silver key. The ancient god cannot summon it, nor can it break the seal on the silver key. Therefore, a powerful spiritual being is needed. I'm hungry. On her way home, Jiang Qi found a restaurant, and even the god, who didn't need to eat, ate with her. There were hardly any pedestrians near where Jiang Qi lived at this time. Only a few lights could be vaguely seen high up. Her house only had 2 suites, the other was reserved for Shui, but it wasn't furnished yet, there wasn't even a bed. Shui had originally planned to come over in the next couple of days to set it up. My room, please make yourself at home. Jiang Qi opened the door. Xie Chaozi seemed quite stable, but even a trace of his power was enough to affect ordinary people around him. She was the one who opened the spatial passage. She couldn't just shirk responsibility. Jiang Qi suddenly remembered something and said, your real name isn't Xie Chaozi, is it? Xie Chaozi's eyelashes trembled slightly in the lamplight. He spoke a name in an ancient language that humans couldn't utter. Jiang Qi could understand what was being said, but transliterating it into her usual language wasn't entirely accurate. Lying in bed, Jiang Qi glanced at Xie Chaozi, who was lying obediently beside her with his eyes closed. Just as she was about to close her eyes and fall asleep, a sharp, stabbing pain shot through her head, and another voice appeared. Now that you know the truth, what in this world can't you let go of? Controlling the power of a god, how can you possibly maintain your humanity? Her mental energy was in disarray, causing the space within the room to distort. Chapter 188. Xie Chaozi opened his eyes, and sat up, supporting himself on the bed. Jiang Qi, her head resting on one hand, was fluctuating between clarity and confusion. As she leaned back, Xie Chaozi pulled her into his arms. The cool air held no human heartbeat, only boundless loneliness, yet she felt a sense of peace. Jiang Qi spoke to another voice in her heart. Perhaps nothing will change, but that's after I tried. This world is fake, but the people I see in this world's time are real. She probably knew why she had chosen a different path. From the very beginning, it was a dream woven for them by God, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape their predetermined fate. The survivors in the timeline, seemingly lucky chosen by God, had actually already had their price marked in secret. She went mad in the truth, ultimately abandoning everything to gain the qualification to step into God's game as a player. Her extremely unstable mental energy gradually stabilized, and Jiangqi regained her clarity. She remained in the position of her forehead resting against Xie Chaozi's chest, unchanged for a long time. I don't want to bear the fate of so many people, but once I get closer to the truth, no matter what choice I make, I can't avoid this issue. Whichever path you choose, from the moment you recited the summoning incantation and walked towards me in the underground mine, I was behind you. His voice was calm and deep, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Even if I assist the ancient gods in reinforcing your seal, using that as a bargaining chip? Jiangqi gazed at the vast, boundless stars in his eyes, and her magnified reflection. Even so, his tone remained unchanged. Using the power of the silver key to reinforce the seal, you will either remain in the dark abyss or go to their divine realm. Then the game continues, and the real world continues to exist in a fragile balance until they get what they want. Jiangqi smiled slightly. I don't like choices given to me by others. Gods don't have humanity, or a sense of right and wrong. In another timeline, what she did probably went beyond destroying the real world the gods created for the players. She also used her spatial authority, acting as a divine messenger, to command her players, releasing many sealed ancient gods, and even killing some uncooperative and weak ones. In a game, this behavior would be utterly insane. Xie Chaozi could see this timeline because he controlled time, Ming Ming because of his predictive abilities, Wuda's precognition wasn't just directed at her, and the divinely bestowed abilities weren't given for nothing. He, with his dream abilities, was a chosen pawn. How did the ancient gods know the original timeline's development? Were her experiences in the game, and the choices she faces now predetermined? Everything that seems reasonable and natural is ultimately a game route set up by someone else. This is the real reason she released the sealed ancient gods at any cost. When Jiangqi woke up in the morning, Xie Chaozi was still asleep. Soft sunlight filtered through the gaps in the gauze curtains, illuminating his long, thick eyelashes with a pale gold hue. His flawless features were serene and sacred, and his exposed collarbone seemed to radiate a soft, luminous glow. It's rare for a person to look like this. Jiangqi rested her chin on her hand, meeting a pair of dark eyes, and paused slightly in surprise. What happened? I heard your voice in the dungeon, and then it became fragments. Before, in the underground mine, it was a missing memory, now it's fragments. Is it because he hasn't fully awakened yet? However, as Xie Chaozi, he must have realized something as well. Do you remember what happened last night? Jiangqi looked away from him, and picked up her water glass. Is it about this? Xie Chaozi suddenly leaned in, and unexpectedly kissed Jiangqi's lips. The soft touch stunned her. Memories of last night flooded back. The gods had responded to humanity's blasphemous act. After a long while, Xie Chaozi said softly, I remember. Sister Jiangqi, I prefer this body. Not the real me beneath this body. Jiangqi was silent for a moment. So she remembered so much after all? She had indeed seen his true form. But it's okay. I can always be like this in front of you. I won't let this body shatter. What I clearly meant was that if you weren't human when we met, things might have started differently. Jiangqi corrected, I don't care about appearances, I only care about whether it's you. Even hearing her say that she might go to the other side to reinforce the seal, he never thought of stopping her or controlling her choices. She had long known Xie Chaozi wasn't human, and had even considered that if he were a divine incarnation, she would find a way to free him from divine control. Well, things might start differently, but the outcome won't change, Xie Chaozi said, a slight smile playing on his lips. The game continued. When Jiangqi returned to the scene of their arrival, Ming Ming was still absent. In the conference room, Hang Jing's scrutinizing gaze towards Jiangqi and Xie Chaozi was too obvious. Jiangqi glanced at them. I have something to tell you. They were teammates, and Jiangqi felt it necessary for them to know the truth about the game, rather than blindly following her. A long silence filled the meeting room. Do you want to give up the real world? Wang Yu asked earnestly. I don't think so now, but I might in the future, Jiangqi said calmly. I know you don't want it to come to that, but sometimes we have no choice. The real world, on its own timeline, is a real past. As long as it exists in the past, it exists. The key is that this condition is contingent on the game. Ending the game's control, and ensuring the real world exists only in the past timeline, with the rules of time and space operating simultaneously, might still be possible, but Jiangqi's current abilities are insufficient. The other side won't give her time to develop. The real world is such a valuable bargaining chip, leading her to walk into a trap through a wrong choice. Whatever you choose to do, I believe in you. I will clear the obstacles on your path, Shiwei said firmly. In the other timeline, we should also be your people, right? We haven't betrayed you, have we? Hang Jing said. No, not at all, Jiangqi smiled. You guys have done a lot for me, breaking the seals on each map you visit. Your ability to destroy bases is the strongest. Your infamous reputation is widespread. Then there's nothing more to say. I trust you anyway, Hang Jing said, then suddenly realized, wait, that doesn't sound like a compliment. Jiangqi smiled but didn't speak. In this game, I only trust you guys, Fang Yuan added. Wang Yu nodded. What dungeon should we choose next? Jiangqi opened the system interface. Dream's End, new game, multiplayer battlefield, should be the highest level game right now. Shiwei gave a no questions asked gesture. Chapter 189. After the training battlefield, their team used rewards to significantly improve their strength. Jiangqi had always chosen dungeons that were too high a level for them. They had faced the top-tier teams in the game, and were used to this method. Dungeon, End of Dreams. 40 players have confirmed entry. 20 players remain. Please wait patiently. The numbers on the system interface slowly increased. They waited for the game to begin in their respective system spaces. Hang Jing, Wuda, who lacks martial virtue, dares to enter a dungeon with us? Wang Yu, this dungeon is called End of Dreams. He most likely come in, along with the top and second tier players. Hang Jing, that's hard to say. He was mentally devastated after receiving the intelligence. Jiangqi calmly replied that he would come in. The number of players on the interface jumped to 60. All 60 players have confirmed. Dungeon information loaded. Please check. Game instance, the end of the dream. Number of players, 60. Game time, 30 days. Instance information. This is Cell City, the largest gem trading center and port in the south. The pure white church overlooks its centuries of prosperity and civilization. Quest, survive until the end of the game. Completing the instance rewards 600 base attribute points. The player with the highest score will inherit the pure white church, gaining divine abilities, and the right to act as God's representative. Friendly reminder, potions are prohibited in this instance. For each NPC with a malevolence value below 95% killed, skills, and items will be locked for 8 hours. Seeing the last notification, Jiangqi's smile turned slightly mocking. Rules that seem to protect NPCs would only turn them into tools in this open-world city map. Like the previous mine instance, this dungeon requires team registration to enter, and player spawn points are randomized at the start. This time, the map is larger, there are more NPCs, and players will appear with different identities. The countdown on the interface has ended. Hurry up. Don't slack off. A rough, slightly hoarse voice sounded behind her, heat and dust filling the space. Jiangqi glanced at the black dough mixed with coarse particles on the wooden board. Good, another job unlocked in the game. She was wearing a gray long dress with a matching apron tied around her waist, making rye bread with others. Beep. Character information loading complete. You are an ordinary civilian living in the city of Cells, residing in an old house left by your deceased parents, with a simple job to survive, and going to church every week. The bread baking work usually lasts all day, the smoke from the burning wood blackening the stone walls. The workers here are all women, their skirts blackened, their movements skilled but their expressions numb, their hands rough, their bodies exuding a somber, gray aura. She was similar. After baking a batch of rye bread, they were still sifting through the grains for impurities, preparing ingredients for the next batch. The workload was considerable, with little free time for rest, but overtime wasn't required. Jiangqi learned from the female workers that this was the largest bakery in the neighborhood. Besides selling rye bread, a staple food for ordinary people, they also sold more expensive white bread, the latter usually only affordable to wealthy families. For ordinary workers like them, their wages could only buy rye bread. Fortunately, the rye bread made here used normal ingredients, without any added stones or mud, making it much better than the food from the underground mines. Of course, only commoners in the city, not free slaves, could afford the bread sold here. After a long day's work, Jiangqi finally saw the outside world. The city, with its medieval architecture and damp, gloomy weather, had a bakery in one of the busiest areas, a dividing line between the city. A majestic cathedral stood in the center, its bright, holy color strikingly prominent, inspiring awe simply by looking at it. To the south was the wealthy district, to the north the working-class district, where Jiangqi lived. Carriages moved slowly along the street, blackbird beak masks peeking out from behind their curtains. Oil lamps hung outside jewel-encrusted shops, their opulent glimpses through the windows dazzlingly bright. The city was a melting pot of all sorts of outsiders. The cheap taverns and inns near the docks were always bustling, a melting pot of people. Jiangqi walked towards home, the environment growing increasingly filthy with each step. The damp ground was a murky mix of filth and sewage, the dark alleyways were littered with debris, and homeless people, filthy and scantily clad, stared at passers-by. Splash! A basin of foul-smelling sewage fell from the sky. Luckily, Jiangqi sensed something was wrong and quickly walked away, otherwise she would have been splashed. The housing here was densely packed, and the act of dumping dirty water out of windows was common. The wealthy areas had well-developed sewage systems and dedicated cleaning staff, but the working-class areas clearly lacked these. The further out she went, the worse the conditions became. Jiangqi's home was in the middle of this area. The outermost edge was a slum, the alleyways filled with makeshift shelters built by people who couldn't afford rent. The area couldn't possibly be safe. Pedestrians on the street clutched their belongings and bags tightly. Just now, a boy lost his money at the market and cried in despair. It was his mother's entire day's wages. But no one living here is well off, so all they could offer him were a few words of comfort. Jiangqi walked through the market without changing her expression and returned home. The apartment building was dilapidated, cramped, and densely populated, no different from the other houses in the area. According to the game's character design, if she hadn't inherited this small house, she would have struggled to make ends meet in Cell City with her income. Rent in this city was extremely high. Her house was on the 3rd floor, with only 2 rooms, a living room and a bedroom. The kitchen was in the living room, and the shared bathroom was on the 1st floor. The bedroom connected to a tiny balcony, barely big enough for one person to stand on, where a pot of wildflowers grew. The pot was half rotten, probably salvaged. Before it got dark, Jiangqi first inventoried and organized the items in the house, confirming her current resources and information. She found 3 pieces of rye bread, some cooked chestnuts and peas in the cupboard, and at the very back of the wardrobe was about half a month's salary. All that remained were old furniture and household items. The water in the kettle looked somewhat murky and had a strange smell. In the wealthy districts, people could connect their water supply to their homes via private pipes or have their own wells. Here, one had to fetch water from the city's drinking water system. Jiangqi grabbed her bucket and keys and headed out. The densely populated city, the filthy environment, the lack of any medical facilities, the ban on potions, even surviving the early stages of dungeons would be difficult. The character information on the system interface included a health value. Jiangqi's place wasn't far from the drinking water source, and there weren't many people in line. She only took 1 bucket. In this kind of place, a player's actions would be too conspicuous. Chapter 190. Hang Jing opened his eyes to find himself standing on the dock, wearing a sleeveless shirt that looked like a sack, his clothes completely black. The foreman was yelling at him to hurry up and move the goods, or he'd be fired. Hang Jing looked at the piles of goods, remained silent for a few seconds, and tried to maintain his composure. With a blank face, he began moving the goods, cursing inwardly as he worked, especially after seeing the character information the game had given him. Coming to the city to make a living, struggling to pay rent and keep his job, sometimes even scavenging. Didn't Jiangqi say he was infamous in the game? And now, he's scavenging in a sack? What a trash game. Always such a pathetic identity. In this huge city, with over 100,000 people out of 60 players, am I the most unlucky one? He'd starve if he didn't work, and could be evicted by his landlord at any moment. Where was he supposed to find clues? Besides, the dock was one of the most densely populated areas. Even his teammates wouldn't be able to find him. Unless one of his teammates had some incredibly powerful identity. How could the game possibly give them such a huge advantage? The ship's about to leave, and there's still so much cargo to unload. Hurry up. Haven't you eaten? The foreman yelled. Of course he hadn't eaten. Hang Jing observed the dock while moving cargo. Many ships of varying sizes come and go here every day, their hulls made of wood, and their equipment looking rather primitive. The cargo handlers were all men, the youngest looking only 14 or 15 years old, the older ones, with completely white hair, also working. Each of them had skin tanned from long hours in the sun, were rather thin, and their arms were practically just skin covering muscles, sweating profusely as they carried the cargo. During breaks, everyone ate only the cheapest black bread and tap water. The docks were bustling, with ships coming and going, but among the lowly workers, there was no prosperity, only the mingled smells of sweat and stench, and the harsh realities of life. The porter's wages were low, barely enough to survive, making it a highly sought-after job at the docks. Until nightfall, Hang Jing finally finished his day's work. The players in this instance had high stats, so a day's work wasn't too bad, but the physical exertion was high, and he got hungry quickly. Porters were paid daily, and he calculated what food he could buy, at most, black bread and a thin slice of roasted meat. If he didn't save some money, and the docks didn't have enough cargo to move tomorrow, he might have to sleep on the streets. He'd never been this miserable in the game. Mining at least provided accommodation. The only advantage of the docks was that they had all sorts of people, allowing him to quickly gather information about the city. As Hang Jing left the docks, suddenly, a man collapsed unexpectedly. Those around rushed to check on him, but Hang Jing didn't get too close. The man's complexion was off, he was breathing heavily, as if he were ill. The doctors in this instance's background are all clergy. They provide free medical consultations to the common people in the chapel every week. Lacking systematic medical knowledge, their recovery is entirely a matter of luck. They're lucky if they don't die from some strange or bizarre treatment. Hang Jing watched the man being carried away, then looked away, and continued walking outside. The streets outside the docks were extremely lively, half of them lined with taverns. The patrons were mostly low-income laborers working at the docks, earning their hard-earned money, and occasionally stopping for a cheap ale to pass the time. Further in the alleyway filled with a pungent odor, women waited for customers. All sorts of sounds filled the air. Hang Jing was stopped. Want to come in and rest? The woman sized him up, a flirtatious and ambiguous smile on her face. If it's you, I won't charge you today. No, no. Hang Jing waved his hand and walked away quickly. The people here were all just trying to make a living. Sometimes violence occurred. He heard at the docks that he once helped them. Hang Jing's lodging was in the very back, the cheapest place to stay, charged by the day. There wasn't even a bed. The straw on the floor served as his bed. Fine, fine. So this is how you play, forcing me to rob the rich to help the poor. He could easily steal a forgotten trinket from a rich person's house and leave. According to the laws of Cell City, theft results in the loss of both hands, robbery in the executioner's block. Players, please abide by the law, or you will be arrested. Hang Jing hesitated for a long time before finally uttering a curse. What did he mean? Players were forced to obey the rules. To escape his current situation, he had to play the game according to the instance's regulations, just like Fan Yuan did in the mine. He felt this damn game was targeting them. Players had different identities, different strengths and weaknesses. This kind of setting was suppression. Maybe the messenger of God and his group were in the church. On the other side, Jiangqi carried the bucket back. She could easily lift it with one hand, but she had to pretend to be struggling to avoid drawing attention. Behind every window here, there might be a player spying, and even the soldiers guarding the water source could be players. The most troublesome aspect of this instance in the early stages is that players must obey the law and cannot kill NPCs with a malice level below 95%. This means that players of higher status can exploit this to cause her significant trouble. Jiangqi didn't want to take the risk. Later, the man who had just obtained water said to his companion, "The water is a bit murky. Is it drinkable?" "It should be fine," his companion said in a voice only the two of them could hear. Someone drank it directly just now. The city's drinking water source is of paramount importance, guarded 24 hours a day. Even if there are problems later, it will be later. If the water is undrinkable on the first day, what's the point of playing? Only wealthy families have their own wells. You're right. There are too many people, and too much attention during the day. We come back a couple more times tonight. As they spoke, a person coughed and walked by, his complexion looking rather abnormal. The two immediately exchanged a glance and moved away from the person. Damn, the living conditions here are so filthy. Could it be some kind of infectious disease? I heard of the Black Death. Not necessarily. For a dungeon this high level, infectious diseases alone wouldn't suffice. Jiangqi walked down the hallway, the sounds of her neighbors' houses filling the air, crying children, irritable men, and sick people, all mingled together. Tomorrow's the church's healing day. Let's go early. Work slow lately, wages been lower, so let's not rent a carriage. Thanks be to my Lord for his grace, allowing us to receive healing. Jiangqi paused, took out her key, opened the door, and lit the kerosene lamp on the table. During the day, she had learned that besides the largest and most magnificent white church, every area in the city had smaller chapels. There was also a large, burned down church right across from the white one. Chapter 191. In the city of Cells, the church was the symbol of power. They had the authority to directly punish heretics. Even the lord of this land had no right to object. Jiangqi took out a wooden plank to start a fire, boiling the water in the bucket several times to store it, then carried the bucket out again to fetch water. In this ancient city, contamination of the drinking water source would be a catastrophic disaster. It was better to prepare in advance. On the way back, the sky was completely shrouded in darkness, the silvery moonlight shining brightly on the spire-shaped clock tower. In the commoner's district, sewage flowed freely, dampness filled the air, and a foul odor permeated the atmosphere. Huge rats scurried through the streets and alleys, showing no fear of people. Jiangqi returned home, finished everything, and it was time to sleep. The commoner's residential area was quiet at night. From the balcony, it was pitch black, and unless absolutely necessary, no one would be out at this hour. Jiangqi checked the door lock, went back to her bedroom, turned off the light, and went to sleep. She needed to work the next day, and had to get up before 5 a.m. The moonlight filtering through the curtains gradually dimmed as clouds obscured the sky. On the other side of Cells City, in the wealthy district, Wuda sat in a brightly lit banquet hall, a glass of clear white wine in his hand. He wore a magnificent and dignified robe, the jewels on his cane glittering in the lamplight. Nobles passing by greeted him warmly. "Your Excellency," Wuda nodded with a peaceful smile. He was adept at navigating the world of fame and fortune, both in games and in reality. "I'm starting to like it here," Wuda said with a smile to the young man beside him. "Last time we didn't find her over there. This time, we have more power. We only need to abide by the laws of this city." The laws of the city weren't meant to govern clergy. "What about His Holiness the Pope?" the young man asked worriedly. "He made an agreement with Ming Ming not to touch her people over there. Here, we resolve things according to the rules of the game." Wuda downed his glass of wine in one gulp. Jiangqi was difficult to deal with. Her people didn't have her abilities. The church was the symbol of power in the city. If he could find any of them, he could send them to the execution ground. The second day of the game. Jiangqi got up at the crack of dawn. The public washrooms were bustling with people. Many chose to wash at home, then opened the windows to dispose of the wastewater in the simplest way. Jiangqi quickly tidied herself up. As she left, she noticed someone's expression was off. The person walked in like a lost soul, his face not like a healthy person's, his skin color abnormal, as if covered in a layer of liquid. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with clots. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" someone asked, approaching him. The man forced a smile, wiping the blood from his mouth. "I'm fine." Jiangqi quickly grabbed her things and left. From the NPC's conversation, she learned that the man was a long-term worker at the docks, forced to work even when sick to keep his job. She had originally planned to buy some food at the market for breakfast, but she gave up. Rye bread, though hard, was at least safer due to the high-temperature baking. She had no idea what kind of environment the food at the market was prepared in. Passing by the drinking water source, Jiangqi glanced at it. The women and children who came to fetch water that morning. The water quality seemed unchanged, still relatively clean, but water pollution is often invisible to the naked eye. The work at the bakery was monotonous and exhausting. The most valuable aspects of the job for her were the food and the intelligence she gathered. The women she worked with would chat together, and this was how she first learned about the city of Cells. A homeless man died in the neighborhood this morning. Everything he owned, including his clothes, was taken. Was it robbery? That's a serious crime. God will punish those who do evil. No, it wasn't robbery. It seems he died of illness. How pitiful, said a woman with a soot-stained apron. I heard they started recruiting for the guard training camp. If you can pass the rigorous selection there, you might get a decent job, maybe even become a knight. My son wants to try. A brown-haired woman carrying ground grain walked past her. I'm not trying to discourage you, but all the free civilians in the city are eligible to apply, but we don't even have a decent piece of clothing. We can't even afford clothes. How can we compare to those noble young masters with professional guidance? My neighbor's son was injured in the training camp and eventually died. I also advised him not to go, to find a stable job, but he said he wanted to gamble on himself, and I couldn't stop him. Jiangqi listened to their words thoughtfully. Will the church be like the guard training camp? A pious expression appeared on her face as she continued, I hope to be closer to the Lord. That's not easy, the brown-haired woman replied. You haven't studied in a monastery, and you can't understand the church's scriptures. Just going to church every week isn't enough unless you receive God's guidance and favor. It sounded like there was absolutely no chance. These high-ranking, prestigious professions were indeed monopolized. Does understanding the classics give you a chance to become a servant of the Lord? Jiangqi continued to ask. Yes, but the classics are all written in obscure ancient script. Very few people can decipher them. It's more realistic for you to continue baking bread. Don't dream of sacred texts. Jiangqi nodded, took the plate, and went out to buy the 27 loaves of bread she had just baked with half the money. The shopkeeper was stunned. Even an average family wouldn't buy so much bread at once. Why did you suddenly buy so much bread? A few relatives of mine will be staying temporarily until they find a place to live, Jiangqi said calmly. The other person nodded. If it was several relatives, the bread would only last a few days. What a silly girl. You could have bought cheaper bread for them at the market. The shopkeeper shook his head, looking at Jiangqi with the eyes of someone looking at a great misfortune. Mary's not working today. When the customers get busy, you can cover for her at the front. Okay. Before Jiangqi could finish speaking, she heard a menacing commotion in the street. Among the crowd were soldiers in armor, clergy in robes. Judging by their attire, they were of high rank, and even a knight. What's going on? Jiangqi looked out with slight curiosity. I heard there are heretics in the city, and they're preparing to crack down on them. It's only just begun, said a customer buying black bread nearby. Many people are sick at the free clinic in the chapel. Is it the heretics? Jiangqi continued to ask. I don't know. I can't just say things like that. The customer turned and left, clutching his bread. Chapter 192. The Dock. Hang Jing listened to coughs and groans all night in the shabby room. This morning, when he came to work, he found several people looking sickly. He had a bad feeling. Regardless of whether it was part of the game, staying here wasn't a good idea. He heard about the training camp recruitment. He had to leave the dock. Meanwhile, inside the small chapel, a long queue of people seeking treatment had already formed. Outside, soldiers walked by, the cold, menacing sound of their armor and weapons echoing. Sherwei covered her nose with a handkerchief and slowly retreated inside. More than 70% of the people who came for treatment today had the same symptoms: vomiting blood and festering sores on their skin. This place simply didn't have the facilities for treatment, unless their god truly helped them. When Jiangqi left the bakery after get-off work, the atmosphere on the street was strange. The patrolling soldiers were even more vigilant, checking for heretics. Among the ordinary people, some were watching the spectacle, while others, fearing trouble, hurried away. She lived in a slum in Cell City, a neighborhood frequented by both locals and migrants, making it easy to evade checks. But that wasn't her goal. Jiangqi walked calmly through the streets. Tomorrow was her day off. She planned to visit the church mentioned in the dungeon information. It started to rain halfway there. Dark, gray clouds shrouded Cell City, casting a mysterious veil over the towering, solemn church buildings. Pedestrians quickened their pace. The rain intensified, and the melodious music from the tavern drifted through the downpour. Jiangqi walked through the dark alleyways, umbrella in hand, as lightning flashed through the clouds. She was stopped by two young men carrying sharpened knives. We don't want to hurt you. Hand over your money. The young man, his face smeared with dirt, threatened, staring at the unpolished starstone hanging under Jiangqi's umbrella. We need money for our family's medical treatment, his companion said, soaked to the bone, his hands trembling slightly, whether from tension or cold. Throw this stone over here, and we leave immediately. Rain streamed down from the umbrella's eaves, splashing water that soaked Jiangqi's skirt. In the shady, dirty alley, the stone shimmered with an exquisitely beautiful light. Such a thing shouldn't be in the hands of commoners, nor would a fallen nobleman pass through this place. She had been lucky to acquire this umbrella by chance. However, it seemed she didn't appreciate its value, as she hadn't sold the stone. Even if they stole it, she couldn't let them be arrested, because she couldn't prove it was her property, the young man thought. The first thing I should be saying is to you, get out of the way. Jiangqi raised her umbrella slightly, a bolt of lightning flashing across the sky above the alley, illuminating her cold eyes. The two young men were startled by her gaze, and involuntarily took a step back. Cold rain leaked from the makeshift shack, soaking the dirty rags. The man's eyes were tightly closed. A cluster of festering sores covered his body, the largest about the size of a fist, stretching his skin until it was translucent. Beside them were a pair of bright, clear eyes. A slender body was hidden behind clutter. It was a girl. Jiangqi stopped and took out a day's wages, throwing it to one of the boys. This umbrella and the stone on it are not for you. They were given to me by someone very important to me. Of course, I won't give you my day's wages for nothing. Is there anything we can do for you? The young man asked, afraid Jiangqi might change her mind and take the money back. Just answer a few questions, Jiangqi said calmly. How long has he been sick? What did he come into contact with before he got sick? 3 or 4 days. Since he noticed the pustules on his body, the young man answered honestly. He hasn't come into contact with anything. We're just staying here. Jiangqi glanced at them, turned around, and said before leaving, many people have fallen ill recently. You can't afford a doctor, and it's too late to rent a carriage to the chapel now. You might as well take the girl and leave. Lights shone from the houses on both sides of the street, casting a warm yellow glow from the windows. Outside, rain was washing away the grime from the road. Behind a wall, a man in a gray linen shirt was being dragged along by his companion for about 10 meters. What are you doing? Why aren't you following? The man whispered. Are you looking for death? His companion whispered. That's a crazy player with S+ combat power. You really think she didn't notice you? She pulled out that umbrella halfway through, just to see what you were up to. If you keep following her, you'd be lying dead in the street in no time. He's right, Jiangqi said calmly, walking out from the front. So what do you want? The man looked like he's seen a ghost, backing away in panic. Don't misunderstand. I just saw someone who looked like a player and was following to see if I found anything else. I'm from the First Merchant Guild. I have nothing to do with the messenger of God. His companion quickly produced his guild token. That's for the best, Jiangqi smiled. If any of your First Merchant Guild members get a better identity, we can talk about cooperation. I know you only choose the winner, you can consider it. It's fine if you don't want to cooperate, but it's best not to interfere. Teams focus solely on clearing the dungeon can avoid conflict, but if it comes to a fight, she won't hold back. The First Merchant Guild is so well informed, they probably entered this dungeon for more than just the rewards. The player nodded. I relay your message after I find them. Jiangqi turned and left, umbrella in hand. A short distance from home, she folded the umbrella and jogged back. As she unlocked her door, she heard her neighbors complaining. We all thought he was dead. We were thinking about the meager reward and the disgusting corpse we had to clean up. Just as we were about to lift him up, he opened his eyes. He's alive. It gave me a fright. Ha ha ha, you're such a coward. A hearty laugh rang out. This scared you so much you fell to the ground. Didn't you see how terrifying that person was? He must have contracted some kind of filthy disease somewhere. He must not be a devout believer. Only those who have committed sins get sick. A slightly older voice came from behind. Jiangqi closed her door. A terrifying symptom is indeed spreading through the city, its origin unknown. Given the difficulty and name of this instance, it's certainly not a simple matter. The spread of the disease is closely related to the church's authority. This is the first phase, and it will last at least 20 days. Currently, no one around her has died from it, but many are sick. She needs to leave. The guard training camp is out of the question. The soldiers in this city are all male. The church, if she's not mistaken, Wuda is there. Jiangqi opened the balcony door and quietly watched the rain for a while. On the 3rd day of the game, she was awakened in the early morning by the sounds of her neighbor ransacking her house and her frantic cries. Chapter 193. Jiangqi opened her eyes and listened intently for a while, but couldn't make out what was happening. She was woken a second time by the sound of the landlord urging her to pay rent, banging on the neighbor's door. After a long while, the neighbor finally opened the door, offering a few unnatural, perfunctory words before closing it again. Jiangqi changed into a clean dress to go to the church. As she went out, she encountered her neighbor's wife, Mrs. Buller. Mrs. Buller looked unwell and seemed dazed. Jiangqi greeted her. You don't look well. Is there anything I can help you with? No, 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 Mrs. Buller immediately denied, hurriedly explaining, we need to pay the rent, so we're in a bit of a hurry. Jiangqi noticed her unnatural expression, but didn't press further. In front of the church was a spacious square, every pavement spotlessly clean, the distant, solemn tolling of the bells echoing through the square. Each entrance was guarded by soldiers in silver armor. Looking up, the church's roof seemed to merge with the sky. Jiangqi first went to the opposite, burned-out church. Its blackened walls and shattered glass, though dilapidated, still exuded an inviolable solemnity. Judging by its size, it was no smaller than the pure white church, and this burnt-out church was heavily guarded. Ordinary people were not allowed to approach, only to glance at it from afar. The official reason given was that the church was not under repair and was not open to the public. But using so many people to guard a burnt-out, abandoned church, layer upon layer, seemed excessive. Jiangqi turned and walked towards the pure white church. Only a small portion was accessible to the general public. A place that took hundreds of years to build, no matter when you entered, would always evoke a sense of awe. The statues on the front wall of the church looked sacred yet twisted and obscure, ancient inscriptions carved into the stone resembling those Jiangqi had seen in the first instance. Cough, cough, a few coughs rose and fell around her as the crowd prayed devoutly to the strains of the organ music. Jiangqi sat in a corner chair, her brow furrowing slightly. A faint smell of decay filled the air. She had smelled it too many times in the game to mistake it. As the most sacred place in the city, the church would never have hygiene problems like those in the commoners' quarters. This smell emanated from the people. The disease in Cell City was spreading faster than expected. Jiangqi saw her neighbor, Mrs. Buller, sitting in the crowd, her expression equally devout. They hoped for divine guidance to escape suffering and illness. But the church doors did not block the stench of decay. Jiangqi outwardly listened attentively to the clergy's instructions, but inwardly observed their every move. Infiltrating this place wasn't difficult, but one needed a direction and a goal. Wandering aimlessly wasn't an option. The burned-down cathedral could be visited later that night. It was heavily guarded outside, and there shouldn't be many people inside. Jiangqi's gaze shifted from piety to indifference as she looked at the intricate patterns on the clergy's robes. She spent the entire day in the church, diligently playing the role of a believer, only leaving as darkness fell. She found a suitable spot to observe the guards patrolling outside the burned-down cathedral. If she had obtained the identity of a church member, she would certainly have made arrangements in such an obvious place beforehand. It would be much easier than finding a few people among hundreds of thousands. There's also a training camp, the best source of resources for players, where the objective is quite obvious. The Roman numerals on the church clock pointed to 8 o'clock. The bells rang, signaling the changing of the guard. Jiangqi, umbrella in hand, teleported into the burned-out church in the darkness. Unlike the brightly lit, pure white church, this place was pitch black and desolate. The statues on the walls were broken and blackened, looking like two-tier streaks. From the outside, the overall structure was relatively well preserved, and there weren't the piles of debris and ruins she had expected inside. Jiangqi searched further in, finally finding a passage leading underground. However, the thick stone walls and floor were perfectly sealed, and the strange symbols in the center resembled a keyhole. She couldn't find the mechanism, and teleporting wouldn't let her through. Her control over space was far greater than before, yet here she couldn't enter a stone door. The symbols on it were seals. Jiangqi pressed her palm against the cold stone door, her eyes gradually darkening. She knew what lay behind the door. At this moment, the light from the entrance and windows was gradually replaced by shadows. This door is a dream. I sense it as soon as you approach, a voice, half mad and half calm, spoke, followed by the clanging of heavy armor. Jiangqi smiled. Impressive. Fully armed soldiers entered the church to apprehend the trespasser, only to find it empty. Seal off the exits and streets, roared the lead knight. Jiangqi stood atop the burnout bell tower, her tone indifferent. So the key is with you? Unfortunately, there's no key. Wuda's voice appeared. This is the dream realm. Your spatial abilities are restricted. Of course, I don't think I can do anything to you here. I just want to know when you find this place. With your abilities, no one can stop you from leaving if you want to, but you won't give up this place. Jiangqi jumped down from the clock tower expressionlessly, dodging the pursuing soldiers with a few quick movements, and hurried away from the cordon. Wuda was different from before. This wasn't his usual strength. Because of the trespasser, all the guards that the city of Celis could muster were deployed. They conducted a thorough search of the area around the church throughout the night. By the next day, the city was on high alert, especially in the civilian areas. Players in this instance all have legitimate identities, and don't use their real names, which is why the search is difficult. Today is the 4th day of the game. Apart from Mrs. Bell, no one in the neighborhood has gone out. More and more people are getting sick. On her way to work, Jiangqi saw that the doctor's office was overflowing with patients. Some patients were barely recognizable, wrapped tightly in old cloaks, their exposed skin resembling dead flesh soaked in water. Those heretics are insane. How dare they break into a church? The sick people in the city must have been killed by them. They made a deal with an evil god. Her colleague said while toasting bread, I really hope they find those heretics soon. They should be burned at the stake. Yes. That's right. Jiangqi echoed, maintaining her image as a devout believer. When was that church destroyed? I don't recall it ever being repaired, she said casually. I don't know. It burned down hundreds of years ago, maybe even longer. I heard there are miracles preserved there. Her colleague added, then cursed, I think it was done by heretics, those damned heretics, trying to steal the miracles. Jiang Qi was silent for a moment. She hadn't come to this place hundreds of years ago to burn down a church. Chapter 194. But if the person sealed beneath the church is the one she's looking for, it's not impossible. She wouldn't mind burning it again. Jiang Qi came to work today to observe the situation outside. One of her colleagues was sick but still working, serving bread directly to customers with his hands. One of the customers was also sick, with a bunch of grape-like pustules on his neck, looking very painful. He said the doctor had prescribed medicine, and he'd be better in a couple of days. Jiang Qi glanced at her health. On her way home from work, she passed the market. A vendor and a woman were arguing fiercely. This apple is clearly good, the vendor said, holding up a large, red apple. But you're accusing me of selling you rotten fruit. Cut it open and see, the woman said angrily, showing the vendor a half-cut apple. The flesh inside was rotten and dead. The vendor was dumbfounded. He didn't believe it, and cut open another one. It was still rotten inside. Seeing the surrounding crowd discussing it, he could only refund her money. Is this disease not just affecting humans? Jiang Qi hurried home, taking stock of her supplies. She used her remaining money to buy bread she had baked herself, and some water, enough to last as much as she had boiled and stored the previous 2 nights. She had also bought some wine on the way as a backup. Then, she ran out of money. Day 5 of the game. A large number of patients appeared in the city. Doctors' offices and churches were packed. Severely ill patients lay unattended in the alleys, lying in piles of tattered cloth mixed with sewage and pus, their condition unknown. Even the street cleaners fell ill. The docks, due to the increase in patients, had to recruit new dock workers. They didn't seem to realize how terrible this plague was. In this context of limited information access, ordinary people had no way to ascertain the true situation, and could only rely on their own judgment. Jiang Qi glanced in the direction of her neighbor's house. Was this family also sick, afraid the landlord would find out and kick them out, so they dared not speak up? Or was their illness particularly terrible? Mrs. Buller went to the clinic or church every day. Day 6 of the game. Yesterday, Jiang Qi had already taken the day off under the pretext of illness. This morning, she wanted to open the window for ventilation, but a stench of sewage fermented by the high temperature hit her nose. She quickly slammed the window shut. The filth on the streets was uncollected, and the air was damp. The entire city was like a giant petri dish. The doctors were also sick. The roads leading out of the city were piled high with corpses, interspersed with 1 or 2 barely breathing, their fingers trembling weakly. They lay among piles of limp, stinking corpses, the bloodstains on their bodies indistinguishable between their own and others. The churches reeked of disease. These were the people's last hope. But even the clergy were sick. The church was spreading propaganda about the evil and despicable conspiracies of heretics and the doctrine of atonement. They claimed that all who were sick were sinful and needed to atone to God to be healed. The citywide crackdown on heretics remained largely unchanged, currently focusing primarily on wealthy areas and commercial streets. In civilian areas, people relied mainly on word-of-mouth reporting. Jiang Qi sat by the window, watching the corpses being carried out of the alley below. The church was maintaining temporary stability, while also preserving its strength. Skipping civilian areas from the crackdown on heretics was simply a way to reduce the probability of soldiers falling ill and conserve manpower. Meanwhile, civilians, driven by anger towards heretics, would launch a frenzied reporting spree, especially against those who were not sick. 3 days passed in this way. Day 10 of the game. The streets outside were completely silent, the air thick with the smell of death. Mrs. Buller next door didn't go out either. A gin-setting shop on the commercial street had been robbed. When discovered, its owner was already too ill to move. In the wealthy district, the crisp clanging of metal echoed on the clean, wide streets as well-trained soldiers surrounded the mansion. A priest in long robes rushed in, but couldn't find the person he was looking for. At that moment, on the street behind the mansion, 2 carriages sped past in opposite directions. The master has gone out on business, the butler said respectfully to the young man in the long robe. Would you like to wait here? The young man shook his head, put down his tea, and thought, where can I go if I'm just in this city? I'm just an assistant, someone's already after me. Jiang Qi sat at home, eating bread that wasn't very tasty but was safe, when she heard rustling sounds outside the door. She hasn't left the house in years. Is she dead inside? What can we do? This girl lives alone. No one will collect her body. I don't want to move a corpse. There was a knock on the door, and someone outside called out, Are you all right? I'm fine. Jiang Qi's voice brought a moment of silence outside. We haven't seen you. We thought. I haven't been feeling well lately. Jiangqi didn't intend to open the door. The person outside exchanged a few casual words and left. The number of sick people in this residential area was increasing exponentially. At night, you could always hear crying and painful groans. The days were relatively quiet, except for the occasional sound of neighbors arguing. The death toll, according to her observation, wasn't particularly high. The biggest problem right now is the difficulty in obtaining information. The ancient writing she's seen on the church walls said, calamity would descend alongside evil. She read the laws. The restrictions on civilians were incredibly harsh. Jiangqi had seen the corpses through the window. Their exposed skin was covered in filthy pus, their bodies wrapped in tattered rags, obscuring their full forms, and the shapes of the corpses were somewhat strange. Following them was a doctor wearing a bird-beak mask, a corner of a church-style robe peeking out from under his black cloak. Day 11 of the game dawned. Lightning ripped across the sky, and torrential rain poured down. In the house, the light from the kerosene lamp was so weak it could only illuminate one wall. Several people lay in the messy living room, all with horrific faces, covered in huge pustules, their eyes open and motionless. In the bedroom, the bed, stained with blood and pale yellow pus, suddenly swelled up, grayish-white, slimy fingers gripped the edge of the bed, then a twisted, pained face appeared. The man crawled and leaped into the living room, his body merging with the several people in the room in an indescribable way. The last glimmer of light went out. The people, who had been lifeless with their eyes opened their mouths on the man's body and let out pitiful cries. Their arms flailed limply in the air, as if trying to grasp something. A rumble of thunder shook the floor. When the lightning illuminated the room, all that could be seen was a huge, writhing mass of flesh, a grotesque mass formed from fused human bodies, and a grayish-white arm covered in fist-sized pustules touching the door. Soon, screams erupted outside. Ah, what is this? Help me, help me. An evil god, an evil god. Jiangqi struck a match to light the kerosene lamp hanging on the wall and opened the door a crack to look outside. Mrs. Buller's door was open, but she couldn't see anyone. The screams weren't coming from her house. They were coming from upstairs. Just then, a pair of bloodshot eyes suddenly appeared behind the crack in the door, staring at her. Chapter 195. Jiangqi flung open the door, taking in the creature's entire form. She recognized the brains on the fleshy mass. They belonged to her neighbors. She overheard them arguing just 2 days ago, and today they were all fused together. It wasn't just simple adhesion, it was complete fusion. Its main body lay on the ground, its head seemingly still conscious, able to feel pain. They roared, howled, and cried, but couldn't bring themselves to step into Jiangqi's room. Being in different spaces, they couldn't enter. Jiangqi expressionlessly teleported outside. The monster, composed of flesh and blood, turned and followed her up the stairs. Then she turned back, a blinding bolt of lightning shooting from her hand. Ah! The heads on the monster emitted different screams, so agonizing they could instantly lower one's sanity. But the person standing here was Jiangqi. Her sanity wouldn't be swayed by a mere monster. The stench of burning flesh mixed with pus created an extremely bizarre aroma. Jiangqi frowned as she returned home, staring at the charred, lightning-stricken mass of flesh on the ground, still throbbing with pain. In Cell City, the first stage of the disease is illness itself. As the condition worsens, the mental state is affected, leading to irritability, possible madness, and a strong tendency towards aggression, or even intentionally infecting those who are not yet infected. The next stage is the mutant she had just seen, which has transcended the NPC stage and evolved into a monster. Clearly, not everyone can complete this evolution. Many corpses have been carried out of the civilian district in the past few days. The thing she had just seen was dominated by a human body, but the rest of its body possessed independent consciousness, unable to control its actions. Is it only those with better physical and mental resilience who can transform into the main body? Could the illnesses in Cell City truly be divine punishment? Otherwise, the carvings in the church are hard to explain. Jiangqi lay down and dozed off for a while. Her home was a separate, independent space. Without her permission, neither living nor dead things could enter. In the dream realm, all her abilities were restricted. Lightning element aside, only God could restrict the spatial rules she didn't fully control. 2 hours later, at daybreak, the hallway became noisy. The charred corpse caused a sensation. What is this? It's horrible. How could they become like this? I knew God hadn't abandoned us. The Lord was protecting us. He killed this monster. He must be fighting the evil god summoned by the heretics. Panic and excitement mingled in the voices. Inside the door, Jiangqi silently broke her bread in half. The church clergy quickly arrived at the scene. Seeing the charred corpse, they searched the entire area, questioning those who weren't ill about the events of the previous night. I didn't see clearly, only a sudden burst of lightning and thunder at the stairwell, brighter than the lightning outside the window at the time. God protects us. The black-haired man made a devout prayer gesture. Who lives in this house? Shenhao, dressed in a white robe, pointed to a door and asked, Is no one inside? A young woman. She said she wasn't feeling well, the man replied respectfully. Shenhao subtly took a step back and said to his men, Open it. The door opened, and the doctor wearing a bird-beak mask entered first. However, the simple yet tidy room was empty. Let's go, the young clergyman ordered. However, before leaving, he told the commoners, There's an evil aura in this house. She might be a heretic. If you find any trace of her, be sure to report it to the church. The fact that it was so clean and didn't smell meant the people living there weren't sick. The death of the corpse was clearly the work of a player. Where no one could see, a smug look appeared on the kind-faced clergyman's face. The people in the city utterly despised heretics. Even the possibility of it was enough to convict them. What? She's an evil heretic. Is she the one who turned Mrs. Buller's family into this? I always knew she wasn't a decent person. No wonder she wouldn't open the door. Bah! Don't let them catch her. Otherwise, I make that evil heretic pay. Jiangqi watched these people frantically smashing up the room she had created, completely unsurprised. Inside the carriage, a subordinate asked Shenhao doubtfully, With these useless trash, can they even catch the players? Of course not. That thing was killed by lightning. Only she could deal such high damage. Shenhao raised an eyebrow. The bishop already said that unless she shows herself, no one in this game can find her. She's a creation of the gods. She uses skills to fight monsters. She never intended to hide. Those stupid NPCs are just for fun. The important thing is the information we released. The identities of those three have been exposed. Those NPCs driven mad by illness are such good tools. We don't even need to incite them with abilities. Tens of thousands of them, plus the army of an entire city. If they dare kill even one, they're finished. If they don't, those NPCs are like biological bombs. If they get sick, it's even worse. Brother, I still don't understand. Is the disease in this city really divine punishment? You're the bishop's right-hand man. You must know more than we do. The subordinate said obsequiously. Of course. Shenhao was quite pleased. It could be considered divine punishment. They burned down a cathedral in their fight for the miracle. Those mutated monsters are from the miracle's contamination. They can't enter the pure white cathedral. Don't worry. Then the bishop is guaranteed to win. The subordinate laughed. The bishop said, She hasn't made a move yet. We can't be careless playing this game with her. However, as long as we capture those few people, we have the upper hand. Shenhao stretched out his legs, a completely different person from when he was in public. I'm starting to like this instance too, if it weren't for those disgusting NPCs. The feeling of being in control is really good. Day 12 of the game. Jiangqi went out under the cover of night, and what she saw was a living hell. The stench filled the air, the docks were paralyzed, the worst affected area. Small hotels and alleys had become havens for flies and fleas. Some hotels were so deserted that not a single living person could be found. Corpses piled up unclaimed, those not quite dead were simply dumped among the dead. Screams echoed everywhere were people driven mad by illness. They began attacking those who were not sick, wanting to spread their disease. In their eyes, not being sick meant being a heretic. This situation had spread to the wealthy districts. The only sanctuary in the city was the church. The madmen dared not desecrate the church. They were branded sinners by the church and forbidden from entering. They could only pray in the square. When you atone for your sins, your illness will disappear. Those who become monsters are fallen, the bishop said. Chapter 196. No! Stay away from me. Ah! A desperate cry for help came from inside the house. I'm not a heretic. My family isn't a heretic. No matter how much they cried and begged, it was no use. The young man, covered in pustules, and with a terrifying face, saw the girl hiding under the bed. No! Don't touch her! No! A heart-wrenching scream escaped the man's lips. The man collapsed, covered in blood, while several young men stared intently at the girl hiding under the bed. The heretic's weak appearance is all a facade. Let us check them out. The speaker grinned. Just as those ugly, disgusting hands were about to grab the girl, a bright bolt of lightning struck like a sword, cleaving the bed frame and deflecting the young man's hand. The young man sat on the ground in terror. frantically shuffling backward. Gone was the ferocity he displayed moments before. He was now a pathetic mess, shouting, "Heretics! She's a heretic! She summoned an evil god!" The lightning and the girl vanished simultaneously. The young man's companions froze in place, too terrified to move. The air was still for a moment, then began to flow eerily. Their gazes towards each other had changed, becoming crazed and chilling. Someone was the first to stab their companion with a knife. Blood mixed with pus splattered on the wall, gradually staining it filthy. The scream ceased abruptly after half a minute. The last survivor, eyes bloodshot, slammed their head against the wall with all their might. Jiangqi stood on the silent street, the cold moonlight illuminating the gentle smile on her lips. Sure enough, the game rules couldn't touch her like this. She hadn't used her powers to kill the NPCs, it was just that her mental energy had come into contact with those people, and they had gone mad. "Are you a god?" A voice, choked with sobs, came from beside her. The girl ran out, panting, tears welling in her dark eyes, looking timidly at Jiangqi. She wore no fancy clothes, only a worn-out, gray dress, yet standing on the street filled with the aura of decay and death, the moonlight bathing her, she looked more like a god than the cold stone statues in a church. "No," Jiangqi raised her eyes and said calmly, "I'm what they call heretics. Such things happen far too often in the city." She had only wanted to test the use of her mental power, and had just stumbled upon it, and also didn't want to see the girl suffer like that. Jiangqi's mental power was fused with the silver key. To maintain her humanity, and avoid succumbing to madness, she was still suppressing it, not fully opening herself to accept the silver key's power. But now, even her mental power could drive those with low tolerance insane. "I'm also what they call heretics," the girl said, running a few steps forward, wanting to catch up with Jiangqi, yet hesitant to approach her. It wasn't fear, but reverence for the deity before her. "I've been praying in my heart, hoping God would help us. We believe in God so devoutly. We volunteer at church every week. I never done anything wrong, but God hasn't answered me." The girl looked at Jiangqi trembling. "I no longer believe in my former God. Can I join your cult?" "I don't have a cult." Jiangqi turned away. "You can." The girl lowered her head, she would become the most faithful believer. She had always believed in God, but had never seen God until today, when she saw the real God. "You can follow." Jiangqi's voice was calm. The girl looked up in surprise, jogging to keep a few steps behind Jiangqi. "May I know your name?" "Jiangqi, I have no name. My name is Suli." After that, the street fell silent, save for the faint sound of their footsteps. Jiangqi arrived at the mansion at number 6 Anska Street in the wealthy district. The church had arrested 2 heretics, and Wuda had revealed many details to her to let her know. So she found this place. Whichever teammate was involved, they would have left her something before being intercepted. Wuda wouldn't be foolish enough not to think of this, he would be prepared. Who won wasn't important. Wuda would at most obtain information about her movements, but wouldn't send anyone to their death. He guarded the seal beneath the church, knowing she would definitely go there. Jiangqi waited outside for a few minutes. Suli came out with a key, and then they went to Villa number 9 on another street. "The people inside said this house belongs to the Chamber of Commerce," Suli said. Jiangqi took the key and opened the door. The house exuded wealth. It was a world apart from where she had lived before. The person inside was Liiji from the first Chamber of Commerce, whom she had met before. Jiangqi casually placed the key on the table and said to Suli, "There's enough food and clean water here. Choose a room yourself." Suli nodded obediently and took the key upstairs. "Long time no see. These are supplies Fang Yuan and Wang Yu left for you," Liiji said. "Thank you." Jiangqi wasn't worried that the first Chamber of Commerce would contact Wuda again. Liiji's presence here meant that no matter their reasons, even if they were to hedge their bets, the Chamber of Commerce wouldn't stab them in the back, it wouldn't benefit them at all. "I can't get involved in the power struggles between you big shots, but I can still help with small matters. Originally, you needed a legal identity, which I have, but given the current situation, bringing back a small NPC with a legal identity might be more suitable," Liiji smiled. "Someone will deliver the items tomorrow, so I be going now." "Okay," Jiangqi nodded. Liiji got into the carriage and glanced out the window at the receding villa. Wuda and the others wouldn't care at all. The Chamber of Commerce originally wanted the rewards from this instance, but after receiving some information, they gave up without hesitation. The pure white church might not be a good thing, they could wait and see what happened. Jiangqi entered the master bedroom and realized how abundant the supplies were. Tea, coffee, easily stored food, over a dozen clean clothes, and a mother-of-pearl fan. Fong Yuan had also given her an antique mother-of-pearl fan and a set of mother-of-pearl lacquerware in real life to congratulate her on moving to her new home. Unfortunately, after only a few days in this new home, she realized that the real world was just a part of this game. The presence of the mother-of-pearl fan here signifies identity. Jiang Qi changed into clean clothes, lifted the curtains, and saw the doctor wearing a bird-beak mask enter the house across the street. This divine punishment hadn't spared the wealthy district either. The city was now in chaos. Her teammates were in the church's hands, and they probably didn't have time to incite people to overthrow the church. The wealthy district's security wasn't currently a problem. The mutated monsters caused by the disease hadn't appeared here yet, but there were still quite a few sick people. The sick servants were herded into cramped, enclosed houses for isolation, places that were also breeding grounds for mutated monsters. The fact that the player-controlled church had allowed Cell City to develop to this extent could only be because they wanted to create chaos in the city. Chapter 197. Perhaps this is the direction the god behind the game desires, the way to obtain the pure white church. Dreams influence those patients and monsters, even using their eyes to connect with dreams and observe the entire city's movements. Wuda needs more tools. On the other side, in the dark cage, Sherwei stumbled in, meeting the two people inside. "What are you doing here? What are you doing here?" The three spoke simultaneously, then fell silent. "He used dream abilities to scheme against me. I couldn't distinguish reality from illusion. I killed several crazy, patient NPCs who attacked me. Using tools and abilities together, I really..." Sherwei took a deep breath, almost swearing. In that situation, if she didn't act, she would be infected and merged by the reckless, crazy NPCs in the dream realm, ending up with only her head on a monster's body. Acting would definitely lead to being schemed against. The dream realm suppressed her. She couldn't leave. Pretty much, we encountered them on the third day. Wang Yu glanced at the bloodstains on the ground. None of them were in much better shape. The same old tricks. It was an open conspiracy. They had no choice. At most, they torment us, sending in a bunch of corrupted mutated monsters to watch the show. They won't dare kill us for now, don't worry. Fong Yuan finished speaking the last two words, and Sherwei and Wang Yu turned to look at him with puzzled expressions. "Don't worry." Sherwei frowned. "I think Wuda is acting strangely. His abilities are much stronger than last time. It must be divine intervention. His dreams allow him to communicate with the gods," Fong Yuan said calmly. "Otherwise, we wouldn't be here." "Oh, it's been a while." Shen Hao, dressed in a long robe, walked in, looking down at the people in the cage. "Players with their abilities disabled are useless. Where's Hang Jing? I'm really looking forward to seeing what he'd be like with his abilities disabled. You guys have been having a smooth ride in the game for far too long. Are you done? You don't dare to do anything, just spout nonsense. Aren't you annoying?" Sherwei rolled her eyes at him. Shen Hao clenched his fist under his wide sleeves, speaking with ill intent. "See this place? Lots of monsters will come in later. You can fight them slowly. I hope you're still this stubborn in a couple of days." He finished speaking with a cold snort and strode away. They spread the news of the heretic's capture, making Jiang Qi and Hang Jing show themselves, and then wipe us all out. Wang Yu looked at his two teammates. "What are you planning to do?" "Wait." Fong Yuan replied, "We can't leave. We just treat these monsters as leveling up. Normal space can't stop Jiang Qi. This is an area covered by the dream realm. If these monsters are real, then Wuda can enhance his strength by containing them. He was merely a pawn of God. Jiang Qi was truly facing the creator of the game, the indescribable god." "Are you afraid of death?" Fong Yuan asked. "Not really." Sherwei drew her shadow blade. Not using her abilities didn't mean she couldn't fight. "I wonder where Hang Jing is. We hope he doesn't recklessly show himself in front of Jiang Qi." Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, completely covered up, Hang Jing, who was moving corpses, sneezed. Too many people had died in the city, creating vacancies in the guard. He filled one, and with his superb acting skills, not only did he avoid being discovered by the church, but he also saved a high-ranking NPC, successfully getting a promotion. Then he heard the news that his teammate had been captured. The enemy was fishing, and he was waiting for news from Jiang Qi. 2 days passed like this. Aside from the church area, the rest of the city was a wasteland. They couldn't collect all the corpses. The monsters had targeted the living, and anyone they touched would have their flesh fused with theirs. The streets were littered with severed limbs and filth. The screams of the living could be heard every day, and the hired corpse collectors couldn't keep up. More and more members of the guard were falling ill. They stopped searching for heretics, and focused solely on protecting the two churches. The monsters attacked everyone except the churches. The churches became the people's last hope. The squares were filled with worshippers, and the stench of decay in the air was nauseating. Dark clouds churned and rolled, and a few claps of thunder sounded, but no rain fell. Jiangqi donned her cloak, paused slightly, and looked at Su Li behind her. After I leave, everything here is yours. Su Li opened her mouth as if to say something, but only managed a single word, okay. He rarely spoke to her, and she didn't know what he was going to do, whether he was leaving this world. As a believer, she would never disobey him. Su Li watched Jiangqi's figure slowly disappear into the chaotic street. The moment Jiangqi entered the pure white church, Wuda knew. He was connected to an endless stream of spiderweb-like threads crafted from dreams, controlling the entire church. When he arrived, Jiangqi was sitting at the highest point of the church, the cold, indifferent smile in her eyes sending a chill down his spine. After all this time, I thought you would be better prepared, Jiangqi said unhurriedly. Where are my people? You mean those heretics? They should be on the judgment platform outside right now, Wuda laughed. You're looking for important artifacts, the church's sacred scriptures, to break the seal in the other church? You know everything, you hold so many chips, and you're still a piece of trash. If I were a god above dreams, I wouldn't have chosen you first. Outside the church, thunder and lightning shrouded the entire sky. Wuda's face darkened, as if his thoughts had been exposed. This was the scene before him. She sat high above, looking at him like an insignificant ant. You really think I play by the rules with you? Jiangqi tapped her finger lightly. Didn't anyone remind you that I'm good at flipping tables? With that, the space behind her transformed into countless surging, transparent cubes, filled with indescribable, eerie power. Behind the cubes lay an endless, dark universe. Those who gazed upon those writhing spaces would ultimately be swallowed by the space itself. Wuda took a step back, shouting incredulously, how could your fusion with the silver key be so deep? Aren't you suppressing? Otherwise, what do you think I've been doing these past 2 days? Gathering heretics to form a cult, to seize the pure white church and sacred scriptures? Jiangqi chuckled, flashing down from the platform. The monsters and crazed NPCs swarming in the dream realm collapsed, screaming madly under the influence of her mental power, their pus-filled bodies disintegrating. Wuda's dream realm contained divinely bestowed power. He himself could withstand the erosion, but the monsters in the dream couldn't. So what? There's only a trace of divinely bestowed power in the dream realm. You probably can't contend with God right now. How long can your seal on the church space last? Wuda laughed, opening his arms wide, his gaze fixed on Jiangqi's face, waiting for her next expression. When there are enough sacrifices in the dream realm, God will descend upon this church through the dream. Chapter 198. Xie, this body will serve as the final sacrifice, and the seal will be reinforced. What can you do, being in the realm of dreams? This instance was, from the very beginning, another layer of seal built by dreams. The connection point is this church. It's kind of you to tell me this. Jiangqi's face was expressionless, her fingers twitching almost imperceptibly at her sides. She knew the god above the dreams would descend through the pure white church. So this time, she truly had no confidence. On the judgment platform, Shen Hao clapped his hands in amazement as he looked at the 3 people who had survived fighting monsters for 2 days and 2 nights. You guys are pretty good, but after being in contact with them for so long, you must have been corrupted too, right? Fang Yuan glanced at his bloodied hands. He had almost become part of the monster. Even cutting off the glued parts in time couldn't change the fact that he was corrupted and undergoing alienation. The monsters in this instance are terrifying because touching them will corrupt you, and the player's alienation process only takes a little longer. Once you all grow together, you become cannon fodder, like those who courted death by entering this game, sacrifices offered to the pure white church. Those below couldn't hear the voices above, they only shouted to kill them, to purge the heretics. The people frantically rushed into the boundary of the dream realm, howling in agony, transforming into monstrous heaps of flesh and blood in the dream's corruption, charging towards the judgment seat. While corrupted and alienated by the dream, they also became connected to it, becoming part of it, providing power to this realm. Such a massive number and fanatical faith. Even S+ combat power might not last long. The enemy wouldn't kill them, but would make them part of the dream realm as well. The 3 on the platform were bound within the dream realm, watching as the flesh and blood monster was about to surge up the final step and devour them. A blinding flash of light suddenly appeared, almost filling the entire space. The dark sky seemed to be torn apart, and the mutated monster howled amidst the lightning and thunder. The unbreakable dream realm trembled under the immense impact. At the same time, a short sword pierced through the air, cleaving open the howling head of the flesh and blood monster. Hang Jing stood on the platform, throwing off his heavy silver armor. Jiang Qi slowly walked out of the church and stood with them on the judgment platform. Behind them was Wu De, who had caught up. The ornate ornaments on his head had fallen off, and his wide sleeves fluttered in the wind. In the gray city of cells, only the pure white church shone. Jiang Qi glanced at the bloodstains on Fan Yuan and the others, her breath catching in her throat for a moment. I find a way to control the mutations within you. At worst, we stay in this instance with you, Fan Yuan said, forcing a smile. Considering the whole story, if the game's rulers can't obtain the silver key and kill Jiang Qi, they use the pure white church to seal Jiang Qi and the silver key together in this instance. Then, they can cleanse the players at any time, reverting the game and restarting. This place will become a new instance. It's too late. It's too late. Wu De had reached his limit under the divine blessing, and coupled with the influence of Jiang Qi's mental power, he appeared severely insane. In the vanished timeline, you wiped out all my forces, driving me to the brink of despair. You must stay here today. Jiang Qi cleared out a wave of corrupted monsters, while Wu De summoned even more through his dream realm. Cleared his people, Jiang Qi stepped forward. Within my space, the rules are not determined by the game. The surrounding space instantly transformed into an extremely bizarre state, oscillating between collapse and reconstruction, sometimes calm, sometimes like undulating water. Irregular cubes merged and then split apart, within which flowed indescribable forces of law and dazzling nebulae invisible to the naked eye in the dark universe. The space here was constantly changing and flowing. Wei discovered that her sealed abilities had returned. She immediately gripped her shadow blade, activated her skill, and charged toward Shen Hao. The remaining three, seeing this, followed without hesitation. You've been smug enough, haven't you? Wei jumped in front of Shen Hao. Now let's practice. Shen Hao was sweating profusely from the shadow blades in the air. Wei had been forced to fight monsters for 2 days, and even with the seal activating, he couldn't reach full damage output. His combat power was initially a clear advantage, but following Jiang Qi's strategy, Wei had been fighting against opponents of higher levels, and had long since become accustomed to this kind of attack environment. Wang Yu's crowd control abilities were enhanced within Jiang Qi's space, much like the monsters in the dream realm. Fan Yuan was a support, but his stats were no lower than a typical damage dealer. Hang Jing, needless to say, had been conserving his strength, waiting for Jiang Qi's move. Among those of the same level, no one could kill him in a one-on-one fight. Jiang Qi's team always emphasized teamwork to the extreme, and now they were all playing like madmen, risking their lives. Shen Hao wanted to call for help, but found himself separated from his group, left alone. The fear of death made him panic. No! He had barely uttered a sound when Wei kicked him into the monster horde. Since you enjoy playing so much, why don't you experience the feeling of being corrupted and mutated yourself? Wei wiped the blood from her hands on her sleeve. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the thick black clouds above, and a white beam of light poured down, landing on the top of the pure white church. Wu De's smile grew even more flamboyant and manic. If you don't kill them, you can't escape the dream realm, and you can't kill me. Killing them is performing the descent ritual. Ha ha ha, of course you would have thought of that. So what will you choose next? The god above the dream realm. When God descends, he only needs to erase the game data, and our real world will cease to exist. The past will cease to exist, and the future will cease to exist. When God's true form descends, everyone here will die. Will you continue to struggle, or accept your fate, and be sealed beneath the pure white church? The game will continue, and your silver key will provide a continuous source of power for God's game. Wu De's expression grew increasingly distorted as he spoke. Who told you to merge with the silver key? As long as the silver key exists, your will not dissipate due to external forces. I finally understand why, even with my dream predicting abilities, I still couldn't kill you. The game has already been reloaded and restarted. We players are just one group among countless restarts. But only you can break the seal on this thing. It's a seal left by the Lord of all things, the God of gods. Even with the passage of time, and the weakening of the seal, no one can do it. Even if he had known all this beforehand, he wouldn't have made a different choice. The torment of countless deaths in his dreams, and the resentment in his heart would still have driven him to send someone to kill Jiang Qi. Why can't I break the seal on the dark abyss first? Jiang Qi's lips curled slightly, her voice light. I don't accept this game's ending. Chapter 199. She refused to accept the ending God had ordained for her. The space around the church continued to expand and surge. Wu De looked at the players, who had appeared in the square with an air of arrogance. Which side do you think the players in this instance will stand on? They don't want God to descend. Jiangqi looked up at the newcomers. Almost all the players closest to the truth in this game were here. Finally, they decided to show up. Jiangqi smiled silently, but her eyes remained cold. You want to stop me? This last question was directed at Pope Evan, the messenger of God. In the original timeline, they were on the same side. I don't want to stand against you, nor will I fight you. I don't care about the real world, you know. I can help you leave the game, but I can't let the game erase your data, Evan replied. Having reached this point, finally gaining the power to escape the real world, only to have their accounts suddenly deleted by the system. No one wants that. Evan played the game to find reality, to connect with God, and to advance his power. His and Jiangqi's goals were actually the same. Wuda only told half the story. Killing the monsters in the dream realm will help the God of Dreams descend, but what Jiangqi needs to do is the key to the game's ruler's descent. Breaking the dream and removing the first layer of seal beneath the church. The God of Dreams, the game's ruler, the victor in the War of the Gods, has schemed against them all. Starting from the last instance, Jiangqi summoned the sleeping lord, who briefly awoke and then slumbered again. In this state, Xie Chaozi is a player without control over the rules, and the game's ruler uses this opportunity to seal this body within this instance. This is how the ancient gods reinforce the seal. According to the dungeon's route, the method to unlock the stone door beneath the church is hidden in the church's sacred scriptures. But why would the game's creators explain the rules to the players? God establishes the rules in the game world he created. These rules are never meant to restrict him. Only the weak must abide by the rules. Therefore, Jiangqi never intended to steal the sacred scriptures from the beginning. They were most likely a trap. She couldn't follow the game's route as before. Your progress in unlocking the Silver Key's seal has been accelerated. You can't withstand the complete spatial rules now. You can only break the first layer of the dream's woven seal at most. You won't last until later. Evan frowned at Jiangqi. Do you think I have a way out? No matter which dungeon I choose to enter, I eventually be covered by the dream. Jiangqi smiled slightly. They won't give me time to digest the spatial rules, and then go back to the old path, destroying the seals that imprison their opposing faction first. I won't back down. Her attitude was firm. She didn't want to choose Evan's second option. Whoever tries to stop her today is her enemy. A silver key appeared before Jiangqi. The divine creation was now free of any gray rust. Its ancient silver vines shimmered in the dim light. Is it really necessary? Is there no other choice? Li Yizhi stood among the players of the Merchant Guild. Evan hoped Jiangqi would prevent the game master from descending, leave the instance, close the portal between the game and the real world, take control of the game's main city, and prevent the game master from erasing data from the real world. Jiangqi couldn't leave. Her 3 teammates had been corrupted, and couldn't leave the dream realm. Furthermore, if she left today, Xie Chaozi's seal would be strengthened. She didn't know how long she would have to wait before he could be awakened again. Meanwhile, Meng Ming, the other person who could decide the overall situation and drive the timeline forward, remained silent. Jiangqi's mental power circulated among countless lines of rules, and her human body was nearing its limit. Boss Meng Ming, your abilities are so useful, there's no reason for the game's ruler to choose Wuda instead of you, right? Jiangqi chuckled slightly, her body unable to withstand such powerful rules and forces, already showing strange distortions. The game created by the gods is so successful, they only need to give players an opportunity, a channel, and they see so many abilities and possibilities within them. You were the first person corrupted by the gods. Through you, they saw a future timeline, using you to correct the course, making the future develop in the direction they desired. Meng Ming's expression was calm, a bitter smile playing on his slightly weathered eyes. Yes, I came into contact with the will of the gods very early on. When I discovered the truth of the game, all the core members of the Dark End died during that period. His words stunned everyone present, especially the players who had descended. Qin Shi and Chu Shu stood there, their hands gripping their weapons numb with cold. They had only recently learned about the game, the gods, and these things. No wonder. From the training battlefield onward, they had felt that Meng Ming was entrusting his son to someone. He was going to give the descent to Jiangqi. But if it was truly as Jiangqi said, that he had always acted according to the game master's instructions, then why give the descent to Jiangqi? Was it because, under the control of the gods, he still retained a sliver of independent consciousness? Meng Ming spoke again. At that time, I hadn't yet noticed the gods' erosion of my will. You possess the silver key, a divine creation of such high importance. Even within the seal, I couldn't calculate it so clearly. It was the power of the gods. Seeing his relieved expression, Jiangqi suddenly realized something and her expression changed slightly. Ming Ming stepped into the territory covered by Jiangqi's spatial rules. I've been suppressing his will, struggling against the erosion, correcting the timeline while adding my own interpretations, trying to make the real world exist forever in the past. Ming Ming continued, that's what you're trying to do now. The most fundamental law of the world, time and space operating simultaneously, is to make our real world, which has been captured by the game, coincide with its original timeline, thus preserving the real world. The space behind Jiangqi turned pitch black, like an endless black hole absorbing everything. Glowing lines of rules extended from the silver key, eventually merging with Jiangqi's spiritual power. Her body completely disintegrated, only to reassemble within the lines of rules. The beams of light falling from the sky grew brighter, as if the entire pure white church was coated with a holy glow. Below the steps lay countless rotting monster corpses. Jiangqi's vision, carried by her spiritual power, shifted to countless lines of rules and space. The entire instance world became a small cube in her eyes. She could see the operation of the rules that made up this world, the laws connecting this instance to the game system, and the game master about to descend upon this instance through spatial confinement. And below the church, behind the stone door, Xie Chaozi, eyes lightly closed, chest still, like a cold marble sculpture. Chapter 200. The lines of rules assaulted Jiangqi's mind, the light emanating from the silver key growing ever brighter. In the black hole-like space, the shimmering lines of rules eventually twisted into eerie tentacles, reassembling Jiangqi's body. The out-of-control mental power rampaged through the space, expanding wantonly. Jiangqi oscillated between lucidity and chaos, her humanity being torn apart by the emotions anchored deep within her consciousness, a process undoubtedly unbearable for any human. In the boundless darkness, a massive, ancient black stone gate appeared, slowly opening its doors to Jiangqi. The remaining lines of rules, as if consciously merging into her mind and body, extended smooth, sticky tentacles along her sides. She was space itself, she was the rules. No, at this moment, he was more fitting. What do you want to do? Evan looked at Ming Ming, whose arms were outstretched. Ang Jing gripped his weapon tightly, holding it horizontally in front of him. He wasn't worried about Ming Ming, but about Ming Ming being controlled by a god. I am the first choice for the descent of a god. Ming Ming wore an indifferent smile. I think I can buy some time. Qinshi rushed to the spatial boundary. Boss, you die. A mortal body, to stop the descent of a god, requires risking one's life for even a sliver of hope. Even S+ combat power is nothing compared to a god. If you're afraid of death, would you still join the descent? Ming Ming said, turning to Evan. Now you can only choose her, or the god. Evan didn't speak. Choose? He had already chosen in the original timeline. Jiang Qiming knew Ming Ming had the ability to predict the future, yet he still chose to join the descent. This was the reason he didn't prevent the timeline from changing. He had worked with Jiang Qi before, and knew her style of doing things. After going through such a long and winding road, the first person to truly connect with reality sacrificed their own life for a real world. Evan remained expressionless. Even now, he still couldn't understand. Someone who could reach the top of this game actually cared about the lives of ordinary people in a past real world. The End of Darkness was originally designed to help players explore reality. God sees humans as ants, but we see humans as our own kind. Ming Ming faced the magnificent, pure white church, his spiritual power and life force rapidly draining away, the beams of light in the air seemingly freezing. Wu De, who had retreated into the pure white church, saw this scene and his expression changed drastically. Ming Ming, are you alright? Can you really bring the real world back to the true timeline just by helping her break the seal? She can fail, but can the real world? She released the outer god who possesses the primordial rules. Your real world will die even faster. Ming Ming sighed, his tone calm. I believe she will do her best. Jiangqi had already made her choice. Even in the original timeline, she personally severed the connection between the game and the real world, ultimately fighting against the god, who controlled their fate and dominated the game. Evan glanced at Wu De, and calmly told the players below, eliminate Wu De's men. Martin had wanted to act for a long time, but held back because his boss hadn't given the order. Now, there was no reason for him to stand still. Tens of thousands of flesh and blood monsters from all directions swarmed into the church, recklessly rushing into the dream realm. Let's do it. The strongest players in the game have all been chosen. Li Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Evan alone couldn't stop Jiangqi, and Ming Ming ultimately seized control of consciousness, slightly reversing the situation. Below the judgment platform, the damage dealers picked up their weapons, while support and control players took their positions and activated their buffs. In this game, all they could do was prevent the monsters from entering the dream realm and strengthen its power. You really have no martial virtue. Hang Jing landed, catching the short sword, and glared fiercely at Wu De, who had been stabbed through the heart but was still able to stand. The latter, having failed to attack Ming Ming, laughed loudly, his laughter growing colder and more maniacal. You want to kill me? Are you qualified? As long as the dream realm exists, I won't die. You won't die, but you can feel death. When the blade pierced your body, it didn't feel good, did it? Sure Wei said, each word distinct, her attacks becoming increasingly ferocious. At this moment, above the church, the beam of light faded, expanded, and finally enveloped the entire church. Everyone froze, simultaneously feeling an indescribable, psychological fear and oppression. The world seemed to have been paused, everything except the church appeared gray and insignificant. A slender white hand retrieved the silver key, and Jiang Qi's figure materialized in the ethereal space. She looked towards the front of the church. Ming Ming left himself no way out. Not only to delay the arrival of the god, but also to prevent the god from controlling his will and using his divination abilities. In this game, Jiang Qi's uniqueness lay in her mental power, while Ming Ming's uniqueness lay in his unreplicable abilities. Player Ming Ming, life points reduced to 0, game lost. Qin Shi and Chu Shu silently lowered their heads, watching the figures disappear before the church. Jiang Qi's expression remained calm, but if she were truly without emotion, she wouldn't be looking in that direction now. The passage to the dark abyss had opened, the god of dreams was about to descend. Jiang Qi left the umbrella with Sher Wei. The silver key was also left in this space she had created, separate from the instance, to maintain its operation and provide shelter for the players. She herself entered the dark abyss alone. Jiang Qi had just fully integrated with the spatial rules, and was not yet able to directly face those ancient gods, let alone protect the real world. Unsealing was a must, even if she might not be able to reach the sealed area, she had to go. She didn't want to see the ancient gods use the real world to force her to compromise. The vast, boundless abyss of darkness is the end of time, a place abandoned by time itself. Here, only darkness and strange, eerie stone mountains exist. The flickering lights are eyes and tentacles, creatures Jiang Qi has never seen before. Yet, after merging with the rules of space, she can accurately name them in a language not belonging to humans. Because of the spatial rule authority in her hands, these blasphemous creatures dwelling in the abyss dare not approach or look directly at her. But the deeper she goes, the greater the influence becomes. Her hard-won composure is once again on the verge of collapse. If she cannot withstand it, these creatures will swarm her, devouring her and stealing her power. Jiang Qi closes her eyes and continues forward. In the desolate depths of the abyss, there is no trace of any living being. It is there that the primordial rules slumber in silence. Almost there. Before her eyes appear a ruined stone mountain shaped like a church, very similar to the burned-down church in the dungeon. Jiang Qi stepped onto the empty, desolate place, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Chapter 201. Finally, we're going to meet formally, Ashos. Jiang Qi silently recited his name in his language. The starstone she had taken from the umbrella in her palm emitted faint blue starlight in the darkness, as if responding to her. The primordial rules, the ruler of the dark abyss, the lord of the starry sky. Ancient language, syllables unpronounceable by humans, echoed softly in the void, the gates of time and space, the gods existing above the past and the future. With Jiang Qi's voice, the entire desolate land shifted. The pitch-black sky gradually brightened, and a dazzling galaxy emerged. Within the magnificent, dreamlike nebula, several stars were born, while at the other end, a star, nearing its end, was dying. It expanded, bursting forth with dazzling light and energy, before finally extinguishing completely over the ages, leaving only deathly silence. This was the effect of time, the primordial rules of the dark universe. In Jiang Qi's eyes, these luminous worlds were merely a speck of dust. She could easily seal them, and alter their spatial rules with a mere touch. So this was the world seen by the gods. Jiang Qi continued to channel her spiritual power into the loosened seal. It had awakened, and only needed a little external assistance to leave this ancient seal. System signal interrupted. A notification popped up on all player panels, bright red numbers flashing incessantly, and an urgent electronic voice sounded. Game malfunction, forcibly terminated, dungeon teleportation channel closed. Still too late. Wu De, covered in blood, laughed like a demon. You can't kill me. Stay in my dream world as monsters. The channel is closed. Who knows if the real world still exists? The next step is to erase the data. Everyone will disappear along with this game, except for me. I will enter the next game as a follower of God. The terrifying power within the dream realm, beyond human comprehension, erupted to its peak in an instant. Fan Yuan forced himself to look up at the silver key floating in space. If they were destined to be swallowed by the dream, they would choose to consume all their life points to die, thus ensuring Jiang Qi wouldn't be hindered. Above, the dark clouds gradually replaced the dazzling dreamscape. God had descended, right there in the church. If it weren't for the space Jiang Qi had created, they would have already gone mad or been corrupted. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared in this independent space under the erosion of the dream. The main force of Shui and Hang Jing's teams could barely lift a finger. Large amounts of blood flowed from their noses and mouths. Their lungs felt like they were being squeezed tightly by an invisible force, and their entire bodies ached with every breath. Suddenly, the silver key disappeared, and a rift was torn open in the space. It was at this moment that Jiang Qi returned. The shattered cracks healed automatically, and everyone felt a sense of relief. The crushing force that had rendered them utterly powerless to resist had vanished. Jiang Qi landed on the judgment platform, looking at the shapeless spiritual entity within the magnificent dream realm. This was the true form of the god of dreams, projected onto the instance through the dream world. A strange and powerful force, carrying an oppressive aura capable of crushing everything to dust, surged forth. Jiang Qi, having just entered the realm of gods, couldn't even unleash 20% of her strength. She couldn't withstand such power. But that indescribable, exceptionally dazzling power stopped before her, froze for a moment, and then retreated. It wasn't the dream that stopped, but time itself. The sky, connected to the dream, gradually darkened, revealing a cluster of shimmering stars. The starlight slowly coalesced into an ancient clock, a breathtaking sight. The enormous disk, Roman numerals, and delicate hands emitted a cold, eerie light, enveloping the entire sky. Behind them, the burning cathedral crumbled layer by layer, the symbols on the stone walls rapidly decaying. A pair of calm, indifferent eyes appeared in the clock, and eerie tentacles reached out, occupying the sky above the plaza, finally arriving beside Jiang Qi. "Don't look." Jiang Qi's calm voice echoed through the space. The player, who had instinctively looked up, froze, immediately lowering their head. "The dungeon teleportation portal isn't up to you." As Jiang Qi finished speaking, a door appeared in the space. A closer look revealed that this door was identical to the entrance of the cathedral in the game's main city. With her last strength, she opened a door in an independent space beyond the control of the dream god, connecting it to the church in the game's main city. That place had once been a training ground, and the point where the ancient god connected to the laws of time to initiate the game. But now, the true master of the church had awakened, and it was no longer under the control of the ancient god's game. Jiang Qi didn't just set up a protective shield randomly. She used a sliver of power within the star stone that only she could mobilize to connect to the game's main city. Otherwise, the dream god would have left her teammates in the dream as bargaining chips. One by one, the players walked through the door. Shui looked at Jiang Qi outside, her face full of worry. They couldn't accompany her on the rest of the journey. "You will come back, won't you?" Shui couldn't help but ask. She was afraid. Her body had mutated, her health points were down to only 5. And even when she was on the verge of death, she hadn't been afraid. "What are you talking about?" Jiang Qi replied matter-of-factly. "Of course I go back. When did you all become so indecisive? I still need your help. This door isn't a dungeon teleportation portal. The system has stopped working, and your status effects won't recover after leaving. You can use potions. I teleport them from the storage in the descent. Don't leave the church before I return. Being corrupted by the dream world won't be easy to get out in a short time. The game's main city is still in the hands of the ancient god, so be careful." How could she not see that when Fan Yuan and the others were tricked and captured, they had already planned that if they reached the point of being corrupted and controlled by the dream world, they would choose to take extreme measures. This wasn't what she wanted to see. In the worst-case scenario, she could slowly rescue them from the dream world. She wouldn't let them die. Fan Yuan and the others understood Jiang Qi's meaning and nodded, then entered the door one after another. The door slowly closed and disappeared, along with Jiang Qi's space. With teammates and players gone, there was no longer any need to isolate themselves from the god's influence. A slender figure materialized before the tentacles surrounding Jiang Qi. Long black hair shimmered with a chilling starlight, and her face, flawless under the starlight, gazed calmly at the ancient god in the dream. "Do you still want your divine realm?" The emotionless voice carried a hint of languor. "My indifference to the previous seal doesn't mean I don't care about your use of the system to control the real world and coerce her. The ancient god projected into the dream silently withdrew all its power. Chapter 202. Ordinary gods are no match for gods, who control the fundamental rules, simply because of their rank. There are two more here. One is a newly ascended god, still struggling to digest the power of the rules, and in a weakened state. The other is not. If you don't want to see me, after recovering, dismantling the seals of the old gods everywhere, you better abandon this system first, Jiangqi reasoned with the ancient gods. They went to great lengths to seal their adversaries in various instances. They absolutely do not want to see the old gods emerge. This is their bottom line. In the original timeline, Jiangqi acted with a flip-the-table mentality, recklessly pushing the boundaries of the ancient gods' limits, dismantling seals wherever she went. Players are automatically selected by the system based on potential. If they had known earlier that Jiangqi would enter this game, obtain the silver key, and engage in all sorts of crazy behavior, they would have manually filtered her out, preferring to keep the silver key sealed and not alter this rule, rather than let her enter the game. They ran out of chips, from the time Jiangqi crossed the bridge to the main city church. Continuing down this path will only lead to one outcome. Both sides will overturn the table, the game data will be wiped clean, the real world will disappear, and all players will vanish along with it. Jiangqi, upon recovering, will then destroy the opponent's divine realm. The god of dreams has departed. Wuda, who is one with the dream world, looks frantically at the sky, now restored to normal. The dream realm is shattered. Without divine protection, he went mad when facing Xie Chaozi. Jiangqi's eyelashes flutter slightly, and suddenly, a broken piece of wood pierces his chest. Then, white light gradually engulfs his body until nothing remains. Not only his physical body dies, but also him in all timelines and world lines. This was the most complete disappearance, as if he had never existed. Game main city. Back at the church, everyone's interface was grayed out, the system was unusable, and the training ground entrance had vanished. They had no idea what was happening outside. The pain in their bodies constantly reminded them that their old player mentality, no matter how badly they were injured in a dungeon, they would be fully healed as soon as they left, was no longer effective. The injuries they sustained here wouldn't heal, and they couldn't return to the real world. Before, they were players, now, they were just a pile of data to be erased. The game system is about to restart. 30-second countdown. An electronic voice rang in everyone's ears. Everyone waited for the countdown to end, their chests beating in rhythm with the numbers on the screen. System restarting. Dungeon settlement is about to begin. No data erased. They're still in the game space. Their status has been restored. A player shouted excitedly, followed by a chorus of sighs of relief. The real world is about to reset. Players are asked to choose whether to exit the game. Note, after the real world resets, you will be disconnected from the system. Exiting the game will erase your memories, and return you to the real world. Staying will allow you to remain in the main city, and continue the game. Player data is locked, and will not be erased before death. For the real world to detach from the system and coincide with its timeline, it must completely sever its connection. Once you exit, you cannot return. The choice was before the players, and everyone silently extended their hands. Sherwei tapped the screen without hesitation. While Hang Jing and the others were still stunned, she had already made her decision. You want to stay? Fang Yuan knew her choice without even looking. Yes, I'm different from you guys. I have nothing to hold me back in the real world, Sherwei replied. Really? Mr. Fang, are you really willing to give that up? Hang Jing suddenly interjected. You're incredibly lucky to have such a background. I, a prospective working-class person, and Wang Yu, a standard working-class person, and even Jiangqi, a working-class person at the gravesite, are all incredibly envious. Those things are unimportant compared to reality. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Based on my deduction, after the time nodes in the real world overlap, if we consider time as coordinates, then at the corresponding time node, there will be a past version of myself. As the game continues, the endpoint might be the true time node of this world. I'm quite interested to see what the world looks like at the correct time node. Besides, I think I could become Sister Chi's subordinate, taking a shortcut. You chose to quit? Of course not. Hang Jing shrugged. I originally came to see how you guys would choose, but I didn't expect you all to be so quick. When I first entered the game, I really regretted it. Not only did I have to work like crazy, but I also had to play like crazy. Back then, I really wanted to find a way out. But as my combat power increased, I stopped thinking that way. According to your deduction, there's a past version of myself in the real world's timeline. Quitting the game and erasing memories would just mean overlapping with my past self. As he spoke, Wang Yu gestured to Martin, who was standing guard by the door, with a devout expression. If you want to take a shortcut, the competition will probably be fierce. Fang Yuan, Goodness, this guy isn't faking it. He's even more fanatical than the believers in the dungeon. He has the air of a cult leader, ready to raise his arms and shout as the door opens. The tall doors suddenly opened, revealing their familiar main city, but they had never seen such a quiet, empty main city before. Jiang Qi, cloaked in a cape, stood there, the sound of the system resetting lingering in the air. At that moment, a river of stars shimmered across the sky, dazzling and radiant. Cell City. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing a scene of twisted corpses piled high in front of the church, a stench permeating the city. Suri had never seen such a sight before. Even the solemn, pure white church was stained with the putrid filth. No one knew what had happened here. Years later, the church was renovated, and the square once again bustled with people, but no record could explain the cause, an effect that had nearly wiped out an entire city. The sounds of hammering and pounding echoed within the church. Suri, dressed in a priest's robe, gazed upwards at the roughly sculpted statue, its form barely visible, draped in a soft cloak, its features completely obscured. Even in its current crudeness, the ancient awe-inspiring presence was palpable when looking up at it from below. The statue was sculpted according to her drawings. She spent months on it, yet still couldn't capture the god's appearance, tearing up countless scraps of paper in the process. Until one dark, starless night, she suddenly had a premonition. Holding her pen, she recalled the god's image, and finally drew the statue. She was a survivor of that disaster, a person favored by God, and the new priestess of this church. That's it, Suli said. The craftsman, about to begin sculpting the statue, froze. The process wasn't even halfway done. Should they stop? That's enough, Suli added. God should not be looked at directly, and mortals should certainly not peer into God's eyes. This is how it should be. Chapter 203 Extra Daily Life. Bang. The door to the base's conference room was pushed open. Chu Shu looked at Fang Yuan, who was sitting at the table sighing. Is there a problem with our warehouse? Did we go bankrupt buying materials? No, we're looking at the rules for the game reset. Fang Yuan sighed softly. Gods won't intervene, but they can perform descent rituals, which is the same as in the correct timeline. I estimate the next step will be to merge the other game sessions. Jiang Qi's avatar is not affected by these rules. Chu Shu leaned back in her chair. But at most, she just go to the dungeon to take a look, otherwise, the others won't be able to play. Fang Yuan pursed his lips. Sister Qi said she's trying to find a way to get Boss Ming Ming back. Hearing this, Chu Shu paused, her eyes brightening. She can still get him back? Possibly, that's what she said. A rare sunny spring day, a few green willows drooped by the lake, and many people were out for a walk and basking in the sun. Jiang Qi and Xie Chaozi sat on a bench, chins propped up, watching a casually dressed, somewhat unkempt person approach. You want him back in the game? A slightly deep voice sounded beside them. They searched for so long within the timelines and world lines to finally find the coordinates. No, I want him to choose for himself, Jiang Qi said with a smile. The current winner of the game can choose to go to the real world. Soft sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the pebbles on the ground. Ming Ming paused suddenly, sensing something was wrong. It was the surrounding air. It was too quiet, as if an invisible film was separating him from it. He glanced down at his pocket and pulled out a papyrus scroll. This ancient paper shouldn't be used by anyone, yet the handwriting was clearly fresh. You're looking for the real truth? Even a fraudulent organization wouldn't produce such fine handwriting. Ming Ming looked at the empty bench behind the weeping willow. What was going on? Was he seeing a ghost? He had a feeling something was off about that spot. The real truth. He needed to think about it. I never expected that Ming Ming, who could even scheme against an ancient god, could be so honest. Jiang Qi, arm in arm with Xie Chaozi, said as they walked, the night market opens around 8 o'clock tonight. Don't be like last time at the market in the real world, refusing to take any money. Back then, Xie Chaozi bought a flower wreath with gold coins, shocking the vendor who asked incredulously, really? Keep the change? Xie Chaozi nodded calmly, handed the wreath to Jiang Qi, and the vendor gave them the whole basket of flowers, running off so fast their figures blurred. To be honest, back when Jiang Qi was guarding the cemetery, she would do the same if someone offered her a wad of cash. Looking at the basket of flowers, Jiang Qi simply pulled Xie Chaozi to stand by the stall, and started selling flowers herself. When she had half left, she met two believers, yes, the messengers of God, who bought the flowers and delivered them to the church she was building in the real world. Thankfully, she and Xie Chaozi hadn't used their original appearances. As dusk fell, the streetlights came on. Xie Chaozi, holding the food Jiangqi wanted, walked beside her. He understood the human world, but he didn't care about what humans created, nor did he feel anything special about it. Only being with her was different. Jiangqi was his only anchor. In the original timeline, after we met at the church, what else happened? I thought you would ask me sooner. Xie Chaozi smiled. I was looking for someone recently, Jiangqi said, looking into his eyes. The bright neon lights behind them grew farther and farther away, finally disappearing, leaving only a sky full of stars. Chapter 204 Extra Chapter. A sliver of light shone through the stained glass, making the mysterious symbols seem to flow within it, their refracted light falling on the cold steps. This isn't that church, it's your temple. On the steps, Jiangqi, dressed in a long gown, spoke in a calm yet detached voice. She gazed at the ancient deity on the throne, showing none of the madness, fear, excitement, or reverence that others displayed. Even within this temple, the rules were ordained by the gods. She had no control over the space. As the first human to arrive at the temple, her composure was excessive. But was she even human now? The god lazily curled the corner of his mouth. This is my temple. His voice was clear, yet devoid of emotion. You no longer have spatial authority here. You can leave using a game-like approach. Is this a test from God? Jiangqi glanced at the starlight filtering through the dome, her lips twitching slightly. Alright. The temple had no concept of time, and Jiangqi had no idea how long she had been there. She enjoyed complete freedom within the temple, able to go anywhere. Outside the temple lay the boundless starry sky. She still hadn't found an exit. She had once reached a gloomy cemetery through a door, spending half a month alone as a gravedigger in that dilapidated church, digging up several graves before finally finding a clue to leave. You could have left sooner. The increasingly familiar voice rang in Jiangqi's ears. I think the job of guarding the grave is quite good. No need to rush. A faint smile played on Jiangqi's lips, her eyes remaining calm. I'm more curious whether God, within his own temple, can use my spatial rules to create a door. You're in the temple, so the spatial rules naturally reside there. His figure suddenly appeared, sitting in the high-back chair opposite Jiangqi. Have you found a way to leave the temple? Whether I can find one depends on you. Jiangqi gripped the king's chess piece in her hand, showing no urgency. This wasn't a fair game to begin with. You set the rules, and you can change them at any time. The only way I can leave the temple without your permission is to invade it. Although you haven't escaped the seal of the Dark Abyss, your position is too high. Without fully comprehending the spatial rules, I cannot do it. I play games. As long as the reward is high enough, I take even a 10% chance. Trying when there's no chance is a waste of energy. Jiangqi changed the subject. Moreover, my goal is to become a divine messenger, or a priestess, to perform the descent ritual. That's the result you wanted. Those heterochromatic eyes looked at Jiangqi, their slender fingers hanging down. Pray that my will descends, and before I leave the Dark Abyss, release the seal of the old gods and reshuffle the deck. She controlled the rules of space, but she wasn't stable enough right now. The old gods wouldn't stand idly by while the seal was being released. Fighting the old gods alone, even using the system rules, would present unimaginable obstacles and difficulties. Players following her would lose their lives. Otherwise, her mind wouldn't be so unstable, which is why she wanted to borrow the power of the gods. The power of gods can also be taken. I, a remnant of the old world, also wish to participate in the game of gods in the real world, not as an ant. Jiangqi smiled, making no attempt to conceal her purpose. I truly dared not risk breaking your seal before, because I had no control over the outcome. Gods who control the primordial rules care about nothing. The time spent sealed is immeasurable for humans, and meaningless to gods. Now it's different. Jiangqi stood up, leaning closer to him. They were so close that the silent atmosphere subtly shifted. Is it different? He sat there, seemingly resigned to Jiangqi's actions. Since the gods have responded to me, I will also go to the abyss of darkness to see him. As she finished speaking, Jiangqi saw the galaxy flowing in his eyes, and her own reflection.